Chapter 1. A gust of wind that must have been the strongest yet lifted the helicopter nose first. As a result, the horizon dipped and tilted to the left before disappearing completely for a long moment, and he felt his stomach, or what was left of it, follow suit. He didn't glance to the side, to any of his travelling companions in the short row of seats. He didn't want to see their faces, and he certainly didn't want anyone to see the expression that must be on his own. More than once he had tried closing his eyes, but that seemed to make matters worse, if such a thing was possible. Just under half an hour, the young female attendant had said back at the airfield, just a short hop to one of the closest platforms that we service, and she had added, "You have a nice morning for it." So this is what they consider a nice morning out on the North Sea. A short hop? It felt like an eternity already. Had the girl seen the nervousness in his face? He didn't think so, because he hadn't felt it until the beast took off and began to sway across the waves, too fast and too low, heading into the gale that had sprung up as soon as they left the shelter of the East Deans airstrip. He had almost been looking forward to it, had said to himself at 5 o'clock that morning that this was the kind of variety he had hoped for when he joined the service. No office routines, no 9 till 5, a challenge every day, and no two jobs the same. And it wasn't as if he hadn't flown before, plenty of times on family holidays to the Med and later to America when his dad began to make the serious money. That was on the great airliners, though, and even the European trips had been on nice, comfortable planes with smartly dressed pilots and co-pilots and tall, blonde, competently smiling stewardesses. Nice, comfortable planes that sometimes flew through a little turbulence, and everyone looked around and smiled at each other as if to say, "What an adventure we're having." The horizon swung back into view and levelled out. He had noticed the pilot briefly as he climbed in, noticed that he was not wearing a blue uniform with any gold braid, and he didn't have a peaked cap either. In fact, on reflection, he looked rather young and a little wild, in some sort of World War II leather jacket over his bright orange survival suit. Waters looked down at the identical one that covered his own clothing and thought, well, that says it all, really. This is so dangerous that they won't let you fly in it unless you're wearing the appropriate get-up for a crash. On top of that, you have to watch a 20-minute video about how to cope in the event of a crash. And if you are a frequent flyer, you'll have to do regular drills upside down in a swimming pool so that you know what to do when it does eventually crash. He took a quick glance around inside the helicopter. Most of the notices and objects on the inside were about crashing as well. It was a Sikorsky something, he remembered that much, but Smith would probably tell him off if he could not repeat back the exact model number and shade of grey. A notch had appeared in the horizon, quite a large notch, and Waters realized that they were moving deceptively quickly across the sea now that there was a reference point. It must be platform Elizabeth, call sign Echo 1, but beyond it he could also make out other rigs and installations, like an industrial estate far out at sea. A few more minutes then, and this flight at least would be over. Perhaps the wind would have dropped by the time they made the return in the afternoon. He breathed deeply a couple of times, hoping that his complexion wouldn't be worse than a faint yellow when they disembarked, and took a look to his right. Smith had his eyes fixed firmly on the gas platform that was steadily growing larger ahead of them, a look of concentration on his face. If he realized that Waters was watching him, he did not show it. In the 2 seats directly in front of them sat 2 officers that Waters had met for the first time less than 2 hours before, DCI Cara Freeman and her sergeant, Terry Christopher, both from the new Regional Serious Crimes Unit. 4 officers, 2 of them specialists ones, to look into this seemed a disproportionate response, at least initially, and he had said as much to Smith while they waited in the departure room, watching footage of sinking helicopters. Then Smith had explained that any incident on an oil or gas rig beyond the obviously trivial was viewed as a potential offshore security threat. The disappearance of a worker was beyond the obviously trivial, and so here they all were. The assumption was that it was not a hostage-taking, that there had been some sort of an accident, and it would be left to the local bobbies. That's you and me, Smith had said, to sort it out, RSCU then riding off into the sunset of everyone else's ambitions. The way that Smith had said the very word assumption was enough to remind Waters of the several warnings he had already been given about making such things. That Smith and the DCI had met before was clear enough, but inter-unit relations were not exactly warm as far as Waters could tell. There had been a brief discussion about the plan for the day and about the bare facts, and then nothing more. Waters had tried to catch Smith's eye with a raised eyebrow of his own, but no further explanation had been given. The four of them passed some minutes in silence during the final wait for the Sikorsky to take off. Waters himself had attempted some conversation beforehand with the sergeant, but he soon understood that the apparently friendly smile from the round, bespectacled face was actually one of pity. Waters had no idea why he was being pitied. It might be for his own choice of sergeant, or simply for the fact that he was not a member of the RSCU, or some other arcane aspect of life in the modern police force that he had not yet grasped. Christopher was not many years older than Waters, somewhat overweight, but very sharply shaved and suited. He was happy with all of that, Waters concluded, because they all made it clear to the world that Terry Christopher was not here to chase car thieves or even to arrest arsonists. Terry Christopher was here and had been recruited into the RSCU because he was very bright and very ambitious. That was all. The pilot said something through the intercom. Waters didn't catch the exact words, but it obviously meant that they were coming into land, in a manner of speaking. Somehow the pilot was going to put this thing down on the tiny circular heli-deck that was perched on one end of the platform like an oversized dinner plate. It didn't look much bigger than the real thing at the moment. Beneath it, the waves, the huge, grey-green, white-crested waves, rose more than halfway up the great tubes of steel that had been driven deeply into the seabed. The waves rose up and slithered down again, the water boiling away under the platform in some mysterious and apparently endless rage. The young detective closed his eyes for a moment and pictured the pilot at the controls doing this day in and day out, wearing what must be his lucky leather jacket. Then a voice said calmly, "And stand by." Every seat had been taken on the helicopter. When Waters had telephoned to confirm the arrangements the previous afternoon, the junior executive had made it plain that 4 key workers would have to take a later flight as a result of the police presence. In this world, it seemed the due processes of the law might have to be weighed against the never-ending thirst for energy, if not company efficiency. As the passengers disembarked, 14 of them made their way towards the covered walkway and steps that led down from the helideck, leaving the 4 police officers standing for a moment exposed to the elements. And it was elemental, the wind tearing past them, tearing at them, the roar of waves somewhere beneath, the sensation nothing more that the platform was moving ever so slightly under these twin forces. Above them the racing towers of clouds, covering and now uncovering the morning sun that shone in patches like fields of golden light on the green, heaving sea. Smith had turned directly into the wind. There was something like a smile on his face, and he shouted to Waters, or to the others, it wasn't clear. The wind took the words away, and Waters could not make out what he had tried to say. Smith realized and nodded, smiling again. DCI Freeman was holding on to her hair with one hand as if she was wearing a wig, but some of it, dark and surprisingly long for a senior female police officer, Waters now noticed, was still streaming out horizontally to the side. She didn't seem pleased, and her sergeant looked around for someone to blame before moving to get a little upwind of her, perhaps hoping that his own rounded frame might offer some protection. She pointed towards the walkway. They set off towards it, but before they reached the downward steps, a figure had appeared and walked out onto the deck. Smith was at the rear of the line they had formed, and had the longest to look at the man who had come out to greet them. He wore a dark suit but no tie, in the style of a modern politician, a burly figure, once a powerful man physically, but going to seed now and greying a little at the temples. Eyes that travelled quickly over the four of them before returning to the senior officer, and an oddly full, sensuous mouth that greeted her. The two of them shook hands, and she half turned as if to introduce the rest of them before the new arrival took her arm and guided her towards the shelter of the walkway. Smith thought, well, there's a man who knows his organ grinders. Either that or he gets himself well briefed. At the end of the metal-floored walkway they had to wait a moment while a security gate was opened from the other side. Waters turned back to Smith and said, "What was it you said up there, sir? I couldn't make it out." "Sir." None of his team called him that these days, at least under normal circumstances. But then, for Waters these were not, were they? With a DCI from RSCU wandering about looking for potential terrorist threats. He could make allowances for that. "Oh, I said it's the equinox. That's why it's so windy, I'd say. You get these gales around the equinoxes, but more often at the autumn one." No one answered, so Smith decided to explain a little more. "I think it's to do with shifts in the jet stream that result from warming and cooling, temperature gradients and all that. Anyway, it's today, the spring equinox, the 20th of March. That's probably why it's so windy." Terry Christopher turned his raised eyebrows from Smith to DCI Freeman. She continued to stare at Smith until the gate clicked open. Waters looked at nothing in particular, thinking about the wonders of the old grammar school education, and the company man said not a word. That's how he introduced himself when, after extra chairs had been brought, they were all eventually seated in his compact but comfortable office. "I'm Donald McFarlane. I'm the company man here. I suppose I'd better explain the setup," with another smile towards the detective chief inspector. Nordco they would all have heard of, a household name, an international energy company with an important location in Kings Lake. Smith knew it if none of the others did. Out to the west of the docks, lots of expensive motors in the extensive car park, employing its own private security. Nordco had funded the exploration for the gas, but once it had been found, as was typical in the industry, the work was contracted out, in this case to the rig and platform management company Marinor. Don's role, he had become Don after the first formal introduction, on the platform was to represent the interests of Nordco, his employer, and sorry to interrupt, Mr. McFarlane, but just to get it clear, Nordco and Marinor are two different companies? All eyes turned to Smith. He had taken out a small black notebook and sat with it in one hand and a pencil in the other. Yes, with a look to the lady for assistance. She said, "This is Detective Sergeant Smith from the local police at Kings Lake and Detective Constable Waters from the same. I'm sure that we don't need to go into this level of detail at the moment. We're all busy people and really, I don't mind explaining. You do need to know who works for who, and it can be confusing. Yes, Sergeant, there are two separate companies." Smith said, "I actually asked whether they were two different companies, sir." "I'm not sure I understand you, Sergeant." Still smiling, and Smith thought, there's a northern edge in that voice somewhere, but it isn't Scottish, despite the name. He glanced down at the hands that lay open on the polished desk as if they were looking for something else to do, something more practical, because they were heavy, thick-fingered hands that had not always held a Mont Blanc Star Walker fountain pen like the one that lay in front of him now. "Well, sir, a company is really only made up of people. The same lot of people could form two separate companies. In fact, I believe they often do so. But they wouldn't really be very different, would they? I just wondered because of the Nor in Nordco and the Nor in Marinor. I wondered whether there might be some sort of connection. Smith didn't look to his right towards DCI Freeman, but McFarlane did, briefly, before he replied. I see. It's a reasonable question. This is a very highly specialized industry, Sergeant, and people do move around within it a lot. No doubt there are people who have worked for both companies in both companies now, but they don't do it simultaneously, if you get my drift. Thank you, Mr. McFarlane. Very clear. So, as a matter of interest, who did the missing man work for? It was the first time that he had been mentioned since they had all met at East Dean's that morning. James Bell worked for Marinor. That's the platform management company. Thank you, sir. I've got that written down from earlier on. The slightly awkward silence was interrupted by the arrival of coffee and biscuits. As the PA handed them out, Smith thought, well, this is nice. Detective Superintendent Allen would have enjoyed this bit at least. He took an experimental sip and then another that was not, and nodded approvingly to himself, while the others stirred in various quantities of sugar and milk and chose biscuits from the generously stacked plate. Smith studied the desk in front of Donald McFarlane. Sizable in relation to the room it occupied, Smith guessed that all rooms had to be spatially challenged in an environment like this, and of polished wood, light red in colour. Expensive, tidy though, with stationary bits and pieces in a set of matching silver metal containers and a stack of 3 trays, probably in, pending and out, in matching silver wire. Some sort of cordless phone or radio handset, he couldn't be sure, and by that a photograph which was side-on to him. Leaning forward as if to adjust his position, he could just see the head and shoulders of a woman, blonde, possibly tanned, looking out at the company man. Anyway, as you say, Kara, we are all busy people. I'm going to pass you on to our head of security, Stuart Aves. He has all the detail that you'll need to get things moving. It's a miserable business for all concerned, and I do feel for the man's family. I believe that he has a young daughter, which always makes it worse somehow. It will have no bearing on your investigation, I know, but the company always takes care of dependents when these accidents happen. As soon as you can bring some closure to it, we will put things in place for them. DCI Freeman looked suitably impressed and grateful as she stood up, and the rest of them followed suit. Smith the last, because he wanted to finish the coffee. McFarlane said, "To your satisfaction, Sergeant?" "Absolutely, sir. First class, if I may say so. African, I'd imagine." "I do believe it is. I see you are a connoisseur. My PA can find out the exact bean, if you'd like to know," with a knowing glance to the other officers. "I wouldn't put anyone to that trouble, Mr. McFarlane. I was just surprised. We landlubbers imagine that it's all pretty Spartan out here." "It is in many ways. A nice coffee is one of my few luxuries when I'm on a tour. If there is anything else I can do before you leave, Chief Inspector, gentlemen, let me know. If you'd like a look round, I would be delighted to oblige." Yes, thought Smith, it's a Spartan old life out here with single-bean rainforest coffees, a desk that cost more than my car, a £500 fountain pen, a PA, and a trophy wife waiting back home. And then, no, Smith, you're going too far there. You're only guessing the price of that desk. The PA led them along the narrow corridor to an almost identical office 3 or 4 doors away. They filed in, Smith still at the end, and as he passed the bespectacled woman of indeterminate age and plumpness, with the mousy hair drawn tightly back, she said, "Kenyan auction, shade-grown Arabica." Smith said a conspiratorial thank you and looked at her security badge for a name. Then she was gone. But the thank you had not been conspiratorial enough. As he took his seat behind the other 3, last one in, he saw Terry Christopher watching him. When he took out his Alich and wrote something in it, he knew that the raised eyebrows had now become rolled eyes, and that DCI Freeman would be made aware of the fact. Stuart Aves told them that he was head of security for the platform. Like most other workers, he did 2 weeks on, 2 weeks off. In his absence, his second-in-command was Colin Howard. It was unusual for them both to be on the platform at the same time, but in view of what had happened, he, Stuart, had come back on. This was the beginning of Colin's fortnight on. James Bell should have— "Excuse me, Mr. Aves." Terry Christopher's eyes closed. DCI Freeman's gaze travelled slowly from the head of security to the detective sergeant from Kings Lake Central. "Yes? You said you are the head of security for the platform. I'd like to be clear about whom it is you actually work for, if you don't mind." "Oh, Nordco. You are an employee of Nordco." "Not directly. The contract is—" "I see. So it's Marinor, then. They are your employer." "No, my employer is 3S, but I'm not clear what this has to do with anything. James Bell was employed by Marinor. Surely that's—" "Very good. That's an important one out of the way. And you are an employee of 3S. Does that stand for anything, or is it just one of those made-up names?" Stuart Aves's thin face coloured a little. He looked at the other detectives. The woman was supposed to be in charge. Why was she allowing this nitpicking Jobsworth to waste valuable time? "CTEC Security Services, shortened to 3S 4 years ago. The company registration details are on the headed notepaper if you'd like a copy." "Does it have all the contact details as well? If so, then I will, thanks." A sheet was handed over, neatly folded and placed in the inside jacket pocket. Nobody spoke until Smith looked around, realised, and said, "Thank you, sir, if you'd like to continue." James Bell had been due to fly out on the evening of Sunday, the 16th of March, 4 days ago, for the usual 2-week tour. On the afternoon of the 16th, he had reported in sick, saying that he had a 48-hour bug that was going around, and to book him on the Tuesday evening flight instead. The on-platform personnel officer for Marinor had tried to call him back for confirmation, but had received no answer. However, she did book him onto the flight he had requested, and he had taken it, arriving on the platform on Tuesday the 18th. He went to his berth, probably still feeling unwell and needing a night's sleep, before he began a 12-hour stint early on the Wednesday morning. But he never appeared for work, and no sign of him had been seen since. DCI Freeman said, "I'm sorry, but I have to say this, Mr. Aves. You have searched the platform thoroughly." "Yes. Searches are a part of standard security and safety procedures. We've carried it out 3 times now." "And there is no way in which he could have left the platform, got back onto a helicopter?" Aves shook his head at the idea. "You've seen the security. It's the same at both ends. 18 seats on the helicopter and 2 crew. There's nowhere for anyone to hide, let alone any way past the gates at the other end. ID badges are scanned on and off. There is a complete computer record of all movements. He didn't leave that way. I expect you'll want a record of on and off for the past week or so, just to see how it works. I'll get that for you." "Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Aves, and your patience." She looked across to the other 3 officers, as if inviting them to speak, but it was clear that she had not finished her own questions yet. "Does Mr. Bell have an important role here, or a sensitive one? Is he a key worker?" Aves appeared to be holding back something of a snort. "He was a roustabout. We're not a drilling rig, but they still keep some of the old names." "And what does a roustabout do?" "Any labouring work, heavy lifting, tidying up and cleaning, routine maintenance, guiding loads about for the crane drivers. It says here Bell was a qualified crane driver as well, but I don't think they'd tried him on that yet. I don't know for sure." "I see. So definitely not a key worker." She sat back almost as if the job was done now that they had established the man's lowly status, and Smith knew why. No one would bother to use a roustabout as a hostage, and Bell himself would not have enough knowledge of any value to a third party to pose a security threat. The Regional Serious Crimes Unit would be off the platform and off the case shortly. Chapter 2. Stuart Aves was about to hand over his office for a few minutes as requested by the DCI so that they could discuss their approach to the investigation. But before he could leave, Smith had asked another question. "Mr. Aves, if I could take you back to something you said a moment ago. You said you didn't think that they had tried James Bell as a crane driver yet. How long has he been working on the Elizabeth platform?" Aves stood in the doorway of his own office. He pointed at the file on his desk, which he had left for them to examine. "It's all in there. This was his second tour on Elizabeth." "Really? He had only done a fortnight prior to the one he was about to begin?" "Yes." "A new boy, then. But he was qualified to drive the cranes." "How is that?" "He must have worked rigs before, I suppose. I don't know. I'm security, not personnel." Now the sergeant was smiling at him as if they were getting on famously, as if he had not made his own feelings clear enough. "Of course, sir. But as head of security, you do presumably cast an eye over everyone who comes aboard, so to speak. Did you know James Bell personally?" "We'd passed a word or two, the time of day, that's all. Everything else I know came from his file, which is, as I say, on the desk. If you ask me, this isn't rocket science, but I'm not one to tell you how to do your job. If you need me, I'll be just next door." Stuart Aves looked at the senior officer, and she nodded him away. Then she went around the desk, took his seat, and opened the file. She read quickly, flicking over pages that contained little of interest to serious crimes, and the rest of them waited. Smith passed the time by studying the security staff roster that was a whiteboard on the wall behind Cara Freeman, working out how many staff carried out security duties and memorizing their names. Freeman said, "There's an employment history here. Mr. Bell has done all sorts, but he worked on rigs for several years, more or less, from when he left school. Started off in Aberdeen and qualified as a crane operator there. Some mechanical certificates as well. Then he seems to have left and worked at various unrelated jobs back on land. He's drifted about a bit. So he's come back to his first career recently, no doubt because the money is better than anything else he can do. Mr. McFarlane said he has a young family now." Sergeant Terry Christopher said, "And that will be the explanation, ma'am. He has come back onto a rig after several years off them and forgotten some basic safety procedure. Add to that he was probably still feeling unwell, might have taken some medication, and he has somehow gone over the side." Still glancing over the final pages of the file, she nodded faintly, allowing it as a possibility. Smith looked from one to the other before he said, "Yes, that will be it. He's been off the rigs for a few years and forgotten not to fall in." Sergeant Christopher seemed unsure quite how to respond. His boss closed the folder and looked up at Smith before she spoke. "It's more than a possibility. It is the most likely explanation, but I don't mind how you handle this, Smith. Neither of you is under my command." And then she paused, as if she would like to have added, "And for that you can thank your lucky stars. And I don't feel that this is a situation in which I need to take operational control. You should refer yourself back to, D.I. Reeve, at some point this afternoon, making that clear. You can treat this as missing persons or presumed accidental death. I really don't mind what you do. Sergeant Christopher and I will take up Mr. McFarlane's offer of a tour. We'll keep our eyes open and report back anything that might be useful to you before we leave, which we will be doing on the 1 o'clock flight." Waters got up and closed the door after them. Smith continued to gaze at the security roster, as if it held all the answers. DC? Yes. How do we get home, then? Eh? Oh, we sorted this out at the airstrip this morning. If any of us needed to stay for the afternoon, they said people would come forward from the 6 o'clock flight onto the 1 o'clock. I don't suppose they mind leaving early. We just have to let them know. What do you make of this, then? Waters sat down again in his original seat. Something was still troubling him. I haven't got my head around it yet. He could have gone over, slipped and fell, some sort of accident. So we are going to let them know about when we're leaving so they can swap the places? Yes, someone will let them know. I don't disagree. It is an obvious explanation, but it's not the only one, is it? And not everything about it is obvious when you start to think about it. Did you notice the walkways when we came in? Waters got up again and went to the door. It had a small window that looked out into the corridor. No, I didn't really notice them. Can't see any from here. So do you think DCI Freeman will tell them about the seats? What seats? The seats, the places that have to be swapped over so we can get home tonight. Well, I shouldn't think a DCI is going to bother with that, nor a sergeant from the RSCU. They've got far more important things to be thinking about. So who will? You can, if you like. Have a wander, see if you can find the right office. What did he call it? On and off? That'll be a nickname. It won't be over the door, but someone will put you right. Look, this isn't because you're worried about spending the night in a bunk with me, is it? Because I can tell you now that none of the rumours are true. No, it's not that. So there are rumours? No, I just... Have a date. How is Claire? She's fine, DC. I'll just make sure it's all arranged. Good. Off you go, then. Waters was almost away before Smith called him back. I meant to say, did you see the weather forecast for this evening? No? What is it? Going to get a lot windier, they reckon. Force 6, Force 7. The smile was still on his face when he looked down at the folder, but then it faded away just as the light would be dying in the west before they took off tonight. Something told him that this was no laughing matter. It was time to get to know James Bell. A Geordie boy, then. Away the lads. James? They must have called you Jimmy, your friends, your family. Not much here about your education, just the name of a school, no college. But then, looking at the dates, you were working from 16. Went on to your first rig not long after your 18th, from Aberdeen out into the Shetland fields. That was something as young as that, but no different to joining up, leaving home one morning, a train ride, 6 weeks, basic training with lads as frightened as yourself, led by men who seemed at first to be monsters. A few good years, must have been coining it in then in your early 20s, obviously adapted to the life, 2 weeks on, 2 weeks off, living it up in the flesh pots of the far north, back home to Newcastle now and then. Crane driver is a big step up in money and responsibility, earning yourself some respect too, looking like you've got a career in this business. Tough men, especially in those early days, but you survived. No, you did better than that. You thrived. And then? Must have been about 30 when you left it. Went ashore one day and never went back. Or not until a month ago. 6 years. Why was that? This is a photocopy of an application form, and it doesn't tell us very much. There are gaps when you study it carefully. A month here, a few months there. Jimmy, we're going to have to put you through the computer. Worked on a road gang for a couple of summers, laying tar. The money's not bad, but it's a bit of a come-down for a man who was used to life on the rigs. Like the army again, some men never get over that time, that sense of purpose, of shared dangers and a common enemy, the camaraderie. Must have travelled around. She wasn't wrong when she said you were drifting, but the last address is in Kings Lake, and you've been there at least 18 months. And I know it, Jimmy. You're in one of the towers. Number 2, they call it, when they're being polite. And I bet from your balcony you can look across to number 1 and see old Ma Budge hanging her washing over the railings. Dear me, Jimmy, it's a horribly small world sometimes. What a place to end up. Not alone there, either. Next of kin is Lucy Bell, so you got married. But let's not assume that for certain. We'll need to check. Has anyone spoken to her yet? Christ, he should know that, but what with RSCU getting involved, it might have been missed. But the company will have been in touch. Nothing here about a child, but that's what he said, the company man, that there was a daughter. Again, the DCI was probably right. Lots of young tearaways steady up when the first baby arrives. Just a shame that they don't all do so. Then, and not for the first time, Smith turned back to the most surprising thing of all in the thin card envelope that summed up all that was known about Jimmy Bell. The photograph pinned inside the front cover must be a recent one, a standard type taken for a personnel folder or a security pass. Head and shoulders. It showed a man only just smiling directly into the lens, a man with thick, dark, curly hair, an old-style drooping moustache running down into a short-trimmed beard, and then back up into sideburns. The eyes were large, dark, and widely spaced, and the expression was amused, ironic, self-aware. James Bell was a strikingly good-looking man, and he knew it. Smith went through the folder again, cover to cover, this time noting occasional details into his alich. Then he stood up, leaving it open at the photograph, and walked to the door, looking out into the corridor, seeing nothing because his mind was still sorting the information he had just received into a set of questions to be asked. He went back to the desk and stood behind it, looking down at the face of the man who had disappeared. When Waters came in, Smith glanced up, said nothing, but asked a question anyway. "All sorted. We need to be at the security gate, onto the heli deck at 17:45. And I asked about the weather. They said it should have quietened down by then." "My mistake. I must have got the wrong equinox. So we've got," looking at the watch on his wrist with its mended leather strap, 7 hours and 45 minutes to solve this little mystery. "Okay, where do we start? How can I help?" Waters looked much happier now than he had 15 minutes ago. Smith sighed and shook his head. "I wasn't being serious, Starsky." "So am I definitely Starsky now, because you have changed it around a few times? Why am I Starsky?" "Because Hutch was the really handsome one." "But Starsky was the brains, yes?" "No." "What was he, the best shot, the quickest driver?" "He was the comedian." "Oh." Smith pushed the personnel file around so that Waters could see it properly for the first time. "Take a look." He watched Waters's face and saw the surprise that became a frown. Moments like that told him that he was right about the boy. "Well?" "Not what I was expecting. I don't know what I was expecting, but he looks like a 70s porn star." "Would there be any point in my asking how you know that?" "Not really." Waters moved round, read the first page quickly, sat down and turned over for the next. Smith moved away again and began to read the rest of the notices and posters on the walls of the security office. They found Stewart Aves sitting alone at a table in the canteen, and Smith asked nicely if they might join him. Whether or not they really had got off on the wrong foot, the investigation would be much easier if the head of security was cooperating. Waters was dispatched to the queue for sandwiches and coffee and whatever else he fancied. As he was paying and claiming back, it didn't matter. Aves said, You should try the cooked food. It's good, not your usual canteen crap. I can smell that. They do look after people out here, don't they? Back on land, you don't realize what goes into making your oven work. Aves nodded. It's a funny life, not for everyone, but 6 months of the year off, on way above average salary. You can have a whole other life. I suppose so. What do you do with yours? There was a little hesitation, as if the man had reminded himself that he was speaking to the police. Lots of security are ex-job, thought Smith, but this one isn't. I like fishing. Angling, a bit serious about it. Big carp and all that. I can put in some long sessions doing this job. You'd get on with my superintendent. He's into all that salmon and trout fly fishing. Well, I'm more of a coarse sort of bloke. Smith smiled and nodded at the old joke. He took a piece of paper from his jacket, a sheet neatly removed from the alech, and put it in front of Stuart Aves. If you don't mind, to speed things up, I've written down a few items that might help us to put this whole business to bed. It's pretty obvious stuff. You've probably already thought of most of it. I'll just run through it. First, a copy of the file on Aves's desk and all other paperwork pertaining to James Bell that was held on the Elizabeth. Were there computer files as well? It seemed a bit old-fashioned having it all in card folders. Aves explained, on a platform, computer outages were more frequent than on land, and also much more problematic to fix once they were beyond the knowledge of the onboard technician. Dead tree files were still useful. The 3S office in Lake would be able to supply the digital files. Those might have additional information. Second, as already suggested, copies of the movement logs for personnel for the past week so that they had some context for what was shown for Bell. Third, a quick word with whoever had received the message from Bell on Sunday and tried to contact him back for confirmation. Fourth, a look at Bell's room, corrected to berth by Aves, and the OK to remove any personal possessions that might be pertinent. Fifth, a word with his immediate supervisor on his first and last tour so far, to see if anything had been said about anything at all that might explain his disappearance. The final item on the list was CCTV. Smith said, in the briefing I was in yesterday afternoon, this was mentioned, but it hasn't been since. I've noticed plenty of cameras about the place today. Pretty well covered, isn't it? Aves agreed. Not 100% for practical and political reasons. Apparently you have to give people a sense of privacy at some point. Personally, I don't give a toss, but anyway, key areas have 24-hour coverage. For security or safety? Mainly security. Rigs and platforms are targets for all sorts. Eco-nuts, criminals, terrorists. 50 attacks on offshore installations in the past 25 years. No, not a lot of people know that. The North Sea record is excellent, but that's down to what you're talking about here. Impressive. Aves was suitably encouraged. In addition to the onboard, we have satellite monitoring of ship and air approaches. We can see everything that comes and goes up in the operations room. That doesn't come cheap, does it? These contracts look like telephone numbers now, but some of what I've just told you is confidential. Smith tapped the side of his nose. Waters had returned. He handed over Smith's ham sandwich and tea, and then proceeded with his own chicken tikka masala, lemon-scented rice, and various side dishes. Smith studied the colourful assortment for a moment before taking the cellophane off his own lunch. A good thing he had only been joking about spending the night as bunkmates. He turned back to Aves. Speaking professionally, what do you think happened to our James Bell? He went over the side. It's rare, but he wouldn't be the first. Smith paused halfway to his first bite. But these outside walkways all have safety mesh. I don't see how. You'd have to make a positive effort to... Aves was standing up, putting his plate and cutlery together. I've got to get on. When you're done, find your way to the ops room. There's a bit of CCTV you need to watch. Smith said, "Can you run it backwards?" Carl, the ops room wizard, clicked the mouse and the images went into reverse. "A bit more. Keep going. There. No, back a bit more. A bit more. There." The image was grainy and more grey and green than black and white. The figure had paused for a moment on its journey along the walkway, paused and half-turned as if looking out to sea, even though it was, according to the time-stamp in the top right, 1:15 in the morning. He would have seen no ships. There was a profile etched a little darker against the darkness beyond, and somehow one could tell that it was a man. A collar turned up. What's he wearing? Behind him, Aves's voice said, "Platform issue, like the old donkey jacket." "So it's an outdoor jacket. A coat." "Yes, why?" Smith shrugged. His eyes had not left the screen. "Just trying to make out what he was thinking. Back to the beginning and run it through again, please." Afterwards there was a silence. The final image that remained on the screen was of two pale lines converging, the handrails of the empty walkway making a broken, upturned V. Aves said, "I know what you're thinking. You don't see his face clearly, but it has to be him." "Why?" "Because we've asked everyone else. Every single person on the platform. No one has any reason to lie. No one would get in bother for being there or anywhere, even though it is an odd place to be." "Where is it?" "I'll take you." Smith turned away from the screen finally. "No, not yet. Show me on there." On the wall to the side was a large floor plan of the platform, and next to it a similarly sized schematic of electrical installations. Aves moved to the floor plan and pointed towards what would be the north end of the platform. He said, "It's a gantry that runs across between pillars 1 and 2, beneath the main platform floor." Smith said, "And where are we now, just so I can make sense of that?" Aves pointed to a position close to the centre of the floor plan. It was Waters who asked the next question, the one that Smith had been about to put. "So where was James Bell's room?" "Berth," said Smith. Aves had to take a step to indicate the accommodation area at the southern end of the platform. Smith nodded. "So he hadn't just nipped outside his berth for a breath of fresh air. He'd gone for quite a walk. Does the gantry where the CCTV was shot lead to anything in particular?" "No, it's part of the access for maintenance and inspection." "Okay, let's have a look." Steps, and more steps. Steps up onto walkways and then steps down onto landings and platforms. Metal steps coated with highly effective non-slip materials, but still each footfall rang out, especially from the workers who moved about quickly, purposefully in their boots. Several times they made way for busy-looking men in high-vis jackets and safety helmets, and once for two young ladies wearing the same but carrying clipboards and some sort of electronic metering device. Everywhere safety screens and meshes, everywhere warning signs, health and safety symbols. They made their way past the point from which one had the best view of the eternally burning flare of gas, and stopped for a moment to wonder at it, as every other visitor to the platform must have done on seeing it for the first time. Aves wasn't giving them the full McFarlane tour, though. He just stopped and waited until they were ready to move on. As they were about to do so, 3 more men passed behind them, heavily gloved and suited up for some particularly dirty job. 2 of them were not speaking English. The third was but a strongly accented version of it. Something was in dispute, and all had been laughing. When they saw the visitors, they quietened down, and one spoke, "Good afternoon." The others nodded and went on their way. Before they were out of earshot, the argument had broken out again in the language that Smith concluded was Spanish. "Proper little United Nations, isn't it?" Aves said, "Every sort under the sun we get, sooner or later. They have to have basic English, but they don't have to speak it. I reckon they should, but—" He shrugged and walked on towards the northern end. "There's the camera." He would have been standing about where your Oppo is now when you stopped the recording, facing that way. Aves pointed away from the platform, somewhere towards Norway. They had come down about a dozen steps onto this gantry which ran below the main floor. The footplate was solid steel, the sides heavy-gauge mesh, and there was a roof of wire netting, all of which was reassuring, because below them the sea was rising and falling choppily, its rhythm disturbed by the presence of the great pillars that had been hammered down into the seabed 200 feet below them. A huge gull with a black back flew between the pillars and in under the platform, wheeling just yards away from them before giving a burst of wild, lost cries. Smith leaned on the side mesh and looked down. "What's that bit do?" Aves had to raise his voice a little to be heard. Waters's hoped-for abatement hadn't happened yet. "Inspection access for the pillar. There's one near each end." A smaller, narrower walkway, another 10 feet or so beneath them, ran at right angles to the one they were standing upon, right across to the side of the pillar. It looked less substantial and had the side mesh, but no netting roof. "So people go out on that? What for?" Aves put up a hand by his mouth and moved closer. "Pillars are inspected every 6 months. They use ultrasound. Go along the access walkway. On full inspections, they hang down from the top on harnesses. Nutcase work." They moved further along, following the route that Bell must have taken, according to the CCTV. At the point where the main gantry joined the access walkway, a dozen steps led downwards to a security gate that separated the two. Smith pointed. "Could he have gone that way?" "It's always locked, you can see. General staff don't have that key." "Yes," thought Smith, "I can see that it's locked. In fact, I can see that it's got a brand-new lock on it, all shiny and bright, when everything else on the gate looks a bit corroded, just as you would expect in these conditions." He looked at his watch. 3 hours left, and still a lot to do. A tricky one. He can't simply keep popping back, making a nuisance of himself until something gives, the way he normally would in a situation like this. Say something or not? Decision time. He said to Aves, "I'll get D.C. Waters to take a few pictures on his phone. Didn't think to bring a camera. For my boss, so she can see what we're on about. You know what they're like." "Woman boss?" Smith nodded. Aves said something else that Smith did not catch, but it didn't matter. He was walking away, leaving the two of them to it for a moment. "You've got that phone with the fancy camera?" "Yes, so have you." "Never mind that. Yours is an eye thingy. Can you zoom in, do close-ups?" "Yes." "Take some shots of this walkway, the pillar and all that. Then do this gate. Get some real close-ups of that lock." "Any particular reason?" "Yes, I love a good lock." When he looked up, he could see that Aves had reached the end of the walkway and was watching them. He was also holding up his shortwave radio to his ear and listening, saying very little. Smith put up a hand and gave him a friendly wave. Chapter 3. "They can send an ordinary text in now and it'll get transmitted via the satellite link. It appears here as an email. When on board, they can use the satellite to make phone calls home. It's much freer than it used to be, thanks to Wi-Fi." Waters was nodding away, looking at all the equipment, which was better than him looking at the pretty communications officer, one of the 2 young women they had seen out on the platform a short while earlier. Smith felt a proprietorial interest, having been present when the young detective had first met the temporary secretary at the Pisces Marina in Kings Lake last summer. Waters said, "And this is the actual message received from James Bell on Sunday afternoon?" She highlighted and enlarged it a little so that they could all read it easily. It said more or less what Donald McFarlane had told them it did that morning. "From Jimmy Bell, I've picked up some stomach bug. No good me coming on and spreading it around. Book me on to Tuesday PM out if you can. Should be okay by then. Let Deans know, and George." "Deans is the airfield that we flew from this morning?" She nodded to Waters. "So you would tell on and off which is that desk over there," and he pointed to the only other occupant in the room, a quiet, middle-aged Scotsman at the only other desk in the room, where I came earlier on to rearrange our flight home this afternoon. "Thanks again, Derek." Smith said, "Who is George?" Derek answered, "George Layton, he's head of maintenance schedules, and Jimmy Bell's line manager." "Aye." Smith stood and thought for half a minute, and the others in the room waited in silence. Then he spoke again to the young woman. "You can let us have any other texts that Jimmy sent in or received in his time here? You keep them?" She nodded and said, "For 3 months." "And did he actually make any of those satellite phone calls while he was on board in his first tour?" She clicked away, once, twice, 3 or 4 times. "He made 2 calls. "Do you record them?" She looked disconcerted. "Do you mean actually record them? No." "But you have a record of dates, times, the number called?" "Yes." "If you could let my colleague have all that." Smith went over to the floor plan on the wall. It seemed to be present in every office, and asked Derek to point out where they might find George Layton at 4 o'clock on a Thursday afternoon. Waters leaned over the girl's desk and wrote down an address to which everything could be emailed. She said quietly and sympathetically, "He's a bit scary when he gets going, isn't he?" Waters smiled and whispered back, "He's a pussycat when you get to know him." But he could see where she was coming from. Sometimes, probably without even realizing it, D.S. Smith slipped back into D.C.I. Smith mode, and he was having one of those moments now. George Layton, Smith concluded with some surprise, was probably even older than himself, and not much taller either, but the arms looked as if they were still capable of taking hold of a well bit and driving it down into the gas field manually if necessary. He was another Scot, but of the old sort, with a fierce eye and few words to waste. "If you're asking me, he was not a happy boy." "I definitely am asking you, Mr. Layton. You're the first person I've been able to speak to who actually knew Jimmy Bell. What makes you say he wasn't happy?" "Well, we didn't have a heart-to-heart, but there was a look about him. If he'd been 10 years younger, I might have said he was homesick or the like, but, well, maybe it was that. He'd not been out for a while. Maybe it was that." The 3 men in front of them were struggling to loosen the giant nuts and bolts that secured a huge generator to the floor of the platform. One had shifted to brace his legs against the cage that covered it before heaving with both arms on the 3-foot-long wrench. Layton looked on disapprovingly. Smith said, "I believe he'd been off the rigs for about 6 years. That must be hard. Do many come back?" "Oh, aye, plenty try, and some manage it. It's the money, of course, but also the life. They think they'll get their youth back. I reckon it took mine away." "What was he like as a worker? You only had him for a couple of weeks, I know." "He was okay. You see plenty in a 12-hour shift. He'd have coped with it, knew his way around a rig." "But you don't seem to think he'll be back, Mr. Layton." This time there was no answer. Then Smith realized that he hadn't actually asked a question. "What do you think has happened to him? The general opinion seems to be that he had an accident, fell overboard somehow." Layton turned away from the struggle between man and machine, or perhaps between man and rust, and seemed to give Smith his full attention for the first time. "You might not ha' noticed, but to fall off a rig is actually quite a hard thing to do." "As it happens, Mr. Layton, I had noticed that very thing." The hard, flinty eyes looked into his own for a long second, maybe 2 or 3. "And no, I don't think he'll be back." They were taken to Jimmy Bell's berth by the mess manager, or at least that's what his ID badge said, but it was clear that most workers not actively engaged in the mechanics of gas extraction had multiple roles. Roy Henman was a big man with a camp manner and an effeminate-seeming voice. The tattoos that ran up his arms and under the shirt sleeves, however, told Smith that this character had spent a good few years in the Royal Navy. The first surprise was that it was a shared berth, a double room with 2 single beds. He asked Henman about that. "Lots of rooms are like it for non-management. It's not as bad as it seems, though, because they're usually on opposite 12-hour shifts, so basically you get the room to yourself for sleeping and time off. In the old days, this room might have held 4, 2 on and 2 off, but numbers have fallen." Smith looked a question at him. "More mechanized, computer-controlled from remote locations. They tell me there are some rigs in the Pacific that are fully automated now." The room was set out as a mirror image. Only a straight dotted line down the middle was missing. A bed and matching furniture in each half, wardrobe, set of drawers, 2 chairs, more drawers built in under the bed. But it was immediately clear that one half had been lived in by the same individual for a while, and that the other had not. From the doorway where the 3 of them stood, the side to the left had lots of personal possessions and touches, and the side to the right had none. Jimmy Bell's half of the space had no pictures or photographs propped up on the bedside cabinet, no books on the floor by the bed, no little stack of magazines in the wall rack, no mini hi-fi, no tangle of chargers and wires for iPad and iPod and all the other little things that people these days need for their lives. The difference between the 2 sides was such that Smith did not ask the mess manager to confirm which side belonged to the new arrival, but the fact that it was a shared room did introduce a complication. He said to Roy Henman, "Have you got 10 minutes to help us out? We need to have a quick look over it, but I'd rather someone else was here, as it's a shared room and all that. Otherwise we'll have to go and pull this other chap off whatever he's doing, and half the cookers of England might shut down. Would you mind?" Henman nodded and leaned against the doorframe. An ex-Navy man knew not to question the chance of some unexpected at ease. "DC Waters, if you start at that end and I'll start at this. Doesn't look as if we'll be here for long." The wardrobe contained a few clothes, spare jeans, a couple of T-shirts, some socks and underwear. On its own hanger, a nice Moroccan leather belt, well worn, a couple of different holes used over the years. Just about the only really personal item in the berth that Smith could see. He moved on to the drawers in the small table up against the wall, but found only a few leaflets and information sheets about life on Elizabeth, medical needs, dentistry, how to make contact with home routinely, and, in an emergency, how not to be alone, join the film club or the weight trainers, or get onto the chess ladder. "DC?" Waters was holding up a mobile phone. "Where was it?" "In the bottom drawer." "Very good. And you've just picked it up?" Waters didn't understand until he looked down at Smith's own hands and saw the clear plastic gloves. "It's not a crime scene, is it?" "I don't know. Maybe examining the phone will help us to decide." Waters glanced at Roy Henman in the doorway and got back the raised eyebrows that mean, "Oops." Then he blushed. Smith said, "Here, put it in a bag." Then he held up the bag and looked closely. "Seems new, doesn't it? Anyway," turning to Henman, "we'll take it with us just in case it helps. We don't have a warrant, so we aren't seizing it. Just thought I'd make that clear." There was nothing else. A notebook would have been nice, or a diary with Jimmy's innermost thoughts all laid out for inspection, or a letter received, or a wallet with a few receipts, some sort of indication that the man had, or has, Smith corrected himself, a life outside that personnel file. He wanted to see if the phone turned on then, but waited. The two of them needed to be alone before he did that. Instead, he went back to the wardrobe, took down the leather belt, rolled it into as small a size as possible, and pushed it into another plastic bag. He held it up to the mess manager and said, "And the same for this." Less than an hour before takeoff, but now something else had cropped up. They needed to speak to the roommate, now that they knew there was one, of sorts. Smith turned to Henman again. Shouldn't his roommate be here if Jimmy Bell was in George's team, which is now indulging in a spot of generator wrestling? Surely this chap should be here. What's his name, by the way? Jack Brighty. He'll have slept as soon as he was off shift. Canteen, maybe, or film room, or the pool room. Jack's a smoker. He might be in the smoker's lounge. There's a smoker's room? I thought it was all no smoking. Nobody told me, bugger. We passed the time of day a few times in his first tour, just a nod, really. I only spoke to him the one time, must have been during the first day or two he was here, as soon as I found out who was sharing the room. I looked him up and said hello, said he could use anything in the room, just being friendly. Everyone forgets stuff first time out. I didn't realize he'd been out before. But you found that out, did he tell you himself? Jack Brighty was fresh-faced and young, in his early 20s, but he had the confidence of an older man. He'd broken away from home and was still in the first flush of male independence. Status, money, and freedom can do wonders for a boy. He drew on the cigarette before answering. No, someone told me afterwards. Can you remember who? That question was more unexpected. No. Why? So somebody knew him from before? Recognized him? No idea, it was just canteen talk. New faces get talked about for a day or two. He perhaps told someone himself he'd been on a rig before. Fair enough. As far as Brighty knew, Jimmy Bell had kept himself to himself in that first fortnight on board. That was not so unusual. Everyone adapts to it at their own pace. George Layton was a tough manager and would have outed him if he wasn't up to scratch, so he must have been doing all right. The room had been tidy, never any problem there, but Bell had not used any of Brighty's things despite his friendly offer, not as far as he knew. And he never mentioned home or anything about life back on shore. No, what do you reckon's happened to him, then? Thanks, Jack. Sorry for taking up your break. It seems a bit cheeky, but is there an email address or a phone number we can reach you on? If we need to check any other detail or something, can you swap info with DC Waters here? The thing is, we haven't come across many people who knew him yet. Good lad. He watched as Waters and Brighty exchanged details. Brighty got up then, said goodbye, and went off to a fruit machine where a couple of mates, who had been making a point of not watching them, proceeded to quiz him about what the police were after. Smith was debating whether, in view of the fact that he had not been told about the smoking room until after 4 in the afternoon, it was acceptable to have 2 in succession. He'd still have 1 left for after dinner tonight, when Waters said, "Sorry about the phone." Not important this time, but it might be next. Just get into the habit. Also, some of the places we have to put our hands, you never know what you might catch. I could have caught all sorts over the years. It doesn't bear thinking about. You all right with me smoking? Yes, it doesn't bother me. Because you can always go outside. Good that, isn't it? Makes a change these days. The smokers get to stay in. You didn't answer Jack's question. What's happened to James Bell? No, you tell me what you've got so far. Waters took a few seconds before he responded. Smith might still be partially in DCI mode. As I see it, there are 3 ways to go over the side. You slip, you jump, or you get pushed. I cannot fault your reasoning or your mathematics so far. The last one requires a motive unless a lunatic did it, and even they have their motives. We just don't understand them. Waters carried on steadily. Smith's asides were still amusing and interesting, but they were no longer unexpected. And we haven't found any sign of anyone having such a motive yet. We might do so when we take a closer look at James Bell, of course. You think we should do that, then? Yes. Good, so do I. Carry on. The second one, jumping, also requires some sort of reason. His line manager said he wasn't very happy. Jack said that he wasn't very sociable. He was new on here, which might explain both. The room was berth. The berth was empty, no personality, but again he was new, still settling in. I can't see anything yet which would explain why he jumped overboard. The photograph in the personnel file, he didn't look like a jumper. What do they look like? Well, they're usually about 5'8" with reddish hair, glasses and a limp. Yes, very good. What about number 1? Almost everywhere has safety mesh. You would have to make a determined effort to slip over it. You could, but I don't know, it just doesn't seem likely. So you haven't come to any conclusions, which is probably wise. What about the phone? Think you could manage to turn it on in the plastic bag? Yes. If we do, and it contains some really obvious thing like a message from the mess manager saying, "We will get you tonight," we'll have to miss that flight. Waters looked at his phone. They had about 15 minutes before they had to be at the security gate, and still needed to collect items from the communications and personnel desks. We should probably look at it properly tomorrow morning at the station. Okay. Smith was trying to leave the last third these days, and he was almost there now. He took just a small pull so that he did not go past it. Funny thing, though. There wasn't a charger, was there, for that phone? Did you see one in the drawer or by the bed? Waters thought, closed his eyes, as if it might help, and then shook his head. Must have had one. Bit odd, taking the charger and leaving the phone, if that's what he did. Time to go and see that young lady for the last time. I think she took a bit of a shine to me. They had forgotten to allow time to put on their survival suits. As a result, they had been late to the departure queue, and there had been some black looks from those waiting ahead of them. The last 2 seats on the Sikorsky had been together at the rear of the aircraft. They were strapped in, and Smith had wedged his briefcase down between his knees and the seat in front. As a loose item, it should have been placed in the small luggage compartment at the back, but further delays might not be welcomed. The engines had started and the blades were turning, but at nowhere near their flying speed. Pre-flight checks were underway. Smith was next to the little window, nothing more than a porthole. The sea looked calmer, but that was perhaps no more than a trick of the failing daylight. It would still be a bumpy ride back to East Deans. The engine note rose a notch and the helicopter shifted in response. Next to him he could sense Waters tensing up a little. Smith said, "Before we leave the airstrip, remind me to go into the office and see if we can get a passenger list for the flight out on Tuesday afternoon." "Why?" "We ought to speak to someone who was on there with him. He might have said something." "Right. Then we can have a nice quiet day in the office tomorrow." He saw the rueful smile at the corner of Waters's mouth and knew that the younger man understood what he was trying to do. No point in trying to avoid the subject, really. "What did you think of the flight out, then?" It took a second or two for Waters to answer. "It surprised me. I've been on plenty of planes, but this is nothing like that. I expect you get used to it. These guys treat them like taxis." "You can get used to anything." "Have you flown in something like this before?" "A few times, in the dim and distant." "In the army?" "Yes." Waters waited for a while before speaking again. "I just can't believe how it moves about in the wind. I never was that keen on the swings as a kid." Smith said, "You should try climbing down a rope out of one in the middle of the night into an inflatable. If you let go too soon, you fall into a Norwegian fjord, and if you're too slow, you have to do it at least twice more. They said it was to teach us life-saving skills, but I've never been in a situation where it would have helped in the slightest. Until now, maybe." Perhaps this conversation hadn't gone quite as he had hoped. He glanced at Waters and saw that a smile of sorts was still there. The engine note rose again, and Smith adjusted the ear protectors. Then the horizon through the window began to tilt again. The pilot faced into the brisk northeasterly, gaining height quickly before making a 180-degree turn towards the mainland. Beneath them, Elizabeth began to shrink away, the flare of her gas curling brilliantly into the coming night. Chapter 4. Sharp! Not that he made a point of arriving 5 minutes before the day shift was due to start just to annoy Charlie Hills. As he shouted, he banged on the wooden counter a couple of times for good measure. Nothing. He shouted again, this time leaning on the counter and bending forward to see if he could make out Charlie's large rear end obscuring the tea-making facilities that had their unofficial existence in the right-hand back office. Instead, someone much smaller appeared from the left-hand side, someone with a cross look and a headscarf. Smith stared in undisguised surprise. That is much more than a headscarf, he told himself. That is a proper full-on hijab. Beneath it she had a constable's uniform, and he read her name-tag in a moment, Station Officer Samantha Bijirani. He looked up at her face again to be sure that he had not at first been mistaken. And he had not. She was white. Inwardly, he told himself off for making assumptions, but his self-flagellation was interrupted. "Yes, how can I help you?" "Well, you could tell me what you've done with Charlie Hills." He smiled, and she did not. After a moment studying him quite closely, she said, "Sergeant Hills is on duty but not available just at the moment, sir. I'm sure that I can be of assistance. How can I help you?" "I was only away for a day," he thought. "When I left on Wednesday, everything was normal, as it has been for years and years. With Charlie at the desk, all is right with the world. Now, 48 hours later, something terrible must have happened." "Can you tell me whether it is a personal matter, sir, or a police matter?" "Personal, I suppose. I was just going to say hello." "Well, Sergeant Hills is on duty. You cannot simply wander in off the street and—" "Ah, I thought I heard you, causing a disturbance as usual. Good morning, D.C." Charlie Hills stood in the right-hand doorway, with an armful of dusty ancient wallet files. She looked from one to the other before she spoke. "So you do know this man, Sergeant?" Smith thought this could get confusing if someone isn't careful. "Yes, I do. He has a long record of involvement with crime." She turned back to Smith. "Have you come to report an incident, sir? Do you have information that might be of assistance to the police?" "I do sometimes. Mainly I prefer to talk to Detective Superintendent Allen, though. I usually come here just for a cup of tea. I have milk but no sugar." "You come here for a cup of tea?" She had turned back to Charlie as if this was all his fault. He stepped forward and nodded towards Smith. "This is Detective Sergeant Smith. He is from this station. His friends call him D.C., but most of them don't know why. D.C., this is Samantha Bijirani. She's here from Norwich for a couple of days." She said, still without smiling, "I see." Smith held out his hand across the counter, but she had turned away by then. She might not have seen his offer to shake her hand, but he knew that she had. She walked back into the left-side office. Smith's look of surprise was met by a quiet response from Charlie Hills. "I'll explain later. You won't believe it." Wilson was present in the office that the two teams of detectives shared. Smith said good morning as he passed the desk, and Wilson looked up and nodded. For D.I. Reeves' sake, it was better if they were being civilized to each other. And Wilson had helped them with Astra Maitland. He had enjoyed that, of course, just as Smith himself would have done, but if he'd kept quiet about her, Ralph Greenwood's story might have ended much more awkwardly. Smith's corner of the room already had 3 people at their desks. John Murray would be finishing the paperwork on the nasty little gang of ruffians from the Fairmead estate who had recently graduated from merely beating up each other to threatening local shopkeepers who were refusing to pay them, not to threaten them. Nothing had been carried out yet, and the management had said that a warning would do. It was Smith who had insisted on presenting a full case to all parties concerned and saying that it would be placed on file. A few hours' paperwork now might save days of it down the line, weeks even, and heaven knows what else in terms of damage to property and person. A stitch in time nips it in the bud, sometimes. Waters would stay with him on the James Bell thing. He'd been in Kingslake for, 7 or 8 months now. Smith had sent him off to other offices and departments, and he'd even had a ride round with traffic, but somehow he kept turning up here. At some point Smith had to give Dougie Waters an answer too, about that job offer, consultant detective, self-employed, pick his own cases. It didn't sound half bad, but somehow he hadn't got round to making the decision. He should do one of those cost-benefit analysis things with 2 columns. Marcia had texted him a couple of times as well, saying no hard feelings about their date, if that's what it was. She'd still love to see him joining Dougie's business. You had to admire her professionalism. And then there was Serena Butler. After telling all 3 that they would convene with notepads in Incident Room 1 in 10 minutes, Smith sat at his own desk and watched her through the gap between the monitor and the old PC tower that was whirring slowly back into life after its unexpected day of rest. Maggie Henderson had managed another 2 months of light duties before her obstetrician had called time. Now she was at home, putting her feet up and kicking her heels, John Murray had said. It took Smith a few seconds to dismiss the image entirely each time he thought about it. Her replacement was Serena, not from Kingslake, but from Longmarsh, out in the fens to the west of the city. She had arrived a week ago, businesslike, smartly dressed, and, as far as Smith himself was concerned, completely unapproachable. On Wednesday, before the Bell thing arrived by express delivery, he had made a mental note to call Paul Harrington at Longmarsh. Paul would know something about her. He might even know how and why she had been selected as Maggie's replacement. As merely her boss, Smith knew none of these things. Before the briefing, he ought to go and report in to Detective Inspector Alison Reeve, but it was upstairs and his knee was hurting again. He knew it was a cartilage or a bit of one floating about, but they won't do anything until it seizes up, and even then you can be waiting for weeks. Months, probably. If he rested it for a while, it usually cleared itself. He picked up the internal phone and dialed her number. "Good morning, DC." "How do you do that, ma'am?" "Do what? Don't call me ma'am unless there are junior officers present, or certain senior ones." "OK. How do you know it's me?" "More technological wizardry. When someone calls, their number shows on my little screen. Because some people have called me many times, I remember their numbers. You are one of those special people." "I'm not going to ask who the others are in case it cheapens the experience for me." "Very wise. How were your flights yesterday?" "Delightful, but I don't think I enjoyed it as much as Waters did. He'd be thrilled if you asked him about it." She was thinking about her response to that, and Smith thought, yes, we know each other too well sometimes. "Right, if I find the time. What's happening about all that, straightforward or not?" "I'm briefing them in 5 minutes. Incident Room 1. "You want me to come down, don't you?" "Only if you really, really want to." 2 minutes. I'll need some fresh coffee. I don't know how I know this, but I do. Incident Room 1 now had an intelligent, interactive whiteboard. Smith had wondered whether the money might have been spent better recruiting some more intelligent, interactive officers. Tucked away in one of the cupboards behind him were several of the old A2 display pads, but Smith had resisted the temptation to get one out and prop it up on the easel. He would save those for proper crimes. Instead, he had asked DC Serena Butler to take the minutes on the laptop, and these were appearing quickly on the whiteboard screen in front of them all. They could adjust, correct, and suggest improvements. She would save it, file it, and email them all copies, which they could access instantly from anywhere on their new mini tablets. And then they could make additional notes out in the field, and these could be emailed back to everyone else, who could then add further comments of their own and suggestions and questions, and he had to stop thinking about the possibilities. Endless possibilities seemed to lead to possibilities without end, making the act of coming to a conclusion more difficult than ever. But at least it had involved D.C. Butler in the work of the team. She could type quickly, he had to say that, and she didn't make many errors. All of James Bell's actions and possessions had an apostrophe in the right place. He'd make that call to Paul Harrington as soon as this briefing was over. Right then, people. Thoughts. John Murray looked as if the sleepless nights had begun already, but it didn't matter because he was never the first to venture an opinion anyway. Waters still seemed to be a little green around the gills, even though the flight back had been a great improvement on the flight out to the platform. Alison Reeve had seen it all before and sipped at her coffee. Smith saw D.C. Butler take a surreptitious look at the others after a few seconds of silence. He said, "What we generally do here is have a chat, just a kick around, really. Then, if it's not obvious what people need to do, I tell them." She nodded, but didn't volunteer to kick off. Smith said, "OK, I'll start. Does anyone know what's happening down at the front desk?" He wasn't keen on the idea of Charlie Hills knowing something that he didn't, and if he could find out in advance, it might offer opportunities. Reeve said, "It's a county-wide thing. That's about all I know. They're redesigning entrances to police stations." "Oh, good. That's what they're doing with the money saved by not filling vacancies and closing down units like Frosty Winter's divers. Much more of this, and they'll need to redesign the exits as well so that all the people who want to leave can get out more quickly." Waters looked as if he was about ready to say something, and Smith raised an eyebrow in expectation. "DC, we should have a look at the phone now." "Good idea. Would you like to do the honours? I mean, it won't make any difference if you accidentally... You know what I mean. Here you are." Waters took the phone in the bag and then made a show of putting on a plastic glove, one of those Smith had given him yesterday, before laying the phone on the desk and pressing the on switch. All eyes were watching, and all ears heard the beep as the screen lit up a pale blue. Waters said, "What now?" "Well, poke about a bit, see what you can find." "Chris? No, you can't do that yet. DC, let's work through the rest of the information you picked up yesterday." It was an awkward moment. Smith did not look at Alison Reeve after she had spoken. Waters was given the task of writing an email and a text message which would be sent to the crew and passengers on the Tuesday afternoon flight. Had anyone spoken to James Bell or noticed anything that might help the police in their inquiries? The message would be passed on via Marinor and the company that ran the helicopter. Waters's name and number were to be the contact point for any feedback from that. Serena Butler would begin looking at James Bell. Was he known to the police? Smith said he would take a side bet on the outcome of that if anyone was interested, but the room was still unnaturally subdued. Before that, she needed to contact Marinor's personnel officer because the promised digital folders had not been emailed across. Neither had the details of the 2 phone calls that Bell had made from the Elizabeth. Smith thought, "I hope it isn't going to be one of those where everything has to be chased." There doesn't seem to be much urgency about the disappearance of one of their own, talking of which, one of his first jobs would be to speak to Mrs. Bell. That could not be left over the weekend. And he still had no idea whether she had been contacted already. This was untidy. When the 3 DCs had left the room, Smith folded his arms and said, "Yes, I know. Warrant." "You put us both in a difficult position there." "True. I have to go through it now, just in case." "In case of what?" "In case of a case. If at some point there are charges and the evidence is challenged or the means by which it was obtained, you know all this, DC. Why make me do this?" "You don't have to do it. We don't. I can make this one go away, and then we can spend our time making entries for the Design a New Police Station entrance competition." She drank the last of her coffee. "What do you mean, make it go away?" "The assumption is that he went overboard, either accidentally or intentionally. It's as good an explanation as any other, and we can just go along with it. A body might get washed up on the pleasure beach at Crommingham, which will keep the coroner happy. A quick service of remembrance, and everyone else is happy as well, except maybe his wife and daughter. I don't know about them yet, but we don't need to dig any deeper than necessary on this." She was thinking about it, and he thought, sometimes the cynicism gets away from me for a minute or two, like a dog escaping under a garden fence, but it isn't fair to direct it at Alison Reeve. She had covered his back more than once since he took the career move back down to detective sergeant. He said, "Go on then, do the warrant thing." "Technically, it could be argued that you need 2, a warrant of execution to seize the phone, and then a search warrant to examine its contents." 2? That's a new one. I reckon I should get into the warrant business, which is about to go into exponential growth by the look of it. As you well know, you don't need a warrant to search the phone if you believe that an offence has been committed, or if you believe that the phone itself has been obtained dishonestly. Do you believe either of those things?" Smith sighed a little too melodramatically. "Frankly, I don't know what to believe any more. Of course, I might have some more idea of whether an offence has been committed if I could get a look at the phone." "Right, we're done with all that. So we just make this one go away, yes?" When did she learn how to handle him? Had she learned from him how to handle him when he was her boss? She knew perfectly well how he would respond to that. "He just doesn't look right for a jumper." Waters said that straight away. "And before you say anything, I did all the jokes on that yesterday. If he did, we should at least find out what brought it about. As for falling off, well, as soon as Terry Christopher went for that, I knew it couldn't be true." She stood up and walked around to the laptop that had been projecting the minutes onto the screen. It had fallen asleep, and she nudged it back into wakefulness by swiping a finger across the trackpad. Then she sat down and read through the notes again. "Anything else?" "That address in the towers. It's the pits. He must have been on hard times to put a woman and a child in there. This job on the platform pays well, more than enough to get something better in a month or 2. A lucky break. So why disappear now? 1 or 2 things don't quite add up. To me." She noted how he said that dismissively, just tagged on at the end, as if to say, "I know it's trivial, and we have more pressing matters." It was a way out for her. If she said leave it, then he probably would. She said, "So how did you get on with DCI Freeman?" "Very well. We're having a hand of bridge next week." "Excellent. I've got the first part of my own DCI coming up. You probably already know that." "And as you can see, I'm doing my damnedest to make sure you don't get it." It was a sort of apology, and she smiled. "Is there any other way off these platforms?" "Jetpack? Not really." OK, I'll look after this, see if I can find a way of booking it in so it's legal, but you cannot have it for you-know-what. She picked up the phone in its evidence bag and turned it off through the plastic. And we'll treat it as a missing persons for now. That leaves everything open. When are you going to see Mrs. Bell? This afternoon, as soon as Ms. Butler has done the basics. Talking of whom, good, I have no meetings, I'll come with you. Make it for 2 o'clock if you can. Bye, DC. Waters's email only needed 2 spelling and 1 punctuation correction, which, Smith told him, for someone with a first with honours in modern European history was very good. Then he was to get in touch with the comms girl on Elizabeth, and no sending any of those selfie things. Smith wandered over to John Murray and asked after Maggie, glancing at the screen as he did so, but there was no need. Murray's paperwork, even though it was often not on paper these days, was rock solid. It would take him, he said, another couple of days to wrap up the Fairmead Junior Mafia. Maggie was well but bored, Murray said, and occasionally quite bolshy. Smith said that he was pleased things were improving, as she was bolshy most of the time at work. Yes, John should pass that on as soon as he got home that evening. Serena Butler had not been trying to catch his eye, but had already made progress. Rather than lean over her desk, Smith pulled a chair across and sat down beside her. As a teenager, and in his early 20s, James Bell had been a handful. There were warnings and later convictions for drunkenness and disorderliness. On 2 occasions he had been involved in more serious violence in pubs, resulting in a conviction for assault and a suspended prison sentence. That seemed to do the trick, but some years later, 3 years ago in fact, he was charged with deception involving a credit card. The case was dropped, but left on file. Finally, and to Smith's disappointment, less than 2 years ago, uniform had been called to the Towers in Lake as a result of a domestic disturbance between husband and wife. Cautions had been issued, and the officer who reported the incident had noted her concerns that the wife might be at risk of violence in the future. Smith said, "The name of the woman, just to double-check." "It's here," pointing. "Lucy Jane Bell." "Right. Lots of this early stuff was up north, wasn't it? Here we are, Aberdeen, Wick. What was he doing there? And one back on Tyneside. Can you pull out the relevant bits and do us a summary? So, how are things going here? Settling in?" Somehow she made the millimetre that she moved away from him feel like a yard. "Fine, thank you, sir." "You can drop the sir day to day. We're not that formal." "Fine, then." "It always takes a bit of time adjusting to a new station, different way of doing things." She didn't answer, just sat and waited. "So you must know Paul Harrington." "Yes." "He tells me that he spends his days pursuing illegal cockle-pickers now." It was a chance for her, an acquaintance in common, an opportunity for gossip, and again she rejected it. "Look, I'm going to see Mrs. Bell this afternoon. I'd planned to take you along, but the boss has just jumped in, so next time, yes?" "OK, I don't mind." He thought, is this personal? I don't buy the cheapest deodorant on the shelf. Has she spoken to anyone else here? "So when we're out this afternoon, what else are you going to look at for James Bell?" "Whatever you want, sir." "No, Serena, that's not how I work most of the time. You're not new at this, are you?" Annoyance, just for a moment. Smith said, "I'll be honest, I haven't read all the papers that came with you for 2 reasons. 1, I'm rubbish at protocols, and 2, I'd rather not know until someone has had a chance to show what they can do. Are you with me so far?" "Yes." "So, what can you do? Can you think for yourself?" He had been speaking quietly, but the room was listening now. "Yes, I can." "Right. Do some thinking, then. How are you and James going to spend the afternoon?" He had not meant to be this direct, but it seemed to be working. At least he had some reaction now. "If we had his phone, we—" "Sorry, sir." Smith held out the backs of both hands. "See the marks? Severely rapped across." Her mouth seemed to tighten a little, as if she was fighting back a smile. Smith reached into his pocket and took out his notebook. "But we do have this. I took this number from his personnel file. It might be that mobile, or it might not, but it's the one he put down on his application form. You could trace this one. We don't have any warrant as yet, but if you ask nicely, phone companies will sometimes tell you whether a number has been used recently, as long as you don't ask for too many details." "What else?" She was copying down the number from his notebook. "Bank account activity?" "Good. It's on my list for Mrs. Bell, but you can make a start. And he might have an account that she doesn't know about. He wouldn't be the first. 90% of people are with the big six. Give the Lake branches a ring and see what they are prepared to divulge. Any accounts in that name? Some might pull procedures, but it's surprising what you can get if you sound a bit lost or play the anxious family card. Write everything down and contact me if anything interesting crops up while I'm with his wife. You've got my number. Or you can ask Waters. He thinks he's got my number." He was almost back at his own desk when she called out to him, the most noise she had made yet. "Sir?" Some things were obviously going to take longer than others. He stopped and waited. "We could always ring that number, the one he gave for himself." "Yes." "And see if it is that mobile." A decent idea that had not occurred to him yet. It would have done in time, he thought. Nice. Find out where it is and make sure it's switched on. Knowing D.I. Reeve, it's already in the evidence room. Waters will help you to find it. I don't suppose we need a warrant to ring it, but just make sure I'm out of the building when you do it. He put down the landline in interview room 3 and thought about what Paul Harrington had told him. It made a lot of sense. The way she dressed, for example, in greys and browns, smart but very conservative clothes, not cheap but not at all stylish, no jewellery and no discernible makeup, and her hair cut so unremarkably that he had trouble picturing to himself what it actually looked like from 15 minutes ago. Harrington had not named the senior officer concerned. He would have done if Smith had asked, but he had not done so. The chances were that it would be someone known to Smith. The affair had become public knowledge, and the man's wife had made threats, one of which she had carried out. The chief constable was not a happy man when his personal mobile had lit up one Saturday afternoon in the lounge of the North Norfolk Golf Club. 9 over par was his worst round of the year, and on the Monday morning in the office he began laying about him with a 6-iron in some sort of recompense. There had been investigations and interviews. The sergeant's panel that she had been due to take after 3 good years as a DC was cancelled, for fear that her situation had influenced her selection for it. At that point, the Police Federation entered from stage right, and it all threatened to become a pantomime. "Dear me," Smith had said. "Just promise me one thing, Paul." "Go on." "Tell me it wasn't you. It wasn't me." Both officers had been offered transfers out of Longmarsh at their present levels, and both had accepted. But in Serena Butler's case, it had been done grudgingly. Whether or not she had technically been scorned, Smith could not say, but there was some sort of fury buried deeply beneath those drab trouser suits and tweed skirts. Also, Harrington had said, I think she might be nervous of older men. "I'll warn Charlie Hills. Talking of which, have you had your station entrance redesigned yet?" "No. Why? What's wrong with it?" "Almost certainly nothing, but that doesn't matter. There is a woman on her way to you. She looks a bit different, but she has a wonderful sense of humour. As soon as you meet her, tell her that joke about the English policewoman and the Irish horse. Good to talk to you, DC. Come for lunch one weekend. Will do. Thanks, Paul. Remember me to Chrissy. Chapter 5. Between each floor there were 30 steps, 15, then a landing 8 feet square on which you turned 180 degrees before taking the next 15. The steps were quite shallow, as if the architect had suspected that the lifts would often be out of action. To get to the 5th floor, then, she had to climb 120 of them every time there was no lift. She had once dreamed of the day when Leah would be able to walk up them. No more pushchair, but now they were in the nightmare time when, although the little girl could walk, she could not do so for long enough to leave the pushchair in the flat. So now she had to hold the child in one arm and pull up the pushchair with the other. She could hear shouting somewhere in the building. It might be above or below, but at least it would not be school children, being a Friday. Life in the towers was always worse at weekends and in school holidays. She had never been threatened, but they raced along the walkways and balconies, up and down the stairs, and they played stupid games with the lifts. And you couldn't blame them. They were young and full of energy and mischief, and there was nothing else for them to do. In a few years, if she could find no way out, Leah would be one of them. Pausing on the next landing, the 3rd, the voices were louder. A man and a woman shouting, him cursing and her half screaming somewhere behind a closed door. She wouldn't know them if she saw them, but she recognized their situation. It was all about space, or the lack of it. At school there had been a lesson once about rats and aggression, GCSE psychology. She had enjoyed that because it helped you to understand why people do what they do, that there are reasons for things, that it isn't all just random and cruel. It might still be cruel, but if there is a reason, it doesn't seem so bad. These scientists showed that every time you reduce the size of the cage, you increase the number of bites between the rats, and once you go below a certain size of cage, they start killing each other. It was all on a graph, and the line was almost perfectly straight, going up at 45 degrees. With each reduction in the size of the cage, more rats got bitten. At the time, it had not occurred to her, but now, on the landing, she thought about the scientists doing that, watching it and making notes. Did they go on until there was just a tiny cage and 2 rats? Did they watch them fight to the death? The flats varied in size from 1 to 3 bedrooms, but they were all small. Their own had 2 bedrooms, and she remembered how grateful she had been that Leah would have a room of her own. As a child, she had had her own room, and for her first daughter not to have the same would have been some kind of failure. She knew of families in the towers where bedrooms were shared by 3 children. She had spent money that they did not have, making it nice, making it somehow better than the world around it, making it somewhere that Leah would want to be, a retreat, a refuge, a place of her own. She had her breath back, and her arms and legs had stopped aching. In the magazines they recommend taking the stairs. It's good for your heart and tones the muscles of the legs. She talked nicely to Leah, made a game of it, played at counting the steps, hoping that she would not wander around the flat looking for her dad again as soon as they got inside. The first fortnight had been difficult, and then she had almost resented the child's delight when he did walk back in, smiling, picking her up and throwing her towards the ceiling. Now she could only wonder how they would cope if he had gone for good. When they reached the 4th landing, she held the door open for the girl, the shopping bag swinging awkwardly from her shoulder, dragging the folded pushchair with her other hand. Their own front door was just 4 from the stairs, and Leah already knew the way. She saw the child trot forward and then stop and stare. Turning the final corner herself, she saw the reason why. The two people waiting at their door had turned to look at them. A smartly dressed woman, who was a little taller and quite a lot younger than the man who stood by her side. The bag seemed to grow heavier, and the pushchair ever more awkward as she stepped towards them. She knew perfectly well what they were, even before the woman spoke. "I am Detective Inspector Alison Reeve from Kings Lake Central Station, and this is Detective Sergeant Smith. Are you Lucy Bell?" Smith had said very little. He and D.I. Reeve had made no plan before meeting Lucy Bell, but they had worked together many times over the years. It was clear from the beginning that the young woman was to some extent vulnerable, if not frightened, and that she would find Alison Reeve easier to deal with, at least initially. The flat was small but tidy, and the child was well cared for. He had seen so many that were not in this very building that he sensed in himself a liking for Lucy Bell that might be dangerous. Something was making her nervous, and it might be the police presence. She might know something about the disappearance of her husband, despite being a good mother to her child, or perhaps even because of it. She had told D.I. Reeve that they had lived here for a little more than 2 years, which meant that the domestic disturbance incident had occurred soon after they had moved in, during the early stages of her pregnancy. What other scenes had taken place since, unreported and unrecorded? In answer to Reeve's question, Lucy Bell said that no, she had not heard from Jimmy since he left for the platform. Was that unusual? She looked embarrassed as she said that it was not. As far as she knew, he had taken his phone with him, and Smith made a mental note to follow that up in a few minutes' time. She had looked through the flat, and he had taken his wallet and the bags he had used on his first tour just over a month ago. The leather jacket that he usually wore was still in his wardrobe, but he had others, and she could not be exactly sure what he might have been wearing. Smith said, "Does he have a nice leather belt with a pattern worked into it?" "Yes, he does," she said, with a look somewhere between surprise and relief that the other older detective, with his rather distracted air, would know that, and ask her about it. But nothing else was said about it after that. She told them that Jimmy had been happy to get the new job, that he had done it to get them a fresh start and somewhere better than this in which to bring up their daughter. She looked around then, and Reeve had said that she had it nice, that it felt like a home. Lucy Bell responded to that, and explained what she had done since they moved in, and what she would like to do if... and the D.I. let her talk about that for a couple of minutes. She said that she hoped they didn't need the bathroom, as it still needed a lot of work. The furniture was basic and cheap. It had probably been bought new within the past 18 months, but it matched, and the walls had been painted soft beiges and yellows during that time too. Through an arch, Smith could see a tidy kitchen, a simple set of utensils hanging on a rack, bright orange tiles with a sort of Mexican pattern, a floor that looked clean, and he could also see, in his mind's eye, the face of Jimmy Bell, striking, confident, handsome, the face of a 70s porn star, living here. He couldn't make it fit. He could learn more in 5 minutes looking through Jimmy Bell's personal items than Lucy Bell was going to tell them in an hour, but he held off from that. When the conversation that he was half listening to took an unexpected turn, he knew that he would be back here. How did he seem just before he left on the Tuesday evening? Had he fully recovered? The girl looked from Alison Reeve to Smith and back again. Tuesday? He left on Sunday. He might have had a bit of a hangover. Reeve would perhaps have played it the same way, but Smith interrupted. Our mistake, love. How did he seem on Sunday? For the first time since they had sat down with her, Lucy Bell seemed unsure of how to answer. I don't know. Was he well? You said he might have had a hangover? I wasn't here. The little girl came out of her room and stood in the doorway, looking at them for a moment. Lucy Bell held out her hand, and the child came forward and stood beside her. "I was staying at my brother's in Wetton. We both were. When we got back on Monday morning, Jimmy had gone." Smith and Reeve exchanged a glance, and he nodded for her to follow it up. "That seems a bit strange, Lucy. Jimmy's last day at home for a fortnight. I'd imagine you'd want to spend it together. He'd want to be with Leah, wouldn't he?" She didn't say anything. She just squeezed the little girl's hand in her own. Smith said, "But you think he might have had a hangover?" This time she nodded. "They don't allow alcohol on the platforms, do they? And I expect Jimmy liked a beer with his mates on the last night. Is that it?" Tears were welling up now, and when she nodded again, one spilled over and ran down her cheek into the little girl's thick dark curls. Alison Reeve gave him a look that said, "That'll do for now," and he agreed. They needed time to review this. Reeve said, "Lucy, if you think of anything else that might help us to find him, you can ring me directly on this number, okay? And is there a number that we can reach you on?" She took the card, wiping her eyes with the back of her other hand. Reeve gave her another card, and Lucy wrote a mobile number on the back of it. Then she said, "What's happened to him?" "We're not sure. It seems that he did go out on the platform. I'm sorry to say that he might have had some sort of an accident, but we don't know that for certain. We'll find out." Reeve stood up, but Smith waited a little longer before he spoke again. "Lucy, when we know a little more, I'd like to come back and talk to you again. Is that all right?" "Yes, of course." "Does Jimmy have his own things, drawers and a wardrobe, maybe, other bags?" "He did." "And a PC?" "He has a laptop. I think it's still here in our bedroom. He didn't take it last time." "It would help me a lot if you could leave those things as they are, just for now." She seemed to understand, and then he stood up, said thank you, and held out his hand to her. She took it and looked at him directly for the first time. He said, "Just one more thing. Jimmy's phone. Do you know what sort it was?" "It was an iPhone. A black iPhone. I don't know which model or anything." "If she's telling the truth, our Jimmy went missing for 2 days." Reeve agreed and added, "At least 2. She doesn't know when he actually left the flat, and we forgot to ask when she went to her brother's. Can you think of any reason why she might lie about it?" "Not offhand. If we assume that she is telling the truth, what's the most likely explanation?" "There's someone else to whom he wanted to say a fond goodbye. He left on the Sunday but made a detour via some lucky woman's bedroom." "Might not be a woman, but risky, whoever it was. If she'd needed to contact him about the little girl, say, and she'd called the platform. But only risky if he'd be bothered about her finding out, I suppose." Alison Reeve ran a fingertip absent-mindedly across the top of the dashboard and held it up for Smith's inspection. He said, "He's got this fancy phone, but doesn't seem to use it much, at least not as far as Mrs. Bell is concerned. I don't think she even expected to get a message like 'Arrived safely, good flight, love you both.' Funny. Any other explanations?" "He had some other sort of business, something that Lucy didn't need to know about, assuming that she didn't." "I thought she was straight with us." Reeve waited before she said, "Me too. Let's hope so. You did send her a message yourself saying that you wanted to look at his stuff. She might be going through it now." Smith shrugged it off, if it was a criticism. "If she sterilizes it, that'll tell me plenty, and if she doesn't, so will that." Either way, Jimmy Bell was behaving a little oddly before he disappeared. Somehow Smith's "Yes," managed to say "I told you so," even though he hadn't actually told anyone any such thing. "So, for once, DC, I'm going to save you the trouble. We need to take a closer look at this." "Your need is my command, ma'am." "Any other thoughts before I command you to clean this car?" I think that she's afraid of him, and she's afraid that she's lost him." Reeve's silence suggested that she did not disagree. Smith had parked the Peugeot on the road that ran alongside the play park between Towers 2 and 3. The City Council periodically renewed its attempts to persuade the residents that they lived in Nelson House and Wellington House, but without much success. Two youths in hoodies, trainers, and falling-down jeans in between sat on the swings, and Smith watched them as Reeve thought over the interview with Lucy Bell. He said to himself, they should be in school, they're 14 or 15. I should go over there and just have a word. But it's only about 60-40 that they won't abuse me, and then I'll have to do something. And it's only about 60-40 that we won't be meeting up officially in a year or two anyway. Let's enjoy our time apart while we can. At least they hadn't interfered with the car. Christ, it's out of the arc when you think about it. What is my car? A set-up like that. He has the bank account and gives her money every week, or not, I suppose. He has an iPhone, and she gets housekeeping. Yes, interesting about that phone. She closed her eyes and pulled a face. Yes, all right, the one we have in a bag is a blue Samsung. As soon as we get back, I'll get it in motion. What did you make of her, though? Pretty, in a quiet sort of way. I'll be honest, DC, I expected better of you than that. He knew that she was joking, but went on to justify it anyway, trying to work out aloud what was troubling him. No, I'm serious. I've only seen 2 photos, his personnel file and the ancient one in our own personnel files, but she wasn't what I expected. I wouldn't have said she was his type based on the little that I know. We should have asked her for another picture in case that was an old one, bugger. The world is full of odd couples. He considered asking her about the solicitor that she had been seeing, and decided against it. I think she's a good mum and probably a loyal wife to a man who might not deserve it. I'm only saying might at this stage, mind. It would be my guess that she's known better, that she wasn't brought up anywhere like the Towers, and that it's a bit hellish for her, but she's made the best of it. And now this, whatever it is. If he has gone, she'll struggle to get any support if he just disappears. It's easier if the bloke changes partners or dies, basically. Reeve moved her feet and kicked a CD case in the footwell. She picked it up and read, The Irish Tour, Rory Gallagher. She turned it over and read the back, but it still meant nothing to her. Opening the glove compartment, she pushed it in and closed the door. 3 times it fell open before she succeeded in the tidying of his car. She said, Buy a new car, or at least another one. You're on a partially protected salary. You can more than afford it. Or are you turning into a skinflint in your old age? Smith put his hands on the wheel as if she might try to remove him physically from the vehicle he already owned. No, I'm doing my bit for the planet and conserving resources. A new car would have a bigger carbon footprint in its production. I can't imagine it would be bigger than what comes out of the back of this smelly old thing. If she now refuses to start, we will know why. The 2 youths had become aware of them, pulling down the hoods further and holding a muttered conversation. Smith thought, I suppose we might look like a couple of education welfare officers. Slowly they drifted away, shoulders hunched in mute protest at the injustice of the world. Reeve said, You're right about Lucy Bell. I got the same feeling. She's not technically a victim of anything yet. But I'm going to put Anne Crisp in touch with her. She's going to need help, one way or another. Smith nodded in agreement. As well as being an effective family liaison officer, WPC Crisp had good eyes and ears. The youths were out of sight now, and the play park was deserted. Tonight, after dark, the Routh boys would be here, running their weed operation from the roundabout. Alison Reeve said, "Why did you say yet? I don't particularly like the sound of James Bell, and I can see one or two odds and ends that would bug you, but he did go to the platform. Now he isn't on it any more. Unless he's a particularly strong swimmer, he has probably drowned." He did not respond straight away. Almost certainly she was correct. Almost certainly. "Just tiny things. Too soon to say. I'll talk to the brother, though, and check out what she says." Reeve sounded genuinely surprised. "Really, at this stage? You're viewing what she told us as an alibi?" "If he was abusive, she would have a motive, wouldn't she?" "I'll give you that much. But the opportunity, 40 miles out in the North Sea." "One small step at a time," he said, turning the ignition key. Serena Butler was sitting at Waters's desk, and they were talking. It had only taken a week. When they saw him coming, she got up and went back to her own desk for a sheet of paper. Smith said, "Go on." "The phone number from Bell's personnel file." "Is not the number of the phone in the evidence room. Anything else?" "The number belongs to—" "Let me see, just a minute. Yes, it's coming through now. An iPhone 5, probably black." She lowered the piece of paper and frowned. "Don't worry, it's a gift I have. But if you can tell me when it was last used, I will be impressed." She picked up the paper again. 1610, last Saturday, the 15th. "Well done. No more details?" They wouldn't go any further over the phone. "Not a problem. We can sort that if we have to. Banks?" Another piece of paper. Whatever was wrong with notebooks? "A Mr. James Bell has a current account and a savings account at Lloyd's in the Market Square. I checked the addresses on the personnel file, and it's him." "Good again. We'll need access to that as well." "The request is filled out on your desk." "Well, I hope D.I. Reeve has brought her best pen to work. Waters, can you even come close to this?" He hadn't done badly either. The digital personnel file had now appeared, but it was only a scanned copy of the one that they already had on paper. Better was the result for the 2 satellite calls that Bell had made in his first tour. Dates, times, and the 2 mobile numbers had been handed over without protest. He copied them down, almost certain that one of them was the number that Lucy Bell had written onto the back of Reeve's card. He needed to go and check to be sure. He called John Murray away from his screen. From a distance, the dense blocks of text could have been a draft of Crime and Punishment, and briefed the 3 of them on what they had discovered at Bell's home that afternoon. When he mentioned the missing 2 days, he was pleased to see the level of interest rise a couple of notches. After a pause, he went round the table and asked for contributions. Waters said, "We really need to get into the phones. The call history on the Samsung will tell us a lot about his past movements. It might even be trackable." John Murray said, "How much is an iPhone 5? Waters, "The basic S, 16 gigabytes, is £549. Smith, wistfully, "When I was a boy, we collected train numbers." Murray said, "How many people living in the towers can afford 549 quid for a phone, assuming he bought it? I know there'll be plenty of nick ones in there." "Or rented it," Smith said, "but even then it would be," pointing at Waters, £30 or £40 a month. Murray continued, "And he has a young kid, and he hasn't had a decent job that we know of until a month ago, if he DC." Smith nodded. There was something reassuring about having your own thoughts confirmed by John Murray. He turned to Serena Butler. After a moment, she said, "I don't like the sound of James Bell." The single half-raised eyebrow seemed to say, "And neither do I." What he actually said was, "Well, we have our orders. D.I. Reeve would like us to take a close look at him, upon which we have already made a good start. None of us is working this weekend. with a quick look round to confirm it, "and there's nothing here to justify any overtime, so we'll all be on this Monday morning. John, get your opus finished, or as near as damn it, this afternoon, 2 more hours. Chris, get back to your girlfriend on Elizabeth. Obviously, she's soon going to be thinking that you want to get serious, but that's the price you pay for your rugged good looks. I told you that broken nose would work wonders." Waters touched it involuntarily, as he did every time Smith drew attention to it. "And see where we can find out when and how Bell got that job. You'll need to get to someone in Marinor for that. I wonder who vets them. No, start with Marinor personnel. See if there are any recruitment policies in the public domain. What do they say about alcohol on the rigs? Drugs? In the back of my mind, I seem to remember that they used to be pretty fussy about people with any past problems and certain sorts of criminal record. So, how does James Bell get around all that? But don't ask those particular questions on the phone. Just get us a name so we can pay them a visit, preferably on dry land." Waters and Murray were already back at their desks. The atmosphere in the room had changed. There was focus, a renewed sense of purpose. Something was underway. Smith had felt it many times, but still had the thrill, the rush, and he wondered then whether any number of nicely printed business cards could compensate for it. He turned to Serena Butler. "How well do you know King's Lake?" "Not very. I've been shopping a few times, been to a couple of restaurants." With whom, he wondered. With the others already busy, she looked alone again, and still uneasy when it was just the two of them. He said, "You have your own car?" "Yes." "Off you go, then. Have a ride round for a couple of hours before you go home. Start getting to know the place. You'll need to if you're going to do any detecting in it. Head out towards the towers and have a wander, but don't go out of sight of your car. Is it an expensive one?" "It was when I bought it." "Definitely keep it in sight, then." "The towers are the apartment blocks east of here. 5 of them?" "Yes. Head out there and scout around. We're going to be knocking on some doors there come Monday morning." She went back to the table that had become hers in the past couple of days, and began to tidy up the papers and items on it. When he looked up a minute later, he saw her glance quickly away from him, a puzzled expression on her face. He waited until she looked at him again, and then he said, "Yes, just go. Start getting a feel for the place, if you're intending to stay around." When he looked up again, she had gone. Chapter 6. Looking down from his bedroom window at 6 o'clock in the morning, Smith could see that the winds of the equinox were still blowing through the streets of King's Lake. The yellow stars of the forsythia nodded and swayed down there in the gloom, and he thought, "That shrub needs pruning. Did I do it last year? Sheila used to cut that back every year, but when? After flowering, I suppose. Give the new growth a chance to develop over the summer." He went to the bathroom and washed his face in cold water. Then back to his bedroom, where a small meditation bench was already in place at one end, facing the window. He opened the top pane a little so that fresh air could find its way in, and then sat, legs crossed, in a half-lotus. After a minute or so he closed his eyes and joined his hands, fingers interlaced in his lap. 30 minutes later he opened his eyes, but continued sitting. He had not practiced for some months, yet it had taken only a few days before he was back into the routine and feeling the benefits of it. And then, of course, as with all the things that we know are good for us, which we do not do, he wondered why he had ever stopped. At the worst of times, in the final weeks of her life, their GP had looked at Smith, taken him to one side, and asked whether he needed something to help him through it. He had not said no then. He had researched the drug, considered it carefully, and then said no. The GP was a wise man and told him that there were alternatives that sometimes helped. Had he ever considered mindfulness, the westernized form of meditation? Even now, as he sat, Smith had to smile at what took place that Thursday evening. He went into the primary school hall for his first class and found that it was being led by Olive Markham, senior assistant to Dr. Robinson at his very own police mortuary. She had looked at him and given no glimmer of recognition until he broached the subject when everyone else had left. Her first words to him had been, "About time, Chief Inspector Smith." When he went to come out of the crossed-legged position, he found that his knee, the troublesome one, had frozen, and it took some seconds before he could begin to straighten it. Nothing remains the same, and all things must pass, even flexible joints. Slowly the tide of the coming day's events began to rise, and this was no ordinary Saturday. Her train would arrive at Platform 3 at a little after 1 o'clock this afternoon. He had promised to meet her there. They would drive back to his home, have some lunch, some coffee, probably some more coffee, but then, sooner or later, Jo Everson would begin to talk to him about her next book, the one that he had somehow agreed to cooperate with, about the Andretti case, the ice cream murders. That was the title the publishers would want, if it got that far. But he, Smith, didn't want it. It was cheap, tabloid, and somehow disrespectful. He imagined the cover, someone paid to design something that would sell the book, and he could see only horrors. How much editorial control did she have? Does the writer have any? Sitting at the table with his breakfast, another thought loomed. Although the case was officially closed, had been for almost 10 years, he would still, as a serving officer, need to tell his superiors what he was involved in. He had mentioned it to Charlie Hills, obviously, without going into any details. Charlie had just shrugged and said that he didn't mind if she wanted a word with him. He could soon put her straight about Smith. But a senior officer would need to be informed, if only as a professional courtesy. Who? A DI was not enough in a situation like this, and slowly, inexorably, the face of Detective Superintendent Allen began to materialize above the last piece of toast on his plate. He dressed and went over the house again, making sure that it was tidy. From the door of the second bedroom he looked round as if noting the position of every object in it, as if it was a crime scene itself. In a way it might be. He was becoming convinced that he had made a really bad decision. When she had said on the phone that she would book herself into a hotel rather than travel back late in the evening, so she was expecting it to be a long interview, his first thought had been, "There aren't any hotels in Lake that will do." He had said then, "I have spare rooms, you're welcome to stay over." There had been an excruciatingly long silence, and he did not know which of them had suffered the most during it. In the end, Jo Everson had broken it. "I'm sorry. You took me by surprise." "No, I think it was shock, anyway. If you—" "Sorry again, it's nothing personal. In fact, it's entirely professional. If I'm going to write this, there has to be a sort of distance, if that makes sense." It did. She was right, and all he needed was an unembarrassing way out for both of them. "Of course, I didn't think. Currently it's about 50 miles, so we're safe at the moment." 50 miles? "The distance between us." She laughed, and he noticed again, as he had on the beach when the snowstorm came, that unlike most women, most men even, her voice seemed to be lower when she was amused. "But that's very kind of you. It would save me the bother of finding somewhere, if you are sure you have the room, and if your wife won't mind." He had looked down then and thought, "She's remembered the ring." He said, "No, sorry, I should have mentioned that. Sheila, my wife, she died a few years ago. I live on my own." Going on to say, "if that makes a difference," seemed superfluous, even presumptuous, and so he said nothing more. He had simply waited. She said, "Okay, if you're sure I won't be putting you out." Walking into the hardware store, which was conveniently close to the station, he remembered that on the beach she had said that writing such a book would be at least a year away, Had she changed her mind, or was this the way it was done? He had no idea. Rampton's is a delight, a throwback to an age before the virtual shop and the virtual customer. One can hardly turn around in the dusty, dimly lit aisles between the rows of shelves that reach up to the ceiling, and every shelf is packed with little cardboard boxes and plastic trays, each labelled in Mr. Rampton's old-fashioned copper plate. When the bell on the door rings, it's an old mechanically sprung bell, saving on electricity, Mr. Rampton appears in his long brown warehouse coat, half-moon spectacles halfway down the long Roman nose. Whether he knows you or not, you will always receive the politest of greetings, followed by the same inquiry, "Good afternoon, and I see that it is just. How can I help you?" "Good afternoon, just, Mr. Rampton. How are you keeping?" "Well, Mr. Smith, and yourself?" "The same. Mrs. Rampton? A little arthritis." Smith had only recently seen her in a wheelchair at the supermarket. "We haven't seen you for a while, Mr. Smith. Is it time for some redecoration?" "Probably yes, but not today. I came to see if you've got one of these or anything like it." He held out his phone with the picture that Waters had sent him the previous afternoon. Mr. Rampton took it and shaded it with his other hand. Possibly, if you could enlarge it a little." "Oh, I'm not sure about that. My technical department is having the weekend off." Mr. Rampton said, "I think if we do this," using 2 fingers to open out the image on the touch screen. Smith said, "Ah, you mean enlarge it like that, I see." "A reploy. I might not have the exact model, but we have something very similar, just slightly smaller. Would that do, Mr. Smith?" "That would do very nicely, Mr. Rampton. I'll take 2 of them, please, and I'll have a receipt this time, if you don't mind." "So, when Juliet Richardson was murdered, you were working in London?" He nodded. "Who was put in charge of the case?" "Robert Hannaford. He was a DCI at the old Lake HQ before it all moved to Central. There weren't so many chiefs around then. He would have been the automatic choice, the senior officer in the field." She wrote something else down on the notepad, which was already onto its 3rd page, writing that was small and not dissimilar to his, but arranged more into conventional paragraphs than his own tendency to make lists and columns. She seemed to be taking a thorough and unhurried approach. "I had the impression that you had always worked in Norfolk. What were you doing in London?" He shrugged, raised an eyebrow, and half smiled. "I'd been seconded to the Met about 6 months earlier. I don't know whether they needed me or someone at King's Lake wanted to get rid of me." "But you were already a DCI at that point?" "Yes." "What were you involved with at the Met?" "Mainly intelligence gathering." "What sort of cases?" She knew that he was holding back a little, and he knew that she knew. Only one case, which probably doesn't need to be mentioned in the book. "I'm trying to get a sense of why you were asked to go back to Norfolk to take over. Were you working on a relevant case, something similar?" "No, not even remotely." She waited then, left it up to him. "I was part of a team, just one of the teams looking into Hutchinson and Cheney." "Oh, right. There's another appeal, isn't there?" "The money those people put away could buy one of the Inns of Court. Never mind the top QCs. They'll both get out eventually." Her pen hesitated over the page, and then wrote nothing about that. "When Nicola Ellingham's body, the second one, was found, what happened? How did you get involved?" "Norfolk had been making noises for a while about me going back. This just gave them a reason to push it, I think. Someone got a phone call, and I was on the way back the next day." In front of him on the coffee table were the black Alich notebooks from those times, but as yet he had not needed to open them. Jo Everson had been surprised when she first saw them. Did her hand twitch towards them before she brought herself under control? Would she ask to see into them at some point, and would he allow her to do so? You were put in charge of both murder investigations immediately? More or less, the afternoon of the day that I got back. How did that go down? He knew what she meant. Every detective who has ever seen a case taken away from the senior investigating officer would know what she meant. Not well. How did you handle it? I went to see him personally. In his office? No, his home that night. He agreed to see you like that? Smith could not see what bearing this could have on her book, but he had not been over these memories in such detail for almost a decade. It was the usual thing about it being easier sometimes to talk to a perfect stranger. No, I just found out where he lived and went and knocked on his door. And he let you in? No, I had to kick it down in the end. Just a smile, very relaxed and leaning back in the chair, as she did when she wanted to ease off a little. He had seen that a few times already during the afternoon. What happened? He was annoyed, as you can imagine, talking about resigning. To be fair, he wasn't blaming me personally. Anyway, we got past it. How? We discovered a mutual interest. Let me guess, football, cricket? Not fishing. Single malts. He had quite a collection. You got drunk? Slightly. A bit. I got a taxi home and slept on the old couch in this room. Didn't want to wake her up and get in a row. And she was very good at knowing when to say nothing. Listen, when you write this, if you do, I'd like Bob Hannaford to get a mention. I went to him several times after that, just on the quiet, and he helped me out with those cases. A lot of smaller men would not have done so. He should have some of the credit. He's still around, then? Smith paused, realizing how his last sentence had given the wrong impression. No, he died 4 or 5 years ago, a heart attack. But that's not the point. He should get a mention for what he did before I took over, and after. She wrote it down, and he felt oddly grateful. She said, Imagine you at the Met. I was there then, 10 years ago. We might have met. I'd have remembered. Only after he had said it did he think about it and see why she blushed a little. He didn't think he had meant it that way, but he could not take it back. What did you think to it down there? Travelling around as I have since and talking to a lot of people, I've realized that it really is a different world. I liked it. Very fast-moving, very busy, lots of bad boys and girls, and that was just in the force. If you're someone who's inclined to think too much, that can come as a relief in a funny kind of way, than not having much chance to. Such admissions rarely came from him, and he saw the surprise on her face because she had already realized that. Would you have stayed? And would Sheila have moved down there as well? Yes, she would. She always liked the tough classes herself, so. That afternoon, when the super called me in and said Norfolk had been on the line, he made it clear that there would be something for me if I chose to apply for it when the time came. But it never did. No. She looked at her watch. Well, it's been a really helpful couple of hours. Let me buy you dinner this evening, David. How strange that sounded the first time. Despite his jokes about the standard of the local takeaways and the dangers on the streets of Lake on a Saturday evening, she was not to be distracted from her mission to go out to dinner. Eventually he conceded that there was a good French restaurant, although it would not have a table available at such late notice. He didn't go out that much, but it had been a good French restaurant a couple of months ago. He found the number for her. While he was in the kitchen making a pot of tea, he could hear her on the phone. She was asking them something about the soup of the day and the specials that evening. He caught sight of himself in the mirror on the wall and performed his best, well, fancy that look, as he spooned the Assam loose leaf into the special occasion's ceramic pot. She came into the kitchen, waving her phone and smiling. Do you believe in coincidence? No, never. It's destiny, then. They have a cancellation an hour ago. When she came down the stairs at 6:30, he thought, does she always pack clothes like that for a working weekend? The slimline charcoal grey pencil skirt, the white blouse with a dusting of lace at the neck, the ankle-length lace-up boots and short black velvet jacket might have stepped out of the pages of a Sunday supplement. He left her in the lounge, looking at the bookshelves, and hoped that she had not noticed that he had already changed. Then he went quickly and quietly up the stairs to find an even better pair of trousers. Going back into the lounge 5 minutes later, checking his pockets for wallet, phone, and keys, he found her still in the same place, a book open in her hand. She was reading and didn't immediately acknowledge that he had returned. Then she held it up and said, "The Good Soldier. I haven't read this." "You are welcome to borrow it." "What is it about?" "You've picked up one of the 5 books I've actually read from those shelves. I just want to make that clear." "Right. Got that?" "It's about betrayal, I think. About the hollowness there can be at the heart of relationships, maybe." It might be my kind of book, then." He watched her as she read a few more lines. Then she said, "So either you collect books that you never read, or these were your wife's, Sheila's." "Pretty much all hers." She studied the shelves again, and Smith realized that for a visitor, someone new to the house, the rows and rows of books made quite a statement. "It's a compendium of modern literature. I've read some of these, but there are lots of other names that I recognize. What did she teach, or is that a stupid question?" "English and English literature." "Right, stupid question. But this is top-end for secondary, isn't it? A-levels? You said she liked the difficult classes." "She could do both, but she didn't have a lot of time for the way pupils are sorted into sheep and goats as soon as they're out of nappies. She believed that literature can liberate anyone, not just the middle-class Times reader." "She was a socialist?" He gave a faint snort of amusement. "She didn't have a lot of time for isms, either." She pushed the book carefully back into its space, which had already begun to close up from the pressure of the many others on either side of it. "I don't borrow books lightly, but I'll think about that one." Sandrine's has several intimate corners, alcoves in which there is only room for a table for 2. Joe Everson took the seat that backed onto the wall, the one that Smith would himself have chosen, leaving him to sit with his own back to the comings and goings of the busy restaurant behind him. She said yes to the waitress when asked if they would like water on the table, and then she spent 2, perhaps 3 minutes studying the menu. Sometimes, he had already realized, she did things with an odd intensity, and she showed none of the tendency to fill up spaces with idle chatter before they became silences. She put down the menu and nodded her approval. "Good choice. I could eat just about everything on here." "If you want to try it, I'll happily foot the bill." "Is it one of your regular places?" "I can't say that, but I was here a couple of months ago. I don't eat out that much. Used to, but times change. I don't mind cooking at home, beans on toast, that sort of thing." She gave him an odd look, a sort of puzzled half-smile, as if she had found some contradiction in him, a look that lasted a second or 2 longer than one might have expected. Then she said, "Well, we'd better make the most of tonight, then." Their dinner, the 4 courses, followed by coffee, lasted almost 2.5 hours, and the conversation lasted almost as long. He allowed her to ask a little more about himself, and it would have been difficult to draw a line between her work in the afternoon and their conversation now, as far as that was concerned. But gradually he steered away from that until he was asking most of the questions, and she was giving most of the answers. "Why the train?" he had said, apropos of nothing in particular, when you have that Swedish beast of a car. It was convenient from where she lived, and she liked trains, always had since she was a little girl. She could think on trains and work on them too, if necessary. Had she been working on the way up to King's Lake that morning, making notes for this next book? Yes and no, she had said. Working, but not on this book, or rather this idea for a book. She wanted him to understand that it was still only a possibility. Not every book that is begun is completed. Instead, this morning she had been making notes for a meeting. That was why she had to catch the early train tomorrow morning. She had to fly back to Germany on the same evening. Back to Munich? Smith asked. No, Berlin. But it is to see someone that I met in Munich, a professor at the Free Berlin University who runs a course in criminal psychology. There might be some teaching in it, just 1 term a year. I'd have to fly back and forth, though. He must have been very impressed by your meeting skills. She had wagged a finger at him. Gender stereotyping, Sergeant Smith. He's a she. Guilty as charged, as usual. So, where did she live? Cockfosters, in the north of London, at the very end of the Piccadilly line. Smith knew it, had been there once during his time with the Met. He described what he could remember. A busy, broad high street, but north of there some long leafy roads between large, some of them very large and substantially built houses, with gates and driveways and tall trees in extensive gardens. Sounds just like my place, she had said, before confessing that her own was a mere semi, though the area was nice and leafy, it was true. You know the prices down there, she said. I could never have afforded it if my dad hadn't invested some money for me for just such a thing. Now it's worth a ridiculous amount. 1 more nought, and I'll buy a small Scottish island. Is that what you would do? And she had hesitated a little then, because it is one thing to talk about what we have done and what we do, and quite another to talk about our dreams. She had not answered him directly. I like my work. I've been stupidly lucky, the way things have turned out, one thing leading to another. There are some more things that I want to do with it. So not yet, but an island is a good thing to save up for. She pushed the long-handled dessert spoon into her crème brûlée and took time over the first mouthful before she spoke again. What about you? What are you saving up for? He shrugged and thought. He had not been asked that sort of question for a long time. If I didn't already have a caravan on the coast, I might save up for one. She had been intrigued. She'd been in a caravan, of course, but never to sleep, never to have holiday, never to stay. What was it like, his caravan? He had to draw it out on the tablecloth with cutlery and placemats, and then he described how the sea winds would make it move at night, and how the rain drummed so loudly on the roof in a thunderstorm that you had to raise your voice to be heard, but also how, early on a summer morning, the songs of 100 birds would drift in through the open door, along with the scent of the pine woods behind the dunes. After a pause, she said, It sounds wonderful. And Smith thought that he might have got carried away, might have become a little too lyrical about it all. Then it was time to order some coffee, and he busied himself with that. He had not forgotten that she needed to be up early, but out of politeness he offered her a drink when they got back to the house. She surprised him by accepting a small glass of malt with a little ice, and then asked him about the case he was working on, with the usual provisos. She didn't want to know any details. Her first reaction interested him. From what you've told me, he is an unlikely suicide. Why? The offences on the criminal record suggest he isn't introspective, not the guilt-ridden type, and the new job, the family. Suicides, in my experience, are rarely impulsive. They are usually people who have considered it over time, who know that the inclination is there in themselves. He sounds like someone who has made an effort, at least, to get back on track. But if he was unhappy at the thought of going back out there, why go at all? Let alone go out to climb over the safety mesh. Smith poured himself a little more whisky after she had politely declined some. Pretty much my own conclusion as far as we've got. We might find some reason for it yet, but I'm not convinced, so it looks as if it was a tragic accident." Her smile said, "No, I'm not buying that from you," and his own in return said, "No, neither am I, not yet." She followed him up the stairs with her overnight bag a few minutes later. She placed it by her bed for the night, looked around, and said that it was all very nice, his house. Her own was a little larger, but not by much, and then she said that it was odd, the two of them having 6 bedrooms between them. "What's in the end one?" The door to it was half open, and she had seen into it with her professional eye. He had meant to close it earlier and forgotten. "It's a sort of music room. Sounds a bit pretentious, but I don't know what else to call it." "May I see?" The 4 guitars were on their stands in a line across the narrower side of the room. 3 amplifiers faced them from the other end, and in between was all the paraphernalia that goes with the need to make music, songbooks and sheets of notes and bars, 2 music stands, 3 guitar cases, dusty now since their days, or rather evenings, on the road, foot-pedal controls, and shelves with assorted capos, jars of plectrums, a harmonica or 2, tuning forks, little boxes of coiled strings. "I'm not going to ask if you play. I can see this is yours." He wondered how. "Please? You cannot show someone this and not pick one of those up." He went to the Taylor acoustic, took it to the stool, and played about a minute of classical gas. That was what people usually wanted to hear, something catchy that sounds difficult. It can go on for as long as you like, of course, but he slowed it down and finished it as she walked over to the music stand that had a closed book on it. She said, "Eric Clapton," and opened the book. After replacing the acoustic, he picked up the Stratocaster, plugged it in, retuned it by ear, and began to play a medley of classic Clapton-esque riffs with no particular song in mind. She listened and watched, one hand still resting on the open book. He brought it to an end with a long, continuing A that he bent and then edged into feedback from the Marshall amp. This time she said, "I see." She pointed into the book and said, "Do you know Layla? I suppose that's another silly question, really." "I've got the backing disc for the instrumental," he said, getting up and finding it in its proper place on one of the shelves. The player fed it into the amp, and this time he stood as he began to play the lead. It took him away a little, as it always did, even after all these years, and when after some 2 or 3 minutes of that last heart-rending solo he looked at Jo Everson, he saw that she had turned from him, that she was looking down, and was hunched a little into herself. He stopped playing, and then only the bass and drums sounded in the small bedroom. "Are you okay?" She straightened up and sniffed once. When she turned to face him, her eyes were shining. "Blimey, I'm sorry. I know I'm a bit out of practice, but—" She managed a short laugh and a half-smile. "It was beautiful. Really, it was. My fault. I shouldn't have asked you to play that." He had to ask, of course. "My sister's name was Layla. They named her after that song, so whenever I hear it I think about her. I'd no idea you would play it like that. So it was your fault in a way." "What happened?" "Sometimes the best way around something is straight through it." "She was my oldest sister. There were 3 of us. She died when I was 7. "How, if you don't mind me asking?" "A hit and run in the road outside our home. They never caught him." Smith unplugged the guitar. Some women would welcome an arm around their shoulder now, but he didn't think that she was one of those. "I'm sorry for that. Did they have anything to go on?" She smiled again at his default investigative approach. It was definitely a man. A couple of her friends witnessed it from a distance. They were close to the exact make of car, and the inquiry was thorough, as far as I could make out when I looked at it again years later. "When you had joined the force?" She nodded, and looked at him directly again. "In some ways, I know, it's why I joined." "We all have our reasons." "Yours. Why did you join?" He switched everything off, and they were heading out onto the landing. "Lack of imagination." She stopped and looked at him. Without her shoes, and with his, their eyes were level. "No one can play like that. And lack imagination. But I have to say you are a most unlikely-looking guitar hero." He slept only lightly, and something woke him at 1:30. At first he thought it must be the thing that he had forgotten to do. He got out of the bed and made his way without a light to the dressing-table. The padlocks and their keys were still in the brown paper bag from Rampton's. He took the keys out of the locks, returned them to the bag, and put the bag and its remaining lock into one of the dressing-table drawers. Then he went across to the window and opened it carefully, wanting to make no sound. The wind was dropping at last, and there was a suggestion of rain in the air. Reaching out, he placed the lock on the window ledge, checked that it would not slide down the slight angle, and then closed the window. Back in the bed, he could hear somewhere an unfamiliar sound. Was it in the street or the house? His neighbours were elderly, and he rarely heard them. These days they were often away, visiting their numerous children and their grand offspring. The sound was in the house, and then he remembered that he had a guest. Opening his bedroom door, he stood and listened. It was a little louder, and it was a voice, talking in low tones. He hesitated, but curiosity got the better of him in the end. He stopped a few feet from her door and listened again, noticing that a dim light showed underneath it. One of the bedside lamps was on. There were pauses, but he could make out no words. Perhaps she was talking in her sleep, the emotional upset of an hour or two ago, sleeping in a strange bed. Then she laughed, and he realized that she was on the phone to someone at getting on to 2 o'clock in the morning. She was keeping her voice down so that she did not wake him. For a moment he felt an odd sense of intrusion. Then he turned and went back to his bed. Sleep was a long time in coming. Chapter 7. The four of them stood together on the 5th floor, just in front of the lift that was working again on a grey Monday morning. It was a little after 8 o'clock. Smith had contacted them all on the Sunday, telling them to go straight there instead of the office. His reason had been that they needed to catch the residents early before everyone went off to work, but only John Murray had understood the joke. Now, as they looked across the walkway that ran round in a U-shape from the corner where they stood, the only figures they could see were those of a woman and a girl, the latter in uniform and looking rather unhappy about it, wondering no doubt why she should be the only here made to go to school every day. Smith called the meeting to order. "Two pairs, then. John and Chris, you're the unlucky ones because you've got each other. One of us asks the questions, one of us makes notes. Everything written down that could be of the remotest interest, and make a note of negatives as well, please. Start with the script I gave you, but use your initiative if the unexpected turns up. Swap roles if you get bored, but personally I like nothing better than getting to know the public that we serve." Another silence. Perhaps it was a little early, in which case he'd better go through it one more time. "Start with how well they know the Bell family, if at all. Most will deny everything from the off, but if anyone shows an interest, follow it up. If anyone asks why we're asking, tell them Mr. Bell seems to have gone missing. Then bring it around to last weekend, Saturday and Sunday, anything at all that they can remember. Take them back through the 2 days. Get 'em to recall where they were and what they were doing. Descriptions needn't be too graphic. If they were out and about or just on the walkway and didn't see anything, that's useful. Note it down. Get times. Confirm everyone's names and contact details, just in case, and find out who else in the flat might have seen something. Anyone who doesn't answer the door, make a note, because we'll have to come back. All the more reason to knock hard and get it sorted today. Questions? An older boy in the same school uniform passed them and scowled. Smith gave him a cheerful good morning. Good, off we go. Obviously miss out Mrs. Bell here. We'll be having a word with her after this. 36 flats on the level. The team that finishes their half first gets their tea bought back at the station. On your marks. He asked Serena Butler to do the talking first. She knew exactly what he was doing, of course, but if it bothered her, the being observed, she never showed it. As soon as the first door opened, an unshaven, overweight man in a T-shirt that was struggling to contain him, she had a new persona, sociable, streetwise, a sorry-to-bother-you-mate-but sort of approach that Smith knew was the right one for the job. His only thought was, it's a shame that she isn't that friendly with her new colleagues. He made a few notes, but she was done in 5 minutes and on to the next. After a couple more, he said, I can see you've been on the knocker before. Not a lot of call for that in Longmarsh, though, is there? The odd missing dinghy, I suppose. I worked in Leicester first. That's where I started. It's all in my records. She wasn't smiling, but it was an acknowledgment of what he had said at the end of last week, that he would not read those until he had seen something for himself. Leicester. Longmarsh was a funny move then. Not that I haven't made a few of those myself. Was it part of some cunning career plan, or did you just fancy some fresh air? Personal stuff. OK. Well, keep at it. I think we're ahead in the tea stakes already. Both pairs had walked to the respective ends of their walkways and were working back towards the centre, the bottom of the U. Looking across the gap, they could see each other periodically and measure their progress. Some residents took longer to answer than others, and one or two already had not answered at all. These Smith double-underlined on the record sheet, leaving a space beneath them to be filled in later. As he had predicted, most denied knowing anyone called Bell. One or two stepped out of their flats and looked down towards where Smith or Butler was pointing, but generally these two had a bemused expression on their faces, as if they had just realized for the first time that anyone else lived here. Some wanted to know what he had done, this Bell man. When told that he had simply disappeared a few days ago, they seemed rather disappointed and lost any interest that they might have had. Only as they neared the inner end of the walkway did they find anyone who had actually noticed the little family at number 518. You mean that quiet girl and her daughter? He's not about very much. Smith said, well, no, especially at the moment. Do you know them to speak to at all? I might have spoken to her on the stairs once or twice. The woman was plainly wary of over-committing at this stage. It's good to be neighbourly like that, I always think. So you have a passing acquaintance with Mrs. Bell. What about her husband? He's not about very much. But 3 doors away from the Bells they found Mr. and Mrs. Fleming. Nearer to 80 than 70, they both came to the door and took turns answering the inquiries, sometimes finishing each other's sentences, looking at the other for confirmation of what they were saying. Yes, they knew Lucy, and Leah was a delightful child, a credit to her. At Christmas the two of them had even paid a visit. It was wonderful to have a child in their flat at that time of the year, even if it had been only for an hour or so. She ate 2 homemade mince pies. Serena let them talk away like that, and Smith thought, yes, good instincts, just nudge it along if necessary. Well, it's good to know that they have neighbours like you. That was last Christmas, obviously, the one just gone? Yes, Leah's only 18 months or so. She wouldn't have been eating mince pies the one before, would she? Everyone laughed at the idea. So what about Mr. Bell? Was he home for Christmas? A little hesitation, because these were old-fashioned people with manners, people who would not speak ill of others under normal circumstances. But these were not normal circumstances. These people were also old-fashioned enough to have some respect for the work that the police have to do. Mr. Fleming, as a gentleman, took on the responsibility. "We have only met Mr. Bell a few times. We didn't find him the friendliest of people, I have to say. He always seemed rather brash," said Mrs. Fleming. Lovely word, thought Smith, writing it down. Mr. Fleming continued, "Yes, I'd say that, but he wasn't here that often, and when he was, he would seem to come and go at odd hours. We never saw them out together, you know, as a family. Did we ever see that, dear?" Mrs. Fleming shook her head a little sadly. Serena Butler said, "But they got on as a couple, didn't they, as far as you could tell?" A longer hesitation, and Smith saw the look that passed between the two women, a timeless look that could speak across generations. "She could have done better, is all I will say," said Mrs. Fleming. At the weekend, they had hardly left their flat, the wind being so strong and always aggravating Mr. Fleming's rheumatism. But they had heard nothing untoward, the walls being paper-thin, you know, and they were sure that Lucy would be at home if they wanted to speak to her now. Smith thanked them, and after the door had closed, they moved a few steps down before talking quietly to each other, the walls being paper-thin. He said, "What did you make of that?" "Hearts of gold? How did they end up here? It's a shame. But they don't like James Bell." "So? We're not investigating his character. We can't charge anyone with not being likeable to old ladies. We're only looking at his disappearance." "With respect, sir, if his disappearance is anything other than an accident, and by the sound of him, I'm not going to call it a tragic one, it might well be related to his character." The "sir" was still irritating, but in all other respects, this was much better. He said, "Good. We've got a couple more to do, but I reckon the tea is in the bag. In fact, it's a tea bag, eh? All right, then." There was some dispute as to the outcome of the tea competition. Although Smith and Serena had finished first, they had more unanswered doors, 3, than the opposing team, who remarkably had only 1. In the end, it was agreed that, pending the final outcome of which team would complete all their calls first, everyone would buy their own, a situation that Waters thought a great improvement on the current one. Smith used the time to think quickly. Serena had said that she would like to meet Lucy Bell. The Flemings had piqued her interest. But after the interview in which D.I. Reeve had taken a lead, Smith needed the young woman to look at him to answer his questions, which were going to be somewhat different to those she had faced on Friday. The presence of another female officer, especially one who had had her own difficulties recently, might not help. A change of plan, then. "Right, John and Serena, take this lot back to the station and go through it. By the look of it, we haven't got much, but go over it all anyway. You both know what you're looking for, the hint of a pattern, 2 people saying or seeing something that might make a link, even though we seem to have stumbled across Lake's Home for the Deaf and Blind. Someone might have made a mistake and told us something worthwhile. Then get on with anything left over from Friday afternoon, thinking caps on as well. We need more ideas on this." He watched them head towards the lift with some sort of conversation going on, and thought, good idea. The sooner she works with us all individually, the sooner she'll feel at home. Yes, Lucy Bell had realized that they were out on the walkway, and why. She had made them a mug of tea, but had none herself as she sat facing them on the chair. She looks more frightened than ever, thought Smith, and it's probably because we were out there, questioning the whole floor about her husband's disappearance. She understood that it's for real. "What I want to do, Lucy, is to have a quick chat with you now, just to let you know where we are with this. Then, if you remember, I said I'd like to take a look at Jimmy's things, and I've brought along Detective Constable Waters to help me. Is that okay?" She nodded, sitting up straight, her hands folded in her lap. Leah, she said, was having her morning nap and wouldn't wake up for at least another hour. "You told us that you left the flat on Saturday morning. Can you remember exactly what time that was?"
"David picked me up. It was mid-morning."
"David is your brother. Can you be a bit more precise about the time, Lucy?" She frowned and looked at the little imitation cuckoo clock that was hanging incongruously over the gas fire.
"About 10:30, I should think."
"Why?" "Jimmy was here when you left?"
"Yes, he was still in bed."
"And did David bring you back on Monday morning?"
"Yes, at about the same time. There are no buses to Wetton, so we have to rely on him. Why do the times of what I was doing matter?"
Smith continued writing into the notebook, not hurrying. When he was finished, he looked up at her. "It will become clear in just a moment. As far as you were aware, Jimmy left for the East Deans Airport sometime on Sunday to get the evening flight out to the platform, yes?"
"Yes."
"Well, one of our problems is this, Lucy. He didn't arrive there until Tuesday evening." Her look was something between surprise and disbelief. Smith explained it again, saying that they had the arrivals and departures lists for Elizabeth, and that Jimmy's name was on the former for Tuesday evening. When he was certain that she fully understood the implications, Smith continued, "So, I have to ask, have you any idea where he might have been from about 10:30 on Monday morning to Tuesday afternoon? He might have stayed here Sunday night, but he was gone when you arrived back. That's right, isn't it?" And she could tell then that her version of events was being tested. The detective sergeant did not take his eyes from hers now as he waited for answers, and she could not take hers from his. She had the sense that he still knew more than he was telling her, and that he would not tell her all that he knew until he was ready to do so. No, she had no idea where Jimmy could have been. No, nothing like this had ever happened before, and ever, Lucy. I don't mean since he got the job on the platform. He's only flown out once before. How long have the two of you been together? At least 2 years, isn't it? Long enough to get to know Jimmy? I mean, I've only known about Jimmy for a few days, but I've already realized that... How can I put this? Jimmy has his moments, doesn't he?" She nodded, and gave a faint yes to that. The first time he left for the platform a month ago, he had been drunk over the last weekend. That's why she had taken Leah away this time. He hadn't been so bad for quite a while, and she had thought that those days, or the worst of them, were behind her. Perhaps it was having some money again that had carried Jimmy away. She was careful to say that she hadn't felt in any danger. They shouldn't get the wrong idea about Jimmy, but she did not want Leah to see her father in that state. Smith said, "So you did not feel threatened by Jimmy this time?"
"No."
And that was all. She didn't pick it up, which meant that Smith now had to remind her of something. "Because, Lucy, you did seem to have been frightened when the police last called at the flat a couple of years ago." He was flicking back through the pages of his notebook, underlining the fact that he had written down the details of what he was referring to, if she needed to see them.
"That was a long time ago, and it was a misunderstanding anyway.
It was drink again. He makes a lot of noise, and people can get the wrong idea. He's never hit me, if that's what you're implying, and I don't see what—" "I'm not implying anything. I'm establishing some facts, Lucy. One fact is that Jimmy might not have hit you, but he has hit other people in the past. I suppose you know that, even though it was a while before you met him. Jimmy isn't a saint, is he? He likes a drink more than most, and sometimes that gets him into trouble. That's the picture that I'm getting." Her silence was an acceptance of a sort that, yes, that was a fact. Waters could see that she was upset, was closer to tears than she had been when the interview began. But Smith showed no sign of ending it yet. "You mentioned money, Lucy. Jimmy has been paid already, has he? I suppose he's done a month, just." She said, "It's why he went back onto the rigs. He knew he could get us the money there to get out of here. That's what he was doing it for. It's much better paid than anything else he can do." Waters noticed Smith's sideways glance at him. It meant, "That is something else for us to look into." Waters himself flicked his pad open and typed in Bell's pay. "Has he bought anything else lately apart from last weekend's celebration drinks? A new phone, maybe?" "No, it's like I said, that was for all of us. He said that saving for a few months would mean we could get a deposit for a better place. He's not what you're making him out to be, not any more." Smith paused then, and when he spoke to her again he seemed to have relented. His tone was perhaps a little more compassionate. "Lucy, the questions that we have to ask sometimes make us seem a bit heartless. The more information you can give us about Jimmy, the more chance there is that we can find him for you. I need to ask you a few more of those questions, if that's okay." Waters had watched several different detectives at work now. The training meant that everyone had certain basic techniques at hand, but beyond that, everything depended on the individual detective's personality. Not everyone was good at this part of the job, he had realized. Some senior officers were organizationally superb, brilliant at deploying resources to maximum effect. But they would, when the suspect was seated in the interview room for the first time, make sure that a particular sergeant or even a particular detective constable was present at their side. Wilson could be effective, but in a very different way to Smith. Wilson was physically menacing to interviewees, even though he was never less than 6 feet away from them, and just a glower from him could intimidate. Smith, however, played the game at a wholly different level. She said, "I'm sorry. I want to help. It's like you said before. He has his moments, but nothing like this, not just disappearing." "Thank you, Lucy. I might be wrong, but I get the impression that when Jimmy is out drinking, you don't often go with him, at least not since you've had Leah." A shake of her head. "But it would help me a lot if you can think of any places where Jimmy liked to go, and of any people that he went around with. Did anyone ever come back to the flat with him and have a few beers here?" The idea seemed to alarm her. "No," she said, "Jimmy never brought anyone here. He wasn't proud of the flat. He wanted to get away from the towers as much as she did." Smith pushed her for names again gently, but it was obvious that she knew very little of her husband's movements once he left their home. A bar in the marketplace, she thought, and there was a pub in Dock Road he had mentioned where some of the men from the platforms used to meet up. Smith said, "Do you know whether Jimmy had come across anyone from when he worked on the rigs before, maybe in the pub in Dock Road?" But she didn't know anything like that. Nevertheless, thought Smith in another pause, someone had recognized him. Young Jack Brighty, Bell's roommate, could one say birthmate? It sounded horrible, had heard something from someone on Elizabeth. Just canteen talk, he had said, but someone had remembered Jimmy Bell. Smith said, "Okay, Lucy, does anyone else know that Jimmy has gone? Your brother David, I suppose you've told him?" Yes, she had rung him this weekend and told him. "I'll need David's details, Lucy. As a family member, I need to speak to him. So it's David Carter. And that was your maiden name?" "Yes." And everything was being written down in the same small, unhurried handwriting into the same little black book, as she watched and wondered what it all meant, just as Smith intended. David's address and telephone number went the same way. So you spent the weekend with David. At David's. He wasn't there on Saturday evening. Oh? Smith didn't have to say more than that. She understood what was expected now. He was at one of his competitions in Market Deeping. What does David compete in?
No, it would have been some of his pupils. He's a martial arts instructor.
Smith smiled at Waters. We'll have to watch our step when we speak to David, D.C. Waters.
Then she said, and I phoned Jimmy's father up in Newcastle, just to see if he had heard anything.
Name, telephone number, and was Jimmy regularly in touch with his father? No, was the unsurprising answer. And is there anything else you want to tell us, Lucy, before we take a look at Jimmy's things? Again the intent look, unexpected after he had seemed so friendly for the past few minutes, and the long uncomfortable wait until she finally had to say, "No," before she took them into the room that the two of them shared, and then to the end of that room, to Jimmy's wardrobe, Jimmy's chest of drawers, Jimmy's desk. She had watched them from the doorway for a moment, and then she had gone back into the lounge or the kitchen. Smith pointed to the laptop on the table. Waters turned it on and waited. There was a password request, and Waters tried password. Now a line of red writing appeared under the box, writing that Smith did not need to read. He said, "Leave it for now. She might know it. It's time we got lucky on this one. Could we break into it if we had to, just as a matter of interest?" Waters nodded and said, "It's a few years old. If the software is no more sophisticated than this, someone at Norwich could." The chest of drawers had the top set divided into two, the little drawers in which the detritus of our lives accumulates. Jimmy Bell, however, seemed less prone to this than most. Smith found some old pay-slips and bills from a previous address, which he noted down just in case. A set of keys that looked old and little used, and then it struck him that no car had been mentioned. Perhaps times for them had been so hard these last 2 years that they didn't own one. Not many of the residents of the Towers did, come to think of it. Some betting slips with recent dates. He knew the place in the town centre, knew one of the assistant managers, so that might come in useful. An income tax return meant that he could use that to trace and double-check past addresses, assuming that Jimmy kept the revenue up to date with his affairs. Only 50-50 on that one, he thought. A birthday card from his daughter, a squiggle and a cross that her mother must have helped to make. A cheque-book, the last completed stub being for a gas bill some months ago, a couple torn out since, but nothing on the stubs. Make a note of the sort code and account number, even though the bank's address was the one that Serena Butler had found. Smith stopped his fingers working through the drawers for a moment and thought. At home he had files and folders labelled, their contents arranged in date order front to back. If he wanted to know what his council tax had been 3 years ago, and he often did, of course, finding out was a matter of seconds. The same was true for every utility bill. But Jimmy Bell, and other people like him, did not live in that way. Jimmy Bell lives in the moment. He does not need to record his past or to plan for his future, which is fine when you are young and single, but not so much when you are well into your 30s with dependents. Smith stared down into the drawer again. It's more than that, though. 2 years he has lived here, yet there is virtually nothing for us to work with. This man does not put down roots. He barely leaves footprints. His hands began their work again in the next drawer down. Beneath some underwear he found the iPhone box and wrote down the number and various other sequences of letters and numbers. He had no idea what they all meant, but you never can tell what will be important until it is. Then he studied the underwear itself. Some of it was new, unused, and he didn't recognize the labels. He guessed that it didn't come mostly from supermarkets like his own. A trendy young man about town might know. What do you make of these? Holding them up. Not your colour, if I may say so, sir. Idiot. Expensive? Fashionable? Waters came over and looked at the label inside. Both and very. Not been worn yet, I'd say. Not that I want to examine them microscopically to establish that fact. There are some good clothes here as well. Waters was systematically going through the pockets of the jackets, coats and trousers in the wardrobe. Everything in here seemed to belong to Mr. Bell, and if Mrs. Bell had any nice things of her own, they must be stored elsewhere. "And have you found anything in these good clothes?" "Just this so far." Waters reached a plastic-gloved hand into his own pocket and took out 2 condom packets, still sealed. Smith made his, "Well, I'm slightly surprised" face, or perhaps it was his, "I'm glad it was you, not me" face. "I wonder what happened to number 3, and when." Perhaps Mrs. Bell might know. "Tucked away in the pocket of one of those rather smart jackets, even though they're not my colours either. Funny place to keep them if they were for marital purposes. Still, if you fancy asking her the question—" Waters was convinced enough by Smith's speculation to shake his head at the invitation. Smith said, "Which jacket were they in?" He felt through the pockets himself and then withdrew his hands. "Check it again." Waters did and found nothing more. Inside the right breast pocket there's another little slit pocket inside it. Waters tried again and withdrew whatever it was that Smith had felt. It lay on his palm, a rectangular card, business-sized, all black, coated in a soft matte material that gave it the texture of velour. One side was completely blank, the other had one word in an elaborate satin pink script, "Velvet," followed by the letters MSC. Any ideas? Waters examined it minutely, but could make nothing more of it. He said, "It's a very fancy card. Want me to Google it?" "Go ahead. Not that I've been able to stop you doing it anyway so far." Waters worked on his phone while Smith held the card up to the light at different angles. "Tell you what, though, if she's an escort, she's very well qualified." Waters ran a fingertip across the screen, first vertically and then horizontally. "Nothing here that would connect to Jimmy Bell that I can see. I could do a more thorough search in the office." "Yes, we'll hang on to it. Put the 2 rubbery things back for now. I'm going to ask her if she'll let us take the laptop. There's sod all else unless we count expensive undies. Rather disappointing." "Do you think she'll mind if I use the bathroom?" "No idea, but always check the bathroom cabinet if you get the chance." "Yes, it's Lucy, the funny sign that means and followed by Leah with capitals on the names." Smith wrote it down with a sinking feeling that another possible source of information had just shriveled up. She had told him that they both used the laptop at different times and that they hadn't had the internet for some months, since the dial-up costs had increased their phone bill so much. Then she said, "You can tell your friend not to worry about leaving things tidy. I can do that in 5 minutes." "No, I think he's—" Waters entered the room. She must have realized then where he had been. A shadow passed over her face. She didn't know whether to say something or not. Smith could see that, and so he waited 3, 4, 5 seconds, and nothing came. Smith said, "Thank you for your help, Mrs. Bell. We've got 4 people looking for Jimmy. If we hear anything at all, we'll let you know. And if you could do the same—" Yes, she would, of course, still glancing uncertainly at Waters. Smith, too, looked at the young man, a look that said, "Do you want to mention it now, whatever it is?" The reply seemed to be, "I don't think so," and Smith headed for the front door. They stood just past the first corner, out of the wind that was driving down the walkway in front of the Bells' flat. At this rate, Mr. Fleming wouldn't be outside for another week at least. The first picture showed a large, boot-shaped hole in the side panel of a bath. The second, a bathroom cabinet slightly awry, its mirror doors both shattered. And the third, 2 tiles low down that had been cracked by the pipe in front of them being driven forcefully back into the wall. The grout between them was stained brown. Smith looked up at Waters and said, "Did you have some sort of accident? I don't think your Federation insurance will cover this."
I'd say it's recent. The rest of the flat is tidy. Mrs. Bell is house-proud, isn't she?
Smith was able to enlarge the picture of the tiles, thanks to Mr. Rampton. He studied it closely. Waters said,
"Should I have said something there and then? I wasn't sure."
"No, this is good. Gives us time to think. I've had my think. What about you? What should our next move be?" Waters thought, and the wind somehow curled around the corner and into their faces.
"As we're here, we might as well go back in and ask her about it."
"Agreed. It also helps my petrol bill. I should claim a lot more than I do, you know." And he was already halfway back towards number 518. Before he knocked, Smith said, "You found it, you take the lead, all right?"
Chapter 8.
He did well, polite, calm, and firm, but Smith knew that the woman was half expecting them to come back. He doubted whether she had even sat down since they left a few minutes ago. The story that she told Waters seemed to ring true. When she arrived back on Monday morning, the damage to the bathroom had been done at some time over the weekend. It was Jimmy, of course, and not for the first time, though it hadn't happened for a while. When he drank too much, the old anger appeared, but now he took it out on things, which was better. Waters said,
"Mrs. Bell, what does he get angry about?"
The naivete of the question surprised her and brought her closer to tears than anything Smith had said earlier.
"It's not us. I don't really know, and I should, but he's always had a temper since he was young. His dad told me, and he has mood swings. Drinking is the worst thing he can do, but whenever things get difficult, that's what he does." "How have things got difficult lately?"
Another good question, letting what she was telling him guide the interview. She wasn't really sure again, and Smith thought, "You're lost, aren't you? I'm willing to bet that Jimmy Bell has a life outside this flat that you know nothing about." It wasn't money, she continued. That had begun to improve already since he went onto the platform. But he had been on edge a few times.
"And he didn't tell you why?"
"No." Smith said, "Mrs. Bell, Lucy, while you were chatting to D.C. Waters, I'm going to take a look at the bathroom for myself, if that's okay." The question was asked only out of politeness. He was already leaving the room. Like the rest of the flat, the bathroom was somehow both larger than one had expected, but still on the small side. Also, like the rest of the flat, it was clean and had been recently decorated. Smith looked closely at the damage Waters had photographed, and then he began a minute examination of the rest of the room. Low down, close to the cracked tiles, he could smell disinfectant or bleach. There was a bath mat that was still damp. He ran a finger along the floor covering and came away with very little, so the room had been recently cleaned. But those brownish stains behind the slightly kinked pipe looked familiar to him, and when he got onto all fours and peered up behind the sink, he could see 2 or 3 similarly coloured spots where no casual wipe-over would have reached them. The other 3 walls of the bathroom were plaster-finished. In the wall closest to the tiled area, looking from an acute sideways angle, he could see 3 indentations between shoulder and head height. This area had probably not been cleaned as thoroughly because adhering to one of them were at least 2 short, light brown hairs. With his face inches from one of the dents, taking care not to disturb the hairs on the other, he felt the edge of it with a fingertip. A tiny flake of emulsion fell away. This was recent damage. Finally, he went back to the door and looked at the frame, the catch, the bolt retainer, and the handle. The door itself was of the cheapest type, mass-produced and foam-filled, but it bore no marks at all. With his back to the door, he scanned the room again, leaving his mind open to anything that he might have missed. And then he had a decision to make. leave what he had found in place, where it would be of the greatest value if he could organize a proper examination of the room, or remove something now in case someone decided to clean it more thoroughly once they understood what he intended to do. He returned to the lounge. "Lucy, can you describe what the bathroom looked like when you first saw it on Monday morning? Just an hour or two over a week ago now, isn't it?" There was a point to that. If a week is a long time in politics, it's an eternity when someone has gone missing from your life. She said, "I could see that he had cleaned it up, but only as well as men do. I think he must have got up on Sunday, realized what he'd done, and tried to fix it. He's always sorry." "You said only as well as men do, so you cleaned it up yourself, did a better job." She nodded. "Was there very much blood?" He felt Waters glance at him. She said, "A few spots on the floor and the tiles. He must have cut himself in the mirror when it broke." "You said he's always sorry. Did he leave a note saying that, apologizing for what he'd done?" "No." "And would you have expected him to do that normally?" She didn't answer immediately, and Smith fought down a flutter of impatience. Suddenly he had a lot to do today. "I did look. He did sometimes leave a note or something if he'd been stupid or careless." Her look told him that she had some understanding of what his questions might mean. "What do you think, Lucy? I want some other officers to look at the bathroom. It's your only loo, so you and Leah will need to go in there, but don't touch anything else. Not a thing. Don't use the sink, and don't for goodness sake clean it up because you're expecting visitors. I'll get it done as quickly as I can, but I can't say when it will be. Okay?" She didn't answer. "Also, I'd like you to find us a recent picture of Jimmy, one that we can show people. Do you have anything like that?" She went to the coffee table by the television and brought back a head and shoulders picture of Jimmy, Belle, and Leah, the little girl smiling into the camera, and the man smiling at his daughter. He could sense her doubts about the photograph. "Good, that's fine. D.C. Waters will borrow this, and we can use just Jimmy's face from it. We won't need to show the whole thing. Finally, and I'm sorry if this seems intrusive, Lucy, but I'd like you to open the door to Leah's room so that I can just have a quick look inside." When that was done, and they were about to leave the flat again, Lucy Bell spoke what must have been on her mind since Smith had questioned her closely about the bathroom. She said, "You think something's happened to him, don't you?" Smith looked at Waters, and the latter was grateful that the look did not mean, "Would you like to take this one?" "Yes, I do. But I don't know what, and I don't know where yet. I'm sorry." "I'm sorry as well, because there's something else that I should have told you." She crossed to the sofa and picked up a handbag. From it, she took out an envelope and handed it to Smith. "He gave this to me on Friday. I bought Leah some clothes in Wetton on Saturday afternoon, but the rest of it is all there, if you think it's important." Smith ran a thumb over the edges of the notes, most of which were crisp, white, brand-new 20s, the best part of £1,000. Late that afternoon, Smith sat at his desk. This investigation resembled a plate of spaghetti. Here and there he could see an end, but it was impossible to say whether this end here might be connected to that end there. He picked up the first of the squares of scrap paper that he had prepared a few minutes ago, and wrote on it the name of a single piece of spaghetti, Samsung phone. The next was missing iPhone, then CCTV footage, and so on, more or less at random, until he had more than 20 pieces of paper in front of him. On the last one he wrote, SOCO Tuesday AM. He spent some time after that grouping them in different ways, spatially, everything to do with platform Elizabeth, for example, everything to do with the flat, and then chronologically, beginning with At Home Saturday 10:30 and ending with 01:17 Wednesday morning, the timestamp on the CCTV footage. Sometimes he would stare at the results for a minute or two, and then he would move things around again. When he did this, it was never like in the films or on the television. There was never the eureka moment. What he was looking for was the thing that would make him think, "That's odd," or "Why would somebody—" From that, sometimes, the thought would grow into an idea. The door behind him opened. Looking up at Waters, he guessed that it must be D.I. Reeve. She came to his desk, looked down, and said, "Oh, I haven't seen one of these for a while." Smith gave only a low of agreement. "John and Serena?" "Gone back to the towers to see if they can fill in this morning's blanks. Chris is doing his lines." Waters looked up from his keyboard. "This is taking a while. I hope it's worth it." "What is?" Smith said, "Serial numbers from the new notes that Lucy Bell had. We'd no grounds for taking them, so he photographed them, but I wanted them in sequence." "Nice. I assumed you explained why." "No, I just told him to do it. Blind obedience is an important part of police training." Reeve ignored him and went over to Waters. "Banks don't keep a record of the individual notes they give out, but central banks, where new money goes first, do keep records of where batches of notes go, to which branches. We can trace these with those numbers and find out when and to which branch they were sent." Waters looked at the screen again. "Even so, busy branches must have hundreds of customers a day." "Yes," said Smith, unable to resist, "but these days they also have CCTV. If the branch can tell us the time frame in which those notes hit the counter, you can spend hours studying the footage to see if there's a face we recognize. I don't mean you in the generic sense, I mean you personally."
"What if it went out through a cash machine?"
"Still on CCTV. You should know that from Wilson's case last year. It just means you get to study a wider range of dodgy customers."
"A long shot, though."
Reeve smiled at Smith.
"But sometimes, Chris, they hit the mark. The Yorkshire Ripper?"
Waters shook his head. Smith said, "They caught him by a fluke in the end, and when you've put hundreds, thousands of hours into a case, that's a sickener. But the best piece of work in that case was tracing a banknote he'd used. This was before all your computers and gizmos, just a very clever, very methodical, middle-ranking CID man. They narrowed it down to the factory where he worked, and I always think they'd have got him that way in the end." Waters shrugged and resumed typing. "Talking of banks, ma'am."
"Sorry, Sergeant Smith, that's one of the reasons I came down."
Smith thought, "I'd hate to have a boss that didn't do irony."
"They'll send the statements directly to me in the morning. They were closed for training this afternoon."
"I expect they're getting ready to launch the new payment protection schemes. I might be wrong, but I've a feeling that this particular transaction isn't going to show up in James Bell's official balance sheet."
"And I have more good news."
Somewhere about her person she had been concealing the blue Samsung phone, still in its evidence bag. She placed it on his desk, exactly on the piece of scrap paper that named it.
Evidence refused to release it without Superintendent Allen's authorization. When I went to see him to explain, I said that this phone had accidentally come into the possession of one of our officers. At that point, he interrupted me and said—
Smith thought hard for a moment. "Did he say, 'I didn't know they did that model in such a fetching shade of blue'?"
"No, he said, 'Smith?'"
"I hope that you defended my honour, ma'am."
"No, again, but we can take a look at it."
The three of them stared at the phone. Smith said, "We ought to print it, if only so we can eliminate Waters from the investigation."
Reeve agreed. "Yes, we will. Chris, do the honours, but through the bag, please."
Waters came over to Smith's desk, picked up the Samsung, and turned it on.
"Battery's almost fully charged. Contacts."
His thumb flicked across the screen a couple of times, and then he nodded.
"It's his phone, all right. Numbers for Dad, East Deans, Lucy, Marinor. Not loads of contacts, but it's him."
"Last call?" Smith was looking at the pieces of paper on his desk now. When no reply came, he looked up at Waters and found him frowning.
"Recents is empty."
He pressed other buttons and swiped other digits across the screen for 30 seconds before coming to the same conclusion.
There's no call history.
Which means?
It's been wiped, deleted.
Or? There's always an or. Waters thought for a moment.
Or it's never been used.
When we were faffing about with Ralph Greenwood's laptop, you told me that even if a memory was wiped, it left traces until the space was written over again. Is the same true here?
Yes, it's just the same.
Smith turned to Reeve. Is someone going to Norwich tomorrow? Silly question, I know. Someone goes to Norwich every day. Can we find out who it is or they are and get them to drop this off at one of the labs? I assume there's a special lab for phones now. If not, we'll send it by special delivery, which could destroy the quarterly budget. And we need to do the prints here before it goes, just in case someone over there accidentally handles it. Waters looked as if he had not yet got over the surprise of a phone with no call history. He switched it off and put it back onto the table. Smith found the scrap of paper that represented the phone and wrote a brief note on it. Then he put it slowly and quite carefully back into its original space. Contacts. I put them into my phone manually. It takes me ages. I make mistakes, press the wrong button, start all over again. Get landlines in mobile slots and all sorts, but that's how everyone does it, yes? Waters said, If you're putting in a single new contact, yes. Smith made the impatient circling finger gesture that meant, yes, there's obviously more, get on with it.
But if you are setting up a new phone or transferring contacts from another phone, you'd do it via your laptop or PC or pad, load them all on in one go.
Smith thought about it. So at that point you could, say, add in new ones or delete some existing ones that you no longer wanted on your list, then just put the new list into the new phone.
Easily. It's just a couple of minutes' work.
Reeve said,
What are you thinking, DC?
I'm thinking that I'd better go home and have a lie down before this gets any more nonsensical. What would he be doing with a phone that's got his contacts on but no call history? And it's a phone that seems to have been a secret from his wife, a phone that has either had its call history deleted or which has never been used, a phone which he did not take with him on his stroll around Elizabeth, when most people these days need to have them surgically removed if separation is necessary.
D.I. Reeve said, Before you do go home, I need to see you.
And then she picked up the Samsung and left the room, which meant that he had to follow her up to her own office on the floor above at some point in the next hour or so. He had a sinking feeling that it was not about the disappearance of Jimmy Bell that she wanted to speak to him.
Superintendent Allen has asked me to make it clear to you that failing to attend the officer fitness assessment for a third time will be viewed as a disciplinary offence.
Smith sat opposite her and said nothing, bewildered by the sheer number of sardonic possibilities on offer. And, for some reason that quite escapes me, Superintendent Allen did not seem to be in an entirely bad mood when he told me this. She had not offered to make a mug of tea, which was usually an ominous sign. As for the charge with which he was being confronted, on the second occasion he really had been in no position to attend, for sound operational reasons. He had been in the middle of the North Sea all day. The first assessment, a month earlier, had clashed with a dentist's appointment, and it was conceivable that he could have moved that, but decent dentists that don't charge an arm and a leg are hard to find these days. Good oral hygiene was surely as important a part of an officer's all-round fitness as the ability to run up and down the gym 10 times.
So, is there some reason that you are not getting this out of the way? Is there something that you aren't telling me, DC?
I think that by not going to this, I am telling someone something.
And what is that?
That this is yet another waste of police time. Has my operational fitness ever been in question?
Not as far as I know. Nor is that of most officers. Is the general public complaining that there are too many obese officers? No. Has the uniform budget gone through the roof because we're 3 sizes bigger than we used to be? No. It's just more bureaucratic bollocks, pardon my French, from people who've never caught a criminal in their lives or who did so long ago that Jack the Ripper isn't yet a cold case. It's rubbish, ma'am. Nevertheless, DC, and does it apply to all ranks? Are we going to see the CC and the ACCs doing the beep test? I'd actually pay money to watch that, but we won't, will we? Don't shoot the messenger, please. He had known that this would not go away, of course. The reminders were still in his pigeonhole, had not been immediately shredded like most of the nonsense. He had studied the list of activities that had to be undertaken, and he knew that most of the officers in the station had already completed them. They were now deemed able to pursue the country's superfit criminal masterminds for another year. If you don't have a problem with it, DC, I mean an actual physical problem, just turn up and do it next week. You've made your point. Don't give people the ammunition they need to have a go at you. He raised his eyebrows and sighed. Perfectly sensible advice. But as a clever man had once said to him, if is the biggest little word in the world. Thanks for getting things moving this afternoon, especially the SOCO at short notice. Sally was secretly relieved. She gets to miss one of the reorganization meetings. Reorganizing central services again. It hasn't been done for a couple of months. All being outsourced to Manila, I hear, but Sally's a good hand. I'm sure she'll be prepared to pop over for a couple of mornings a month. At last the kettle was being filled from the jug. Reeve said, "Seriously, where are you with this bell thing? It looks more and more wrong to me." "It is, but it won't be straightforward. Lots of bitty things to do yet. Get me involved. I've got meetings of my own to miss if I can. I've decided to speak to his father up in Newcastle. Probably just a phone call, but you can take that on for starters. Detective Inspector sounds more impressive on the phone. Give me the number. I can do it tonight. Anything else? Do we need more people? I can borrow a couple of Wilsons." The very thought. But he considered it seriously before he answered. "Not yet, but we might at some point." "Do you want this black as a part of your Get Fit campaign?" The spoonful of powdered milk hovered over the mug of tea. There was little to choose between the horrors of dehydrated cow juice and the bitterness of unadulterated cheap tea bags. In the end he went for the additive and watched as it dissolved itself with difficulty into the dark liquid. He said, "Let's see what Sally comes up with tomorrow morning. Maybe a meeting at about 2 tomorrow with everyone in the room. We might have a new set of priorities by then." "Okay, I'll be there." She opened a desk drawer and took out a packet of biscuits. "Jammy Dodger?" Smith raised an eyebrow. "Does this have to get personal again?" When he left Reeve's office, he took the back stairs, went down the first flight, stopped on the landing, and looked around. There was no one in sight. He turned and ran up the stairs 2 at a time, then back down and up again. He could feel his heart pumping, but that wasn't the point of the exercise. He had not imagined it. His knee was better running upstairs than it was on the level, which made little sense. Perhaps he could ask to do his operational fitness assessment here instead of the gym, and make sure that if he had to run after any villains in the future, he would do so going uphill. He could be a specialist officer, vertical pursuits. A few days before, on the secluded part of the lawn at home, he had found the same thing, sharp pains as soon as he pushed off, sharper on the turns, followed by some hours of aching that could be bad enough to keep him awake, and then stiffness for a day or 2 afterwards. Physical pain had never bothered him much. He used to think that his mind and matter were so disproportionately arranged that it was easy for the former to overcome the latter, but now a new situation had arisen. The pain was enough to stop him running, and that was enough to make him fail the fitness test. At his age, they might not countenance the operation and the recovery time once such a failure had occurred.
Superintendent Allen would nod sympathetically as he handed over the retirement papers and then punched the air in silent joy after Smith had closed that office door for the final time. The fact that he might have just weeks left as a serving police officer. John Murray and Serena Butler had returned. She had found every one of the missing residents on her side of the 5th floor, but the one missed on Murray and Waters's side remained unaccounted for. When Smith asked, Murray said, "Hospital, the neighbour told me." "A dead loss, then. She went in on the Monday, she was there over the weekend." Going to follow it up, knowing full well what the answer would be. "Yes, I've got the ward, so in the morning." Smith turned to Waters. "Anything from the people on the Tuesday helicopter?" "I've had a few replies, but no one is confirming that they saw him. To be fair, a couple have pointed out that they wouldn't really know if they had, as they'd never met him." "Even so, somebody must have noticed him. 18 passengers. It's about what you'd get in a large minibus." Waters said, "I think it is just a bus to work for them. How many people would remember who was on the bus this morning, let alone a week ago?" Smith considered it. "Make sure you get a reply from every one of them. Then, if anyone has shown an interest, or even signs of intelligence such as capital letters and full stops in their answers, we might go and show them his picture." He studied the pieces of paper on the desk again, and the others stood, waiting for anything he might say. It was almost 6 o'clock. "We've got a SOCO going in at 9 tomorrow morning. This might be upsetting for Mrs. Bell Serena. We'll do that one. We'll meet there at 8:30. John D.I. Reeve should get some bank statements first thing. Can you make a start on that? Chris, sort that flight list and tidy up everything we asked for from Marinor. Also, we need someone to speak to from their personnel department. Have a look at the laptop if you get all that sorted, but get it printed first. Lots to do. If it looks like too much for us, we've been told we can get help from over there," pointing across to the other side of the room, which was empty. They didn't look too excited by the idea either. Then he told them that it was time to go home. Chapter 9. Smith was 20 minutes early. He parked so that he would be able to see the car from the walkways of Tower 2, and then sat and watched the usual lack of activity. After 5 minutes or so he checked his phone, but there were no messages, and his private emails inbox was still empty. Then he thought about the conversation he had had with Charlie Hills on his way out of the station last night. Mrs. Bijarani had departed, measurements taken, and her recommendations already on their way to the Station Safety and Security Steering Group. Soon the public entrance to King's Lake would be redesigned. Charlie and his officers would sit behind a one-way screen, able to see who was in need of their services without being seen themselves. Visitors would press a button and speak into a microphone stating their business, as long as they were not selling double glazing or carrying a Kalashnikov. Charlie would then press a button that opened a door into a new reception area where he would then face them across a counter, just as he did now. The risk of duty officers being assaulted or killed in the line of duty would have been reduced by a factor of 8. Smith had been duly impressed, but had to ask Charlie when was the last time that an officer had been killed on the reception desk. Charlie scratched his head and said that it must be so long ago that he couldn't remember. Smith said he could not quite understand how 0 could be reduced by a factor of 8, but then maths had never been his strongest subject. "So," Charlie had said after that, "who was the sophisticated, smartly dressed lady that you were having dinner with on Saturday night?" Smith had to check the source of the intelligence first. No, it had not been Charlie himself, but D.C. Waters, who had seen and recognized the back of his superior's head in a cosy alcove in Sandrines. And what was Waters doing there? We're overpaying these young D.C.s, if you ask me. Charlie said, As it happens, I asked him the same thing. He said it was his and his girlfriend's 6-month anniversary. Smith thought back to the day that he and Waters had entered Pisces Marine, and the attractive young receptionist had caught sight of the rookie detective constable in his first week out in the wide world. 6 months would be about right. So nice try, DC, but who was this woman of mystery? Smith told him, and Charlie remembered the name, remembered taking the phone call when Joe Everson had first called the station in search of Detective Chief Inspector Smith. And now, thanks to the message that I passed on, I might even say thanks to the introduction that I made, it's intimate dinners in classy French restaurants. Whatever next? Is she actually going to write this book? Well, Smith had said, it looks like a definite possibility. She wants to talk to some of the other people involved first. Charlie had wondered whether he would have to go to Sandrine's to be interviewed as well, but Smith thought it unlikely, and anyway, they did not serve Yorkshire pudding with gravy. Far from being insulted, Charlie Hills had thanked him for the warning. Sally Lonsdale insisted that as she was wearing the disposable plastic suit of her profession, Smith must wear one too, if he wanted to be in the room when she was at work. He had to be there, and so he had no choice. He thought to himself, it's just going to be one of those cases in which I have to wear silly things. But the look it brought to Lucy Bell's face was one of horror, and he was grateful that she had taken the little girl to the Flemings before any of this had started. Now Lucy was sitting quietly with Serena Butler. Scenes of crime officers work meticulously, and Smith was still fascinated by it after all this time. He had been a detective when everything had been done by CID officers. He had voiced doubts when civilian specialists had first been introduced, like many others, but had long since accepted that the work had become so complex it was better done by trained experts. Sally began by measuring and then photographing the bathroom from a number of angles. When she put the close-up magnifying lens onto the indentations in the end wall, Smith was relieved to see that the hairs he had seen there were still in place. In fact, there were more than he had suspected. She took pictures whilst lying on the floor to capture the blood spots under the sink, and said to Smith that from the shape of them she was certain that they had splashed upwards from a body close to or actually on the floor. Dust and hair samples from the floor were taped up and placed into sealable bags, each one labelled with the details that might one day be needed if Smith and his team could make sense of it all. Then tape was used to collect the hairs from the wall. There were fingerprints on the walls, the tiles, and around the door handle. These were dusted, photographed, and then lifted with tape. Smith ventured a question, and Sally looked closely at 4 of them through a lens before she said, "My guess it's the same adult. There are some child's prints on the door. Don't forget to ask Mrs. Bell for hers before we go. And now the moment of truth." From her bag she took a roll of black fabric, and with Smith's help fixed it over the window with adhesive tape. Then the door was closed. Next she took out 2 lower face masks, handing one to Smith. Finally a spray bottle was used to lightly treat an area of the wall adjacent to the sink. Smith said, "Fluorescein," and she nodded. "Okay, lights out." The ultraviolet beam of the torch illuminated a fine spray of dots on the tiles, a strangely beautiful mauve or pink, depending on the angle of the light. Smith held the torch while she changed the lens on the camera, and then took pictures. He said, "It's been cleaned at least twice since. I can still smell bleach." "I'm surprised it's so clear on the tiles, but bleach won't eliminate bloodstains entirely. More than a few people have made that mistake. On a surface like this floor covering, which will be slightly absorbent, plenty can show up. Let's see." With each spray onto the floor, more traces were revealed. In the darkness they resembled nothing so much as the dust clouds of deep space, faint, nebulous reminders of dreadful events long past, except that in this case, Smith guessed, the dreadful events had taken place about 10 days ago. When she had covered most of the floor, Sally stood up and took more photographs. The densest area of staining was close to the bent pipes, those that Smith had realized had been pushed back with such force that the tiles behind them were cracked. Smith pointed, his hand glowing an eerie purple in the beam. Sally came back down and traced the outline. "I'd say that blood pooled here for a while. It's quite dense. There are no splash marks around this. It didn't come from any height. Someone was lying on the floor and bleeding. You know you can't quote me on it, DC. That's someone else's job. I just gather it in, but that would be my guess. There was quite a lot of blood here. Pity it doesn't light up differently for different people. No such luck. You could have more than one here. I'll swab it in different places, as many as I can, and it'll go to serology this afternoon. That's the best I can do. You're a star, Sally." He watched as she carried out the meticulous process, soaking each swab in saline before rolling it across the glowing patches on the floor, working not randomly, he realized, but in an invisible rectangular grid. Then she would move on to the tiles. She said, "You have this missing bloke's DNA? If not, we'll have to find something. There's never a hairbrush these days." "Yes, he was a naughty boy with someone else's credit card 3 years ago. Looks as if he should have stuck to that. Might not be his blood, though." "You're right, but either way, something nasty happened in his bathroom, and now he's gone. You don't need my help to finish up in here. I'd better go and think of something to tell his missus." Lucy Bell held out her hand palm upwards, and Sally Lonsdale wiped away the traces of ink with a tissue. She was looking at Smith as he spoke. "We think we've got everything that we need, but if you could leave the bathroom as it is for a little longer, until we've got the results back, that would help us." She looked a little more numb, and her eyes had dark surrounds now. She said, "I'm sorry to ask. It sounds mercenary, but what about the money? I don't have anything else. Am I allowed to spend it, some of it? Leah needs things." He had already considered this. The money might be the proceeds of crime, but he was a long way from proving that, and he had the numbers. That would have to do. "Yes, you can. You should look into what support you can both get, Lucy." "I've never done that. I wouldn't know where to start." "A lady called Anne Crisp should be in touch with you soon. She's a police officer, family liaison, victim support, that sort of thing. She will know what you can do." There was a pause, and Serena Butler glanced from Lucy Bell to Smith, and then back again. Lucy Bell said, "Am I a victim, then? Are we victims? What of?" It seemed that everyone had had a busy morning. Smith moved the meeting to Incident Room 2, where there would be less likelihood of interruptions, and asked John Murray to lead off. "Bell has 2 accounts, one current and one for savings." He handed round copies. "As you can see, he doesn't have any savings. Last summer he did get some good cash bonuses from a tar-laying company, which he put into the savings, but that has gradually disappeared since then. It went out as cash withdrawals, so we don't know what he spent it on. On the current account at the bottom you can see that his first pay from Marinor did go in last week, but as far as we can tell, he hasn't touched it yet. The last transaction is the direct debit to the council for rent on the flat. I phoned the bank just before lunch to double-check. No cash withdrawals and no pending transactions. So that money didn't come from either of these accounts." Smith said, "How have you left it with the bank?" Murray knew exactly what he meant. "They'll contact me if there is any activity." It was clear that Reeve had something she wanted to add to this, and so Smith nodded to her.
I telephoned James Bell's father, Alec Bell. We talked for quite a while. To cut a long story short, Alec Bell is a gentleman, and his son is something of a disappointment to him, to put it mildly. He was very concerned about what might happen to Lucy and his granddaughter. I think he intends to come down soon and help out as far as he can.
Smith said, "When did he last see Jimmy?"
Reeve smiled. It was uncanny how often Smith asked the right question. Mr. Bell Sr. calls his son James. He hadn't seen him for over a year, until the Wednesday before that last weekend. Jimmy simply turned up at lunchtime, as if it was a regular weekly thing. He was in good spirits and took his father out to lunch at a local pub. He paid for everything with cash. I asked. Jimmy seemed to think that he had turned a corner, that things were on the up.
Did Mr. Bell ask why?
Yes, and he didn't get a straight answer. What he did get was a little of the money back that James had borrowed from him over the years. He was told that it was just a down payment.
How much?
£1,000.
Smith allowed everyone to absorb that in their own way. How did James, get up to Newcastle?
Train, and he left the same way later that afternoon.
So he would have been back in Lake, back home, late that evening. We'll check that with Lucy. Were they new notes, did you ask?
Reeve was ahead of him there. I've got a local DC going in to take the numbers. He might end up with the cash. Alec Bell said that if it was dirty money, he didn't want it.
Smith was making notes as he spoke. Under no illusions, then.
About his son, I don't think so.
He turned to Waters. Right, Chris, you didn't have much to do, so I hope you've made a good job of it. 1-to-1, Waters could deal with Smith's irony most of the time, but in front of others it could still make him blush a little.
I chased up the helicopter passengers, and I've got responses from 12, that's 2/3.
Smith tutted and said the things they teach him these days.
But no one is prepared to say that they noticed him. I checked back with a couple, and they confirmed that it was full. There were no empty seats. So he was there, but no one actually spoke to him or noticed him for any reason. Also, I've got the name of the Marinor personnel manager. She actually started quizzing me about what was going on, as it's causing her some staffing problems. I said you'd have some answers when you met with her.
Even Serena Butler joined in with the smiles that passed across and around the table. Very good. Laptop?
I took it to Sergeant Wallace. He said 3 sets of prints, or to be precise, prints from 3 individuals, as far as he could tell, 1 a child, just from the size. We took copies, but he said to tell you that if you want it as evidence, it will have to go through forensics management. He said you'd know that anyway.
Smith considered it. More delays and more cost. Get him to check the prints against what we've got for Lucy Bell and against Jimmy's record data. If they match, we needn't bother. What's on it? He was mildly astonished when Waters took a small notebook out of his jacket pocket.
I'd say that they both used it. There was the usual Amazon and eBay stuff, looking at things that I can't imagine would have interested Bell. Some online betting sites had been put into favourites, and an online poker-playing thing which was used in the week before he disappeared. But I couldn't tell whether he won or lost, just that he had been on there.
Smith said, even so, those sites will pay by bank transfer, and he wouldn't have got any winnings that quickly. Go on.
There isn't much more.
But there is something. Waters was hesitating.
It's set to delete browsing history on exit, which lots of people do, but I had a look at what cookies had been retained. There were some adult ones. You can sort of guess from the names, but I checked a few out to be sure.
Pornography?
No, adult dating sites. People looking to meet like-minded others to meet like-minded others. You know the sort of thing.
Smith looked round. Well, I don't actually know, but I can make a good guess. And these were easy to find, not hidden away?
If you knew where to look, he'd probably deleted the history, thinking everything would go, but it doesn't. Dear me. He wrote in his own notebook, and everyone around the table must have wondered what went into there on these occasions. He looked up and saw them all watching. Just making a note to get my cookies fixed tonight. He got up and went to the store cupboard at the back of the incident room. The stand that he had pushed back into there when they had finished looking into the death of Joan Riley was still in place, and behind it one of the A1 pads that he had taken charge of as they were heading out towards the skip behind the canteen. He manhandled both out and set them up. "Sorry, but this is turning into a proper case." He felt through his pockets and then remembered on a shelf in the cupboard was a box of board markers. In black at the top of the first sheet he wrote "Timeline." Then he turned back to the expectant faces. "This is what we found in the Bells' bathroom this morning. Blood, and plenty of it, splashed on one wall and pooled on the floor. Also, other DNA evidence, possibly from more than one individual. The bathroom has been cleaned and tidied up since whatever took place there that weekend, but not thoroughly, not by someone who knew what they were doing." Waters had raised a pen. Smith stopped and nodded him in. "We know that Jimmy Bell used to get drunk and physical. Lucy Bell was honest about that, and she'd obviously cleared up after him before. What made you think something different had happened in the bathroom?" It was a good question, and Smith thought before answering. He could not say instinct, but that's how it came to him. Now he had to be able to rationalize how he had reached the correct conclusion. "In my experience, when a man loses it and lashes out, he has a typical way of doing it, a characteristic way. He punches, or he kicks, or he headbutts, if he's from the north of Carlisle. But not all three, not on his own in a small bathroom. There was damage from floor to head height in there, and it just didn't look right to me. And then there was the blood under the sink. How did that get there if he was on his own? He would have to have been crouched down, banging his head on the floor. It didn't add up." Waters accepted it, but asked another question. "And you think it's Jimmy Bell's blood?" "We can't say, can we? That's why we have labs. But I do think that someone did someone else some serious harm in there, and with everything else we've got, it has to be connected to his disappearance one way or another." Then, point by point, he summarized just what they had now. Jimmy Bell was coming to the end of his first fortnight off and preparing to go back onto platform Elizabeth. He doesn't seem to have especially enjoyed his first spell there, though he gave no indication that we are aware of that he did not intend to go back. Either way, he decided that he was going out for a beer or three on his last Saturday night, and Mrs. Bell decides to get the child and herself over to her brother's place in Wetton, which reminds me we need to pay him a visit. This seems a bit odd, but I think we can assume that James and Lucy Bell were not by now, if they ever were, Romeo and Juliet. We'll also assume, with a look at Waters, that Jimmy did go out on the Saturday night. We don't know where, and we might have to go and show his picture in some likely watering holes. Lucy Bell suggested a couple. He goes home at some point. Then it's all quiet until the Sunday afternoon when he calls in sick, saying that he'll come in on the Tuesday flight if someone can arrange it, which they do. Mrs. Bell arrives home mid-morning on Monday, finds Mr. Bell has gone, as she expected, but also finds the mess in the bathroom. She can see that he has cleared it up, but the damage is still there. She goes over it again, which makes sense, as the rest of the flat is clean and tidy. She doesn't find any message from Jimmy, no apology, which he sometimes left, but otherwise isn't surprised that she's heard nothing from him at that point. A psychologist friend of mine would say that James Bell is strongly inwardly focused. I'd say he is a selfish bastard. Apologies, ladies, but it's the same thing in my simple world. Anyway, Jimmy catches the Tuesday flight from East Deans.
He's perhaps still not feeling well, still hungover maybe, so he goes straight to his berth. The young man he shares with is already on shift and doesn't see him. At some point, at about 1 a.m., Jimmy gets up and goes for a wander around obscure parts of the platform. There is some grainy CCTV footage of him doing so, which you can all have a look at now it's arrived here. Like me, you probably won't be recommending it for a BAFTA. And that's the end of the story. He was due to be at work at 0600 on the Wednesday, but never arrived. In his bedside drawer is a phone that Mrs. Bell has never seen. On it is his contact list, but there is no call history. We're waiting to hear if there ever was one on it. We now know that Jimmy had come into some cash, enough to start repaying money to his father that he borrowed years ago. It's my guess that there was plenty more. Jimmy likes nice clothes, iPhones and things, and would not have given all of it away. We know that he liked to flutter and possibly that he enjoyed female company. The first thing Waters found was an opened packet of condoms, and now he's discovered this adult dating thing on the laptop. This could be the area that Chris is going to specialize in future. He's heading for Vice. Any questions or comments? John Murray said, "Sex and money." I said any questions, not any requests. John? I've heard you say it often enough. 90% of the time the motive is one or the other. We've got both here. It was an obvious statement, but nonetheless true for all that. He looked around at the others. Alison Reeve would certainly have questions, but was probably holding back, waiting to see what Waters and Serena Butler, in particular, might have to say. Waters said, "Betting shops pay out in cash. He might have won it on the horses or something. You found some receipts or slips or whatever they are, so another job is to get round the lake shops. We're going to need plenty of those photos. It would have been a big win if it was one, so they won't have forgotten it. He gave Lucy the money on Friday, she said, so sometime in the day or two before he went to see his dad, the Monday or the Tuesday. Good. Anything else?" Reeve was seated next to Serena. Smith saw her looking down at the bank statements in front of the new DC and frowning. Then she looked up at Smith and spoke. "DC, you said Bell called in sick on the Sunday afternoon, but he didn't, did he? He sent a text." "Yes, from the number we think must be the missing iPhone." Reeve took out her own iPhone and held it up to make her point. "Everyone who gets a text from this phone assumes it's from me, but it isn't necessarily so. If I haven't set keypad security, anyone who has my phone can send texts from it. Even if I have set security, I might have told it to someone close to me, or they might have guessed it. There are people out there who are very good at that." Serena Butler had turned and was watching Reeve intently. Smith saw the look that passed between them and knew that something odd had just taken place. The idea that Reeve had just put forward had occurred to him at about 2 o'clock last Thursday afternoon as the communications girl on Elizabeth showed them the message, but experience had taught him the value of not trying to chase too many hares at once. Deal with the most likely scenarios first. However, if the blood that had pooled on the bathroom floor was Jimmy Bell's, he would have been feeling more than a little under the weather come Sunday afternoon. Someone else might just have sent that text message on his behalf. Agreed, and that means, if that's what happened, that either someone else was in the flat on Sunday afternoon, or the phone was somewhere else. This is where it gets interesting. Can we get a what's-it-called on that text? Is it a triangulation from the phone masts? Can we find out where that phone has been for the past few days? Can we find out where it is now? That job went to Waters. Find out who would know the answers. One by one, Smith reallocated tasks to his team of 3. They were now in spinning plates territory, but he was not yet ready to ask for help from another DS. Reeve said,
I'll go and see Lucy Bell's brother and hear what he has to say. I'll ring him. There might be time to get that done this afternoon. Can I take Serena with me? It will help her getting to know her way around. And help sort out whatever else is going on, thought Smith. Reeve stayed behind to talk to him. He didn't need to ask the question. She said, "It was written on her copy of the bank statement. He didn't call, he, ? Sent a text. As soon as I said it, she knew I'd read it there. I don't think she knew what to say. I felt like the class cheat." "She's a bit of an odd one, but she was good on the knocker at the Towers." "You've read her file?" "No, but I spoke to Paul Harrington. I imagine that she thinks the Chief Constable is asking for daily reports on her progress." Reeve stood up. "We'll have a chat on the way out to Wetton. I'll tell her that I told you what she'd written down and that she has a clean slate as far as we're concerned." Smith was reshuffling his slips of scrap paper into some sort of order. Some went to the front, others to the back of the batch. Eventually he looked up to see why Alison Reeve was still standing there. She said, "I didn't know you had any friends who are psychologists." "I move in far more exalted circles than people realize." Would this psychologist also happen to be a writer? Already? Had Charlie Hill sent round an email? Had Waters put something on Facebook? More to the point, she's an ex-DI, and our meeting was a professional one, at least from her point of view. Talking of which, there's something I need to mention to you about it. That she's planning a book about Andretti? It's already come down from above. Superintendent Allen notified me this morning. And how the hell did he know? From an ACC in Norwich, who has already been approached. You'll need to have a short meeting with someone about it, but Allen had the feeling that it has already been okayed. Smith looked genuinely surprised, and for once had no response ready. She seems to be pretty well connected, then. Still nothing. So, I'll be off to see Lucy Bell's brother. I'll get the details from Chris. She left him sitting there facing the display stand and its A1 pad, still only the one word written at the top, timeline. So easy to map out that of another's life, so difficult to know what will be the next key event on one's own. But Superintendent Allen had the feeling that it had been okayed, that it had been approved. Chapter 10. If pushed, he would have to describe the pain in his knee as mildly agonizing. Down on the lawn in the growing darkness, he had tried the sprinting and turning again, rotating first to the left and then to right to see if that made any difference. It didn't. The pain appeared to be politically impartial. Indoors, he opened the medicine cupboard and took out the ibuprofen, aware of what lay towards the back behind them without needing to look again. He would need to push the idea to the back of his mind as well. Still no email and no text. He could phone her himself, of course, and had the perfect reason to do so, now that news of the forthcoming book, no, surely it could not be thought of in those terms yet, had broken. Had he been taken for granted? Was that how he felt? Taken for granted? It sounded like a disappointed woman on one of those daytime TV shows. Tell us all about your failed relationship, Tracy, after the break for the ads. But she was probably still in Germany, in Berlin, meeting with serious academics in serious jazz bars, discussing, what was it, the changing perceptions of crime in an age of moral relativism. And he felt a little angry at that, felt a little righteous anger. Where did Andretti fit into the notion of moral relativism, that the degree of wrong we see in any act is dependent on our own moral history, our individual moral perspective? How could any civilized person see what the man had done as anything other than purely evil? Smith was aware of the potential oxymoron. Sheila had once given him a tutorial on the possibilities of loving hate in Shakespeare, but he, Smith, had been there in person.
He had knelt on beaches beside the abused and frozen bodies of dead girls, and he had looked into the eyes of the man who had done that, not once, but 4 times. Whatever else he was, Nicholas Andretti was no relativist. He had made a clear choice. And a little of the anger was because the approach to the county's most senior officers could not have happened today, not that quickly. She must have known about it as they were talking and eating on Saturday, and she had made no mention of it. Ultimately, of course, he could still decide that he wanted nothing to do with it, and the thought consoled him a little. She could write the book without the input of the detective who led the team that investigated those murders. At the end, she could add a footnote explaining that some of the officers concerned had been invited to contribute but had exercised their right not to do so. That's how she would explain it in polite and concise terms, skilled as she undoubtedly was with words. There would be no hint of annoyance, just an empty space where Smith's own account might have been. She had said to him that it could not be written without his cooperation, that she would not do that, but now events had taken on a momentum of their own. Assistant chief constables were involved, and detective superintendents would be having a word with him shortly. After all, they had met only twice, a walk through the snow to an old crime scene, and she had bought him dinner. She had heard him play, and then she had whispered and laughed into her phone in the bedroom next to his in the wee small hours. That was it, and that was all. He would not phone her. He turned his thoughts to the case, and had laid out his 2 notebooks side by side when his mobile vibrated and then rang. For half a second he mistook Alison Reeves's voice for another. "DC, it's me. We've been to see David Carter." She had something. He could hear it immediately. "Go on. Where did he bury the body?" "He does not like Jimmy Bell, and he makes no secret of the fact. He said that the worst day of his sister's life was the one on which she met him." "I might have come to that conclusion myself, to be honest. What about that weekend?" "His account matches his sister's. He left her at his place at around 5 o'clock and drove off to a competition where some of his students were fighting. This is a regular thing as far as I could make out. It was held at a leisure centre in Market Deeping, which would be not quite an hour's drive. On his own, he didn't give them a lift?" "No, I asked that, because he gets paid for tuition. It's a business, and he's not insured for that. These are mostly kids, and their parents take them." Smith rotated the red propelling pencil through all the fingers of his right hand and back again. Leroy Danes had shown him that exercise with a plectrum 30 years ago after they had played together in the basement blues bar. She would get there eventually. So I asked if he drove straight there, and he said that he did. We left and talked about it in the car on the way. We both thought he'd been straight. Serena was okay, by the way. I think it's just older men she has a problem with. I'm not dignifying that with a response. But, and I don't really know why, when we got back, I put his card details into the system, and, well, I'll have to go back and explain. Traffic are using a new ANPR. One option is a complete data logger, and 2 of them had that switched on Saturday night. He stopped rolling the pencil. Where were they parked? On North Lake Road. 2 miles north of the Southern Bypass, the route that anyone would take on their way to Lincolnshire, and the main road into the Towers estate. And they've got a record of it on this data logger? They have him going in but not out. He might have gone another way, but they were still experimenting with it. It's a new piece of kit, and they had it turned off some of the time. I spoke to John Waring in traffic, and he'll send us a printout. It gives us David Carter heading towards the Bells flat early on Saturday evening, knowing that his sister was safely out of the way. We should pull him in. Tomorrow, first thing, already arranged. I'm going to phone him and invite him first." Smith closed his eyes. He would have done this part differently. He said, "Is he clean? Any history?" "Nothing. House owner, electoral roll, and from what I could see in his living room, he does a lot for local charities." "Oh, well, in that case I'd say he's innocent."
I know you don't approve, but this is lower-profile policing. You've read the memos." After a short silence, she added, "On second thoughts, you probably haven't, but I'd like you to sit in and see what you make of him." If she had not asked, Smith would have done so. This trail was nearly 10 days old, and they had done nothing but gather intelligence so far. Talking to an actual person who was in some way involved, whether or not he was a suspect, would feel like a step forward. Reeve said then, "So that's the good news?" Smith sighed and sagged a little, running through the list of possibilities. He had not yet responded to the official invitation that was really an order to attend the officer fitness session next week. It must be that. He said, "Go on." "I'm pulling a couple of Wilson's team across for a day or two, just to get some of the routine things out of the way. They can take on the visits to the bars and betting shops after you've briefed them." She waited for his response. He knew that if he insisted, he could make her have second thoughts at the very least, but he could only do that so many times. She was the senior officer, and it was unfair to use the fact that their roles had once been the reverse of that to sway her judgment now. He remembered, too, that soon she would begin the process that might take her to DCI. Kicking up over a trivial issue like this would be somewhat churlish. "Okay, just tell me it isn't O'Leary." "O'Leary and Mike Dunn." Smith muttered something unprintable half under his breath. Reeve said, "What exactly have you got against O'Leary?" "Me? It's nothing personal, but my phone hates him. It starts vibrating when he gets within 10 yards. I think it knows what he did to its predecessor." "You've no proof that O'Leary was involved in that, DC?" "I saw his face when I put it to him, when I gave him the bill. That's the only proof I need in this case. He took it so someone else could clone it, and lest we forget, that ended up with 2 unarmed detectives confronting armed thugs, while MI5, or whatever they like to call themselves now, were waiting in the wings. Waters got hurt. I can't trust him, Allison." Smith rarely used her Christian name. She thought it over for a moment. His judgment she respected completely, but he was not refusing to work with O'Leary, only refusing to trust him, and that was enough. "I hear what you're saying, DC, but as a department we're going to have to get past this at some point. Brief them in the morning, and Mike Dunn is sound as far as I'm concerned. Look at him when you talk to them." The dull ache in his knee woke him at a little after 1 o'clock in the morning. He shifted position 2 or 3 times, but that made no difference. Slowly his mind woke up. The time was significant, but why? Almost 1:15 now. The time that Jimmy Bell went walkabout on Elizabeth. Downstairs he made a small pot of weak black tea and sat at the breakfast bar as it brewed. He had written the sequence of events out on pieces of paper several times now, and didn't need to do so again. There was something wrong with it, and if the blood on the bathroom floor turned out to be Jimmy Bell's, there was even more wrong with it. "Anything up to a pint," Sally Lonsdale had said when he asked how much blood there might have been, followed by all the usual caveats these days about her estimate not being used as evidence. Good professionals like her had become frightened of their own shadows in the new world of procedural correctness. But if Jimmy Bell had lost a pint of blood, he should have been in A&E, not climbing on board a helicopter a day or 2 later. Mentally, he gave himself a slap on the forehead. Bell might have done just that. Lake General needed a visit too, along with any outlying treatment centres. Another job for O'Leary and Dunn. He took the cup of tea upstairs, a china cup and saucer for the best black tea, and stood with it in front of his desk. His notebook lay there, ready for the morning, which was getting closer by the minute. He resisted the temptation to pick it up, and went instead to the bedroom window and opened it. The padlock was still there, a dull gleam in the light of a bright and waxing moon. He held it up, close to his face, thinking that it had lost a little of its shininess. There had been rain on and off, blustery showers, so it had got wet and dried out several times. Not the same as salt spray, though. He put it back, stared up at the moon for half a minute or so, and then closed the window. "Thank you for coming in at such short notice, David. This is Detective Sergeant Smith, who has been involved in the search for your brother-in-law. We have a few more questions that we were not in a position to ask you yesterday." Carter stiffened slightly at the words brother-in-law, and Smith saw it. He looked down at the man's hands, but the knuckles were unmarked, which didn't prove much, as this chap could probably knock you down with most bits of his body. No bruises around the head either, though, and the hair was cropped short. They would show if they were there. Reeve said, "Could you, for my colleague's benefit, just go over the events of the weekend before last, from the time that you picked up Lucy from her flat? Was James there when you did, by the way?" "I didn't go in. I waited in the car." "Best bet in that area, or your wheels would have been for sale on eBay in an hour. Shocking place to live, isn't it?" Carter looked at Smith for the first time. Smith had expected the brother to be older, but that was not the case. 3 or 4 years younger, but very protective, and annoyed at Smith for stating the painfully obvious. He ignored the sergeant's remark and repeated what he had already told them about his movements from the 15th to the 17th of March. Controlled, disciplined even, but lots going on under the surface. The body a little too rigid for comfort, the eyes a little too fixed on those of Detective Inspector Reeve. Smith remembered his own instructor, Major D. Agassiz. You never forget the man who teaches you that sort of thing. Loose-limbed and laconic, a most un-major-like major who told them in their first lesson as special operations hopefuls that he would teach them a bit of self-defense as it might come in useful. Within 20 minutes they all knew how to disable and, if necessary, to kill a man with their bare hands. Major Agassiz would have had some concerns about David Carter. Smith sat back and folded his arms. Reeve had asked Carter to talk about the relationship between his sister and her husband. Again, he made no attempt to conceal his dislike of Bell. The man was a drunk and a bully. He would never provide properly for his daughter. If he had gone, and however he had gone, it was probably for the best in the long run. She was better off without him. Reeve said, "I've no doubt you told your sister that. Did you ever say it to James's face?" "There was no love lost between us." "Did he ever threaten you? Or you him?" "We had our moments." "And did it ever come to blows?" "No." There was a pause before she said, "You say you did not see Mr. Bell on the 15th. When did you last see him?" Carter thought, or made a show of thinking. "Not since Christmas." "And when," said Smith, "did you last try to see him?" A pause while the odd stare travelled from the inspector to the sergeant. "I don't understand your question." "Since Christmas, when you say that you last saw Jimmy," and he could see that the deliberate use of the familiar name had its desired effect, "have you tried to meet him? Have you tried to speak to him again about his behaviour towards Lucy, to tell him to man up, as they say now, and do a better job?" "No, why would I? He's incapable of changing." Smith looked at Reeve as if he needed her permission, and she played along as if she needed to give it. He reached for the wallet on the table, opened it, and took out the single sheet of paper, the printout from traffic. Then he read through it again, slowly, as if he was seeing it for the first time, while Carter watched him. "Then can I ask you, Mr. Carter, what you were doing driving along the North Lake Road towards the Towers at," peering at the paper as if he had suddenly become a victim of presbyopia, "17:38 on Saturday the 15th? He turned the paper round 180 degrees so that Carter could see it. "At this point, Mr. Carter, most of our regular customers would say that their car had been stolen. But as you did, we assume, arrive in Market Deeping about an hour later, that really won't do, will it?" Carter was taking his time. Smith turned the paper back around and returned it to the wallet. "I did go to the flat, or I got as far as the front door. I knocked on it, but nobody answered. I never saw him." Reeve said, Thank you, David. Can you tell us why you went there?
Because it was ridiculous, Lucy having to leave the flat like that, knowing he would be pissed and dangerous, not able to stay in her home because of his behaviour. I thought if I saw him before he went out, he might listen for once. Smith said, "You told us that he was incapable of changing just a moment ago." Carter nodded, and even managed a half-smile. No doubt I was wasting my time, but I was angry that she had to leave because he's so predictably stupid. If you don't mind me saying so, Mr. Carter, a man with your training is potentially dangerous when very angry. I didn't say that I was very angry. If you knew anything about it, you'd realize that one of the first things you learn is to control your emotions so that you never use those skills unthinkingly. Thank you for that, sir. I always say that I learn something new every day, even at my age. Can you tell us why you concealed from us the fact that you had been to Jimmy's flat? Concealed did the trick, a low, sideways kick that caught him a little off balance. I just did not want to get involved. Lucy has told me about what's been going on, but I didn't see him. I don't see what else I can tell you, and I don't see where this is leading. He went to the rig, didn't he, and then disappeared. How am I supposed to be involved in that? Reeves said, "You might be involved as a potential witness, David." A witness to what? A good question, thought Smith, and I wish I knew the answer. Reeve continued, choosing her words with care. "You'll know, I imagine, from Lucy, that we have carried out certain tests in the flat. I won't go into details, but your being there and getting no answer on Saturday evening might be significant. Did you see or hear anything that suggested anyone was in the flat?" "No." "Did you see anyone else on the landings or the stairs? Any neighbours going by?" "No, no one." And then Smith said, "As Detective Inspector Reeve has just pointed out, we have done various tests in the flat. Can you tell us whether it is likely that we will find your DNA in there, Mr. Carter?" "My DNA?" For the first time, Carter looked surprised. "Yes, I'll assume that you know what it is and that your question is about why I am asking. Have you ever been into the flat where Jimmy and Lucy and Leah have been living?" "Yes, about a year ago, not long after they moved in, but in which case we might find evidence of that. Of course, we won't know that it's yours, you having no criminal record, unless you are prepared to give us a sample so that we can eliminate you from the results. Would that be all right, Mr. Carter?" Carter was thinking it over, perhaps wondering about the implications for his civil liberties. Smith said, "Or would you prefer us to put you in touch with a solicitor?" DC, that was a bit naughty. They were back in the incident room, and Smith was finishing his timeline at last. "I don't see why. He's the last man we can put within a few feet of Jimmy Bell, or at least his front door. He had, in theory, the opportunity, and he's not shy of admitting he had the motive. We could have pushed him a lot harder than we did, and we'll check that he did actually arrive at Market Deeping. Anyway, he gave us the sample." As far as he knew, Waters and Serena were working in the office, and the other three were out in the field. For a straightforward missing persons job, that was a lot of activity, a lot of police time. But this had long since ceased to be that sort of case as far as Smith was concerned. Mentally, he went through a list of what everyone should be doing and estimated how long it should take them. He pulled a face of irritation. They were stuck at intelligence gathering. He said to Reeve, "If you could make that phone call now—" "Which phone call?" "To that number they use on the telly when the DI picks up the phone and says, 'We need these results in a hurry,' and 2 minutes later they're back." "Oh, that number. Well, they solve all their cases in an hour and a half, whereas we have to go the long way round. If I had a magic wand, what would you want back first?" He thought for a moment. "I'd like to know what was on that phone, the call history." "Really? I'd have bet a tenner you'd want the blood results. Why the phone?" Was it too soon to say, to put such an idea forward? He was still debating that with himself when the door opened, and John Murray entered, making the whole room feel a little smaller. His usually glum face had lightened a little to merely deadpan, and Smith said, "Right, what have you got?" The answer, in a word, was plenty. Murray had spent most of the afternoon at Lake General Hospital. It had taken a while, but eventually he had tracked down Esme Fairhead, the sole occupant of flat 538 Nelson House, otherwise known as Tower 2. She was on a ward for the elderly and infirm, and it had taken all of Murray's personal charm to get past the sister in charge. "All of it?" Smith had said, concerned as if Murray might have done himself an injury in the process. "The old dear was as bright as a button," Murray said. "She asked him to adjust her pillows so that she could sit up, and then answered every question. Yes, she knew the Bells and their lovely little girl, but only to speak to in passing. Yes, her flat was halfway along the south arm of the landing. From her window she could see across the gap to the corner near the lift where the Bells lived. Certainly she could remember that weekend, because it was the one before she had come in for the operation, and they had given her some new medication to take for 5 days beforehand. He wouldn't believe how much it had upset her, but she wouldn't go into details. That was why she had to keep getting up and going to the loo. She couldn't be sure of the exact time, but it was well after dark. The landings and walkways are all lit up, better now since they put those new covers on that stop the children stealing the bulbs. Anyway, sometime that evening she'd been up again and looked out of the sitting-room window. She could not be sure exactly, but there had been 3 or 4 men at the door of the Bells' flat, standing around it and sort of huddled together, maybe for a minute or so, as if they were having trouble finding the key, or as if no one was answering their knock. Then the door must have opened. There was light in the hallway, and then it was closed again. Smith said, "No chance of an ID of Jimmy Bell." Murray shook his head. "Must be 40 yards if it's an inch. Badly lit, 80-year-old witness on a new medication. The defence would send their work-experienced trainee, DC." "Fair enough, but this is handy, John. Well done for pursuing that to the end. Lucy Bell told us that he never had people back, that he was even more embarrassed about his address than she is, and now we have a party going on. She said 3 or 4 men. Presumably she would have noticed if there had been ladies present. When the old girl gets back to her flat, we ought to go over, have another chat, and see what the view is like from her window. We might jog her memory. I'm not sure she'll be going back." On the way out, Murray had spoken again to the sister. She was friendlier now, having watched him making Esme Fairhead laugh for a few minutes. When he had said that he would be back with a written statement for her signature, he had been told that the patient was on a combined morphine and stimulant regime. The consultant had decided that that was kinder than putting her through the operation. It was unlikely that Esme would be going home again. Reeve said, "What a shame," and John Murray nodded. Smith waited for what he hoped was an appropriate number of seconds before he said, "John, I know it's late, but can you get that typed up tonight? Then get back in there first thing tomorrow and get it signed. I can't believe it. The closest thing we've got to a witness is about to shuffle off this mortal coil. I need to catch Bonnie and Clyde before they leave." He was heading for the door when Murray said, "DC?" Smith turned. "I know it's late as well, DC, but you're also on a promise. Maggie? She wants to see you, and you've been saying you'll go for a fortnight. I said you might call in tonight, and as I'm going to be stuck here for a while—" "Very neat, that. Very adroit for a big man. Just one of the reasons that he liked John Murray. He said that he would call in on his way home." Chapter 11. She had not seen him for almost 2 months, and she felt self-conscious. She knew how much she had grown in that time. What was he thinking as he sat in their lounge, waiting for the coffee to filter? When she went back in with the cup for him and her glass of mineral water, she felt like a barge under full sail, or as if she was constantly carrying in front of her a basket of washing, slowing at the turns and steering carefully through doorways. She lowered herself down and smiled apologetically. But beneath that, beneath the surfaces of awkwardness and embarrassment, was something deeper, something smug and self-satisfied, something that said, "This is it. This is what it's all really about. There is nothing more important than this." Smith made a point of staring at her midriff for a moment before he said, "Blimey. Yes, I know it's all happened in the past fortnight. One day I woke up and there it was. On my last scan, Thursday it was, I asked them to check that I don't have a litter, but it is just the one." "Definitely John's, then." She smiled and put a proprietorial hand on the bulge. "There's been a bit of movement as well, which is quite early." "But everything's okay?" "So they tell me." "Well, tell him or her to stay in for the full term. Once you're in this vale of tears, there's no going back. Do you know, by the way," with a gesture towards the future Murray Henderson, he had a private bet with himself that they would tie the knot quietly one weekday morning, but nothing had been said yet. "No, we said we'd wait, but I think it's a boy. Somehow that always makes it more real." He smiled at her, amazed at the change. He had concluded long ago that pregnancy doesn't suit all women, just as not every man looks good in shorts, and he would not have been surprised if it did not suit Maggie. But it did. She looked younger and happier than he remembered her. He said, "John told me you had something you wanted to ask me or tell me. He didn't give anything away, as usual. I'm working up to it." She had made up her mind then. She had decided to leave the job after all. He couldn't blame her, the way she looked now. She might even have decided to have a couple more, though she had probably not told John that yet. From a selfish point of view, however, he would be disappointed. It takes time to get a DC working just the way you want them, and he doubted whether he had enough time left to get anyone working as well as Maggie Henderson. Her leaving would feel like another tick of the clock, another inching forward of the second hand that could never be rewound. Instead of telling him then, she asked about the case, and it was clear that whether or not motherhood was her future now, she would miss the work. Most detectives avoid burdening their partners with too much detail, but John's and Maggie's situation was a little different. The forthcoming arrival made them seem no longer like the odd couple of Kings Lake Central, but she was still, at least in spirit, a part of the team, and John had told her about the disappearance of Jimmy Bell. From her sofa now she asked the right questions and checked that Smith had done all the things that she would have expected him to do. He was intrigued when she seemed to have come to the same conclusion as Serena Butler about the missing man, that she didn't like the sound of him much, and he asked her why. "He's a player. The clothes, the nice phone, not much cash for wife and child, but plenty for himself. I haven't seen the photos. Is he good-looking?" Smith made a quizzical face. "I'll be honest, Maggie. He doesn't do a thing for me, but I'd guess most ladies would say that he is, in a sort of 70s porn star way." "I suppose there would be no point in me asking where you got that from." "Not really." "And he's how old exactly?" Smith reached into his pocket for the notebook, glad to get another pair of trusted eyes on the case, even though the eyes were officially on sick leave. He found something other than the notebook, took it out and said, "Bugger, I'd forgotten about that. I'll take that in tomorrow," and put the card on the table. Then, from the notebook, he read out, 37 next birthday. I'd say Mrs. Bell is several years younger, poor thing." He looked away from the notebook then and saw Maggie staring at the card on the table. The look on her face was oddly unstable, fluctuating between amusement and something close to horror. "DC, where on earth did you get that from?" He told her, and waited for an explanation. So you're not just making that up. You've never been there yourself. I mean, a man in your situation. We would understand. Smith knew that he was being wound up, but had no idea how. The why was obvious enough. People didn't get the chance very often, and so they would make the most of it. Maggie, I haven't the faintest what you're going on about. You found that in James Bell's clothes? That does make more sense, to be honest, but I can't believe that you've not heard of it. Of what? What is it? A private members' club. It's in Silver Street off the Parkway, a very private club, if you know what I mean. He didn't, and so she explained. Did he remember Linda Connolly? Yes, he did. Tall, short, dark hair, very athletic-looking. Left Lake Central about 2 years ago. Maggie said that Linda had transferred to Vice in Norwich. About a year later, she had become a mum herself, but before that, she had asked Maggie one day, or rather one evening, because they used to play badminton together before, looking down at herself, well, before. The word mum seemed to have distracted Maggie from her story, and she stared a little at Smith as if she was wondering what he was doing there. What he was doing was his very best not to snap his fingers in the usual way whilst saying, "Yes, yes, get on with it." So, one evening, Linda had asked her if she knew anything about the new club which had opened up in Lake. It had come into Vice's radar, as these things do, but as far as they could tell, it was legitimate. If Maggie heard anything, could she... Could you what? Tell them, I suppose. Smith looked at the card with a frown. He didn't feel he was much further forward. "And this is the club Velvet MSC?" She nodded, and he picked it up again, examining it closely to see what he had missed the first time. Nothing. Maggie said, "Married Singles Club." Eh? For people who are married but would like to still be single. In one way, at least. I suppose a club allows you to meet like-minded others discreetly. The light was dawning. Smith held the card a little further away, as if it carried some risk of infection. So is it just for married couples? Not that they fit into my idea of a couple, if this is what they get up to, but I've a feeling that they find a way of admitting a few singles just to spice things up, especially if they happen to be good-looking. Smith took her point, his mind now back on track after the momentary surprise at what she had just revealed to him about what might lie beneath some of the quiet suburban lives in King's Lake. Dear me, whatever happened to the pictures and fish and chips on a Saturday night? So, Vice had a look? But if it's on private premises, no money changing hands, no technically illegal goings-on, I suppose... I had no idea, not in Lake. DC, things go on that would make your hair stand on end. They probably always have, but these days it's out in the open, so to speak. There are websites, magazines, organised holidays, abroad, the works. You seem very well informed. She gave him a mock, mysterious smile, and he responded with a slight shake of the head. The card was not cheap or shabby, not just a one-evening pass into whatever took place behind those locked and, no doubt, guarded doors. At some point he might have to ask, but he was sure that Lucy Bell would know nothing about this. Nevertheless, it made some sense, the condoms, the smart clothes. And this might explain the extra phone. Maggie said nothing as she watched the new information being slotted into place, like a child's puzzle in which the squares are shuffled around until the picture is complete and correct. He said, "Presumably it would be a tricky membership list to get hold of. And I don't imagine everyone owns up to who they really are. Probably a lot of Smiths on it. Yes, very good. And a few Browns, but it has to be worth a look. He went somewhere that weekend." Maggie eased herself back in her chair, still struggling to get comfortable. From what John's told me, which I know won't be absolutely everything, I can't see why you're trying to track his movements. You know he went onto the rig, or whatever it is, the platform. What he got up to before, that isn't important, is it? Okay, he lost a bit of blood in his own bathroom. Who hasn't? Smith gave her a somewhat perturbed look. I cut myself when I was shaving once. It wouldn't stop for a quarter of an hour. She said, "All right, I'm not on the case. No doubt you've seen something that's keeping you awake at night. Just make sure it doesn't keep John awake. He needs to get plenty of rest before this arrives." She had both hands on her belly now, stroking it gently as a man might caress a giant marrow he has produced for the vegetable show. "Maggie, I'd best be off so that you can all get some rest. What was it you were going to tell me? As if I can't already guess, but I appreciate you letting me know first." A puzzled look passed over her face before the smile. "Oh, yes. But I'm not telling you this, only asking whether you'd like to, obviously. Some people don't take it seriously, but we know that you would. If you feel that it would be too much to ask, we will understand." She had lost him again. It must be the hormones. He held out his hands, palms upward in surrender, and waited. She looked down at the bump, and then back at him. "We would like you to be our godfather." On the way home, his phone had buzzed with a new message. At traffic lights, he had opened it and saw that it was from Joe Everson, but he did not read it. Even when he was indoors, it was some minutes before he looked at what she had sent him. "David, sorry to bother you, but I need a quick word. Ring me?" Not more than 15 minutes later, he was reading an email from her. Checking the times, he saw that the email had been sent shortly after the text. It said, "I sent you a text a while ago, but realized that you might be too busy to reply, or too annoyed. Has anyone at work spoken to you about the book? If so, it's my fault. My agent does some of these things for me. She has a new assistant called Wanda. Wanda has a degree in American Studies from Oxford and is therefore for all practical purposes useless. Wanda took it upon herself to do everything on a list that I wrote down for Lisa, my agent. This should never have happened, and I can only apologize. Obviously, you would have wanted to raise it with senior officers first. Sorry." He grilled the 2 fresh herrings that he had collected from the delicatessen on the way home, and ate them with the organic wholemeal bread and butter from the same establishment. The day had been rather short of coffee, and so he made some. He would do a little work on the case tonight in view of the latest information, and so it might help to keep him alert. After that, he went out into the patio and smoked a cigarette, the first of the day, getting into training for the fitness test that he had still not confirmed, having been too busy again. Funny how work gets in the way of the more important things. A chilly, clear night ahead, a sky full of stars, and a waft of sweet scent on the dark air. Must be that viburnum in the border at the back. The flowers would be growing a pale pink in the gloom. His phone pinged and vibrated on the dining-room table. He went back in and found another text from the only author of his acquaintance. "Did you get my email?" So she had sent him in the past hour and a half a text, followed by an email, followed by a text about the email. If he did not send some sort of reply, it looked as if she would be having another sleepless night. He sent from his phone, "Yes, got them all. These things happen. Tell Wanda I'm having her thoroughly investigated." Then he went upstairs and sat down at his desk. He didn't feel alone, however. Jimmy Bell was there, and the 2 of them were getting closer by the hour. Typing the name of the club into Google produced absolutely nothing, but that didn't surprise him at all. The Velvet MSC would require a different approach altogether. When he walked into the office the next morning, having spent a few minutes with Charlie Hills admiring the elegance of the old reception desk area that had somehow eluded them before, he saw Mike Dunn standing behind Waters's desk, both of them watching something on the screen. He detoured behind them before they were aware of him, and looked for himself. A film of a man steering a boat across a stormy sea, the view out through his window as the waves tilted everything first to the right and then the left, rain lashing against the glass. He didn't know that boats have wipers, just like cars. He said, "What have I told you about playing video games during working hours?" and carried on towards his own desk. Waters called him back. "I found this on YouTube. Look. There in the background. That's the Elizabeth. This was filmed by someone on a supply boat in some rough weather. It makes you realize what's involved. He has to position this boat under the crane on the platform, and then crewmen have to hook things on and off the boat, all with it heaving about. They must get danger money." Smith watched it through to the end in silence, and then told Waters to rerun it. He said, "Can you actually see what they're taking on and off?" "It's all the big stuff that you couldn't fly in, like that generator we saw. And fuel, I suppose, and fresh water. Mostly it's these square containers in the film, like smaller versions of the ones you see on lorries." The men on the deck of the supply vessel wore hard hats and protective gloves, but if the crane driver above or the man in the wheelhouse made a mistake, those would count for nothing. The video had no sound other than a few muttered comments, but the wildness of the day and the danger of the work spoke for themselves. Smith turned to Waters. "What made you look at that?" "Just curiosity. I wanted a bit of background on the platform, and there it was." "If you were looking for background, it was more than curiosity, wasn't it?" "I suppose so." Dunn was watching and listening. Smith was famously eccentric, but he could also be painfully sharp. Dunn was also aware that Wilson had entered the room from the opposite door and was probably taking note of how his men were being used by Smith. O'Leary was nowhere to be seen. Smith said to Waters, "It could be useful. Can you send it to me, or the link or something? I'll take another look at it." He was halfway to his own desk before he stopped, thought, and went back to Waters and Dunn again. "In fact, can you follow this up a bit? Get back to your mates on the platform and find out who keeps a record of all the comings and goings of these supply boats, and where they're based. It'll either be here in Lake or Yarmouth. Get a company name and a contact number. Mike, come and talk to me. I've heard nothing about what you found yesterday, so do I assume that you found nothing?" Dunn followed Smith to his desk. They had gone to the betting shops first, and had indeed found nothing of any use other than the fact that one assistant manager had recognized the photograph of Bell. Smith said, "Long odds?" Dunn looked surprised and said, "Right. How did you know?" "Not important. Carry on." They knew him but hadn't seen him for a week or two. He wasn't about in the week before he disappeared, and they definitely hadn't paid him any big winnings. "Good. Pubs and bars?" Dunn took out his phone, pressed a couple of keys, and read off the screen some of the details that he told to Smith. The third bar they visited was the Wherryman. It was popular with workers from the docks and the offshore industry. One of the girls who served behind the bar knew Bell as a regular customer. She had been working that Saturday night, the 15th, and was sure that he had been there for the first part of the evening. Even better, any details? Why did she remember him? There was more, and Smith thought that either Dunn or O'Leary, or perhaps the two of them, had done a decent job. Dunn said, "She's a looker, and Bell, I'm guessing, always made a point of chatting her up. He was sitting on a stool at the bar doing just that when a couple of blokes came in. One of them knew Bell, came over, and then Bell went off to a table with them. She made a comment about her company not being good enough then, the way they do, and Bell said he'd be back. She remembers them drinking plenty over the next hour or so, this taking us up to about 9, but she never actually saw them leave. She thinks they probably all left at the same time, though. Smith sat and thought. If Murray could get Esme Fairhead to be a little more precise about the time she saw men outside Bell's flat, then the picture would be getting clearer. 3 or 4 men, she had said, and now they had 3 men drinking and then leaving a pub a short drive or a longish walk from the Towers that same evening. At the same time, he could hear Maggie's words from the day before. What he got up to before isn't that important, is it? And he knew that others were probably thinking the same. But it was important. It had to be. Bell was out drinking, chatting up barmaids and telling them he would be back, business as usual. And from somewhere he had money, serious money, enough for him to pay back a little of what he owed, enough for even James Bell to indulge his conscience. None of that pointed to a man intending to end it all by a leap into the North Sea. An accident? He could not dismiss the idea entirely, but it had no life in it, no interest for him, no colour at all, like a corpse forgotten in a mortuary. "Good stuff, Mike. I'm assuming you've got this barmaid's vital statistics, should we need them. OK. Where's O'Leary?" Dunn shrugged. Smith said, "Meeting with special branch, I expect. As you're on this for a day or 2, get Waters to bring you up to speed on it, fill you in on anything you've missed. If he uses any of his big words, get him to draw you a picture." He folded his arms as he watched the 2 of them working together at Waters's desk. Dunn asked questions and Waters answered, opening the folder that he always kept on every case, notes neatly organised chronologically, switching screens on the PC, confident and clear. Smith thought, he's come a long way in a few months, and Dunn was treating him as an equal. A young, uniformed PC came into the room and looked around. As was customary, no one took any notice until he held up a clear plastic wallet and called out, "Samsung phone from Norwich." The room was silent then. Smith put up a hand and heard Wilson's comment come across the room. "Another new phone, DC. I don't know what you do with them." Somebody laughed, but when Smith glanced around, he could see that it wasn't Dunn. There were 2 other detectives sitting close to Wilson, the remainder of his team at present. He took the wallet and signed the proffered form. The constable walked away. Wilson made a point of watching him go and then said, "They'll be having pizza delivered next." Any response would only add fuel to it, and so Smith left it alone. He could see Waters watching and waiting, and beckoned him over. Dunn followed. "Go on, you found it. It's even got your prints on it." The phone was still in its original evidence bag. There was a brown envelope which Waters slit open with the blade on a little multi-tool that Smith had never noticed before, and he thought, but then he is just like a Boy Scout sometimes. Waters read the report, frowned, and went back to the beginning. Smith picked up a pencil and scribbled something on one of his pieces of scrap paper. Waters said, "There is no call history on this phone." "I think that we already knew that." "No. There never has been a call history on this phone. Nothing has been deleted. It's never been used apart from the initial setup call." "I said it looked new when you first picked it up." Waters now had the report in one hand and the phone in the other, as if he could not quite believe that the one referred to the other, as if there must be some mistake. Smith said, "What about the contact list? Anything?" "Loaded onto the phone on the 17th of March. "Ah, the missing Monday." "There's a bit more in the report. The time of the setup call was 11:08, but there are no contract details registered. It was, or is, a pay-as-you-go phone, and it was 92% charged at the time of examination with £10 worth of credit to go." Smith was writing again on another piece of paper. He said, "So if I'm right, no contract details means no contact details, no way of tracing the owner, especially if they paid with cash. You go in, buy a phone in a box, set it up. Are they usually sold with some credit on?" "I thought so. About a tenner's worth, I expect." "So what do we do now, Mike?" Dunn asked Waters for the report and read it over himself. Wise, even experienced officers can miss the obvious. 2 pairs of eyes on everything is good procedure. Waters glanced at Smith, who raised an eyebrow. Dunn said, "Lots of people order over the internet now, which would be a nightmare to trace. But he'd have had to do that in the week before. You couldn't get same-day delivery before 11. And that would be at the flat, where his wife said there was no sign of him. If you needed a phone in a hurry, you'd go to a shop, and if you managed to buy it before 11, you probably went to a shop in Lake. I expect that's what we're about to do as well." "Spot on. Make a list. And don't forget, they'll all have CCTV if it hasn't already been wiped. Show his picture, but don't be dogmatic on that. You want details of every one of those phones sold, as much as they can give us. Check which staff were on duty. If they're not in today, chase them up. Over a week, so the tills will have long been emptied, but... Oh, Mata Hari has arrived." O'Leary was talking to Wilson on the far side of the room. Smith watched for a few seconds and then continued. "And while you're out and about, have a think on why a man who owns a nice iPhone went out and bought this one on a Monday morning when his wife thought he was on Elizabeth, if you'll pardon the expression, and Elizabeth thought he was home in bed with a poorly tummy. Why he bought it, apparently in a hurry, and then never used it. Look, I don't know what O'Leary's playing at, but we need to get on. Mike, it's up to you. Shoot off on your own or take Waters with you if you want some company. Up to you." They left his desk. The hesitation when they got back to Waters's was momentary, and then they were gone. O'Leary was still talking to Wilson, and had not noticed that his partner had deserted him for a younger model. Smith picked up the piece of paper on which he had written as Waters was studying the lab report on the blue Samsung phone, read it, and then crumpled it before binning it. He had written, £5 to win, never was a call history. He sent an email saying that he had received the email inviting him to the gymnasium the following week, and then felt his knee under the desk. It was recovering, as it always did after a day or two, but there was a slight puffiness which was fluid, gathering after the stress of exercise. It was annoying. He was, and always had been, generally fit. The occasional yoga kept him flexible enough. He still used the free weights in the garage, and he still walked regularly, especially when he was up at the caravan, miles up and down the vast open beaches of Wells and beyond. Everything on the assessment was within his abilities, except for the short sprints and turns, which had to be completed within a set time. O'Leary wandered over eventually and asked what he should be doing. There were many possible answers, but Smith only told him the simple truth that Dunn had gone off with Waters and they were already doing it. There wasn't anything else at the moment. O'Leary had found his way back to Wilson's side in the office. Smith sat and thought about the case then. It had been a proper case almost from the start for him, and soon it would be so for everyone else involved. Something would happen that would begin transforming the intelligence that they had been gathering into evidence. He thought about his chemistry teacher, Basil Woods, and the day on which he had demonstrated to the third form the effect of a catalyst in a chemical reaction. The details had long since been forgotten, but the principle had not, that in an instant one substance can be irreversibly transformed into another. They were close to finding the catalyst that would transform this missing persons investigation into something much darker. And if I'm wrong about that, he thought, then maybe it is time for me to go. Alison Reeve and Serena Butler came into the office together, and Smith made a comical show of sitting up straight, as if he had had his feet on the desk. Reeve said, "It's all right, we've not been plotting, we just met in the corridor. You first, Serena." Butler looked reserved again, as if each time she left the building she reverted to the woman who had first appeared on a reluctant transfer from Longmarsh. Smith thought about his visit to Maggie Henderson last night, grateful that she had not resigned from the force just yet. There was still some faint hope for the future. He said, "Banks?" in an effort to get her going.
"Yes, I've located the batch of notes. £20,000 worth went into Barclay's main lake branch 10 days before the weekend of the 15th. It was split 3 ways. They kept 2,000 for their tills. 3,000 went to Hampton's superstore, and the rest went to the Eastern Shires Building Society, but they don't record the serial numbers when they divide it up now. We can't work out which notes went where after they left Barclay's." As she was talking, Smith had found the relevant piece of paper, and he added the new information to it. "We can use a bit of intelligence guesswork, though. Bell surely had more than 2,000 he gave away, so that takes the bank out of it unless the new notes had been mixed in with old ones. Let's assume that they were not for now. He didn't hand in a £5,000 note at Hampton's and get £3,000 in change, and as far as I know they haven't been robbed in the past fortnight. That only leaves the Building Society. Next step? Give them a ring.
No, go in person, get the manager in his office, or her office, and explain. Make it sound like an urgent matter that needs priority. Now, while you're in the building, it's vital that we trace this money, etc. While you're there, see if there are any accounts in the name of Bell. What records do they keep? Is there CCTV on the counters? How long do they hold on to it? And anything else you can think of on the way."
Reeve said, "Serena, I'll come along, but you can do the talking, everything that DC says. We might as well team up, as I'm going out to Marinor and it's on the way." She turned to Smith. "I got in touch with them. They have a personnel director, and I'm seeing him before lunch. He knows it's about Bell, so it shouldn't take long. I got the feeling that they're anxious to avoid bad publicity about fatal accidents. He was very keen to cooperate."
Smith said, "I'll bet he is. I was only thinking this morning how funny it hasn't hit the local news. Somebody pulling a few strings. If we think it would help, we should hand it over ourselves."
Reeve considered it. "We've got plenty happening at the moment. Let's keep it quiet for another day or two. If it goes public, then it does. It won't hurt us either way. Any other developments?" He told her about the sighting in the bar, about the phone, and about what Waters and Dunn were doing. He knew that she was aware of O'Leary sitting at his usual desk on the other side of the room, and so he told her what had happened there as well. She looked hard across at the other team then, but said nothing for a moment. Then she said, "OK, you were right. I'll deal with it. Have you replied to the email about the assessment? They copied me in." He nodded. "And you don't have any problems with it other than actually managing to be there on the day?" "No." She waited for the smart remark, and it did not come. Then she said, "Fine. Get the team together for late this afternoon if it's possible. We need to review where this is going before I get asked why we are spending a small fortune investigating a man who fell off an oil rig. Gas platform, just in case you are speaking to the media. Talking of which, has Superintendent Allen had a word with you?" "Many, many times. About this writer person. Her name is Jo." When he put on that poker face, it was impossible to say whether he was being serious or not. Reeve waited and watched for another second or two, and then she turned and headed for the door. Serena looked at Smith then, and he nodded for her to follow. Chapter 12. When he was sure that they had gone, he took the card out of his jacket pocket and laid it on the desk in front of him. As forensic evidence, of course, it was now useless. In that, he had perhaps been careless, but then how could it ever have been used? Pointless dwelling on that. More productive, surely, to think about how he would present his ideas to the meeting that Reeve had asked for later in the afternoon. There were 2 of them. One involved the expense and inconvenience of an officer away overnight, and the risk of his working alone, risk to any future case, obviously, rather than a personal risk, but you could never be sure.
He remained convinced that at some point during Bell's last weekend ashore, someone had been seriously hurt, or worse. The second idea involved the kind of investigative tactic that appeared in every other episode of the latest detective series on the television. He invented a new one then, just for fun, Allen's Law, but which most officers rarely encountered in their working lives. The Velvet MSc was invisible using all the normal searches. Other than that, it did have an alcohol license. There it was classified simply as a private members' club, which meant that it could never hold a function that was open to the general public. Smith thought that if they knew what went on there, most of the general public would be mightily relieved, or at least he hoped that they would. These days, who could tell? But its very invisibility told him that a conventional approach was unlikely to be successful. They did not advertise, and they had no website that he could find. Perhaps Waters would have some ideas on that, but this was not for a Boy Scout's eyes, was it? Should he send him out for biscuits while they talked about this? The Velvet MSc was not going to hand over membership lists, addresses, and telephone numbers without every sort of search warrant imaginable, and that could take days, even weeks, if he could get one at all. Looked at coldly, he could hardly put together a case for one based on what they had so far. They might have CCTV, but he wasn't sure that he would want to watch it, not if Maggie was right, and certainly not in mixed company. What he had in mind would create a few other problems, but it would circumvent most of those he had just been through in his mind. It had to be worth a try. But who the hell would actually go and do it? O'Leary looked as if he had been told to sit on the naughty step. He had joined the afternoon meeting, but had said nothing because he had nothing to say. Alison Reeve had obviously dealt with it. Smith looked around and counted 7 of them altogether, if you included O'Leary, and if they had all been sergeants and inspectors, it would have been quite like old times. He said, "Right, let it never be said that I am not sexist. Ladies first." Reeve nodded Serena Butler in. ESBS have CCTV, but it deletes at the end of Saturday, the last working day of the week, so nothing to look at there. I asked for a list of cash withdrawals of £2,000 and over from the day they received the Barclays money, which they gave me along with the names. There are no relevant accounts in the name of Bell. Smith held out a hand, and she passed the list to him. He looked down it, not for very long, and his expression never altered. Then he handed it over to Waters. They all watched him as he studied it. Waters said, "Bloody hell! There are ladies present, Chris." Waters looked around, colouring up before he realised that Smith wasn't serious. Reeve asked to look at the list and said that she could not see anything yet. Smith explained. "Obviously, we didn't put out the names of everyone that we spoke to on the platform, no need, but one of those we did speak to is on this list. McFarlane is the name of the company man who represents Nordco's interests there. He has excellent taste in coffee." Reeve looked at the list again. "He took out 5,000 on Monday the 12th. A note says the request was made on the 7th in writing due to the amount involved." She stopped and thought it through a little more. "It's circumstantial," and then, with a look at Smith, "but it's also a bit of a coincidence. If it's the same Mr. McFarlane." Waters said, "How is that circumstantial? If it is him, how does he explain how Bell got the money other than that he gave it to him?" It was Smith who answered, "You're not just jumping the gun, you're leaping over a couple of howitzers as well. Which money? Do the Building Society record the serial number of each note given to each customer? I doubt it." And Serena Butler was shaking her head. "So all this gives us is that a Mr. McFarlane took out a sum of money on a day when the Barclays notes were in the building. We don't know that he had any of them. It could be a coincidence. And then you assume that Bell was given the notes, whereas he might have stolen them, or maybe it was a loan being repaid. I've heard dafter explanations. Or if McFarlane was given some of these notes, they passed through the hands of a third party during that week. A silence, with Waters perhaps feeling that he had allowed himself to get carried away. Smith then continued, "So, first things first, is it the same Mr. McFarlane?" He looked at his watch. "That's my first job in the morning. They'll be on old-fashioned office hours. But, as D.I. Reeve has said, this could be a bit awkward for him, if it is, and if we approach it in the right way. We believe in coincidences sometimes, but we do not like them ever, not in this job. Good work from the Financial Investigations Wing." Serena Butler had to suffer the looks of everyone else around the table before Smith pushed on. They hadn't all realized it yet. Maybe Alison Reeve and John Murray suspected it. But that was the moment when the phosphorus ignited, or the magnesium strip caught fire, or the litmus paper turned red. Smith couldn't recall the details or the substances, but that was the moment, all right. Moving on, phone shops. Perhaps Mike Dunn was aware of Waters's feelings when he told him to report back what they had found. One shop was closed, no idea why, but we'll have to go back just to eliminate them. In the other three, we found that the particular model of Samsung was sold 4 times on the Monday, but only one was before 11 a.m. This was in the Phone 4U, just off the Market Square. The consultant who sold it was, Smith said, "The what?" "Consultant. That's what they call the sales staff." "Dear me, go on." "The consultant was there when we called, but he couldn't remember the sale, but they do have it on CCTV. We told them to put the original somewhere safe, but I've got a copy of the file on this stick." He held up the item in question, and now Smith could see why Waters had brought up his laptop. He told him to play it. The clip was mercifully better than the usual blurred and grainy sequence of jerky manoeuvres. Full-time wrongdoers these days are always aware of cameras and will position themselves to give away as little as possible, but this man didn't behave like that. There was no sound, naturally, but he had not said much anyway. The consultant pointed to a couple of things, trying to interest the buyer in some extras, but had no success, and the whole transaction took no more than 3 minutes. He was in his late 30s or early 40s, dark-haired, not tall but squarely built, jeans, short zipper jacket, no distinguishing features. Even after seeing the film, Waters said, the consultant had struggled to remember anything more about the man or the sale. Smith asked Waters to read out the timestamp on the video. It was 09:58. Alison Reeve said, "We might get facial recognition on that if we put the best frame through records." "One day," Smith said, "that will work, but I've a feeling that one of you will have to come and whisper it over my spot in the churchyard when it does." Reeve was undeterred. The young or younger have such faith in technology. She said, "Chris, get a copy to Trevor down in tech and let him play around with it. 2 excellent results so far. Well done. John, your witness?" Murray said that he now had a signed statement from Esme Fairhead. Yes, they could go to her flat and look out of her windows and water her plants while they were there. As for when she saw those men outside the Bells' flat, she could not be sure, but it might have been about 11 p.m. Smith was happy for Reeve to take this meeting. He was in her team, after all, and it had been a long time since matters were the other way around. One part of his mind was evaluating the strength of each new piece of data, imagining how well it would stand up to scrutiny by, for example, the new defence QC he had seen for the first time at last month's Crown Court. It had not been a case of his, but she had been frightening, young, black, beautiful, and lethal. If someone like McFarlane was involved in Bell's disappearance, that's the sort of weaponry he would employ, and that's why he had to keep everyone's feet planted firmly on the ground. They had a long way to go. But Reeve herself had something. That had been clear to him from the beginning of the meeting.
"Right," said Reeve. "This morning Serena and I met with the personnel director, or rather the director responsible for personnel at Marinor. This is the company that employed Bell on the platform. We wanted to know how he got the job, especially as DC has pointed out, offshore firms do not lack applicants, and they are usually choosy about anyone who might give them trouble in the rather confined space that they have to live in for weeks at a time. Mr. Yeeland was unaware of Bell's history and looked uncomfortable when he did hear about it from us. He called in the personnel officer, who was basically put on the spot in front of us. She, looking down at her notes for the first time, Davina Ely, began to look even more uncomfortable. He sent her out to fetch the recruitment file. It was all a bit embarrassing. To cut it short, there had been no advertisement. Bell had appeared at the Marinor reception one day and asked to speak to someone in the personnel department, the hapless Miss Ely, as it happens.
"Good phrase, that," said Smith.
He asked to be considered the next time they had a vacancy and gave them a contact phone number, but not for himself, for someone who would vouch for him. By this time the director was on the verge of a minor heart attack, if there is such a thing. He sent her out again to look for the phone number, which was not on the file, but it was on the notepad she brought back with her. When we got back, I dialed it. I got the name of the woman who answered simply because she identified herself. I don't know who she works for as yet, and I did not say why I was calling. I just acted as if it was a mistaken call. Obviously, we need to follow it up. If Bell bypassed the usual recruitment process, we need to know how and why." Smith asked for the name of the woman who had answered the call, and when he heard it, he looked at Waters. Waters knew the look by now and knew that he had missed something. Smith said, "I can tell you who she works for and what she does. She works for Nordco, and she is Donald McFarlane's P.A." There had been a moment of stunned silence before he looked at Waters again and said, "Now you can say bloody hell." Conversations broke out around the table, and Reeve allowed it to go on for a minute or so. Even O'Leary seemed to realize that something significant had happened. Her look to Smith said something like, "Well, we were right." But as the voices died away, it was Mike Dunn's words to Serena Butler that everyone heard. "More by luck than judgment, though." Now the room fell quiet once again. Some eyes went to D.I. Reeve, but it was Smith who spoke next. "Mike's right. Sometimes it's hard to say where one finishes and the other begins, but he's right. In this job you need both to be successful, luck and judgment. Some people have a lot of luck and a little bit of judgment, and others have them the other way round. I've known some good coppers whose judgment I'd back to the hilt, but they never seemed to have that little bit of luck that breaks cases. But I've never known one who got there through sheer luck. Not in case after case. You need both." Dunn's face had fallen a little, and Smith gave him a brief, genuine smile to say that there were no hard feelings. "And you need to know when you've just got lucky. Some people don't recognize that moment. While we're on such profound matters, and just in case anyone thinks we just broke a case we didn't, think about it. Our Mr. McFarlane only has to say that he knew Jimmy Bell, and of course he gave him a leg up, and we're back to square one with the money. Giving a mate a hand and not telling us about it when he's disappeared might look a bit odd, but it isn't a criminal offence, or even close to one. Feet on the ground, please, and be careful about what you say to people. There's a long way to go on this." "Ma'am?" In these situations she had no choice but to accept that from him, but there was still the twitch of irritation at the corner of her mouth whenever he said it.
Once his identity was confirmed, they would act immediately on getting access to Mr. McFarlane's accounts, she said, both at the Building Society and at any other bank accounts they could find. Go back at least a year and look for any other large sums going in and out. Also full background checks right back to primary school. Waters might take that seriously. And an address, please, and an employment history and so on. Could they find anything in his past to connect him with Jimmy Bell? And the rest that followed was clear, simple, and purposeful. Smith allowed himself a moment of self-congratulation at how much she had learned, as he waited for her to ask him what he wanted to do next. When he said that first he wanted to go back to the platform, this week if possible, while the same crew was on the fortnight shift, he had anticipated the look of alarm on Waters's face and did nothing to dispel it straight away. Before he could explain why, Reeve had interrupted. "It's too soon to confront McFarlane, in my opinion, DC." "Mine too. He might not be there. I doubt if the company man works the same shifts as the roustabouts and engineers. I won't make a point of seeing him, even if he is there." "Okay, so why go?" He wanted to take an evening flight like the one that Jimmy Bell took. He wanted to speak to the head of security again. He wanted to go over the details of Bell's communications with and from the platform, and he wanted to take a walk round after dark, just like Jimmy Bell did. A reconstruction? From Serena Butler, the first time she had spoken in a meeting without being prompted to do so. Sort of a one-man reconstruction. Reeve said, "You're going alone?" which was good because it suggested that she had already agreed in principle. "No need to tie up two people. You've got plenty to do here now. And this will mean staying overnight and coming back when?" "Friday morning, if we can arrange it. I'll get my PA to sort it. He knows the ropes now." Waters seemed to be so relieved that he nodded with some enthusiasm. Reeve could see that there was more to it, but if he wasn't saying so now, there would be a reason, and she could also see that there was something else. And so she asked. Smith said, "I'm convinced that whatever happened to Bell was to do with his life on shore, not with his brief spell on the platform. We ought to look into everything we've got on that, including this," putting the velvet MSC card on the table. 5 minutes later, after he had told them what he proposed, he could see that they had reacted in an interesting variety of ways. O'Leary was plainly itching to get back to the office to tell Wilson. John Murray looked moderately amused. Waters was still trying to understand. Dunn had just had everything he had been told about Smith confirmed. Serena Butler was somewhere between two places called excited and aghast, and Reeve was scribbling a note to give herself a few more seconds to think. It was the detective inspector who spoke first. "I'll go and see if Superintendent Allen is still in the building." He left the station on time, there being no point in waiting for an answer there and then. Charlie Hills had been at the counter filling in a heap of forms. Smith said to him, "You know what, Charlie, when they pull this thing out from under you, they'll find 2 indentations where your elbows have been for the last 40 years. Charlie lifted his arms, checked, and then replaced them in the identical spot. "Any idea when?" The duty sergeant shook his head. "This year, next year, sometime never, I hope." Smith leaned his own elbow on the polished wooden surface as if it was the lounge bar of an old-fashioned pub. "The things we've seen go on over this counter, eh?" "Ah, and literally over it. Remember those travellers, the ones who were going to knock the building down if we didn't release their dad? That was a lively evening." "I do." "What had we pulled him in for?" "Driving without due care and attention." Smith was laughing to himself at the memory. "And it caused a small riot. I believe you had to get your truncheon out, Charlie." "Probably the last time I did, DC." Now they were both smiling at the memories of more simple and straightforward times. "And your boy?" Yes, they made him a director. Any time you want a new car, just give me the nod. You wouldn't get more than a $5 for your old one, but he'd do you a deal." Smith had to come to the defence of his vehicle once again. "That car has got 100,000 miles in it yet." "Right, so what's it done already?" 100,000 miles. The two uniformed women came from the station behind them, crossed the foyer, and went out through the main entrance, talking and laughing, taking no notice of the two men at the counter. Smith and Charlie Hills watched them go, and then Charlie said, "I reckon that's what I've got on my clock, too. This is why I like to pop in here every day, Charlie. I find it uplifting and motivating." "Happy to oblige, DC. In fact, I'm so uplifted I've forgotten what I was going to ask you. No, I haven't. There used to be a joke shop in town in an alleyway off St. George's, near the pub on the corner. Is it still there?" "Yes, as far as I know. What are you after, a disguise? Or are you planning to entertain us at the Christmas dinner? With the way you tell jokes, DC, I'd rather you played something for us. Remember that night in the Jubilee Social Club?" "More than 10 years ago, Charlie." 10 years? Never. But you still play?" "A bit, just to amuse myself, you know. A shame people don't get to hear it, though. But yes, I reckon that shop's still there." Smith thanked him and made for the exit. Then he stopped and turned. "Charlie, have you done this fitness test yet?" "Aye, and it bloody near killed me, huffing and puffing up and down with a load of youngsters. Pointless! I half thought about failing it, but the wife wouldn't want me at home all day." "You?" "Next week. You'll be all right. No fat on you. That's what does for you, the spare tires. You'll be fine. Good night, DC." Chapter 13. Smith had arranged to go in a little late the next morning in view of what he had planned for the evening. Already he had had a text from Waters saying that the flight had been arranged without a problem, as the Thursday helicopter was rarely full. Marinor in Lake had been informed, and they would let someone on Elizabeth know that he was coming. He lay in bed for an extra 15 minutes, but it was no good. He was better up and doing something. Sitting on the side of the bed, he flexed his knee a number of times without a problem. Perhaps all he should do was to let it rest until next Thursday and hope that it would hold up for the assessment. Amongst the spam emails, how had they found him, and were they just guessing which parts of his anatomy he was dissatisfied with? He saw one from Joe Everson. "David, thank you for being so understanding. You'll be delighted to hear that Wanda took your threat completely seriously. This must not happen again, so that's why I'm letting you know that I am up in Norfolk again this weekend. I'm meeting with Juliet's parents. This one seems to be happening faster than I had planned. We'll need to talk again soon. Might ring you while I'm up there. Joe." As he packed his overnight bag, he thought about that. Suddenly it was very real. It was one thing to talk to someone about a possible book, a book in theory, but now it was going to involve the Richardsons, Juliet's parents. Would he at some point need to speak to them? How would that feel after a decade without their lovely daughter? How would he feel seeing them older, greyer, and sadder, as they must inevitably be? More to the point, how would they feel about seeing him again if it came to that? Surely it could only bring back the most painful of memories for them. He would be about as welcome as a ghost at the feast. There was time for some coffee. He sat at the kitchen table and thought about the present case as a distraction. Forensics from the flat might be another week or more. There really was no telling. If there was strong evidence that David Carter had been there, they would need to go back to him and question that further. But Smith had no sense that he was of interest. He had arrived at the martial arts competition on time and could not have been back in Lake before midnight. The chances were that he was not among the little group of men seen outside Bell's flat some time before that. Soon, then, they would need to go back to the contact list on the blue phone and work through that systematically, and the same applied to the laptop. Was there something they had missed among Bell's online socializing? Routine. Nothing in any of that excited him. McFarlane's PA was more interesting, but that needed careful handling. Presumably she had just been a means of contacting her boss, but one could not presume too much. Was she full-time on Elizabeth? Surely that wouldn't be necessary. He needed to know more about the company man's schedule, and perhaps the busy bees in the office today would find some link, or even just the possibility of one, to the life and times of Jimmy Bell, something that would explain first how they might have known each other, and second, why Donald McFarlane might keep that fact a secret. It was time to go. A quick visit to the office, and then the drive out to the East Deans airfield. The house was silent. He walked around, as he always did before leaving for any time longer than the working day, but no windows were unlocked, no appliances had been left on that did not need to be, no lights were burning unnecessarily. There was not even a plant that required watering. Everything was organized and ordered to the point where the place was almost independent of him. He might leave for a fortnight or a month and find it unchanged upon his return. It was reassuring, a quiet, safe, eddying backwater in the stream of a life. But this morning it left him, as he left it, with a faint sense of melancholy. Later, as Smith sat watching the rain blowing against the window of the East Deans departure lounge, Serena Butler stood waiting outside Detective Superintendent Allen's office with a sense of foreboding. She couldn't help it, even though D.I. Reeve had explained to her that this was a formality. She had stood in similar places too many times in the past few months to accept that this occasion would be different, that it would not end in her own humiliation. Reeve had been inside a good 10 minutes. Perhaps there was a problem after all. A tiny part of her hoped so, but the rest of her, the part that had joined the force 8 years ago with the dream of becoming a detective, wanted this challenge, wanted the experience and the thrill. Another uniformed officer walked by, another face that she did not yet know, and she thought, what does this look like to them? It looks as if I'm on the carpet. How many of them already know how I ended up in Lake? How many of them are thinking, she's been at it again, and she's only been here a couple of weeks? Then the door opened, and Reeve asked her to come in. The superintendent was seated at his desk, and he did not stand when she came in. Instead, he seemed to ignore her for a moment, as if he had suddenly found something interesting among the papers on his desk. She looked across at the inspector, who seemed unconcerned, and nodded for her to behave in the same way. Presumably the D.I. had not had to do this in front of an assistant chief constable in the recent past. Superintendent Allen looked up and asked them both to be seated. "So the redoubtable Smith strikes again." He was smiling at her. She glanced at Reeve, who was not smiling, who did not seem amused even, and then back at the senior officer. "I have no doubt, Detective Constable Butler, that you have already realized that Detective Sergeant Smith has experience that belies his rank. Nevertheless, you should not be swayed by that. You should not be persuaded by it into taking on something, anything, that makes you feel uncomfortable. What has been suggested is, to use a rather worn-out phrase, above and beyond the call of duty, and I, for one, would completely understand if, having had time to reflect, you have decided not to involve yourself in it." It had the ring of an over-prepared speech at a political party conference, the sort made in side rooms away from the main event. As far as she could tell, he was asking her if she had changed her mind. She answered, without looking at the detective inspector sitting beside her,
"It was D.I. Reeve who asked me if I'd do it, sir, and I haven't changed my mind about it." The superintendent said, "Ah, well, the detective inspector knows the detective sergeant of old. I'm sure that you are in safe hands as far as she is concerned." Serena Butler had senses sharp enough to feel the implications both of what the superintendent was saying and what he was not saying. She had already realized, too, that King's Lake was no different to Longmarsh, that the investigation of crime, or at least the ordinary officer's experience of it, was determined as much by politics as by procedures laid down in any handbook. "As far as this particular—" and then he seemed to hesitate over his choice of word, "operation is concerned, your file here tells me that you don't have directly relevant experience. Is that so?" Every time that she saw her file in the hands of a senior officer, she bristled, and that was why there was a pause long enough for Superintendent Allen to look up at her. "Yes, sir, but I have had plenty of time out in the field in a variety of situations. I think that this is something that I can do, and with respect, sir, I don't think that it would be a particularly dangerous environment in which to do it." She sensed D.I. Reeve sitting back beside her, the body language suggesting that the inspector thought she was capable of looking after herself. "That's as may be, D.C. Butler. Dangerous comes in many forms. The potential wasting of police time here, investigating why a man might have jumped or fallen from a gas rig, might be seen as dangerous by some. And then there is the matter of placing an officer in a possibly compromising situation, which poses dangers of a different kind." He means, she thought, morally compromising, and that is his way of telling me that he has read my file from cover to cover, not that he would not have been told all the juicy details that are not recorded there by some senior officer at Longmarsh anyway. And this is probably his way of telling me that he knows what sort of a woman I am, even if he doesn't really know what sort of a police officer I am. She waited until the anger was past. She had given up too much of her self-respect these past few months to let this rather obnoxious man see that his words had annoyed her. "I have confidence in Detective Sergeant Smith's judgment, sir." Somehow she had already realized that that would aggravate the superintendent more than just about anything else she could say. Allen had closed the file, then taken off his reading glasses, and sent the two women on their way. The squalls had passed, leaving the late afternoon grey and gloomy. For a few minutes Smith had wondered whether the weather was poor enough to prevent their taking off on time, but no one else seemed at all concerned. After speaking to the same young lady at checking in, where the same basic procedures had been carried out, he had stood by himself in the waiting area, making a point of speaking to no one whilst remaining in full view. The same safety video was playing in the lounge, and about a dozen men sat in there, taking little notice of it. Some spoke to their neighbours briefly, while others waited in silence, and Smith remembered what Waters had said, that for them it was no more than catching a bus or the tube to work. Though it was late on a Thursday afternoon, there was that feeling of early Monday morning, another long week ahead. When the girl appeared and announced that there were 10 minutes to go before they should line up, Smith made his way to the washroom. It was empty, and so he did not need to go into the cubicle. From his bag he took out the two items that lay on the top, ready. The false moustache had been trimmed a little, so that it looked now only comical rather than ludicrous. Even so, it felt like a yard brush under his nose when he pressed it into place. Then he considered the eye patch again. To get it, he had to buy a complete pirate's get-up, well, a hat and a short plastic sword as well as the patch. Afterwards he realized that he could have got something more acceptable from a chemist's, but that would defeat the object, the point he was trying to make. Eye patch or no eye patch? After another 10 seconds he put it on, and then pulled up the hood of the safety suit, just like some of the others he had seen waiting in the lounge.
No doubt you could close your eyes then without being noticed. Finally, he took out his phone, switched on the camera, and took 2 pictures of himself, just as Waters had shown him yesterday afternoon. The result was satisfyingly dreadful. Then he made his way out of the washroom, along the corridor, past the lounge, which was now empty, and out towards the sheltered bay where the queue was waiting. He was at the back, just where he wanted to be. Smith removed the eye patch before climbing out of the helicopter and into the coming windswept darkness. Stepping accidentally off the helideck and into the sea was an unlikely event, but there was no point in taking unnecessary chances. The pilot, a different one, older and more conventional-looking, had addressed the passengers briefly before and at the end of the flight, turning around in his seat to face them. Smith had sat still, his face half covered by the shadow from the hood, but still feeling a little absurd, and wondering how he might explain himself when he was discovered. But the moment never came. If anyone had spotted his pantomime appearance, they showed no sign of it. Once on the helideck, he lowered the hood and removed the false moustache. As before, the other regular passengers were heading for the exit gate, and no one took any notice. For all that anyone cared, he might have been wearing a suicide vest on the outside of the suit and waving an Al-Qaeda flag. He was not expecting to be met this time, but as he reached the walkway down to the gate where he would show his temporary pass to the automatic reader, he recognized the mess manager, Roy Henman, who was clearly waiting for him. It was not, however, to offer him another tour of the accommodation, even though Smith would be needing a berth for the night. Henman had been sent by Donald McFarlane. As they made their way towards the offices, Smith said, "I didn't think I'd see the company man again. Is he on here full-time?"
"I don't think so, but I wouldn't really know. I don't have much to do with him."
Smith didn't answer. Some quick and careful thinking was needed now that events had taken a somewhat unexpected turn. When they reached their destination, it was the mess manager who spoke again.
"You'll be needing a bed, I understand."
"I'm afraid so. Sorry to put you to any trouble, Roy."
"No trouble. We've got some underused these days. You can have James Bell's if you want, if it wouldn't bother you. He's not coming back, is he?"
The tall, heavy figure of the man loomed above him a little, and Smith saw once again the tough former sailor behind the slightly pudgy, overweight man that he had become. "As things stand, Roy, I really couldn't say, but I'll take your offer of the room." Smith had wondered whether the PA would also be on the platform, and his question was soon answered. She sat at her desk and smiled when he appeared. She waved him on towards the office door, which was ajar, and told him to go straight in. As he passed the desk, he glanced at her ID tag, which lay on the table in front of her screen. It was upside down, but he had no trouble in reading it and confirming that the name was the one that he had remembered, Audrey Meacham. McFarlane half stood from the desk and half shook Smith's hand. "Just thought I'd better say hello again, Sergeant. It is Sergeant Smith, isn't it? Thought so. On your own this time. No big guns following up the rear?" Smith had vivid memories of the first meeting, and the man's forced joviality now was grating. "Still, sad though it is, I don't suppose that such accidents merit a great deal of police time these days, if they ever did. We all have to work smarter and be leaner now." McFarlane had a fair girth, courtesy no doubt of a generous Nordco expense account and nice annual bonuses. Smith acknowledged the sentiment without replying. "And have you made any progress with it? Marinor have been in touch with Mrs. Bell at my request, and naturally Nordco will make a generous contribution on top of what his employer decides is appropriate. This remains a dangerous business, Sergeant, and people need to feel that they will be looked after." "As you say, sir, a dangerous business. I've met Mrs. Bell, and she will need all the help that she can get." He was aware that he had not answered the question at all, and waited. "Indeed, indeed. So, any news?" Smith could and probably should have blanked the question and walked away, but he was here now, in front of the man whose very curiosity was gradually giving away some sort of game. A little. Mr. Bell's life back on shore was, how can I put it, somewhat complicated. This might have no bearing on his disappearance, of course, but we have to consider all the options. We're still carrying out an investigation, obviously, or I wouldn't be here, would I? No, I suppose you wouldn't. Complicated, eh? You make him sound like quite the man of mystery. I wouldn't go that far, sir, but he does seem to have been mixed up in something that might be a factor in whatever has happened to him. A pause, then, allowing the company man to think it over for a moment, before adding, "I take it that you never actually met James Bell, Mr. McFarlane." The eyes were small, but set almost too far apart to look into both at the same time. One had to make a choice, and Smith fixed his own gaze on the right side of McFarlane's broad face. What he found there was a look of a clever man calculating risks. "Sergeant, I'm forgetting my manners. Would you like some more of that coffee?" Yes, he would. That was too crude to be an attempt at evasion. The man was going to tell him something and wanted a little more time to think, that was all. McFarlane went out of the office and gave Audrey her orders, while Smith looked over the desk again. It was tidy, organized, not unlike his own, and he wondered whether that told him something about the man, or whether it was the PA's work. The pen was there, in its red leather case, and again the photograph of the woman caught his eye. An attractive blonde who knew how to hold the attention of the lens without the usual vacuous smile. As he re-entered the room, McFarlane began talking again, as if the question had been so insignificant it had almost slipped his mind. "You know, Sergeant, I think I might have met him years ago in Aberdeen. It was only after your last visit that the name began to ring one of those bells, forgive the expression in this context. It must have been 15 years or more, and those were hectic times. Still in the boom years for oil. People came and went all the time. A few weeks here, a few weeks there, but I do remember someone of that name, though he couldn't have been much more than a boy, if it is the same person. James Bell, Jimmy Bell, it sounds familiar." Smith said, "From our investigations, it would seem that Mr. Bell did work up in the north, so that would tie in. That's helpful. Were you working for Nordco then, sir, as a matter of interest?" "No. As I say, we were all moving around. I was an engineer then, on rigs in the Brentfield. I haven't always been driving a desk." "But you haven't seen him since those times? You haven't seen him recently?" "No, Sergeant, I certainly haven't seen him in recent times." "Well, not really surprising. I expect that you moved in very different circles. But you might have bumped into him while on the platform. That's what I was wondering, sir." McFarlane shook his head, and Smith took a sip of the coffee that had just been put in front of him. Then he asked about McFarlane's work in general, and the man was happy to talk about the business and how much it had changed over the years, saying that he expected to be out of it himself in another year or two. "We're dinosaurs now," he said, and Smith did not know whether he was being included in that, but the moment had passed. When he left the office, he closed the door behind him and then spoke quietly to Audrey Meacham. Yes, the coffee was excellent again, and no, he hadn't been able to find any himself yet, but he hadn't given up. She was not quite middle-aged, not quite plump, and not married, judging by the absence of a ring on her third finger, but she was a competent PA. He knew that without even wondering how he knew it. When he asked whether they, meaning the company man and herself, spent most of their time on Elizabeth, she said no, not at all. An extra trip like this one was unusual, and they were normally based at the Nordco offices on the Heathways commercial estate. "Ah," said Smith, I know it well. One of my neighbours works there at the big Volvo Trucks Centre. Small world, isn't it? So this is an extra trip out for you, is it? Some sort of crisis, I expect." No, not a crisis as far as she was aware. Mr. McFarlane had called her late last night and asked her to fly out, but she wasn't really sure why. There was a 7 o'clock departure tonight, and they would be going on that one, she had been told. And Smith thought, well, I can guess why you're here in such a hurry. Someone at Marinor told someone at Nordco that detective sergeant is coming back, still poking about in the Jimmy Bell business. With McFarlane sitting only a few feet away, it was the wrong moment to ask her whether she had ever taken a call from Marinor personnel about recruiting a new roustabout. Instead, he said, "Audrey, can I be a bit cheeky and ask you for something?" There was a slight flushing on the side of her neck. Perhaps his voice had been a little too quiet and confidential, but she said yes, of course he could. "Can I have your phone number?" He tried not to leave too long a pause, but he saw the surprise in her face, her eyes widening a little. "I know that Mr. McFarlane is a very busy man. I was thinking that if I need to speak to him again about this matter we're investigating, it might be better to ring you first, as his PA, if you wouldn't mind." She was already writing it down for him. "This is the office number, and this is my mobile, just in case it's an emergency." She handed it to him with a knowing smile, as if she had seen through his little subterfuge. But he took it anyway. There are casualties in every investigation. Chapter 14. Smith had met Jack Brighty again briefly, and the young roustabout who had shared the berth with Bell asked if there was any news. Had asked as if he was interested. Apart from McFarlane, who might have motives of his own, no one else that Smith had spoken to, the ops room, the communications officer, seemed concerned. Somehow, as he sat on the bed that had briefly belonged to Bell, that had added to the sense of loneliness that he felt. Not personal loneliness as such, but the more general feeling that must sometimes come from working out here in this technologically brilliant but essentially alien environment. It was clear that some people adapted by working hard at being sociable, being part of the team, and that others withdrew into a life of long hours, sleep, and the solitude of headphones. Where did Bell fit in during his 2-week stay? Did he fit in at all? If Bell had found another source of money, had he intended to come back? That money, he told himself, and not for the first time, is probably the key to this. Through force of habit, he had gone over the room and its meagre furnishings again, but there had been nothing new to find. Meagre was the word, all right, but it was too meagre. A belt, a few clothes, and a phone that was bought by somebody else. Ideas were forming slowly like dim, distant figures in the smoke. He wondered whether he would have sorted this out more quickly years ago, whether he had begun to lose his edge, and then dismissed his doubts. His joints might be packing up, but there's no cartilage in the brain, Smith, and this really is an odd one. Stuart Aves appeared in the doorway, having made no sound as he approached, and for a few seconds he watched the policeman sitting on the bed, staring into inner space. There had been 4 of them originally. How had they settled on sending back the one that looked most like an indifferently successful vacuum cleaner salesman? And when Aves asked if he was ready, he didn't have a suitable coat, and they had to detour back to his own office to get a spare jacket. Didn't these people have any idea what conditions were like out here? After fetching the jacket, Smith insisted on returning to Bell's berth so that they could start the journey from that point. This time he had a printout of the schematic map of the platform, and he stood outside the door studying it for some seconds. Aves asked why. "Because," Smith said, "I'm a bit mystified by something. There are cameras all over the platform, aren't there? They cover most of it most of the time. But Jimmy Bell only appears on the one bit of footage. Did he plan his route to avoid the others, or was it coincidental? Or was he on others but that got deleted? I know small details like that bother me more than they should, but if we start from here, is it possible to get to the one camera that filmed him without passing any others, assuming that they were switched on? As head of security, you're the man to ask, Stuart.
And is this why you've flown all the way back out here?
Smith smiled apologetically. It's one of the reasons, yes. To be honest, we're clutching at straws. We don't have a lot to go on. Aves shook his head, and they began to take the circuitous route around the platform that Bell himself might have taken if he had wanted to avoid being filmed. Aves had to make a couple of adjustments, but it was possible, and there were not as many cameras as Smith had imagined. Eventually they found themselves on the walkway where the shadowy image of the man looking out to sea and then continuing his walk into oblivion had been recorded. From here the gas flare was visible above them and to the right. The strong westerly wind curved it out across the sea, and below it, in the strange and garish light, the waves crawled away like living things, a nightmarishly beautiful scene that Smith gazed at for some time while Aves stood and waited. Then Smith said, "Okay, I remember this. Can we walk on the way we did last time, if you don't mind, past those crossing walkways that go out to the pillars?" They took the steps down onto the walkway that ran beneath the floor of the main platform. Here the lights were fewer, and Aves switched on the long heavy-duty torch that he had been carrying since they left the berth, walking behind Smith but shining it ahead of him. And Smith thought, as the man who knows this place well, I'd have done that the other way around. I'd have gone first. And then Smith thought, and that's a heavy old torch he's carrying. Senses sharpened. He moved forward a little more briskly until he reached the point where steps went down to the side walkway, turning before Aves had caught up with him. Here there was not enough light to show the sea beneath them, but its hiss and swirl filled the air, magnified by the floor of the platform above. Smith said, "So it's as I remembered it. There's no way of falling off this walkway," pointing to the one that they stood on, because of the overhead mesh, but on that one, now pointing to the one that led to the pillar, there are only the side meshes. But as it was locked, he couldn't have got out there. I've got that right, haven't I? If Aves muttered an answer, it was lost in the sound of a wave crashing into the nearest pillar, but Smith saw the nod of the head. As he looked back at the locked gate, too dark this time to see the padlock that had been troubling him ever since, thoughts came quickly. He thought, this is a lonely and desolate place at 10 o'clock on a wild and windy night, never mind at 1 o'clock in the morning. He thought, Mr. Aves is an odd sort. Apart from one sarcastic question about why I'm here, he hasn't shown the slightest interest in this whole business, and this is a truly remarkable lack of curiosity. And, he thought, there probably isn't a swimmer in the world who, if he or she went in here, would make it back to the shore. "Thank you, Stuart. Can we have a quick word back in your office? Lead the way." Aves said, "Well, there's a health and safety girl wandering about all day with a clipboard, which is nice, but all the donkey work is done by us, the 3S staff." Smith wrote it down, slowly and precisely. "So that would include things like making sure the cameras are working, monitoring security passes, keeping an eye on all that satellite technology?" "Yes." "Checking the locks on those gates?" Aves nodded, and Smith noticed then that he still had not taken off the cap with the logo 3S across the front. Aves was another company man, all right. He hadn't seen him without the company jacket and cap since day one, but he was listening more carefully now and watching Smith closely. "How often are the locks changed, Stuart?" "The whole platform gets gone over every 6 months. Anything that needs replacing is done then. And the last 6-month check-up was when?" "December." Smith sighed and stared down at his notebook, as if the answer had in some way disappointed him. Then he reached into his jacket pocket and took something out of it, something that he did not place onto the table immediately, as if he was still unsure whether this was a good idea. Aves waited and watched. Finally Smith's hand came to the table and placed there 2 locks. He rearranged them almost fussily so that they were exactly side by side, standing up on their ends. He said, "English-made, that's a rarity these days, isn't it? Funny, too, I thought, when I noticed that we don't manufacture much in this country anymore, but we still make very good locks. Rebloy, the same make that you use here on the platform. Brass, very stable and corrosion-resistant, especially when tin is added. Anyway, I bought these 2 together in my local hardware store a week ago, both brand new, obviously. Can you spot the difference?" At first, Aves seemed reluctant to take his eyes from Smith's. Then he leaned forward, looked closely at the 2 locks, and shrugged. Smith said, "You'll have to bear with me. It wasn't a very scientific experiment, but what I did was I put one of these on my bedroom windowsill outside and left it there until this morning, and the other one went into my bedside drawer. So one of them has had a fair bit of rain on it. I reckon you can tell which is which." Aves looked down again, but still said nothing. "And here," reaching into the pocket of his trousers, leaning to one side because it wasn't really roomy enough, "is another lock, or rather a picture of one." He placed his phone on the table beside the locks, the picture that Waters had sent him on display. After 30 seconds, it went dark, and Smith clicked on it again, looking up at Aves as if he really did want his professional opinion on all this. "My colleague, D.C. Waters, took this picture of the lock on the walkway gate that first time we looked around. It wasn't an accident, by the way. I asked him to take it." Again Aves looked down at the 3 locks, and then again up at Smith, because there had been a change of tone now. Something had hardened in the vacuum salesman's voice. "After that I examined the locks on other gates and things. They all looked as you would expect after 3 months' exposure to sea air, discoloured and dull. The only one that looked all bright and shiny, like the one that's been in my bedroom drawer, was the one on the walkway that James Bell passed along before he disappeared from view. Now, all this is probably just one meaningless coincidence, but I would like you to tell me why you put a new lock on that gate, and exactly when you did so, Stuart." If Stuart Aves had said, "Don't be so bloody daft, man, you've been reading too much Sherlock Holmes," Smith would not have been surprised, but that wasn't what happened at all. Aves thought for some few seconds, and his expression changed as he did so. Then he took a breath and began to talk. "I noticed the lock was missing when we first searched the platform for Bell. I didn't mention it to anyone else, but I went back the same day and fitted a new one. That would have been on the Wednesday, the day before you turned up. It wasn't until afterwards I realized that the lock not being on there might have, I don't know, played a part in it." "How do you mean, played a part in it?" "Well, if that's how he got onto the crossing walkway. He could have got knocked off there, a big wave gets close to it, or he could have climbed up the side mesh. How should I know what was in his head? But if that gate was unlocked, open even, well, it shouldn't have been, should it? That comes down to me, and that's why I never said anything." Smith touched the phone screen again and looked at the image of the lock. Then he said, "It would have saved me some bother if you had mentioned it straight away. And it would have caused me some. I wouldn't be sitting here for a start. I'll lose my job over this." Smith raised an eyebrow and looked back at the head of security. Aves said, "But fair enough, I know what you're thinking. A man's life and all that. I'll hold up my hands up to it now. That's where he went, through that gate and over the side, and it should have been locked. He seemed almost eager to take the responsibility for it all now, the relief of a guilty conscience, unburdened. Smith put the locks back into his pocket and closed the leather case around his phone. We really don't know that, Stuart. It's just one possibility among many. This will go into my notes, obviously, but if I were you, I wouldn't go handing in my resignation just yet. We all make mistakes. Aves wouldn't let it go. Where do you get many possibilities from? He went down there, it's on the CCTV, and he never came back. Smith watched, surprised by the man's sudden insistence. If you're waiting for a body, you'll not see it. The sea's been wild the past fortnight, and what with the tides, it could be anywhere. He went over the side. What other possibilities are there? Smith was wondering whether they served coffee in the smoking room all night. They ought to, what with the 24-hour operation. He looked at his watch, 11:30, and well past his bedtime too. He stood up. Thank you for being honest with me, Stuart. I'll be in touch if there is anything else, but we're done here for now. When he left the security office, Aves was still watching him, with an odd sort of expression, a kind of reluctance, as if he did not want him to go, as if he did not want to let the detective out of his sight. Smith thought, I suppose everyone gets lonely out here. Waters studied the photo with unconcealed delight and then showed it to Mike Dunn. Neither of them seemed to know what to say. John Murray came around the table, looked at the screen closely and said, Groucho Marx playing the Pirate King, and walked back to his desk. It was Waters who responded to Smith's, Well, you seriously got on board the helicopter looking like that and sat there for the whole journey? He nodded. Of course it was ridiculous, but that was the whole point, and he wondered whether he would have to explain it to all of them. Dunn said, And nobody took any notice? To be a little more precise, Mike, nobody noticed. I'm certain of that. For the moment, Waters could not get past the humour of it, and so Smith decided that he would help him to do so. If you aren't too busy this morning, go through the whole passenger list exercise again for my journey. Choose a few at random and contact them. See if they noticed anything odd about their fellow travellers yesterday afternoon. It was a chore that had produced nothing last time, save for some perplexed comments from some of the interviewees, and Waters pulled a face. Smith said, If anyone does make a rude comment about my appearance or my behaviour, you have my permission to put it up as a wall display. And have you got anything on the bulk deliveries to the platform yet? I don't mind if you tell me this stuff before I have to ask. It was addressed to them all, and a more business-like atmosphere formed out of the warm, stale air in the office. It was almost April, and Smith would have turned off the heating a month ago. That would pay for at least one more DC in the department. Waters said, There is a regular delivery out of Lakesport once a week. Which day? Wednesdays. Presumably he would need to explain the significance of that as well, but Murray simply looked at Smith and said, Convenient. He called them all together then, noting that Serena Bell, who had been silent since he entered the office, was barely able to look at him, let alone speak to him. He could well imagine why, and wondered for a moment whether the whole idea was a dreadful misjudgment on his part. He told them about the locks and the interview with Stuart Aves, and waited for a response. Mike Dunn said, Never stand up, though, would it? Not as evidence. Smith said, Evidence of what? That he's a bit incompetent and doesn't always tell the whole truth? If those were criminal offences, there wouldn't be many people outside the Nicks, would there? But Murray, who had worked with Smith much longer than the others, had seen it differently. The point is that this Aves saw it as evidence, and it made him talk a bit. What did you make of him, DC? He told them. Odd under the circumstances. Someone who at first seemed to see the second police visit as a waste of his time, as an annoying inconvenience, but who ended up wanting to take responsibility for the disappearance of James Bell. It was John Murray, too, who, after some thought, asked the crucial question at the end of that. Was he fitting a story around the disclosure? Smith said, with a look at Dunn, or what he thought was a disclosure of evidence. He might have been. He had a little think about it before he made his confession. Waters said, "He's head of security. You think he has something to hide?" Smith shrugged and said, "Maybe. I was interviewing him as a witness, and he really wanted me to believe his theory about what happened to Bell. When someone really wants me to believe something, I start wanting not to believe it. But let's get back to the really interesting thing." Dunn said, "Which is?" "My disguise." After a short silence, Murray completed his hat trick. "If people really do get onto the helicopter like zombies, wearing these suits with hoods, plugging in the earphones or whatever, well, it could have been any one of us on there yesterday. Apart from the fact that you went around and spoke to people after you arrived, there's no proof that you ever went there." Waters said, "There is, John. The security pass is logged at both ends." Smith had always enjoyed the sound of pennies dropping slowly. He looked around at them one by one. Murray had seen it minutes before. Serena was still somewhere else, the approaching interview with himself and Reeve, no doubt. Dunn had yet to get used to the way this team worked, and Waters had the faintly surprised expression of an infant who has just discovered that walking is quicker than crawling. Just to be certain, Smith said to him, "And if I had given you my pass yesterday afternoon?" He hadn't seen Alison Reeve look so excited in years, and he thought to himself, she really does need to get a life. I wonder what happened to that young solicitor. But then, in an operation like this one, and especially one taking place where this one would, there was an undeniable frisson of, well, excitement. He was yet, however, to feel it himself. The dim sense of foreboding seemed to be getting in its way. "So, Serena and I talked this through last night, DC. We came up with a scenario." The silence said eloquently, "Are you ready for this?" and he nodded. "You are a businessman, we'll say, in security, so that if you get in and anyone decides to quiz you, you'll be able to talk your way through. You've married a younger wife, but I've said to Serena that she needs to dress older rather than younger, or the gap will just look too wide. Thanks for that, Mom. And you've both decided that to keep things interesting, you want to spice up your love life. You don't have any experience in these matters, but a friend of your wife told her about this very exclusive, very discreet club where one can meet like-minded people. It actually must be very discreet. We can't find anything online, no phone numbers, nothing. I'm sure it's done by word-of-mouth recommendation. So, tonight, with a reassuring glance at Serena, your wife will call in and see what she can find out. That will be more interesting to them than some needy-looking man knocking on the door. She'll have the card with her, and, if it's necessary, she will mention the name James Bell." Smith shook his head, but Reeve overruled him. "I know that might blow it, but at that point, what do we have to lose? If we can't get past the door, it's all irrelevant anyway." He did not look convinced, and Reeve probably guessed some of what he was thinking. If Bell had been hurt, the people who did so were still at large. There was an outside chance that they were in some way connected to the Velvet MSC, and now a young female detective was mentioning his name at the front door. He said, "Is Serena doing this alone tonight?" "No, I've had to cancel my visit to the opera. I'll be parked nearby where I can see her, and there will be a uniform car around the corner. I suggested a wire, but Superintendent Allen didn't see that it was needed, and we can't name the club as a suspect, even though it is a bit suspect. I think Serena will be fine. It's a shot to nothing, and if she doesn't get anywhere, we haven't lost a thing." Smith was considering it from various angles as he sat and listened. He ought to be around himself tonight, but Reeve seemed to have it covered, and the two women would perhaps have things to talk about that his presence might inhibit rather than help. He said, "If this place is as low profile as you say, they might want to check us out beforehand. Thought of that? We'll give them an address and a phone number to go with it if they ask. Yours. If they do something basic like the electoral roll, that'll do. We can't come up with much more, not whole new identities for something like this." Smith was still thinking, and Serena was still saying nothing. Reeve continued, "To be honest, this is a long shot, and I'm surprised that he," pointing upwards, "went for it. He says he'll wait to see if forensics comes up with anything, and then I think he might pull the plug. It's a good training exercise, though." Smith said, "Have Bell's phone number as well, the iPhone. We know it's unlikely that anyone would answer, but it'll sound more believable if you can give it. And you need a story for how you knew him. Mention the Wherryman pub. It's a bit rough, but then, if you knew Bell, they'll think that you like a bit of DC. Well, if we're going to be getting into our parts, have you heard about my performance yesterday?" At last a smile on Serena Butler's face. Reeve said, "Talking of costume, DC, if this comes off, you'll need to dress the part. You want to look like a man trying too hard to impress a younger woman, a lively young wife. You need to look a bit desperate." They both watched him as he thought about it. "For a man of my experience, that won't be easy. But I have every faith in you. You're bound to have a few clothes you last wore 10 years ago. Those are the ones you're looking for, DC." Now they were both smiling as they watched him, picturing it, no doubt. The phone on Reeve's desk buzzed, saving him from further humiliation. The DI answered it, and he glanced at Serena Butler. She had retreated again, though, and he thought, "We are going to make a very odd couple indeed if this thing ever flies." Reeve put down the phone and said, "He wants to see you. It'll be about this." Chapter 15. "Now, Smith, about this writer business." Alan had said that there were various things he wanted to mention, but he had decided to begin with this writer business. Smith was momentarily annoyed again and wondered as he waited whether he would make any other threats against the too-anxious-to-please young lady he knew only as Wanda. "Obviously, it would have been better if you had mentioned it to me yourself. I am your commanding officer, and I'm not sure how Norwich got involved. Perhaps you still have friends in high places." Alan gave his bleakest smile as he let that thought hang in the air between them. Smith said, "Not the case at all, sir. I can only apologise on behalf of the author and her agent, whose assistant got involved, quite unnecessarily." "The author and her agent, eh? So you are talking to these people already. It might have been wiser to check this through with me before letting matters get so advanced." Smith could only sit and suffer in silence. Having apologised once, he would not be made to do so again, not by Detective Superintendent Allen. The more he wriggled, the more pins the senior officer would stick into him. "Anyway, it's about the Andretti murders. If you could fill me in, better late than never." "Yes," thought Smith, "I'd love to fill you in." And then he explained in words of one syllable what had taken place so far concerning the possibility of a book at some future date. Alan listened and nodded once or twice as if he was a wise old judge hearing a case that had baffled younger legal minds, and Smith thought, "Dear God, please don't let him give me advice. It's been a long week." Alan said, "And this Joanne Everson was a detective inspector before she went native?" Smith nodded, not able to trust himself to respond to the absurd phrase. "She has already published similar books?" And Smith gave him the title of the one that he had read. "They Went Up the Hill." Alan wrote it down on the jotter in front of him.
I see.
Well, there's a first time for everything, obviously. Smith waited on. It looked as if a verdict was at hand.
I've looked into it. Andretti is a closed case, nothing left on file, nothing else that could conceivably cause it to spring back to life.
Long experience had taught Smith that there was no point in judging the detective superintendent's utterances by the normal standards of what is appropriate, decent, or even intelligent, but Alan was breaking new ground here. The look of pained surprise on Smith's face was genuine.
And there are, of course, plenty of precedents now, what with the public's prurient interest in such cases.
A lot of P's in there, even for this grand master of the alliterative phrase.
If you feel that it's wise, Smith, the force will have no objection to this preliminary stage. Should you have any worries later on, you could always come back to me.
Well, thought the object of Alan's concern, in an unstable universe almost anything is possible.
And if Mrs. Everson,
in Alan's world it seemed all female writers were married,
needs at any point to interview your current commanding officer, then I would be happy to oblige.
The many hours that Smith had spent playing poker in the barracks on Salisbury Plain all those years ago had never been more useful than at that moment. Smith thanked his superintendent with a straight face. The second matter was this proposed undercover operation. Reeve had given the impression that it was a lot more than proposed, but Smith kept his silence about that too. He did have to explain how he saw the case of James Bell, fully aware that Alan was testing what Reeve had already told him, by asking for Smith's version of it. If there were significant differences, the superintendent would take the route of least resistance and greatest personal safety, his own, obviously. But apparently there were no significant differences. Alan told him that his chief concern was the position in which this placed Detective Constable Butler in relation to her detective sergeant. He then felt it necessary to point out that this was, in fact, Smith.
You do fully appreciate, Smith, the circumstances under which D.C. Butler made the move to Kingslake?
He said that he did.
I am assured that emotionally she feels able to take on this role, and clearly she wants to demonstrate to us what she can do. But women, as you and I both know, feel these things differently to men. They feel them for longer, don't they?
Alan looked as if he might need a little reassurance. Perhaps he was having a few difficulties of his own with the unfortunate Mrs. Allen. Smith managed a nod.
And second, we have to consider the wider perception of this operation. Other officers might misread what is going on here. It is rather unfortunate, as if we have sort of typecast D.C. Butler as a...
It had happened in the end, as it always did if one waited long enough. The superintendent had painted himself into a linguistic corner. In his more generous moments, Smith would come up with helpful suggestions, but he didn't feel that way inclined this morning. He just kept on smiling and waiting.
Anyway, the final matter is, I'm sure, just an admin thing. You are attending the Officer Fitness Assessment next week, aren't you, Smith?
Absolutely, sir. I'd have been before, but work got in the way.
Right. Well, we can never question your commitment to the job, can we?
But he looked vaguely troubled, as if he might have missed something in Smith's cheerfully given answer.
You don't think the cigarettes might have slowed you down a little, eh?
This is getting too personal, thought Smith, and I'm not sure how much longer this smile will hold out.
From up here, you know, one can see the mortuary. One can see anyone having a cigarette down there in that alcove behind the door.
Oh, I do that from time to time, sir. I find it relieves the stress of having to look at the dead bodies. I seem to be getting more sensitive about that as I get on in years. Do you find that, sir? Their eyes seemed to meet in the space halfway across the desk, and neither blinked. Eventually Alan said,
We are all under stress in this difficult job, all in our own ways. Yes, sir. Will that be all, sir? He took the back stairs that would lead him to Alison Reeve's office. On the landings he tested the knee, turning on it gingerly, and it seemed okay. But Reeve was not in her room, and he continued on down to the main office, where he found her along with the rest of them. They were gathered in front of Mike Dunn's monitor. As Smith approached, she saw him and smiled a told-you-so smile. "All right, what have we got?" "A hit on facial recognition. The phone buyer. What sort of flowers would you like?" "Eh? On your grave?" "Oh, yes, hilarious. Daisies, I expect. Let's have a look, then." Mike Dunn started clicking the mouse, and the screen switched back and forth between the CCTV image and a page from the computerized records system. Waters said, "Mike, you should be able to get that split screen. Get them side by side." Dunn shook his head and made way. Waters took his place and had managed what he had suggested in a moment. Smith leaned in and studied the right-hand page. "So, I would like to welcome to the case Philip Anthony Wood. Anyone know of him?" He looked up at Murray and Alison Reeve, but both shook their heads, and then at Mike Dunn, who did the same. Minors from his teens, the usual nonsense. But then he decided he was a bit handy with his fists. 3 years ago, suspended for ABH. Nothing since, except for a caution for trying to deceive on a benefits claim. He can't be too clever if he didn't actually manage to deceive them, can he? Unemployed at the time of his last known offence, and a couple of addresses, neither of which are anywhere near the Towers, which is a shame. But now it's me jumping the gun. These matches aren't definite, are they? And the whole thing's on trial anyway?" Reeve confirmed that. Waters looked again at the system report and said, "The confidence limits are pretty good, though." "Mine aren't. Tell me something in plain English." "You could say it's around 70% certain that it's him on the CCTV. Smith pursed his lips, but he had gone with odds lower than that on many occasions. Reeve said, "If it is, how did that phone get from him on the Monday morning to Bell's bedside drawer on the platform?" Murray said, "And with Bell's contact list on it." There were no ready answers to that. Smith felt, though, that the pace of the investigation had just picked up again, and he looked at Reeve. When she was here, it was down to her. She said, "Right, this does alter things. Serena and I are busy all afternoon and evening. I know you'd all like to come along and watch, but it's out of the question. DC needs to go home early and sort out his wardrobe. We will be taking pictures which will be auctioned off at the next charity evening. We need now to find Philip Wood and get a proper look at him without alerting him at all. So first, get typing. You all know the drill. No one goes near him until we've done all this. So that's probably going to be," and she thought about it, "Monday. This is just gathering intelligence. As far as we know, he hasn't committed any offences. What about McFarlane? Anything there yet? Get digging, everyone." She turned to Smith. "And what about your Mr. Raves?" Smith shook his head. "No need, not yet. He isn't going anywhere. We'll need someone to write up the summary on Wood and how he came into the investigation. That might go into tomorrow morning. A couple of hours overtime, if necessary." She agreed, and he offered it to the four of them there and then. It was Mike Dunn who volunteered. Smith knew that Wilson's team was onto something new next week, and that Dunn would be returning to them. Wilson was there now, the back of his almost shaven head bent over some paperwork, but certainly listening. Yet Dunn had offered to help out. If the opportunity ever arose, Smith would take him on. He said, "Thanks, Mike. Much appreciated." And then to Reeve, "Forensics? I'll ring them. As I haven't yet, they won't be too annoyed. Are you all right with what we're trying to set up at this den of infidelity?" She had asked it quietly, and he realized that she had thought it through further than he had himself yet. Of course he would be okay, pretending to have a wife again just for the evening. "Yes, fine. Sure you don't want me there tonight in the back seat?" "We always want you there, DC, but I don't think that we need you there. Not tonight."
As Serena Butler walked out of the shadows where they had parked the car and crossed Silver Street, Alison Reeve thought, well, you're a cooler customer than you let on. There had been not a hint of nerves as the two of them sat in the front seats and went over it one last time. When Reeve had used the radio to check that the uniform car was in place, Butler had said that they wouldn't be needed. That might have been bravado, but when Reeve made her think about what to do if she was invited inside the club, the younger woman's answers had been clear and sensible, as if she had done this plenty of times before, instead of never. And she had dressed to perfection, going a little older via the route of sophistication, the above-the-knee skirt just slightly shiny beneath the long black open coat, and the red silk blouse unbuttoned to exactly where it needed to be. High heels, and those might even have been stockings. Reeve had fought back the temptation to ask. Serena looked for all the world like what she was pretending to be, an expensive and awkwardly married woman out for a little excitement at the beginning of the weekend. Reeve lifted up the miniature binoculars. From the doorway of the Edwardian house, the car itself would barely be visible, let alone anyone sitting inside. They had seen no one enter during the 10 minutes that they had been sitting there, but it was early, surely, at 7:30. Somehow she imagined that the kind of fun people were seeking here was usually sought much later at night. Serena had reached the door, which looked rather grand, sedate even, an odd contrast with what apparently went on behind it. There was a bell. Serena had pressed it, and was now waiting, head up, standing straight, not seeming in the slightest bit furtive, and the detective inspector wondered whether she would have carried it off as well. Now there was a pause in the proceedings. Studying the building more carefully, Reeve was sure that above the door and to the right was a camera pointing down onto the spot where Serena Butler was waiting. If they ever needed to prove that Bell had been here, that might be useful. That was a large if, of course. This was, when you thought about it, typical of the places that Smith brought you to, of the situations that you could find yourselves in when working with him. She herself was now convinced that Bell's disappearance was not a straightforward one, if there is such a thing, but how had that led to an operation like this on a Friday night? He had these ideas which somehow seemed to be more than hunches, and a way of making things happen before you realized it. Half suggestions would have momentum before you could blink. The door opened, and a man in a dark suit and a bow tie was there. Serena was talking. Reeve could see only the back of her head, and the man was listening. Then he laughed at something the woman in front of him said, and began talking himself. Sod Allen and his penny-pinching. A wire would have been priceless now. The man asked her to wait, that much was obvious, and he disappeared from view. 30 seconds later a woman was there, and during the wait Serena never once turned around to look back across the road. The woman inside was tall, slender, middle-aged, short dark hair, dressed in black, a short-sleeved top and fitted trousers. She said something to Serena and then stepped aside, inviting her in. The door closed behind them. In this eventuality they had agreed on 15 minutes. Reeve checked the time on her phone, closed it, and then her eyes. Please don't be in there the whole 15 minutes. It's going to feel like 15 hours. She ought to do something, tell someone. She opened her eyes then and spoke to the uniformed men in the car parked 100 meters behind her, knowing that someone at control would hear that too and make a note of it. Somehow that was reassuring. After a pause and a crackle, a voice came back to her. "Got that, ma'am. Waiting on your instructions." If Smith had been sitting in the back seat, it would have helped. There was nothing to be done but wait. But doing it alone was worse. He would have found something to say, something daft, and she tried to imagine what it might have been. Then she tried to imagine what he might be doing then after work, probably at home, alone, watching television, reading, ironing. The possibilities on her list, simple and innocent in themselves, led her somehow into a moment of sadness, not only for Smith, but for herself and all the others. This job, she thought, this job. She looked at her phone again. 3 minutes gone. He scraped the pasta out of the pan and into a bowl. Then he took the bowl to the fridge and thought, that will do for tomorrow night as well. It was perfectly possible and perfectly healthy, if one took care in one's choice of menus, to cook just 3 times a week instead of every day. Back in the lounge, he sat down with last Sunday's paper, almost through it all now, and looked at the clock on the mantelpiece. 7:30. If the phone rang, he realized, he would need to be careful how he answered it. If, that is, Serena Butler had got inside, and to the point of giving any contact details. Someone might just ring that number. He sat and thought about it some more, not actually reading the paper, still on duty. What about the other people involved? Not the possibly dodgy ones, but Lucy Bell and the little girl. They were the real victims in all this, because it wasn't going to end happily. The ne'er-do-well husband and father was not going to stroll back in through the door saying, "Sorry, been off on a bender with my old mates from the tarring gang." How could he, Smith, be so sure? Well, he reasoned, how can we be sure that the sun will rise in the sky tomorrow? We cannot, but he'd take the odds that it will, and he would take almost any odds that Jimmy Bell was not coming back to the flat in the Towers and the hopeless little life that his wife had tried to make for them there. Had Anne Crisp been in touch with them yet? She was sound, she would have been, but he'd still need to check on Monday, as well as— The phone was ringing in the hall. 7:45. He stood up slowly, thinking it through. Pick it up, say nothing, listen. David? He thought he recognized the voice, but went through the motions with an impersonal tone. Who is calling? It's Joe. And after another pause, Everson. Sorry, it might have been someone else. I suppose there is always that possibility. Last Sunday morning, the lift to the station, a coffee on the platform before she left, all seemed like a lifetime away instead of 5 days, and this call had taken him by surprise. Is this a bad time? No, sorry, I was in the middle of something, that's all. Thinking, always dangerous, but more so as you get older. The unconsidered life is not worth living? But no doubt you were thinking about work. The same case, the unlikely suicide? Yes, looks even less likely now. He sensed her thinking herself at the end of the line. She would have called with some purpose. They were not friends who called each other up for a chat at the week's end. In fact, he could not have said what they were, but already there were memories. The sight of the side of her face, white with snow by the time they reached the car in the dunes that first afternoon. The undisguised pleasure she had taken in the food at Sandrine's. The turning away when he had played Layla for her. She said, I can tell you're busy. You know I'm meeting with the Richardsons this weekend. I wondered whether I could drop in and see you. I've got something for you. If it's a proposal for a 10-part serial with the BBC, I'm not interested, and my superintendent wouldn't agree unless you had him being played by George Clooney anyway. I was thinking of George Clooney for you. No, it isn't that. Just a peace offering after you-know-what. Not necessary, thanks. Well, it's too late, already done. I won't stay long. Saturday would be all right, he said. She didn't know how long the interview would take, and so she had driven up this time, not expecting to stay over. She would phone him again tomorrow to confirm if she was calling in on the way back, and then she was gone, and the house was quiet again. Funny, the things we think of afterwards. It would be late afternoon or the early evening, if she came at all, and there was not enough pasta left for 2. 18 minutes gone. She had to allow some leeway because Serena could not keep glancing at her watch or her phone. If it gets to 20, she told herself, I'll need to make a decision. At 22 minutes, she had her finger poised over the radio when the door across the street opened. Serena appeared, turned and spoke to someone inside, and then began to walk back to the car. The door half closed, but someone was still there, watching through the opening. Reeve could not see who it was. They must be waiting to see where this woman goes, who, if anyone, is waiting for her. They would not be able to see Reeve herself at this distance and in this lighting, but was the car right? Another tiny detail that no one had considered. Surely it was. The 3 Series coupe could easily say tragic, middle-aged businessman, as it could career-minded single detective inspector. There was something a little troubling about that, but Serena had reached her now, and the internal light came on as she climbed inside. Reeve turned her head away until the light was off again. The door was still slightly ajar. Drive or not drive? Yes, let them see the car. Once out of sight, she slowed and told Serena to report in on the radio that they were in the clear and that everyone else, which was just the 2 uniformed officers, could go about their normal business. Ahead, on the left, was the drive that led to the parking in front of the Laurels Hotel and Conference Centre. Reeve pulled in and parked there. Serena Butler said, "They were really nice." "Oh, good. Did you get a look round?" "No, they took me into some sort of office, but it's all pretty plush. There's money in it somewhere." "There always is somewhere. Any names? What was actually said?" "He was Sean and she was Sarah. I got the feeling they are a couple. They sort of interviewed me, but it was low-key. They offered me a drink, which I took, sorry. In role, it seemed the right thing to do." Reeve waved that away. "A couple? This is a bit weird, isn't it? I don't know what DC is going to make of it." Serena Butler looked a question at her. Reeve said, "He's a bit old-fashioned, or he does a convincing impression of being so. It's hard to tell. So, what did they ask you? Did they make it clear what sort of club it is?" Serena said that they had done so, but not in an explicit way. They clearly wanted to give the impression that this is somewhere rather exclusive for people of a certain class with certain tastes. They used the word adult a few times with looks that seemed to be saying, "You understand what that means, don't you?" And she had responded with an equally knowing smile, or at least she believed that she had. "And how did you leave it with them? Was anything arranged?" "We can call in and meet a few people before we commit. They didn't talk money, so I assume it isn't cheap, but we get a free sample." "When?" "I said tomorrow night about 9 o'clock. Reeve was quiet for a moment. "Well, you're a fast worker, I'll say that for you." There was no reply, and she thought that really wasn't the smartest thing to say. Maybe the superintendent had a point after all. But she could not take it back, and the woman had willingly accepted the job. "Well done. Now we just have to tell your husband the good news." Chapter 16. She had been told that he was always punctual, and that's why she was now sitting in the Starbucks with just a latte for company. 15 minutes had been just too early. A group of teenagers sat 2 tables away, but they were the quiet, earnest, well-behaved sort, probably off to see a film. 2 older couples sat together by the window, and as she looked out of the street for Smith, she couldn't help noticing from their body language how comfortable they were together, the 4 of them, old friends, and very easy. That's a good thing to have, she thought, that sort of friendship. It was warm, and she took off her jacket, folded it, and placed it on the chair next to her. Was this the right blouse? It was semi-see-through, chosen to hint at her choice of bra, which itself was red, and chosen to show through the blouse. She had to look the part. No point in going to an adult club. It was the woman, Sarah, who had emphasized that more than once, and looking dowdy, was there? And the skirt had risen well above her knees. She crossed her legs then and studied the result. She was not displeased. In an inventory of her own charms, they always came top, and she would rarely have an opportunity to wear the Kurt Geiger high heels in public again. Why not make the most of it? She closed her eyes and tried to imagine what it would be like doing this sort of thing for real. All over the country, and in this very town, there were people doing it for real this Saturday night. When she opened her eyes, she saw Smith looking in through the window, shading his eyes, and then catching sight of her. One of the two women near the window looked at him and then at her companions, concealing a smile, and Serena Butler straightened her back and her face as he opened the door and came towards her. It was not a bad attempt at desperate. 10 years ago, D.I. Reeve had said, were black flares in fashion 10 years ago when she was still a sixth former? Agreed, they were not very flared, just enough to make some statement, but not one that she wanted to put into actual words. The sporty, zippered bomber jacket was a travesty of something, but she couldn't remember what, and underneath that he had a lilac shirt with a pattern along the pleats where the buttons and buttonholes were, a sort of stylized flower arrangement of squiggles that might have been trendy not a decade, but half a lifetime ago. And on top of that, he had a purple tie. He stood briefly by her table, asking if she needed another drink, and then he had gone to fetch something for himself. He waited then at the end of the counter, not looking at her. She glanced around and saw the women by the window both look away simultaneously, and then carefully avoid each other's eyes. Any number of scenarios might explain what they were seeing, of course. A rather tarty-looking young woman meeting a rather tragic-looking man, twice her age, in a coffee bar, and she wondered which one they would choose. Smith sat down at the table with a black coffee and a serious face. He said, "What do you think? I spent ages on it, and I'm still not sure." And then he gestured with one hand in front of his ensemble. It was difficult to know where to begin. "Anything in particular, sir?" "Well, I know the jacket and trousers are fine. It's just the tie. Should I wear one or not? I mean, I've never been to a whatever it is, and I've no idea whether the man should wear a tie. What do you think?" "I have to point out that I've never been to a whatever it is either, sir, but to be honest, I think the tie is the least of your problems." He looked down at himself again, and then at her. The serious expression had gone. "Ghastly, isn't it?" "It really is. Well done, sir." "That woman by the window, I saw her shrinking away in fear when I looked in. Are you embarrassed to be seen out with me? You can be completely honest. That's important at my time of life. A man needs to know these things, to be told." It was impossible to keep a straight face. "I am fairly embarrassed, but I should say that I don't normally sit in coffee bars looking like this either, sir." He studied her appearance for a moment, and she had a flutter of self-consciousness. "Dressed to kill, I'd say. Spot on. Look, it's going to sound pretty odd if you start addressing me as Sir when we're in there. They'll be wondering exactly what sort of relationship we do have. They might even suggest we're in the wrong sort of club, if you know what I mean." She acknowledged it. He had finally found a good reason for her not to address him in that way. The teenagers got up, walked past their table, and left. Although they had not been noisy, the place seemed even more quiet without them. Smith took a drink of the coffee, pulled a little face to himself, took another sip to be sure, and then replaced the cup in its saucer. He said, "So, D.I. Reeve thought it would be a good idea if we had this time to get to know each other. We have," looking at his watch, 30 minutes to work out how we met, fell in love, got married, and went wrong. It has gone wrong, hasn't it, darling?" It was funny, it was even absurd, but somehow he had become someone else. She looked down at the garish red of her long nails, and kept him waiting for an answer.
Yes, David, it has. We need to meet some new people. We need some new experiences. Oddly, that could bring us closer together. We have to be really honest about our needs."
Smith said, "Gordon Bennett, can you ease me into this a bit gently?" She parked the TDI Quattro in exactly the same place as D.I. Reeve had parked her own car the evening before. Perhaps they would be lucky again. Smith wanted to watch for a moment, to get his bearings, he said, but she wondered whether he was just steeling himself for what lay ahead. She said, "There's a camera over the outside door, so we need to be married by the time we cross the road." "What exactly does that involve, do you think?" Her silence suggested that she hadn't thought it through that far yet.
"I'm not sure. Arm in arm? Holding hands?"
"I think we'll go for arm in arm. I've never been big on the other one, but you're right. A couple in this situation for the first time would be a bit clingy, I expect." She made a slight move then, as if to go, and Smith placed a hand on her arm. "Serena, I know you've been over this with Alison Reeve, but it's asking a lot, and it was my idea, so I feel responsible. If you've got doubts, we can pull it now, without any problems. You have my word on that. And if it turns a bit odd inside, or you feel you've had enough, you just say so, and we'll be out of there in a flash. Well, not a flash, exactly, but there won't be any of that, will there? I mean, everybody will be dressed, won't they?" His concern was genuine, she knew, but the humour was also there to defuse the situation, to encourage her to go through with it. This was not his way of trying to back out himself. It was an effective combination. She said, "Just to be clear on the objective then, sir." And she smiled when he raised a finger, because this time it had been deliberate. "We take a look around, weigh it up as to who is really in charge tonight, and then we take them aside and pursue our inquiries, yes?" "That's it, just a little deception to get past the door. It's a private club, and if we just start banging on the door of a place like this and asking about members, we'll get nowhere. A look around to get the lie of the land, and then we'll ask about our Jimmy. They could, of course, just ask us to leave tonight as soon as we, reveal ourselves, so to speak. But, to be honest, being thrown out of a place like this could keep me in free drinks until Christmas. Hell of a story. Ready?" They were outside the car and about to cross the road when he remembered. "Oh, what surname did you use, just in case they ask? Or I have to sign in or something. If there's a guest book, I wouldn't mind a photocopy of it." "Yours." "Smith?" She nodded. "So I'm actually here under my real name. Good God. If Charlie Hills ever finds out. Do you think they believed you?" "No." "That's all right, then." "Serena is a lovely name, isn't it?" The same thought had occurred to Smith, as it happens, but at that moment he was being distracted by the fact that the man who had just introduced himself as Sean did not seem to want to let go of Smith's right hand as he said it. He shook the hand again and managed to disengage. Sean then turned his attention to Serena Smith, taking her by the shoulders and air-kissing by both of her blushing cheeks. Smith, forewarned by that, was ready when Sarah presented herself in front of him for the same. Introductions over, they stepped from the hallway into the office that Serena had already visited little more than 24 hours previously. The bizarre natures of the place and their purpose in being there were still present in Smith's mind, but his analytical eye seemed to be unimpaired. He took in the expensive furnishings, the impressive IT, all Apple, the box files on a shelf by the desk, all labelled with letters and numbers running in sequence, giving nothing away to the casual observer. The carpet was deep and rich red, and the textured scarlet and gold wall covering must have cost more per roll than he had spent when he last repapered the house. "We're not going to keep you," said Sarah, much to Smith's relief, "as Serena has already had the introduction, and I'm sure she has told you everything, David.
just to emphasize that we are a meeting place for people who want more out of their relationships.
More out of life, said her partner with a grin at Smith. Perhaps he wanted to shake hands again. Perhaps it was the purple tie.
We believe in offering those opportunities to people of like mind. There is no pressure and there are no expectations other than that people behave towards each other in a civilized and respectful manner.
She paused, and Smith thought, well, that all sounds very reasonable, a bit like what you might hear when you become a member of the local Rotary Club or the British Legion.
Naturally, if people make the decision to join us, and we hope that you will.
Absolutely, said Sean.
Then you will see others and they will see you in a certain light. But if you didn't want that, then you wouldn't join, would you?
Smith said, No, we wouldn't, would we, darling? He looked up at Detective Constable Butler for her approval and wondered exactly how many inches those high heels added to her height. And she looked down at him, slightly down her nose at him, long enough and silently enough for Sean and Sarah to see for themselves the nature of the relationship between the prospective members. She gave him no answer. Instead, she turned to Sarah and said, You mentioned something about downstairs and upstairs last night.
The woman never looked at Smith again after that. She spoke only to Serena, and with a note of respect that had not been there before. At least that's how it seemed to Smith, as he smiled a little haplessly at Sean. These are deep waters, he thought to himself, and if ever another job comes up like this one, that's who I'm sending.
Sarah said,
As our guests this evening, we ask that you stay downstairs in the bar. It's where everyone meets up, so there will be plenty of people to chat to, and we have a super range of cocktails. Pierre and Simone will be happy to serve you and answer any further questions about the bar, but they are
off limits, Sean said.
To be treated with respect by all members and guests. When you have joined us, of course, you might wish to visit some of the upstairs rooms where people can meet and chat in a more cosy atmosphere. Not everyone does so, of course, and many just meet up here and then go on to their own homes or other venues. Good grief, there are other venues. Lake used to be such an ordinary town. The four of them stood looking at each other, which Smith thought a decidedly bad idea for any one of 100 reasons. Someone had to act. He said, Right then, downstairs it is, just for tonight, eh? Ready, darling? She turned on those heels and left him with Sarah and Sean. He smiled under raised eyebrows, shrugged, turned, and followed her towards the dimly lit room opposite the office. Passing through the doorway, he considered abandoning all hope. He did not do so, but it was a close-run thing. Dimly lit barely did it justice. That there were others present was not in doubt, but how many, who they were, and what they might be doing was in some doubt for some minutes, until one's eyes had adjusted to the semi-darkness. They sat together on a low couch for a moment, getting their bearings, before Smith decided to head for the bar at the end furthest from the entrance. As newcomers, they both realized eyes would be upon them, and Smith wondered whether that made Serena feel as uncomfortable as it made him feel. Will you be all right if I go and get us a drink? I think I need 1 or 3. Should be. I don't suppose anyone will actually, come up to me or anything. He sat there a little longer, looking around. They were probably doing a pretty good impression of nervous newcomers without even trying. Okay, then, here goes. If anything does kick off, just shout out, Police, lie face down and don't move. That might be quite popular. Pack it in, I'm trying to keep a straight face here. Talking of straight, I think you were a hit with Sean. He had to walk away then, thinking of what Reeve had said to him on the phone that afternoon when she was arranging their date. She might be a bit prickly, DC, but she doesn't lack bottle. Have fun.
Pierre seemed like a nice boy. He greeted Smith with, "Good evening, sir. What can I do for you?" Which, as he was standing behind the bar and supposedly off-limits, was probably superfluous. Smith studied the cocktail menu, trying to guess which one would have the least alcohol, and also thinking about the young man's accent. It was sort of foreign-sounding, but not quite convincingly so. He might be from Marseille, he might equally be from Manchester. Finally, Smith settled for 2 whiskey sours. That was as close as he could get to a single malt on this menu. They'd better have the same, too. It wouldn't do to have either of them more inebriated than the other in a place like this. Pierre set about it, not looking at Smith, but working slowly, wanting, no doubt, to show off his mixology skills to their full. Smith had said they would check out the lie of the land once inside, but this was already unnecessary, wasn't it, the having a drink, and he wasn't at all certain that he would be able to claim this as expenses. Once back at the couch, he would tell D.C. Butler that after a quick sip they would return to the office and declare themselves. It looked as if these drinks would be another 5 minutes at least. He rested one hand on the bar and turned around, wondering at all this, whatever it was. And that's when he felt a chill run right through him. Serena Butler was no longer alone. Someone had approached her, had taken the place beside her that Smith had briefly occupied. A woman, which was a relief, until he remembered Sean. He tried to imagine what had been said already and failed. He turned back to the bar and saw that Pierre was in the final stages, arranging and then rearranging his maraschino cherries and orange slices. Fighting back the urge to grab them and make a run for the couch, Smith said thank you and offered up the £10 note he had taken from his wallet. More delays then, as he had to take it back and replace it with a 20. He glanced up at the board, decided that it wasn't worth waiting for the change, and left Pierre with a more than decent tip. Hopefully he wouldn't read anything into it. He took a seat next to Serena. The other woman was perched on the edge of the couch, half-turned towards them both, and quite unruffled by Smith's arrival, smiling, self-confident, and stunning. Blonde and tanned, the hair quite short but expensively cut, even Smith could see that. She held out a hand towards him, the back uppermost, as if he were to kiss it rather than take it briefly in his own. He chose the latter course, and she smiled more broadly, a smile disconcertingly full of knowing. She said, "And this is your husband David, isn't it?" They don't hang about here, do they, he thought, as he nodded and engaged in the usual introductory small talk that happens out there, back in the real world of real bars, real parties, and real barbecues, where you actually meet new people and go through these rituals. This whole evening was surreal enough in itself, of course, but the fact he had recognized her, that he knew in that first glance exactly who she was, gave him a surge of adrenaline that he had not experienced in at least a decade. He must always have been good with faces, though that's not the kind of thing you realize about yourself as a child or a teenager. But when you are 22 or 3, living under cover in a strange city where at least a third of the population would pull the trigger if they knew who or what you were, then you become very good indeed with faces if you intend to make it to the end of another week. You learn to glance around as you walk along the street, the pavements crowded, a sea of faces, and say to yourself, that one there, he was behind me waiting to be served in McMahon's last night. The woman was saying, "So I'm Marion, and I'm sure we'll meet again once you've joined. I'll leave you alone now, but if you have any more questions, just pop over to our corner, or come over anyway if you'd like some company. Lovely to meet you both." She stood and walked away, not as tall as most of the women he'd met lately, Smith thought, but still rather elegant in fitted jeans and a dark blue blouse. Those jeans said something, didn't they? A regular member, not another newcomer going over the top to make an impression, someone who felt at home here. She disappeared into the shadows where at least 3 other people were sitting. Smith thought it was 2 couples and then realized that he too might have been recognized. He waited, watched, ignoring for a moment whatever Serena was saying beside him, and then breathed again. Neither of the men in the corner was heavily built, and that was enough. He didn't need to see their faces. Serena Butler said, "You obviously liked what you could see. You didn't happen to get her phone number, did you?" "Sir, I think you're going into this a bit far. She was nice, though. Everybody seems to be. It's not like you imagine it." "I try not to imagine it, to be honest. So she didn't give you a surname, obviously." She looked at him and could see that something had changed. The humour had gone, and the tragic comic impersonation of David Smith, security magnate and insecure husband, was at an end. Instead, on his face now was a look of intense concentration. "No, we didn't get that far. What is it? What's the matter?" He lifted his glass. "Drink up, this cocktail isn't half bad, and it cost me an arm and leg." "Sir, is it time to go and see Sarah and Sean, then?" There was a pause while he brought to an end whatever was running through his mind. "No, change of plan. I'll explain when we get outside. We'll make our excuses and leave. I'll just finish this in case I have to shake hands with Sean again. You'd better not have any more. Come to think of it, you're driving."
"Go on then, explain. I was just beginning to enjoy myself, sir."
Reeve was right. Serena Butler was a talented actress, but Smith had heard of the dangers of the method. He could use a cigarette too, but wouldn't smoke in anyone else's car, and there were 6 other thoughts vying for his attention. "Well, if you want to pop back in your own time, feel free. I fancy they don't insist on everyone having a spouse present as long as their face fits, or some other part, I don't know." She was listening and waiting. "Anyway, the lady who came over to have a chat while I was being fleeced at the bar, I strongly suspect that I have seen her before, on 2 occasions now."
"But she didn't know you, did she? I never saw a sign of that, sir."
"Oh, I don't know her. I said that I'd seen her, didn't I?"
"Where?"
"Sitting on a desk on the gas platform where our friend James Bell recently started work."
"Sitting on a desk? I'm sorry, but—"
He left it with her for a moment, thinking, it's just after 10 o'clock. What will Alison Reeve be doing on a Saturday night? She should be out gallivanting, but if he was right, this wouldn't wait until Monday. And sometimes she went into work on a Sunday thinking that he didn't know.
"A picture? Whose desk?"
"You should be able to get that as well if you've any sort of memory for names." It took her another 5 seconds.
"Not the Nordco man. First the money, then the phone number, and now this?"
"I think we just met Marion, if that's her real name, McFarlane." Her next expression was a little unladylike, but Smith let it pass. Then she said,
"I can see why we came out now. If we'd—"
"Yes, quite. We don't want to flush out whatever is lurking in this undergrowth just yet."
"If it is her, we got lucky, didn't we?"
"Did we? I wish people would stop saying that, or we won't recognize real luck when it does come along."
"Oh," she thought, "he sounds a little bit cross."
Then he looked round at her, and she could see that his expression was more amused than angry. "What I mean is this. Why were we there tonight? What led us to go there at all?"
"The card thing, the pass, or whatever it is."
"Which we found where?"
"In James Bell's flat."
"And we think that there was some sort of unpleasantness in that flat before he disappeared. So we're investigating where he went before he disappeared. We've already done the pubs and the betting shops. The card was a good indication, a good possibility, so we came to have a look. No luck involved so far, is there?"
"No, but the fact that she was here tonight, the same night as we came—"
"Might be luck, might not. Maybe she's here every other night. I'm not saying that there's no luck involved. I said that in the office. But that's not the same thing as being lucky, not in my mind. Through a decent, if somewhat dodgy, bit of police work, we put ourselves in the right place to get a little bit of luck. That's all. Looked at that way, she thought, you can't really argue with him. And then she smiled in the darkness and had another thought, that she hadn't had so much fun on a Saturday night in a long time. She said, "If you are right, sir, it's not looking good for Mr. McFarlane." Smith said, "Could just be a coincidence. Maybe she never met Jimmy Bell." Now it was her turning towards him. The single raised eyebrow she saw there said it all. He said, "You do realize, darling, that after tonight things can never be the same between us. We're going to need to talk this through, and be completely honest about our needs." He groaned and covered his eyes with a hand. "Take me home. I've had enough excitement for one night." Chapter 17. After a short night of troubled sleep, he had risen very early and driven east into the dawn. Along the coast road, the dove-grey and pink-flushed sea to his left, and the low dark hills of North Norfolk to his right, there had been little traffic, and he had taken the long familiar bends just a little more pacily than usual, enjoying the demands that made, and how it took his mind away from other things. That Audi had been nice, he had to admit, and he remembered Reeves's words to him that he had enough put away and still coming in to afford something decent. And Charlie's son would do him a deal. Maybe it was time to trade the old girl in. He'd have to give it some thought. The first breath of sea air, even before he had unlocked the caravan, more than compensated for the lack of sleep and the unearthly time at which he had set off. He stood on the steps and breathed it in several times. Along the line of caravans he could see a car or two, but most of them would still be empty so early in the year, and that was why the two of them always said that spring and autumn were their favourite seasons here. Well, it was one reason. There were many others. Unlocking the door then, the memories came back to him, like the migrant birds that came back to the woods every spring. Sheila could name most of them, but it was the autumn that was always strongest for him. Then the scent of pine resin is at its most powerful. Strange fungi push up through the soft carpets of fallen needles, and out on the vast marshes are the haunting cries of the wild geese that come in their thousands to spend the winter. Pink-footed geese, Brent geese, grey-lag geese, those he could name, and sometimes much rarer ones that brought the bird-watchers with their camouflage coats, telescopes, and cameras, as seasonal in their appearance as the birds that they pursued. Always after the winter, the faint smell of disuse. He left the door open and pushed all the windows wide. No sun as such, but it was bright now, and the breeze was sufficient to move new air through the caravan and take away the staleness in a matter of minutes. On every surface, too, a thin film of inactivity had settled, and he went back to the car for the brushes and dustpans and cloths and cleaning fluids that he had brought to wipe it away. As he worked, he wondered about the events of the previous evening, not so easily wiped away, he concluded. Alternative lifestyles? Perhaps. He had spent his entire career as a policeman confronting people with lifestyles very different to his own. By definition, almost, that had to be the case. And so how were the members of the Married Singles Club, he was still having problems with the name of it, any different? He had no need to confront them at all, of course, because they were committing no crime in the strict sense of the word, and that was the only sense that had any meaning for him professionally. But personally, in that sense, yes, it bothered him.
He picked up the mats one by one, took them outside and beat them with a hand-brush, watching the dust drift away towards the sea. It might be just another age-related thing. Serena Butler had found it funny, intriguing even, but not in any way shocking, and he suspected that would be the attitude of many in her generation. 28, isn't she? And yet, despite that, she herself had already been involved in the misery that infidelity can bring, to the point that it had affected her career. Playing with fire, his mother would have said, and she was, bless her, not wrong. Nothing hurts more than a burn. Smith had told himself that he did not want to think about work this morning. He had called Reeve on her mobile at 22:45 last night. She sounded a little sleepy, and he thought, well, she's at home, gone to bed early on a Saturday evening, a nice-looking woman like that. But it could have been worse, he thought. Visions of Sarah and Sean briefly before him again, and, of course, Alison Reeve wasn't necessarily alone. She had woken up when he gave her the news, though. "Okay, well done, both of you. I don't know about you, but I think it's time we started talking to some people, forensics or no forensics. Pay McFarlane a visit on Monday if he isn't on the platform?" "No," he said. "Philip would. Let's hear his explanation first. See if there is any possible connection with McFarlane. What was he doing with that mobile phone? Wood looks like a bit of a lowlife who'll play the game in the lower divisions if he can play at all. The same will not be true of the company man." They agreed an 8 o'clock start in the office on Monday morning. Philip Anthony wouldn't be an early riser. He could hear a car on the single-track gravel drive between the caravans. Joe Everson had taken the news of his changed plans on Saturday quite cheerfully. He had told her that it was work, but not exactly what he was doing or what he would be wearing, staring into his wardrobe with trepidation as he talked to her. She might stay over anyway, she had said, if her meeting with the Richardsons went on for a while. It would be easy to find a B&B in March, wouldn't it? Was she wondering whether he would offer her the bedroom again? It didn't sound that way, but she was difficult to read, and because he was uncertain, he had not done so. But then, when he had said casually what he had planned for Sunday, she had said, "Well, if I do stay over, I could come up and see this famous caravan, couldn't I? Where is it exactly?" And he had told her. He went to the door, but it was only Harry, Shirley's groundsman-come-handyman, doing the rounds in his truck. Seeing Smith, he pulled over and they talked about the snow last January and the winds of last week and how it was going to be a busy old season, with bookings already up. "That's a simple life, isn't it?" Smith thought as he watched Harry drive away. And then he thought, Pine Hills is a long way round on the journey from Lake to London. She won't turn up here today. "It's bigger than I expected." If indeed she had never stayed in a caravan, then she was judging them all by the boxes we see being towed up and down the motorways. A static is a very different animal. "But it's still sort of cosy. I like it. It must be lovely when the weather is fine. What about when it isn't?" "Even cosier," we always said. "When the rain is drumming on the roof and you can feel the surf pounding out on the beach. Turn on the gas fire and you can toast crumpets in front of it, if you don't mind the weight. That's not allowed, of course, but they taste all the better." She laughed and said, "Like a lot of things in life." He had been retuning the television and not heard her car arrive. He turned at the knock on the door, expecting to see Shirley Salmon or one of the neighbours from another caravan, and then Joe Everson's face had appeared. One of those moments, then, when the separate parts of a life, successfully compartmentalized, suddenly and irreversibly run into each other and meld, forming something new and unexpected.
First, she had handed him the bottle-shaped bag from an off-licence that he did not recognise. He looked inside, and then took out the whisky that it contained. He didn't recognise the whisky either. Blue Hanger Blended Malt, 9th Limited Release. She said, "I could see that you are into the single malts, so I thought I'd take you out of your comfort zone, challenge your preconceptions. Sorry, that's not a very polite sort of apology." He examined the bottle more closely, running a finger over the embossed label and thinking that, blended or not, those don't come cheaply. It wasn't necessary, but thank you. It looks interesting. Then she had had the brief tour and admired how cleverly the beds folded away so that you could sleep 6 people here. She shook her head at that, said no, that would be too many, surely, and he had to agree. In his own time here there had only ever been the 2 of them. Now they sat at the table, one either side, waiting for the kettle to boil, and he was glad that he had remembered to bring fresh tea and coffee. He had almost brought a flask, would have done so if he had not been so keen to get onto the road before first light. He wondered whether he should tell her where he had spent the previous evening. She would have something to say about that, something insightful and funny, probably, something that might even be useful. But in the end he left it. He was trying his best to have at least a day away from work, and he might not like what she had to say, had no idea where her own values lay in relation to his own. Instead, he let her ask him questions about life on the caravan park, about how often his caravan was let out and how all that was managed. He told her, and when she asked how much it cost for a week, she was surprised. "Really? Get another 3 or 4 of these and you could afford to give up work." "That's only in the peak season, of course. It's lower in April and May, September and October, half that price, and sometimes they're let just for long weekends." She said, "It's still not that much when you consider the cost of anywhere nice abroad, and a lot less hassle. I've had enough of airports lately. Somewhere like this you can drive to in a couple of hours. No booking in or parking problems, no luggage issues, no queuing. Getting to know somewhere, just one place, intimately. I can see the attraction of it." He went into the kitchen, which was behind where she was sitting, and filled the cafetière. From there he could see the back of her head, and then her profile when she turned to look out of the window. A faint smile as if she really did like what she could see, and the peace and quiet, and the brief sense of otherness that comes from being away from bricks and mortar, from offices and roads and ordinary days. The same outdoor jacket, he noticed, and another pair of walking boots. She would not have visited the Richardsons like that, so she had put those on before setting off from Lake this morning, had packed them, which meant that she had at least considered that she might be staying overnight. Was she hoping for another walk along the coast, this time without the snow? Should he offer? She was looking through the window at something particular now. She said, "It must be wonderful for dogs. Look at this husky." He stooped and looked out through the tiny kitchen porthole. "Oh, I've met them at the clubhouse. He's French, she's English, but I can't recall their names offhand. They're from London. I don't know where the dog's from." "Really? Doing what I just said? They own one of these?" "Yes, one of the really flash jobs nearest to the woods. I think he's in finance or something. A banker, maybe. I can't remember. You meet all sorts up here these days. He gets a good return on his money for a few years, and free weekends away." "He's beautiful." "Well, I know the French are said to have a certain charm, but—" "The dog!" "Oh, yes. It's a good place for them. The site owner's very hot on clearing up after them, though. You have a dog?" She shook her head. "I'd like one, but I've been away too much. And living on your own, it's not fair to shut them up all day, so I resist temptation. You?" He brought the coffee through on a tray with 2 matching tiny cups and saucers, a matching bowl for the brown sugar, and a matching miniature jug of milk. She smiled. He said, "No, not now. Same reasons, I suppose. We had one when my wife was at home. They both loved it up here. If she saw me with certain bags, she knew it was a weekend at the caravan, and she'd jump into the boot and sit there panting until we were ready. I'm talking about the dog, obviously. She didn't know whether she should laugh when he said things like that. He could see, and he was aware that whenever he spoke about Sheila, Joe Everson would leave a short silence, a short, respectful silence, perhaps. After the pause, she said, "What was her name?" "The dog." She put down her cup, folded her arms, and regarded him with a cross smile. "Marilyn." Now she had to laugh. "Marilyn? Why?" "Well, she was small and had this sort of long, wavy, straw-coloured coat. I said she'd be a dumb blonde, begging your pardon," with a gesture towards her own pale hair. "First of all, what breed was she?" "Just a mongrel thing, a rescued dog. We didn't have her as a puppy, a sort of terrier-cum-spaniel mix-up." "And was she dumb?" "Yes, so dumb that she lived a life of luxury and never did a day's work in her life." "And you loved her very much?" He drank some coffee, and after a moment she said, "The coffee is good. What is it?" "Australian Skyberry. It was on offer." "Worth the full price. You were drinking coffee the first time I saw you, and you asked about it in the French restaurant. Now this. You have an addiction." "I prefer to think of it as an interest." She drank some more and looked out of the window. The sun was trying its best, and in the spring that is often enough. If he had been here on his own, he would have taken a walk through the woods and out onto the dunes. She said, "I often think about that day. I've never seen snow like it, not in England." "Funny. I was thinking about it myself on Friday." Another car drove by, but he didn't lean over to see who it was. She looked at him then, a new look that he didn't recognize. He said, "So, how are Mr. and Mrs. Richardson?" "I really like them. Lovely people. But, well, you know, don't you? You've seen it yourself, what it does." "Yes, afraid so." They both thought for a moment. Then, not needing or wishing to put into words the darkness behind the eyes, which is more than an absence of light, and the sadness in a smile that can never be complete because it is weighed down by so much sorrow still, and because it always will be. "They asked to be remembered to you." He nodded. There was nothing else to say. She looked around again. "I can see a fishing rod in the corner." "We used to go down to the harbour. Some years you can catch dabs and plaice big enough to eat. If not, you could have crab-catching competitions." Another odd expression, and then a glance away out of the window, frowning a little. When she looked back, it was as if she had made her mind up. "I'm going to say something which might offend you, but I'm probably just saying it as a writer, so—" "Fire away. I haven't been insulted since last night." "There is an awful lot of past tense in what you say." When he didn't respond straight away, she looked up from the table and its empty coffee cups, her blue-green eyes fixed directly onto his own, not backing away from what she had said. "That's probably because I have an awful lot of past, compared to someone like you." She liked that as an answer, he could see, but before she could reply there was a knocking on the open door and a new voice.
"David, are you in? Only I saw a strange car and— Oh, hello! I do beg your pardon."
Shirley Salmon's generous figure filled the doorway, and she was looking at Joe Everson as she spoke the last words. Smith stood up, invited her in, and introduced them, finishing, "The lady I was telling you about, who does all the bookings and makes everything work here except the weather." Shirley said, "Well, you can't complain about this for March, David." And even there I think she has some influence. Joe Everson said, "It's a lovely sight, Mrs. Salmon. I'm going to ask him to give me the details. I might make a booking myself soon." Shirley Salmon looked from her to him and said, "New business is always welcome, my dear." Joe said, "And before I leave, I'm hoping to get a look at the woods and dunes just to see what all the fuss is about." Shirley's eyes were still on him. She must have glimpsed something there, a wavering, an uncertainty that was not like him, and perhaps she understood why. She said, "The harbour's the best walk at the moment. They've got 2 of the fully rigged sailing ships in, one of those adventure for youth groups, I expect. Beautiful they are, well worth a walk down there." Never let it be said that I don't know how to treat a girl. They sat on the harbour wall, eating fish and chips from the shop across the road behind them. In front, beyond the creek that formed the town's harbour, they could see the strip of shiny mud exposed by the fall of the tide, and further on the purple-tinged greens and greys of the salt marsh stretching out to the horizon. She held up a chip in front of her face and examined it closely. "Why do they always taste better in the open air and straight out of the paper?" Then she put the chip into her mouth. Smith said, "Well, technically the chip is the same chip wherever you eat it, and the paper won't affect the taste, so it must be—" "Thank you. It was an artistic question, not a scientific one. There will be no trial." He shrugged and continued eating. As it happened, these were the best fish and chips that he knew of. They always had been, and this was definitely the best place to eat them. It was chilly. They both wore outdoor coats, but bright, and the wind was in the west. If it had been off the sea, they might have needed a more sheltered spot. The 3-masted sailing ships lay in the channel to their left, pennants fluttering, swinging a little on the moorings as the water ran by them and on into the widening estuary beyond. They had been down close to them, admired them, and spoken briefly to 2 of the young crew. They were Dutch, but had excellent English. Then she had told them that she had sailed when she was young on an uncle's boat out of Chatham. "We always went south or west for our seaside holidays," she said, "to Kent or Devon. Funny, we never came up here, so it's all new to me. I had no idea how nice it is." "Lots of little sailing boats and dinghies here," he said, pointing upstream to where they lay in the shallow water. All were tilted on the mud, waiting for the next tide. "You could buy one of those small ones for a few £100 and sail off into the sunset." She looked round, thought about it for a moment, and then said, "You couldn't. Not really. The estuary runs north, so the only time you could sail into the sunset would be when you were coming back, not sailing off." Smith contemplated the last piece of battered cod. He was full, but it looked inviting. He broke off a small piece and ate it. Then he said, "Well, it was an artistic suggestion, not a scientific one." She smiled and ate another chip. "I was serious about having a break-up here this summer." "Good. There's much more to see. Lots of bird reserves, coastal paths, some good art galleries, and some great village pubs. There, I've said my bit to boost the local economy." 2 small boys, brothers surely, in waterproof jackets, unseasonal shorts and sandals, came by them and went down a set of steps until they were close to the water. The older one carried one of the cheap plastic nets on a cane that can be found in every seaside gift shop in England. He pushed the neon-pink net into the water and moved it around. The other boy filled his matching bucket with water in anticipation. Smith said, "Townies don't know a thing about catching crabs." Joe Everson said, "Is this where you used to catch the flatfish for your breakfast?" No, you need to be a lot further on down the sea wall, halfway back to the caravan, and catch it on a rising tide. Once it's moving, you can get them in 2 or 3 feet of water, but you have to be able to put a lugworm on the hook. She disregarded that. I didn't only go sailing in Chatham, I caught a 5-pound bass once. We humble dab-catchers salute you. So if I booked your caravan for a long weekend, could I borrow your fishing rod? The last of the cod had finally gone, thank goodness. He folded the few remaining chips into the paper, held out his hand for Joe's empty tray, and put the lot, bundled together, into a litter bin a few yards from where they were sitting. Then he said, "You can just go through me. Shirley doesn't mind the odd week or 2 for friends, not once she knows you won't abuse it. If you can give me a bit of warning, you can have it. No charge." Her response was exactly what he would have expected. She could not take advantage like that. She would rather keep it on the level, and Mrs. Salmon was running a business after all. Not empty words. He did not feel that he was simply being invited to try harder, and so he did not. "Okay, well, if you do, the fishing rod comes free, and there's a tin of the bits and pieces you might need in one of the cupboards. But I'll warn you, if the locals see you catch a 5-pound bass, they'll probably chuck you in off the harbour wall." The 2 boys were closely examining something in the plastic net. Whatever it was then carefully tipped into the bucket, the smaller boy then taking his turn. A small party of black and white birds with bright orange bills flew past and landed on the mud across the harbour, their shrill piping calls adding a melancholy touch to the early spring afternoon. She said, "We've done pretty well, considering. I haven't talked about the book, and you haven't talked about your case in what, looking at her watch, 2 hours?" She pushed her hands into her jacket pockets a little further, showing no more inclination than Smith felt himself to move on, just a lazy Sunday afternoon. He said, "If you do book the caravan, at least let me know when you're down here." And she said, "Okay, I will." Chapter 18. At 08:40 the following morning, Smith and Waters sat in the Peugeot on the Low Barnes estate, parked about 40 yards from what they believed to be Philip Wood's front gate. Waters had had the door open before the engine had died. Smith had pulled him back in. "Hold on, let's catch our breath." It was a street of run-down social housing. There was no kind of way of describing it. From what they could see of the scrap of garden in front of number 46, it was typical of the rest. A rusting iron gate on only one hinge was permanently open. A tarpaulin half covered various bicycles, all of which would have flat tires, and the low wall had gaps like missing teeth where bricks had been kicked out and never replaced. On the house itself, a solitary, shriveled hanging basket from last summer swung occasionally in the wind, and Smith wondered about those 3 masters. Had they left the harbour? Were they out of sight of land? It was a fine morning for sailing a big ship, he thought. He said, "This bit is just the same as what I've told you about searching a room. Always look first. Just look, and then you'll start seeing." There were 3 windows, and all had their curtains closed. Smith wondered whether there were children. There would almost certainly be a partner. 9:15 and no signs of life, no girls and boys making their reluctant way to school, no mum off to the shops. He looked along the rest of the row then and saw not a single soul. Back to the house, a satellite dish, obviously, and a landline, and a car outside, a red Vauxhall Astra SRI 5-door, which was a bit nicer and a bit younger than one might have expected, considering the neighbourhood. Of course, he couldn't be sure that the car belonged to the occupant of number 46. He said to Waters, "These houses have a back way in and out, a nasty little alleyway that I've been up and down a few times over the years. What do you think? Pincer movement? Is he likely to scarper when he sees us at the front door?" Waters had it zoomed in on Google Maps in about 20 seconds. "I could go and stand there at the junction where it comes out. I'd still be able to see you at the door." "Fair enough. We might do that. Seen anything?" "That plant needs watering." "Very good. Make a note of that. That could be what makes him crumble in the interview." "Decent car, if that's his." "Yes, now we concede that it is red. What make and model?" "Vauxhall Astra SRI. A definite improvement since the days we spent outside Mr. Subich's lovely old house. Jolly good. And why is the car slightly interesting to us?" Waters thought a little. "If he's still on benefits, and according to records he is, that's a bit expensive." "Perhaps he's just got better at cheating the system. Experience is a great teacher. Or maybe he is creatively combining a job and benefits. Maybe he has set up a company that buys mobile phones on behalf of customers too busy or badly injured to get to the shop themselves. We'd better go and find out." This time it was Smith's hand that was interrupted on the door handle. Waters said, "Talking of jobs, I was at my dad's over the weekend. He said to tell you that you can stop trying to think of reasons to turn down his offer. He's taken someone on. He also said to go over for a game of snooker sometime." Well, it had been more than a couple of months, and the world of business moves more quickly and purposefully than the world of public service. So there really had been a job, or a self-employed position, at Argus. Dougie had not made him the offer just as an old friend. And now it had gone, 3 days before Smith had to run up and down the gym to prove that he was fit enough to arrest people like Philip Wood. Perhaps there is a destiny that shapes our ends, rough hew them how we will. He pushed down on the door catch. Waters said, "DC, the front door, that's him." Smith pulled the car door to quietly. It was Philip Wood, locking the door now, so presumably there was no one else at home. Then he turned, walked past the rusty gate, and pressed a key fob that caused the lights on the Astra to blink as it was unlocked. Waters said, "Now?" Smith was watching and thinking. Wood was stocky, more heavily built than his file picture suggested. Perhaps we should visit them all annually and update their photos. Dark hair, longer than the cut that was fashionable, but Wood didn't look as if that was uppermost in his thoughts, ever. A broad face, and not a happy-looking bunny, but then that's true of most Brits on a Monday morning. He said, "Yes, we no doubt could now, but you know what? If we go over there and ask him where he's going, I don't think he'll tell us. Fortunately," turning the key in the ignition, "we have an alternative." Smith had expected something of a chase. The Astra, being rather livelier than the Peugeot, felt like being most of the time. But Wood drove sedately, slowing well in advance of traffic lights and keeping his distance from the cars in front. This went on for some minutes as they headed first north and then northwest through the outskirts of Kings Lake. He said, "If I didn't know better, I'd say Philip is trying not to draw attention to himself this morning. Where do you think we're heading?" Waters was following their progress on his phone, the little blue beacon pinging away as it mapped their changing position. "The Riverside Industrial Estate or the docks? He must have a job. Or is about to do one. Sorry, but I'm deeply cynical about anything with spots." They passed on the left the main entrance into the Riverside Estate, so it was the docks. The river mouth was visible now, glimpsed through the spaces between the low buildings on the right-hand side, shabby, unpainted buildings with small windows, squat sheds with asbestos roofs surrounded by high wire fences, some guarded by an Alsatian or a Doberman on a chain. Behind and between each set of buildings, areas overgrown with briars, nettles, and beds of rose bay willow herb, dry and dead from the winter, but here and there a touch of green, as if hope might gain a foothold even here. More CCTV than there used to be, thought Smith, but still the alarms on walls, the threats of high security on every gateway, because, like docks everywhere, these were the open pores of a city and a country. Here infection could enter and leave undetected, and so here money could be made. Several investigations over the years had brought Smith into this half-world in which the ordinary rules of business begin to blur, and the jurisdiction of the law seems to be diluted as one approaches the water's edge. The Astra was indicating, and Smith pulled into the side, but kept the engine running. They watched as the car drew into a large car park that served several buildings on the bank of the river, which was getting wider and deeper here. Boats of various sizes were moored up, and a huge, newer-looking building covered what must be some sort of dock that ran in underneath it. Wood locked the Astra and disappeared through a double door in the building closest to his car. Waters was flicking through his phone again, looking for something. Smith no longer assumed that it must be unrelated to work. Occasionally it had even been useful. "DC, that list you asked me to produce of companies that service the platforms?" "That list you haven't actually given to me yet?" "Yes, well, there's probably no need now." The sign on the building read SOS, and then, underneath that, Scanlon Offshore Services Limited. Smith studied the front of the building, going by the windows, some offices to the right of the door where Wood had gone, and a workshop or some such to the left, closest to the river where the boats were. Smith said, just to be clear, this company sends supplies out to Platform Elizabeth. This is the company that sends out bulk stuff on Wednesdays, and brings back the empties. Must do, I suppose. Right, come on. We'll have a quick look round before we go in. The single bar drop-down security gate was in the up position. Smith drove underneath it, past the empty security cubicle where presumably a guard sat for a day or two when the national security threat was severe, and parked in the space nearest to the gate, some distance from Wood's vehicle. Then they walked along the line of cars until they reached the red Astra. Smith bent down and peered into it, but found nothing of interest. It was quite tidy, though, as if Wood hadn't owned it for long. Waters said, "If he's watching, we've given the game away, haven't we?" Smith shrugged it off. "If he comes out here and asks what we're up to, it'll save us the bother of finding him. Let's have a glance at the river." They walked down to the ancient concrete jetty that ran all the way along the land that belonged to SOS. Heavy bollards poked up every few yards, and great rusting iron rings set into the walls suggested that once upon a time larger ships moored here than any that were present now. Smith looked up and down the grey, wind-ruffled river and took a deep breath. Has its own smell, doesn't it, an estuary? Half sea, half river, I suppose, or half sea, half land. The tide's on the turn, you can tell from those buoys marking the channel, see, floating on their sides. Waters nodded as if a geography lesson was just what he needed, or was it a poetry lesson? Smith had these moments, but no doubt they had come down to the water for a reason other than the further education of his assistant. And a lot of boats here, more than you think from the road. Those big ones at the far end must be what take the containers out by that new shed. There's a crane for lifting them on and off. That looks new as well. A contract for that sort of work must pay. Premises, specialist boats, experienced crew, fuel, office support. And then lots of smaller boats, right down to these dinghies tied up below us here. I can't think these have much to do with the business, but if you go to any harbour anywhere, you'll see the same, dozens of little boats tied up waiting. What for? What do people do with them? Many's the night I've lain awake worrying about that." Waters was staring at the river now. Smith was right. The buoys were still floating on their sides, but they were slowly swinging around to point downstream. The tide was on the turn. "Well, come on. We can't stand here daydreaming. It's time to go and knock on some wood." After the double doors, a small office on the right had reception over the door. Through the panel they could see a girl peering at a screen. She hadn't noticed them. Smith carried on past that office and pushed open the door on the left. He couldn't see Wood working at a desk all day. This door opened into the back of a workshop. Benches, tools, the smells of diesel and oil and grease mingled with stale tobacco. If a health and safety inspector turned up and started making a fuss here, he'd probably find his fingers caught in some sort of vice. They could see 3 men around an engine in pieces. They all looked across at the intruders, and then the oldest one, a tall, gaunt man with enormous oil-covered hands, was coming towards them. "You lost, pal?" Smith said, "I don't think so. This is Scanlon Offshore Services, isn't it?" "Aye, but I think you've took a wrong turn. You come through security?" "Well, we came through a security gate. Does that count?" The man stood a few feet off, wiping his hands on a rag so filthy that the effect must be the opposite of what he was intending. Waters was transfixed by the hands, each of which looked large enough to reach all the way around a man's neck. "If you turn around, go back through that door and go right, you'll get to reception. Okay?" Smith said, "That's helpful, thanks, and when we're ready to leave, we'll do just that. However," now taking out the warrant card, "before we do, I'd like a quick word with Philip Wood. He came through here about 5 minutes ago, so if you could point me in the right direction." Waters saw the look between the 2 younger men who stood watching at the bench, and he double-checked to be sure that Wood was not one of them. Smith was eyeball to eyeball with the tall man, but he too noted the recognition of the name. "You canna go wandering about here, pal. It wouldn't be safe for you. Rich, go find Woody, bring him up here, tell him it's the police." The youngest of the 3 crossed the workshop and went out through another door. The tall mechanic finished wiping his hands and pushed the rag into a pocket of his overalls. He was quite intentionally in their way, and they would not get past him easily. Smith said, "Very good. Thank you for your cooperation. I'm going to leave my colleague, Detective Constable Waters, here while I have a word in the office. D.C. Waters, if you'd bring Mr. Wood out to the office when he arrives." As he passed Waters, he said quietly, "Wait 2 minutes. If he's not here, go back to the car." Smith walked quickly across the open space in front of SOS, wondering whether he would once have run, and whether he could if he really needed to do so. It didn't matter. Looking around from his car, he could see no sign of Philip Wood. Still, just to be on the safe side, he reversed out, turned it around, and drove down to the security gate. The road was effectively single-track, but to be certain he angled the Peugeot a little across the space, leaving the engine running. Then he glanced at his watch. Maybe a minute or a minute and a half had elapsed, and waited, watching out of the passenger side window. Wood appeared at the far end of the building, just a few feet from where Smith and Waters had stood and contemplated time and tide minutes before. He waited, looked, and then ran across the jetty until he was out of sight. For a moment Smith thought, "There's another way out, sod it," and then he realized that Wood would come up the line of cars out of sight of the building, that was all. So intent was he on avoiding the police, he didn't yet seem to have noticed the car blocking his exit. Sure enough, seconds later the Astra had reversed out, and then with a spin of wheels it was bearing down on the gate. It came so quickly that Smith thought perhaps I won't have to negotiate a trade-in after all, but it stopped a few feet short of him. Wood hit the horn, and Smith realized then that the man had not, in his haste, connected the search for him inside the building with what was now happening in the car park. Smith got out and walked towards the Astra, doing his best impression of a puzzled Frenchman, arms out, palms upward. When he reached the car, he could see Wood's furious face, and see, too, that he was glancing back towards the building every few seconds. Smith made the gesture to wind the window down. "Sorry, mate, she just won't move. Could be the clutch. Could you give us a push? Get it out of the way." Wood's reply was brief, but included a reference to Smith's age and parentage. "He's not falling for that, Smith, so it's plan B. He's going to drive up on the path and over that collapsible bollard any moment, but first he'll take another look back." When Wood did so, Smith's hand was into the car and the key was twisted and removed in a couple of seconds. He stood 4 feet back, waiting for Wood's next move, which could only be to come after the key, as the old geezer wouldn't put up much of a fight. Waters should be here any moment, but he didn't take his eyes away from the angry man in the car. With this manoeuvre, it's all in the timing. The door opened, the man twisted, 1 foot out and down, 1 arm out, the head and neck in line with the upright frame of the door. Then Smith stepped in, leaning his full weight forward, bracing hard with 1 leg, his right arm reaching in and pulling against the driver's headrest. Their faces were inches apart, but fortunately Woods was now twisted away from him. It was ages since a suspect had spat in his face, and Smith was hoping to end his career before it happened again. Wood was strong, and not simply because he was enraged. Take a note of that. The door bucked back, and Smith pushed in harder, putting more force through his leg and feeling the pain in his knee. Despite the door across his neck, Wood was giving out a stream of expletives, but nothing too original, nothing that Smith had not heard many times before in similar situations. But where the hell was Waters? Chatting up the receptionist? This was no time to be showing initiative. Wood got his left arm out through the window and tried to get enough distance to punch Smith in the abdomen. He began to land a few blows, heavy enough to score a point in the ring, and Smith thought maybe working a divorce or 2 wouldn't have been so bad. Then Waters was there on the other side of the car, arriving at full tilt, must have run across the car park. He opened the passenger door and got in behind Wood. Smith said, "Cuffs on his left, please." After he had heard them click into place, he said to Wood, "Right, you're not going anywhere now, so you might as well pack it in." He eased off a little on the door, and Wood tried to headbutt him, catching him hard enough on the left cheek. "I'll take that as a no, then. DC Waters, put the other cuff around the steering wheel, and then we're stepping away from the car. You can tell him he's arrested, and I'll call for a van." "Charge, sir?" Funny how he still did that in public, even in front of public like Philip Wood. "Oh, I don't know, being a moron, or assaulting a police officer, resisting arrest, failure to water a hanging basket." Wood took another swing at one of the uniforms who brought the van, but Lloyd and Mann were big, experienced men. The punch missed, and the arrested moron promptly found himself face down on the tarmac. Smith and Waters watched as he was placed inside the cage and instructed on how to behave for his own safety. Waters said, "I think we could have managed him between us." "Could you? Oh well, maybe next time." Waters was still a bit keen at times, and Smith thought, it all goes back to when we had to confront Captain Hamilton and his new model army. Getting a broken nose before your first arrest probably isn't good for the ego. Perhaps Waters was trying to overcompensate. He'd better explain. "Chris, you're probably right. Somehow, between your natural youthful exuberance and my growing desire not to engage in fisticuffs, we could have managed to get him into my back seat. So why call a van?
Reducing the risk?
Yes, to all concerned, the prisoner included. I know it sounds daft, but not everyone we arrest is guilty, and not everyone who resists arrest is a criminal. Sometimes we arrest seriously disturbed people for their own good, so hurting them in the process would be, well, counterproductive, to say the least. But in this case, Waters waited. Beyond Smith he could see a sizable boat heading down river with the tide, containers on it, perhaps going out to a rig in the North Sea. In this case, none of that applies to Philip Wood. However, in resisting arrest and causing us to deploy extra resources, I wish Superintendent Allen could hear me saying that, he has not done himself any favours when it comes to the interview, or in the matter of police bail, has he? Second, we now get to go back into Scanlon Offshore Services and start asking questions about what sort of people they employ. They'll have been watching our performance and now realise that we are not to be trifled with. So let's do that. You can be Mr. Nasty today, if you want.
Chapter 19.
Smith, Waters, Murray, and Serena Butler sat in the incident room at 1000 hours, watching as Reeve connected her iPad to the intelligent whiteboard. A page of densely typed information appeared, and she scrolled down quickly to the final paragraph, the summary. She said, "I've already read through this and given them a call about what these blood characteristics actually mean. This stuff gets more sophisticated every time I see it. Basically, this was not a shaving cut. This was deep arterial blood." She allowed them to read the report's conclusion, and Smith looked at his watch. The clock was ticking on the 24 hours that they could hold on to Wood before charging him with something or letting him walk. Reeve said, "And as you can see here, the alcohol level suggests that he was close to 3 times over the driving limit as well. James Bell was seriously injured and quite drunk when he lay on the bathroom floor. They cannot estimate how much blood he lost there, but in view of the SOCO's photographs and the above characteristics, the lady I spoke to this morning said, and I quote, 'It must have been a lot, possibly life-threatening.' So somebody cleaned up pints of blood, which is quite a task in itself. It probably wasn't James Bell, that's my guess. There was evidence of 3 other people in the bathroom. Mrs. Bell and her daughter we can ignore, but the hair found on the bathroom wall does not belong to a family member. Neither does it match anything in our database." Another minute gone. How many minutes are there in 24 hours? DC and I have talked about this just now. While he briefs you on what we're going to do, I need to speak to Detective Superintendent Allen, and then we might need to call the CPS, depending on which way the interviewing of Philip Wood goes this morning. DC, all yours. Before she could leave the room, Smith had halted her progress. "Ma'am, I mentioned Mike Dunn. I know he's due back in the other team, but we're going to need 2 pairs out this morning, and probably for the rest of the day." "Yes, I'll see to that. He'll be here shortly." She closed the door. Smith said, "Wood kicking off like that this morning is a bit of a nuisance now I think about it. I'd rather have had a quiet chat and put the wind up him for a day or 2 while we looked into what he'd come up with. Now we're into the 24 hours, and it's all got to be done in a hurry. You need your phones switched on, and you need to stay alert, because there could be some swift changes of direction today. All clear so far?" This was a different Smith for Serena Butler, but not for Murray and Waters. No jokes, no irony, just a clear, concise briefing. He didn't need to tell them this was serious now. His whole manner made that obvious. In the pause, the door opened and Mike Dunn came in. He must have run through the building and up the stairs to get here so quickly. "Good, now we're all present. There's a bit of office work first. Chris, we've got Philip Wood's phone from when he was processed in this morning. Take a look at it and see what you can get. Contacts, anyone we might know there, and a call history. If the history is deleted, make arrangements for it to go to Norwich ASAP. Can we get it located at all from the Saturday to the Wednesday? Also, find out when Mr. Aves is due back from the platform. For all I know, he might be back already, because I noticed that the security staff are on different rotas to the crew. We need his home address as well. John, you work with Chris for today. Mike, get everything in place for someone to pay a home visit to Mr. and Mrs. McFarlane in the near future. Double-check addresses and phone numbers, everything we've got on him. And her. He paused and looked at Serena Butler. I don't know about you, but I'm rather looking forward to meeting up again. Anyway, you're with Mike for today. As soon as Wood starts fabricating an alibi, we need to be out and checking it. It'll likely involve his home, and while you're there, that's Mike and Serena, by the way, have a good look round. Some bloodied clothing would be nice, but give it the works. You both know what you're doing. Team B back to Scanlon offshore. Chris, they'll recognize you from yesterday and should be suitably in awe. If not, you've got John with you. Does Wood have a locker, a shelf, anywhere he keeps stuff? We do know from yesterday that he keeps a fishing dinghy there. Find it and go over it carefully. Is there anything on it that forensics should examine? They had not been told exactly what he was thinking, but it was slowly becoming apparent, and the sense of tension in the room was gradually increasing as it did so. And we're not done yet. It's one of those days. Someone needs to get copies of the new photographs of Wood from half an hour ago and get them back to the phone shop and the wherryman where Bell was seen that Saturday night. You know the drill. Take a few randoms with you and see if anyone picks him out. It's not evidence yet, obviously, but it helps us. It tells us if we're on the right track, and it might trigger someone's memory. Whichever team completes task 1 first needs to get onto that, so talk to each other, and talk to me. Back here we need to know what's happening, what's being found and not found. Questions? There was a short silence while they took that all in, and then Waters spoke. DC, why is D.I. Reeve speaking to the CPS already? She won't be. It'll be Detective Superintendent Allen. It might not come to it, but, well, if we decide we want to hold on to Philip Wood, we'll need a good charge. But what? This might be a bit of a funny one. He could see them thinking it over. Resisting arrest or assaulting a police officer would not do. Individuals charged with violence or robbery or both often walked out of the door these days. Smith said, "Any offers?" And John Murray spoke for the first time that morning. "Murder." The rest of them all looked surprised, but it was Waters who said, "There's no body." "Ah," said Smith, "that's what makes it a bit of a funny one." Reeve had told him outside the interview room that the detective superintendent was not a happy man, and Smith had said that it would be more productive if she only told him when the said senior officer was happy. She said, "He wouldn't commit to that charge without hearing what Wood has to say, so he'll probably be listening in. And the other good news is that Wood has asked for the duty solicitor, who is already in there waiting." Smith closed his eyes and said, "Just tell me it isn't Archer." "It's Mr. Ward." Smith opened his eyes. "Ah, Harry's all right. In fact, that's a bonus. Ready? The thing is, Philip, or would you prefer Woody? No? All right, then. The thing is, the last time you were in any bother was over the old benefits fiddle, wasn't it? You were beginning to look like a reformed character, and when I saw your magnificent hanging basket display, I thought, blimey, he's even taken up gardening. Then, when we met for the first time and I was about to introduce myself, you tried to knock my block off." He felt along the cheekbone, a little puffy and tender. "For the benefit of the tape, Detective Sergeant Smith is examining his injured face. So what was that all about, then?" Wood glared back at him, much as he had been glaring for the past 5 minutes since Smith and Reeve had entered the interview room. And he was glaring only at Smith. Reeve wasn't getting her share of the glare. Wood was taking the deception in the car park of Scanlon Offshore Services quite personally, it seemed. For the benefit of the tape, Mr. Wood declined to answer the question. Moving on then, Philip. Perhaps you'll find the next one easier. How well did you know James Bell? Nothing. But then, if he was involved, he'd have known as soon as he saw the 2 detectives what it was about. He would have been prepared. If he was not involved, there would probably have been some sort of genuine who immediately. Instead, Wood looked at the solicitor on his left. Harry Ward gave a non-committal shrug, as if to say, it's up to you. He would already have been through the no-comment routine as an option. It was Wood's decision alone. Never heard of him. Really, would you describe yourself as a generous person, Philip? No comment. Smith smiled around the table. Mr. Wood was not going to admit to any dodgy personality traits, that much was clear. Well, the thing is, you seem to have bought a brand-new, quite expensive Samsung mobile phone for this James Bell that you've never heard of. I'd say that's generosity. Not only that, you were even kind enough to put his list of contacts onto it for him. A longer pause. Still no change of expression, but beneath the surface somewhere was a little fear now. I haven't bought a phone for no one. Smith tutted. My old English teacher would say that you just admitted to it, Philip, with that double negative. Wood frowned, and Harry Ward looked meaningfully at Smith. He was right, and Smith acknowledged it. So, Philip, I'm not going to mess about here. You've been in rooms like this before. I'm disclosing to you and your legal representative now that we have on CCTV images of you buying the mobile that I just referred to at, and looking down at the open folder, he read out the details of date, time, and place. How do you account for that, Philip? The solicitor held up his pen. I would point out for my client's benefit that if that is the sole means of identification, the CCTV footage, then there is a margin of error that makes it no more than circumstantial. Wood was looking at Ward now, looking for an explanation which he was given. CCTV footage on its own isn't usually enough to convict anyone of anything. Wood smiled for the first time that morning. Smith said, absolutely correct, Mr. Ward. On its own, it often isn't. However, the CCTV is just the start of it, I'm afraid. On our bit of film, we can see you paying for the phone with £20 notes. We can't actually see the notes, but we can count, and we know the price of the phone. So we've got a whole bundle of notes that were once in the possession of this James Bell that you've never heard of. They happen to be new notes, and we happen to have some of the serial numbers. We happen to have been able to trace where and when these notes were paid out. Do you, Philip, happen to have had any 20s like that in your possession recently? Wood looked at Harry Ward again, but there was no help this time, and Wood was not so daft as not to realize that serial numbers on notes, the wrong notes in the wrong place, are not as likely to be seen as circumstantial by a jury. No comment. Well, which is it, Philip? No, you have not had these notes, or no, you wish not to answer a perfectly straightforward question. You have been told your rights this morning, but I'd better make it clear to you, son, that if you remain silent now, only to start fibbing later on when you have begun to see just how much evidence we've got, the prosecution and the jury are likely to take a dim view of it. It had the desired effect. Mentions of prosecution and jury had begun to concentrate Wood's mind. Remember, Philip, at this point, I am simply trying to establish whether you bought the phone. I know that you might not have given it to him personally. I know that you might just have gone into that shop, bought it, and handed it to someone else. I know that you might have been given that money just to buy that phone. There is no criminal offence in any of that. I'm just asking whether it's you on that CCTV tape. They could, all three of them, see that he was tempted. It was an escape route. Name a name and perhaps walk out of this police station within the hour. If that was the sum total of his part in it, he would surely take the option that Smith had presented to him. The smile had long gone from Wood's face, however. He sat back, folded his arms, and said, "No comment." Smith assumed his most bored expression, and Alison Reeve took over. She asked Wood to give his whereabouts for all the key dates in the investigation, one by one, each time receiving the same two-word response. She wrote a short note on the pad in front of her, which she showed to Smith. He nodded, and she wrote the time by the note before looking up and speaking to the solicitor. "Mr. Ward, in view of Mr. Wood's lack of cooperation, I am going to authorise the immediate search of his home address by 2 officers, and also of his vehicle, which we now have in the police pound here at Kings Lake. Because he was detained at his place of work, we also have the right to search those premises, and that will also be conducted today. We believe that Mr. Wood's mobile phone may also have been used while a serious offence was committed. Therefore it too will be the subject of further investigation while he is in police custody. If either of you have any comments at this point, please make them so that they can be recorded." Smith had watched Wood closely, and something in that list of intended searches had got to him, but he could not be sure which one it was. He needed to speak to the search teams and tell them again to be thorough. There was something to be found somewhere. It might be worth having another go at this now. "Just so you know, Philip, I had a long chat with Steve Scanlon this morning after you'd left us. We got on very well after an initial misunderstanding on his part. Once he realised that if he cooperated, we'd only be searching the parts of the building that had anything to do with you, he was very cooperative. You're a part-time, cash-in-hand sort of chap at SOS, but because you've been there for a while and not been caught doing anything you shouldn't, they tolerate you. And they don't have to ask whether you're still claiming the unemployment, do they? Anyway, the foreman he put me onto told me you've got that fishing dinghy moored up there, and a key to the side gate. So we'll be having a look at that." Wood was following what was being said closely enough for Smith to be encouraged. "So you do a bit of fishing out in the estuary? I dabble a bit when I'm on holiday, but nothing serious. It's a popular hobby, though. My boss is into it big time, Detective Superintendent Allen. You'll probably meet him at some point. He likes all that fly fishing, the posh sort. And then, only a week or so ago, I met a chap out on a gas platform who was well into all this carp fishing business. He reckoned the main reason he did the security job was so he could get more time to go fishing." A hit. A palpable hit. Something changes in the eyes, something difficult to put into words. Perhaps the pupils widen or contract. Perhaps the glance that is trying to be so fixed wavers slightly. Smith decided to save the name itself for later, but he was convinced that Wood knew exactly whom he was talking about. Harry Ward had followed them out of the interview room and said, "Officers, a word if you don't mind." Alison Reeve said, "Of course." "Well, an observation and a question, really." "Fire away, Harry." The solicitor looked disapprovingly at this display of friendliness from Smith in an open corridor, even though there was no one within earshot. "You have arrested him for the assault on a police officer, which is fine, but authorising those searches? There's a bit of a disconnect between the nature of the arrestable offence and that sort of action. That's my observation, and my question follows from it. You must have a more serious charge in mind. I appreciate that this might be dependent on the searches, and that you may already have evidence not yet disclosed, but are you able to give me some sort of idea?" And that's why Smith liked him. That would all have been said into the recorder by some of the others. This way, time was not wasted, but the client, the word caused Smith pain even when he was only thinking it, would still get the advice to which he was entitled. If it had been Archer, they would still be checking whether Wood had been correctly processed in by the custody sergeant. The question of the charge had been discussed for several minutes by Smith and Reeve. The latter had to be able to justify the word to everyone above her, up to the Director of Public Prosecutions if necessary. At least that's how it felt, while Smith was simply concerned with choosing the best moment to say it for the first time, to achieve maximum impact. He said to Harry Ward, "We can't say for certain, Harry, not yet, but if we find anything today, he's going to be in fairly deep. That's my guess." "Quite serious, then?" "I'd say about as serious as it gets." Ward raised his eyebrows and looked at D.I. Reeve for confirmation, which was duly given with a nod of her head. He actually seemed to be a little pleased with it. Having been called in from home, he had been annoyed, but this looked like something worthwhile after all. He thanked them, turned, and went back into the interview room. He wouldn't say anything to Wood about it yet, but at least he was prepared if the moment came. Detective Superintendent Allen stood in the incident room with the two of them and began to watch the recording of the questioning so far. The other 4 team members had done their paperwork quickly, it seemed, and were already out in the field. When Smith was shown touching his cheek, Allen paused the player and leaned across to look for himself. "That needs to be reported, Smith. Make sure it is logged. I don't want any comebacks on that." "Sir." As he pressed play again, Allen said, with an attempt at laughter, "And presumably it won't prevent you from attending the fitness assessment session." Smith confirmed that it would not, but thought, "But my knee might yet. It hurts like bloody hell after wrestling with no-comment Wood and his Astra." They all watched the rest of the interview in silence, after which Allen thought hard, the fingers of his right hand supporting his chin. Then he said, "Smith, I don't see why you had to bring my name into that, telling suspects how senior officers like to spend their little leisure time. I really don't." "I thought it might give the service a more human face, sir." The said human face seemed to become a little icy at that point before it turned to D.I. Reeve. "Allison, this Wood character is clearly concealing something, fair enough, and you have a tenuous link to Bell. The other 2 names you gave me are pretty flimsy, a head of security and a senior manager at Nordco, both without records, both in meaningful employment. Hardly likely conspirators with someone like Wood. You need to be careful with this. Nordco is a major employer in Lake." As Allen voiced his doubts, Smith concluded that at least a few of the Nordco executives were regular golfers, probably Rotarians and perhaps even members of the dodgy handshake brigade. "And this escapade on Saturday night, Smith, you think you recognize this woman from a photograph? You must have an extraordinary memory for faces, if that is the case." "For interesting and attractive ones, yes, sir." "What a sordid business. I don't want this getting out unless it has to. Let me make that clear. You might be mistaken, and then what?" "I'd have to apologize, sir." "And you do intend to interview Mr. McFarlane?" Reeve said, "Yes, sir. He should be given the chance to explain what happened to the money that he withdrew and Bell's use of his office number when he went for the job on the platform." "Will you invite him in, make an appointment? No, sir. We should see them at home, sir." Both faces had turned to Smith. "Because, sir, I think it will be less intrusive in this case. We can be very discreet, unmarked car and all that. If I happen to be right, and I did meet Mrs. McFarlane last Saturday, she might wish to speak to us privately about that. She might be more forthcoming if she isn't in the station." Alan seemed to be half convinced against his will, and Reeve said that she agreed with her sergeant, and her sergeant thought, "And because I want to see them in their own home together. That will tell me more than a couple of hours having tea and biscuits in our poshest interview room. And because I want to see her face when she sees me walk into her luxurious lounge. And when I say the name James Bell to her husband." Smith had searched the car with Richard Ford. It was clean and tidy inside, and there was nothing of interest hidden away under seats or the floor mats. Wood could not have owned it for long, he thought, and it might be worth checking its history. And then he realized that he was perhaps making too many assumptions based on the condition of the old Peugeot up in the Kings Lake Central car park. He wondered whether to get a SOCO to go over it anyway while they had it in their possession, but there was the cost and the weight to be weighed against the chance of finding anything worthwhile. Back in the office, he looked at his watch. Almost an hour and a half, and no calls or texts to update him. Was this their idea of keeping in touch? He could go himself, either to Wood's house or down to the docks, but that would leave only Alison Reeve here to coordinate if there was a development, so he had to stick to the plan. He went down to the canteen, got some tea and a biscuit, and asked Denise and Mel if they had heard any more about the plan to replace them both with a vending machine. They hadn't, but Mel said that if the price was right, she would volunteer to have a couple of additional slots fitted herself and stand in the corner for 8 hours a day. Back in the office, he looked at his watch again. 1 hour and 3/4 now. If it gets to 2 hours, he thought, I'm going to ring someone. Was he going to be stuck here over lunch, still knowing nothing? Not that he was hungry, he wasn't at all, and that was a sure sign that things were suddenly moving very fast. Adrenaline, the survival drug. You don't stop to pick blackberries if there's a saber-toothed tiger on the other side of the hedge. Random thoughts, Smith, come on. Has it gone too fast, though? Wood kicking off that unexpectedly had forced his hand, of course, and now it was all down to 4 pairs of hands and 4 pairs of eyes, none of which belonged to him. On his desk, the mobile began to vibrate. No name, and he didn't recognize the number. "DC, is that you? It's Serena, sir." A lot going on there. The first time that she had phoned him, and the first time that she had used his initials. He asked what was happening at Wood's house. "There's a woman here, but she don't know nothing." "Eh?" "That's all she says. She said it as soon as she saw my warrant card, and she's been saying it about once a minute ever since. The place is a bit of a tip, and there are too many cats." "Right, well, call the RSPCA SWAT team if you have to. Anything?" "Not yet. A few suspect-looking items that won't have receipts, but nothing to link him to what we're looking at. There's a box for a new mobile, but it's not the Samsung." "Grab that. We'll check it out. Is that it?" He hadn't meant it to sound accusatory, but somehow it did, and he had to be careful. Too much pressure is as bad as not enough. "We've turned it over thoroughly. We're done, I think, sir." "Okay, good. Just check one thing for me. Have another look at any shoes or trainers or boots. If he was in a blood-stained bathroom, there ought to be something. You say the woman is useless?" "I wouldn't go that far, sir." Yes, you know what I mean." "She's still saying it, though. We could bring her in so you can hear it too, sir." "I'm passing on that kind offer, DC Butler. Not heard from the others? Right, got the photos? Get down to the Wherryman and catch the lunchtime trade. You can both have a lemonade on me." "That's generous, sir, but it won't be as much fun as our night together in the MSC. I just wanted you to know that." He had to laugh, but before he could think of a sharp reply, she had pressed end call. Smith dialed John Murray then, but got the engaged tone. He tutted to himself and wondered whether it was Maggie telling him to buy more walnuts. Apparently she had developed a passion for them recently. Smith had voiced concerns that the baby might be born with protruding front teeth and a long bushy tail, in which case he might have to reconsider his agreement to act as godfather. Then his mobile rang again, and it was Murray. "We're on the dinghy, DC. Chris has filmed it all with his phone. I don't know why, but there is blood on it, in various places, spots of dried blood. Murray didn't sound too excited, and Smith knew why. It's a fishing boat, isn't it? Rods and lines? Yes, that's the trouble. They cut up baits. The fish they catch have hooks in them. It's most likely fish blood. Describe the boat. About 12 or 15 feet with a little cabin over one end, old and bashed about. I wouldn't fancy going very far in it if the weather was getting up, but we've been over it. What's Waters up to now? He's got in under the cabin at the front end. I can only see his legs. You'll laugh when I tell you what he said when we got here. We were... Hold on, he's shouting something. Smith could hear voices, questions, and a couple of mild swear words. 5 seconds passed, then 10. Had they forgotten he was on the line? John! Sorry, DC. He's only gone and found something under there. I'll put him on. DC! No, we're doing Batman today. What have you got, boy wonder? Smith could sense the excitement down the line, or bouncing off the satellite dish, whatever you said these days. In the background, Murray's voice, rhythmic syllables, as if he was counting something. Waters said, There was a tin wedged right up under the bows. I could hardly reach it, but it's full of £20 notes. Chris, tell me one thing before you go any further. Are you wearing the gloves? Yes, DC. Thank God. Are they nice new ones? Not the gloves, the notes. How much? There was a pause, then Murray's voice indistinct before Waters answered. 1,240, DC. I've got the original numbers on my phone. The ones I'm looking at now must be from the same batch. These are moments to savour. Little by little they were zipping up a case around Philip Anthony Wood. He said, Good work, Chris, really good. Put John back on. John, we have to look at the blood now. Secure the boat, and someone will have to stay down there. I'm going on the hunt for a SOCO as soon as you're off the line. If there's one within 20 miles of lake, they'll be on their way. If it's going to be a longer wait, I'll get a uniform to take over. All right? Chapter 20. We walked along the jetty towards the boat, and when we got there, he said to me, Hold on, John. Let's just look at this properly before we begin searching it. And what did you say? I said, OK, DC. He did well, though, John. Too right. But he had the advantage, being so thin. I couldn't have squeezed in there. I don't know how Philip Wood did either. They were sitting in the incident room, and it had just gone 2 o'clock that same afternoon. P.C. Ford was guarding the boat in his support role as detective-in-waiting, and with any luck, Sally Lonsdale herself would be there in her plastic suit within the hour. Waters was temporarily missing, which usually meant that Claire had not had a text from him for 2 hours, and he was now obliging. Serena Butler and Mike Dunn were on their way back from the Wherryman, and Smith was wondering just how large the lemonade bill was going to be. When they were all present, D.I. Reeve would join them. Murray said, Nothing at the pub. Haven't heard anything. It's down to the money as to whether we can keep hold of him unless Sally can strike it lucky amongst the slime and fish guts. Nice. You fancy him for it, D.C.? Do you? Murray's opinion was worth having. The big man thought it over before answering. He hasn't provided any evidence that he was somewhere else on the Monday when the phone was bought. Whoever took it out of the box wiped it for prints, so we know it was for something dodgy anyway. Wood knows the boats down at Scanlon's. He knows how the platforms are serviced. Do we know if he ever goes out to them? We know he has a key that gets him in and out whenever he likes, and that he has a boat of his own. Now we find some of the same money on that boat. He's in it up to his neck. I'm totally with you so far, John. What was the point of the blue phone? I think I know, but I need to hear someone else come to the same conclusion. We're meant to think it was Bell's phone, or one of them. And the reason someone wants us to think that? They wanted us to think that Bell had actually been there on the platform that Tuesday night. It was an almost physical relief to hear that, and Smith simply enjoyed it for a moment. Then he added, "It looks like a late one tonight. You don't need to hang around. Get home to Maggie. She'll be waiting for her nuts." A short silence before they both laughed. "Thanks for agreeing to step up, DC. It means a lot to both of us." "The godparenting thing? To be honest, John, the god part will be easy. I reckon that comes naturally to me. The father bit might take some work. But hark, I hear steps in the corridor. I hope they're not pie-eyed." Serena Butler came into the room, followed by Mike, Dunn and Waters. Smith still found her face difficult to read, but Dunn and Waters were already in conversation, something to do with the case. They all sat around the same table, Serena taking out the photographs and laying them out in a line. Mike Dunn said, "We got one half hit on Wood. One of the bar staff thought he'd seen the face before, but he couldn't be sure when, just that it was recent." Smith looked around the faces at the table. "Sorry, the lemonade deal is off. In fact, you might have to pay me compensation for the stress of sitting here waiting for that stupendous piece of intelligence. This is why I say send messages or something. Set fire to the rubbish at the back of the pub and send smoke signals. I don't care as long as we don't waste time, people." He came to a halt because Mike Dunn did not seem particularly troubled by this minor outburst. In fact, he was clearly waiting for Smith to shut up. Smith said, "Right, what is it?" Serena Butler was fiddling with the 6 photographs, getting them into a perfectly straight line. Then she answered Smith's question. "It's, as Mike said, nothing worthwhile for Wood." But 2 of the bar staff picked out another face without hesitation, just because he's regular. The photographs were upside down, and Smith glanced at them. "Well, not impossible, is it? Some of our clientele are bound to drink in a place like the Wherry Man. Take a few randoms, I said, so that could happen." Mike Dunn was smiling, and he nodded to Serena, telling her to go on. She said, "The barmaid who served James Bell wasn't on duty, but I thought it would be worth speaking to her as well. They gave us her address. That's why we've been so long. Her name is Amanda Hockley." Smith felt his eyes being drawn down to the photographs again, to one in particular. Serena continued, "Amanda is the sort of witness we dream about. She picked out the same man straight away as one of the men that James Bell was drinking with on Saturday the 15th. This was the man who called him away from the bar. She doesn't know his name, and neither do we, but we have a face now." Smith said, "No, sorry, the odds on that are too long." And then he realized. He looked up at Waters. "Who got the photos ready?" Mike Dunn said, "Chris did. He printed a few off this morning." Smith turned the photograph around to be absolutely certain. "Well, this one didn't come out of records, did it? Where did it come from?" Waters was uncomfortable with all the faces that were turned to him, waiting for the answer. Smith looked annoyed, and what he, Waters, had done was probably against the law, he now realized. "It came off the Meet the Team page of 3S Security. I just thought—" "Go on, put them out of their misery. Name the face." "Stuart Aves." "Who is?" "Head of security on the Elizabeth platform." Smith said, "Who told me that he did not know James Bell personally, the same chap who puts new padlocks on gates and wanted to take the blame for Bell's terrible accident?" It took half a minute to sink in. Then Serena Butler said, "What the hell made you think of that?" Waters said, "I'm not sure now. I knew that DC had doubts about him. The pictures didn't have to be of convicted people, did they? I did the address check, so I knew he lived in Lake. Would it be a problem if it comes to trial? It was John Murray who laughed first, and then Mike Dunn and Serena Butler joined in. Smith shook his head instead, and when it was quiet enough, he said, "I'd just like to point out that I taught this boy everything he knows." He had sent everyone else home, but Mike Dunn had stayed on in case the next interview threw up something that needed a pair of legs. They were almost halfway through the 24 hours. Smith didn't know anything about Dunn's personal circumstances, but staying on late didn't seem to bother him. It was, if anything, the reverse of that. He ought to ask about, see what was known. Alison Reeve had been updated, the paperwork for the searches had been completed, and now they were waiting. Sally Lonsdale had agreed to have a preliminary look at the samples from the boat before she too went home. The call came at 18:30. DC, have you any idea what this would cost as overtime? No, because I never claim any. I've no time for people who came into this job for the pay. Apart from anything else, they must be really stupid. Got anything for me? Let me say that you have excelled yourself this time. Much of the blood is from Arencula marina, a species that I have not encountered before in my career. Just another of the benefits of working closely with my team. What's one of those, then? Commonly known as a lugworm. OK, fishing bait, that makes sense. You only said much, though. We also have fish blood, which is surprisingly similar to human blood at superficial levels of analysis. No, I'm not surprised. I've met some pretty cold fish. If it wasn't so late, I'd be making some more excellent jokes at this point, but it is, so tell me this isn't over between us, Sally. He heard the clicking of a mouse or a keyboard. I don't like to disappoint the men in my life, DC, even the desperate ones. Sally, I hear there are many desperate men in your life. OK, that's good enough. I found traces of human blood on one of the seats and on a duckboard which is sheltered by the wheelhouse cabin structure. A few days old, maybe a couple of weeks. We need longer to get you a match-quality result, but I'm due to be here in the lab in the morning, and I can push it on. Also, there are some odd fibres that look as if they don't belong on a boat. My guess would be some sort of carpet, but there was no sign of a source on the boat today. If you can hold off on the violent crime in Lake overnight, tomorrow is possible. If I hear of anything coming in, I'll go down and pull the fuse out of the box in the cellar. Sally, I'm writing a post-it for my computer screen. It says there's only one Sally Lonsdale. I suppose that means I'll have to play myself then. No idea. Sorry. In this television series they're going to make about you. At least that's what I heard. Oh, that. No, I said it would have to be Keira Knightley at least. She said, Yes, I can see that. Good night, DC. This would have come from Alan. Oh, yes, a book about one of my officers. How far would it run and for how long? Now it was a bloody television series. He needed a strategy for this, but not now. He had to find Alison Reeve, get someone to call Harry Ward back in and have Philip Wood brought up from his cell. The night was still young. The two of them, Smith and Alison Reeve, were seated and waiting when Wood was brought in, followed by Harry Ward. The usual reminders were given, the usual procedures were followed, and the recorders were switched on again. Smith reached down and then placed the phone box and packaging on the desk. Reeve said, "Philip, what can you tell us about this?" "It's a box for a phone." Such irony, Smith thought, is a great leap forward in the evolution of this inquiry. At some point, either with or without Harry Ward's advice, Wood had decided to talk. She said, "It's the box for the phone that we have here, your phone. The paperwork shows that you've only had this one for a week or so. Did you have a phone before this one?" "Yes." "What happened to your old phone?" "I chucked it away." "Why?" "It didn't work anymore." Smith looked at Harry Ward, a look that said it's going to be a long night. "Why didn't your old phone work anymore, Philip?" "I dropped it down the toilet." Smith couldn't help himself. "Well, I hope you flushed properly before you fished it out. How did you dispose of the old phone? I expect you know they're worth a bit online. If we had more time, I would ask what you were doing holding your phone over the toilet, obviously. I binned it." "Into the recycling bin?" "It was worth a shot. Once they had recovered a hard drive like that." "No, in the black bag. Sorry." Smith gave him a friendly smile. This was more like it. "Not a problem, Philip. I've got some doubts over all this eco stuff myself. But if I've got this right, on Monday the 17th of this month, you bought 2 phones in 2 different shops. One for yourself and one for James Bell. Why didn't you buy them in the same shop? There was a pause, and Smith thought, I need to keep the questions short and simple, or we'll be here as dawn breaks over the docks. I don't know anyone called James Bell. I didn't say you did. I said you bought a phone which ended up in his possession, sort of. How did it get from your hands onto the gas platform where we found it, Philip? Take your time, we've got all night. It's not me on that film. So, tell us where you were on that Monday morning at 11. At home, with your missus. Wood nodded. Well, we've had a word with her, and guess what? Wood stopped nodding. Smith said, she don't know nothing. Wood began nodding again, this time embellishing it with a smile. Reeve said, but, Philip, remember what we said about the money you used to pay for it? The 20s, crisp, new £20 notes. Sergeant Smith? He reached down to the floor by his seat and came up with 2 evidence bags. One contained the tin that Waters had discovered, and the other its contents. Wood shifted a little in his seat. Reeve continued, these items were found on your boat at Scanlan's this afternoon. Apparently someone had gone to some lengths to conceal the tin. It seems an odd place to hide £1,240. Smith said, interest rates are at an historic low, though, ma'am. She said to Wood, these notes have serial numbers that run on from those we know were in the possession of James Bell. They were on your boat. The phone that you bought with the same money ended up in James Bell's room on the gas platform. Are you still expecting us to believe that you have no knowledge of James Bell? She didn't engage with suspects in the way that Smith intentionally did, but there was something intimidating about her calm, logical, analytical approach. Wood already knew that the next question was primed and in the tube ready to be fired. She would have made a good lawyer. Are you seriously expecting us to believe that, Mr. Wood? Smith thought, he's going back into no comment at any moment, and we don't want that. He said, of course, ma'am, there is a possible explanation for the money on the boat. Philip, do you ever lend the boat out for someone to do a bit of fishing? Wood thought about the possibilities before he answered. Yeah, sometimes. Recently, in the past couple of weeks? Probably. So someone else could have hidden the money there, planning to go back and get it later. Wood nodded. Smith turned to D.I. Reeve. And that could also explain the traces of DNA we found on the boat, ma'am. Wood said, what DNA? The bloodstains on the duckboards. I expect someone cut themselves on a fishing knife. I mean, you'd hardly notice among all the blood from the fish and a Renicola marina, would you? Wood said, you what? Smith was cheerful, opening up his notebook, pencil at the ready. Don't worry, Philip. We're getting the human blood analysed as we speak. I'm sure it will be fine. If it did happen to belong to someone that you claim you've never met, whose name has been mentioned already, that would be what I call a bloody coincidence. In the meantime, I'd like you to give me all the details of the people you've been lending your boat to, okay? Names? Ben Ainsley, Sir Francis Chichester, Captain Ahab. Philip Wood's 24 hours was due to end at 10:36 the following morning. At 10:31, Detective Superintendent Allen authorized the 12-hour extension in view of the fact that forensic results were imminent and that, depending on what they were, any subsequent charges might be serious ones. However, he had made clear the money and the purchase of the blue Samsung phone alone were not enough to keep Wood in custody. Allen said that he would not even bother to call the CPS with that. An odd calm descended on the incident room. Everyone had something to do and appeared to be doing it, and yet no one was getting anything done. The likely whereabouts of Stuart Aves and Donald Macfarlane had been established, but to pursue them without bringing Wood's interrogation to some sort of conclusion would make no sense. Smith sat quietly at his own desk and mapped out on paper 2 alternative scenarios, one with Wood released and one with him being charged and remanded in custody. If they could not put someone else into James Bell's flat, they had to put James Bell somewhere else after he had left it. On one level, it was as simple as that. They had the unidentified hair samples, of course, taken from the dents in the wall, but those did not belong to Wood, which on reflection was not a bad thing, he thought. It had been clear to him from the start that whatever had been done in the flat that Saturday night had not been done by a single person, and they had Mrs. Fairhead's statement that there had been 2 or 3 men at the door late in the evening. The hair samples were not recognized by the database, which meant that they belonged to someone without a previous conviction, someone who had never been a suspect in a criminal case, and he already had 2 people to interview who fitted that description, along with about 40 million others, he told himself, in one of his regular self-imposed reality checks. 11:30 and still nothing. He called them to the one large desk, and they went over it all again from the beginning. He didn't tell them why, but this was what they would have to do if Wood walked out of the door shortly. There are always loose ends. Bell had made a call from his iPhone to a mobile during his time on the rig, and now, checking again, they could see that the call he made at 16:10 on the afternoon of Saturday the 15th, presumably from his flat, was to the same number. How had that been missed? Who owned that mobile, and how quickly could they find that person? He put Serena and Waters onto it immediately. It was 12:17 when Alison Reeve walked into the room holding up her iPad. As she spoke to them, she connected it to the whiteboard. "Change of procedure, apparently. As it's my name on the authorization for the tests, the results have to be sent to me. But I haven't had a peek. Look, the attachment is unopened. Ready?" They all began to read in silence, but Smith, knowing exactly where to look, got there first, followed shortly by Reeve. He caught her eye but said nothing, and they waited for the others to see and understand. It was James Bell's blood on the boat, found in 3 separate locations. The stains on the duckboard contained a number of the fibres that Sally Lonsdale had referred to. She believed them to come from a mat or a carpet, but at the end of her email was a note which said, "If you need to go further with the fibres, give me a ring." There were nods and smiles around the table. Alison Reeve said, "First things first, let's get the notes scanned for prints now. If we can prove that James Bell or Philip Wood handled them, it will be useful. Both would be even better. I'll ring Sally straight away. We'll go as far as we possibly can with the fibres. I'm sure we're all thinking the same on that. The body was carried or wrapped in something. I'm saying body because it just doesn't seem likely that he went on a pleasure cruise in Wood's dinghy on that Sunday. We would like the body, but we don't actually have to have it, not to make the charge at any rate, which is what I'm going to ask DC to do now. How do you want to play this, DC?" He was wondering how many years it had been since he had uttered the dreadful words. There had been 2 or 3 after Andretti, obviously, but he could not at that moment recall all the details, which was unusual. The notebooks at home would tell him if he really needed to know the answer. They were all watching him, perhaps in awe of the responsibility that had just been handed to him, perhaps wondering why D.I. Reeve herself was not going to charge Wood with murder. He said, "We'll go straight in and hit him with it. No further disclosure then, just lock him up again and let him think about it for an hour or so. And then we'll have a game of dominoes." Chapter 21. Philip Wood was pale and visibly shaken when the uniformed officers brought him up from the cell for the third time that day, and Smith thought, "No, I didn't underestimate you after all. Your small time, a bit of thieving and drunken violence was your limit, and now you've got yourself in way over your head." Alison Reeve beside him restarted the formal process, while Smith leafed through the papers so far. When she had finished, it was some time before he looked up at Wood. After the charge was made, everything had been refocused onto Stuart Aves. Cars were ready to go to his home and place of work, 3S. When they set off now depended on what happened during this interview. Harry Ward had offered to withdraw and be replaced after the charge was laid, but Wood had said no, clinging on to him, which was a good sign. Smith looked at the detective inspector, and she nodded that he should begin. He said, "Philip, Mr. Ward will have explained to you the seriousness of the charge that you are now facing. At this point, then, I'm going to disclose to you some of the further evidence upon which we have based the charge. Do you understand that?" Wood looked at Harry Ward and then back at Smith, who took them both through the results of the examination of the blood found on the boat. He told them that the fibres involved were already on their way to a specialist laboratory for further analysis, and that eventually they would know exactly from which sort of material they had come. "But, Philip, you must already know. You could save us the trouble, because you were on your boat when those bloodstains appeared, weren't you?" Nothing, not even the old no comment. Smith's demeanour was matter-of-fact, as if this was what he did 3 or 4 mornings a week, as if proving that someone had committed murder was routine. But his eyes were fixed on those of Wood, noting how often the man tried to look at him and how long he was able to do so each time before he had to look away. "Philip, do you have anything to add to what you have told us already? Do you have an explanation as to how James Bell's blood and James Bell's money ended up on your boat at Scanlon Offshore Services?" "Nothing." "You failed to come up with a single convincing explanation that involved anyone borrowing the boat, and that only leaves you, doesn't it? So far, this is a one-man show. The Philip Wood Show. You were in the bar of the Wherryman when we have our last sighting of James Bell. We have a witness. You bought the phone that we found in James Bell's berth on the Elizabeth platform. You own the boat where we found some of James Bell's money. And you own the boat where we found some of his blood. In my business, Philip, this is starting to resemble what we call a watertight case. It's certainly more watertight than your dinghy." Nothing still, but it was getting to him, hearing it all said aloud. Wood was not so stupid that he couldn't imagine all that being put before a jury in a few months' time. "Now, Philip, I know that you are thinking that, bad as it all sounds, without a body, without James Bell's body, we cannot make this stick. I have to disillusion you of that idea. If you'll have a quick look at Mr. Ward now, he will confirm what I have just told you." Wood did so, and Harry Ward gave the obligatory nod of his head. "So, Philip, the jury that you will be facing only have to believe beyond reasonable doubt that you murdered James Bell. I can tell you now, having seen a few cases go in front of juries, that what we have already puts it beyond reasonable doubt." That was a matter of opinion, and Harry Ward would have been perfectly entitled to point it out to his client. The fact that he did not do so did not make him a bad solicitor so much as, in Smith's view, a realist. Smith looked at D.I. Reeve to indicate that they had reached the point at which she would have something to say. "Mr. Wood, as Sergeant Smith has explained to you, you are in serious trouble, and whatever you tell us isn't going to change that, I'm afraid. However, the fact that you alone seem to have attacked Mr. Bell, to have murdered him, to have stolen his money, and then to have disposed of the body, means that when convicted you are facing just about the longest prison sentence that British law can give.
You need to discuss that with your legal representatives, but in my view, you would serve not less than 20 years. In the pause that followed, the sentence that she just suggested seemed to hang in the air above Philip Wood's head, the swords of Damocles and of justice becoming one for that moment. It was palpable, even to Detective Superintendent Allen watching on the direct video link in the adjacent room, and the thought came to him, despite himself, that the two of them did make quite a team in these situations. Reeve said, "The detectives working on this matter are certain, Mr. Wood, that you did not carry out this attack on your own. For reasons that I am not going to disclose to you yet, we are sure that is the case. Neither do we believe that you did this for the money. You did steal it, or you were given it by someone who did, but that was not why James Bell was killed. The only way in which you can improve your situation now, and I repeat that you are in a very serious situation, is to tell us everything that you know. There is always the chance that if you cooperate, saving police time, the costs of prosecution, and avoiding the stress for witnesses who might have to take the stand, the sentence that you receive will be reduced. There are no guarantees, that's not how justice is done in this country, but you should consider what you have to lose by not doing so." He did seem to be considering it. Smith fancied a cup of tea, it being mid-afternoon, and so he asked Wood if he would like something to drink. Fortunately, he said that he would. The recorder was switched off, and Wood was left alone with Harry Ward. Outside, Smith said that Ward was the perfect duty solicitor, and wondered whether they could hire him full-time. Interrogation productivity would be at least tripled, but Reeve didn't think that it was an idea she could take to the next management meeting. They gave it the agreed 10 minutes. When that was almost over, she said to him, "He's as ready as he's ever going to be. Is he going to topple?" Smith was wondering why the best cups of tea are often the impromptu ones that you have to drink in a hurry. He said, "A tenor says he will, but it will be interesting to see who he bumps into when he does." Something that we forgot to mention before the break, Philip, is that we've had to charge you with murder because we don't know exactly what took place. That sounds a bit bonkers, I know, but it often happens. We sort of assume the worst until someone enlightens us. We're asking you to enlighten us. We're not stupid, and we know that quite often people get seriously hurt or even killed when that wasn't the plan at all. I'm sure you understand the difference between murder and manslaughter, and there are other charges too, which, if you tell us the truth now, might mean that you are not looking at 20 years or more for this. Smith wondered what Harry Ward had said to his client during the tea interval. "Philip, if you'd like a few more minutes with Mr. Ward, that's fine. We'll leave you alone, and he can explain what all these different charges mean. It's important that you understand it. Speaking for myself, I don't want you charged with murder if you didn't actually commit it. I'm being completely honest here. I only want you charged with what you did." Wood looked at him then, looked differently into the detective's face to see if that was true. It was quite an old face for a copper, lined with a short scar on the right cheek, and weathered a bit, as if he too had spent time out on an open boat in the wash. But the blue eyes were steady and frank as they looked back into his own. Wood said, "No, you're all right. I get it." In those words there was resignation, and Smith knew then that he would soon be told Wood's part in it. It was now only a question of how best to manage things. He said, "We have disclosed to you almost all of the evidence we have so far. There is more to come, whether or not you cooperate. I can tell you that we know the names of the other people involved, Philip." A frown, a moment of confusion there, and Smith rapidly examined what he had just said. It must be something in the final sentence. Was it simply that he had said he knew the names, or was it that he had used the plural?
He said, "I could say these names and ask you to tell us what you know about them, but this is where you can start to help yourself, son. If you tell us now what happened, how you got involved, because I know that you didn't plan it. If you give the names to us, it will play better for you in that court case. Again, you can have more time with Mr. Ward if you need to check up what I'm saying, but I've been honest with you, Philip, and now I'm asking you to help yourself and be honest with me." There was no one home, and the day was just beginning to fade. Looking in through the windows, he recognized the quiet, tidy house of a man who lives alone, just one or two dim red lights of appliances on standby, and a tabletop near the French windows that had nothing on it. More out of habit than in hope, he sent Waters to the house on the left and Murray to the one on the right, but if Aves was on one of his fishing expeditions, it might be days before they found him. They had his mobile number now, of course, but ringing him up might be a really bad idea. But Waters was in the middle of a purple patch, and Smith made a mental note to ask him whether he did the lottery. If he didn't, could he suggest a few numbers to help an old detective into retirement? Waters had met Mr. Dowling and brought him round to the back door. "What's up? Is it something serious? There's 3 of you." Smith looked round as if to check. "That's odd, sir. I'm sure there were 5 when we set off. Still, you never know when redundancy will strike these days, do you?" Mr. Dowling managed an, "Eh? Never mind. As you're here, perhaps you could assist us. My colleague tells me that you know where Stuart Aves might be. We'd like a word with him." Mr. Dowling didn't look at all convinced. Smith took out his warrant card and handed it over, watching as the neighbour read both sides before it was handed back. "Well, I've got his number in case of emergencies when he's away. I'll give him a ring." And he was taking out his phone to do just that. "No, sir, I'd rather you didn't. We have his phone number too, but between you and me, we've got some bad news to give him. That's best done face-to-face, in case of shock and all that. I'm sure you understand." "Oh, that'll be his mother. Dear, oh dear. Typical, isn't it, happening when he's away on one of his trips." "And you happen to know where he's gone, my colleague tells me," with a raised eyebrow to Waters. "He did tell me this time. We had a chat as he was loading up. He's gone to Bewsey Pits. Do you know them? About a mile off the Fakenham Road after Sharpley." 12 miles before they left the main road, and the pits were well hidden out in the countryside. It would be dark before they got to him, but waiting until the morning was out of the question now that Mr. Dowling was involved. Mr. Dowling would have a Mrs. Dowling, and she, out of nothing more than neighbourly concern, would say to her husband after a little while, "Just give him a ring and make sure he's all right." And besides, Smith knew that he would get no sleep until this was done. The carp is the longest-lived of coarse fishes, although it is said that eels, if unable to leave their homes to make that fateful journey across the Atlantic to the Sargasso Sea, can live to a great age. But for a carp, 20 years is nothing, and some are thought to live for twice that span or even longer. In that time they grow larger, wiser, and more cautious than ordinary fish, and anglers have always gone to great lengths to deceive them. The modern specimen hunter spends thousands of pounds on highly sophisticated tackle, and often needs a wheelbarrow to get it all to the water's edge. The dusk is always a time of increased expectation. As the daylight diminishes, the fish are emboldened to move away from their hiding places in search of the food that the anglers have put there in readiness. Stuart Aves had spent an hour carefully placing his free samples with the aid of a carbon fibre throwing stick, and the highly scented additives would have dispersed into the surrounding water, drawing in the fish. His 3 lines were out into the centre of the pit. His bivvy was erected and equipped with enough food and water to last the 3 or 4 days and nights that he planned to be here, and soon he would turn on the gas stove and cook some bacon. He wasn't alone in his quest. At least 4 other anglers were spaced along the west bank, but he had timed his arrival well and had what he considered to be the best place this early in the season. It is not a cheap sport any longer, and membership of this one fishery cost him more than £500 a year. The job paid pretty well, more than enough to cover such expenses, but the contracts were short, just 2 or 3 years, and one could never be certain of the next one. The industry was changing. Everything was becoming more automated, and fewer men were needed on the ground or on the platforms. You had to do what you could to survive these days. A rustle in the reeds to his right meant that the rats were becoming active. They didn't bother him, even though some of the other anglers kept an air pistol handy. Rats were survivors too, and he admired that. Their tenacity, their ruthlessness, their willingness to launch themselves at the throat of anything that pushed them into a corner. He took one of the baits that he had prepared and tossed it into the reeds. The rat would find it. Back on the track across the fields, he could hear a vehicle approaching. He smiled and shook his head. A late arrival, probably someone who'd had to be at work all day. They would have to tackle up in the dark and cast into waters that they had not seen in the daylight. Bad planning and bad practice. They wouldn't catch much. Smith turned around in the front passenger seat and looked back at him. Aves had said very little at all. His main concern had been what would happen to all his fishing tackle once Smith refused to allow him to put it back into the Nissan Patrol. Then they had had to call out a van to collect the tackle, so now a convoy of 3 vehicles was making its way along the single-track gravel road out of Busey Pits. Waters was driving the unmarked Octavia, and Murray was behind in the Patrol. When Smith handed him the keys, Murray's face had almost lit up in a smile. The lights from behind meant that Aves was little more than a silhouette, but Smith could see that he was looking not back at the policeman who had just arrested him on suspicion of murder, but out of the window, and in that his reflection appeared briefly, set against the dark Norfolk fields beyond and the last red glimmers of the sunset in the west. What goes through a man's mind in such a situation? Smith himself had been arrested twice before he joined the force, but those had been contrived between Army intelligence and the RUC as a means of strengthening the cover of an embedded officer. On the second occasion they had not warned him, and he could still remember the moment of fear, the loss of control before the training and the instincts for self-preservation took over. Seated in the back of a meat wagon, when no one else could have seen, one of the arresting RUC officers had ruffled the back of the young Smith's head with a friendly hand. Only later did Smith discover that even that was a deception. Tom Bolton had been a major in Army intelligence, keeping an eye on his charges. If Aves had wanted to talk, of course, Smith would have been more than willing to listen, but often a period of silence is no bad thing. Aves had no criminal record, had not, as far as they knew, ever been arrested, and so they had the effect of novelty on their side. Even if he was a big fan of crime fiction or TV detectives, those would not have prepared him for what was coming. He was not stupid, and would know perfectly well that he would not have been detained as he had been unless the police had significant evidence. But the nature of the evidence had not been disclosed to him. Letting him worry about that for an hour or two was standard practice as far as Smith was concerned. He turned away as they reached the T-junction onto the main road, and reminded Waters to turn right rather than left. Waters said OK and carried on driving very sensibly. Smith simply raised an eyebrow to himself in the rear-view mirror. Perhaps it was too late in the day even for the lowest form of wit. Behind, he saw the lights as Murray swung out behind them, having resisted the temptation to take the 4-wheel drive across the fields. It would be morning now before they could get forensics into the back of it, and that would be half of the 24 hours gone. They could have one short session with Aves tonight before he was allowed some sleep, or at least the chance of it, so that must be made to count. Alison Reeve had already told him that she was staying on, and he would do the same. It was one of those nights when, just a few years ago, he would have called Sheila and have got halfway through his opening apology, only to be interrupted by, "I'll leave something cold in the fridge. Don't have a whiskey that late, it'll give you indigestion." His mobile buzzed a message. "Serena Butler. I waited as long as I could. Just found out how late you'll be back. Something you should know about 3S. Ring me before you interview S." Their first text. Much better. She was almost part of the team now. He wouldn't ring from the car with Aves in the back, but he was curious to know what Butler and Dunn had found. He closed his eyes and breathed slowly and rhythmically for a minute or so, the breath a swinging door that opens and closes in a breeze. It was going to be a long night. "Yes, we're back now. Thanks for the text. What did you get at 3S? Serena Butler was not at home. Smith could hear voices and music in the background. A bar or a club. Presumably she hadn't taken up the offer of a membership at the Velvet MSC. "It's not a big operation. We asked to see Stuart Aves's locker, if he had one, and any workspaces that he uses. Then 2 or 3 people came in, one after the other, and had a word before disappearing. Eventually we ended up with a Mr. Catling in his office. As far as I could make out, he runs the show if he doesn't own it. This all seemed a bit like overkill to us. We hadn't told them any details at that point, just general inquiries." "Agreed. What happened?" "He was obviously worrying about something, so I fed him a bit. I said that Aves probably was under arrest by then, and that the charge was a serious one, but I didn't say what it might be. Catling wanted to know if this was connected with Stuart Aves's work, and I said that it might well be. He had to sit down at that point." Smith himself sat down at his desk then and pulled a sheet of paper towards him. Aves was downstairs being processed. Waters was with him, and Murray had gone home to Maggie. He should have fetched the mug of tea and bacon sandwich before he made the call to Serena Butler. Go on. The short version is that the contract with Nordco is about to end, and they're in the middle of signing a new one for 3 years. I didn't ask, but I expect that's a lot of dosh. Catling was frightened that this could upset what he called delicate negotiations. "Why? Aves isn't a businessman, is he? He's not a director or something?" "No, but he must be popular because as far as I can make out, he's part of the deal. Nordco have said that they are so pleased with 3S's present personnel on the Elizabeth that they'll renew the contract if those people are retained." Smith was making notes, but he could not make them quickly enough to keep up with his own thoughts. He put the pencil down. "At that point, I would have asked Mr. Catling whom he was dealing with at Nordco." "I did. He gave me a couple of names I didn't know. Then I gave him a name, just in a chatty sort of way. 'Oh, yes,' he said. 'Obviously the company man's word has a lot of weight in these matters, as he sees all the day-to-day security operations.' After a pause, Smith said, 'Nicely played,' and then, 'Very nicely played.' 'Thanks.' Smith was still thinking it through, pencil poised over the paper again, as well as trying to make out what sort of music that was in the background. He said, "Can I ask you just one more thing?" "Go ahead." "Where the hell are you?" Chapter 22. As they approached the interview room, Charlie Hills was coming towards them. When he saw Smith, he shook his head, stopped, and waited for the two of them to reach him. Smith said, "All right, what is it?" Charlie nodded towards the interview room door as he answered, "This isn't going to be your day, DC." Smith took the required 6 more steps and looked in through the window. Then he walked back to Alison Reeve and Charlie. "Don't tell me she's the only duty solicitor available." "No, it's worse than that." Smith wondered what could be worse than having Christine Archer as the only duty solicitor available in an interview like the one they were about to hold. Alison Reeve had guessed from Smith's last remark who was sitting in the room with Stuart Aves, And now she guessed again as to what Charlie was telling them.
She is Stuart Aves's solicitor?
Charlie nodded, unable to resist half a smile as he saw it dawn upon Smith's face. But instead of the suitably restrained but pithy language that might have accompanied that realization, Smith's mind had moved rapidly in another direction entirely. What is he doing with a solicitor at all, never mind one like that?
Reeve said, "People do have solicitors, DC.
Yes, ordinary people when they're selling a house or writing a will, and criminals when they know it's only a matter of time before they end up back here. But Aves has never been arrested before, and when I called earlier today, his house wasn't on the market. Not that Mrs. Archer would be handling that if it was. She's far too busy getting up my nose to take on any bloody conveyancing. So I say again, what is he doing with a solicitor like that?" Put that way, it seemed like a good question, to which neither had an immediate answer. Reeve looked at her watch and said,
"How long have they had now, Charlie?"
He checked his own watch before answering, 25 minutes or so, ma'am."
"Right, we'll go in now. That's pretty generous."
Smith did not move. Instead he said, "And I wonder how long she has been his solicitor. I don't suppose there's any way of finding that out. But she'll have a PA, won't she? They all have PAs now. A new PA might let that slip."
Reeve said, 5 minutes or 5 years, it makes no difference. We can't use it as evidence of anything, can we?"
"No, but it would be a useful bit of intelligence. Never mind. Let's get to it." Smith had not seen Aves clearly without his security uniform, cap, or a fishing hat before the moment when he sat down and faced him across the table. He stared fixedly until Aves at least had noticed, while Mrs. Archer made the usual opening manoeuvres. When she paused, he said, "Stuart, I'll call you Mr. Aves if you'd prefer. Just let me know. Can you tell us how you got that bruise on the right side of your head?"
"You do not have to answer that question, Mr. Aves."
Smith finally managed to get his gaze away from Aves's head. Now he was looking at Christine Archer with much the same expression as he had given to the bruising. "Mrs. Archer, I think everyone in the room and his mother knows that Stuart does not have to answer that question. However, I do have to ask questions like that one, and I do have to give Stuart the opportunity to answer them." He looked back at Aves then, his head slightly on one side. Aves said, "It happened in my garage when I was sorting some stuff out."
"How long ago?"
Smith glanced at the solicitor then, as if to say, yes, we know. Aves didn't answer immediately, and Smith thought, "You're counting backwards and working it out, making it fit."
"About 10 days, maybe a fortnight."
"Really? And it still looks like that? It must have been quite a bang then. Were you unconscious at any point? Did it give you a headache?"
Christine Archer said, "Detective Inspector Reeve, this is nonsense. My client has been detained on a serious charge. If you have any serious questions to ask him, please do so that he can respond and then be released." Smith watched the two women locking eyes across the desk. Reeve taller, paler, but composed. Christine Archer was small, dark, and intense behind her designer specs. It didn't look like it was going to end any time soon, and so Smith stepped in again. "I would like the injury to Mr. Aves's head to be photographed, in addition to the images that have already been taken when he was logged in this evening."
Archer said, "My client does not have to agree to that."
Reeve said, "No, he does not, but then we can take the photographs anyway if we have grounds to believe that the injury might have been sustained during the committal of a criminal act, Section 5.4 of PACE. As an inspector, I can authorize that, as I'm sure you are aware."
Smith said, "Stuart, if we can possibly take it from your best side, we will." After that, however, events took a surprising turn. Yes, Aves said, he knew Philip Wood. They had met during work, and Scanlon's had been servicing the Elizabeth platform for years. Part of his job was to visit service companies on a regular basis to check their security procedures. Yes, he had been out on Wood's boat, just doing a bit of fishing in the Wash. Where had he been on Saturday the 15th of March? He couldn't be certain, but he had probably had a drink in the Wherryman. He often did when he wasn't carp fishing. When Smith prodded him on that, he said, "Yes, I think I was in the pub that night. I remember now. So was Philip Wood, and James Bell was there as well." Smith said, "Really? You were drinking with him the weekend before he disappeared, but you never mentioned that when I spoke to you on Thursday the 20th, 5 days later, when you knew that the only reason we were on the platform was to look into James Bell's disappearance. Why didn't you mention it?" Aves looked back at him steadily, not the same man who had panicked a little on the Elizabeth on Smith's second visit, trying to blame Bell's disappearance on a missing padlock. Someone had done some work with him. "I didn't say I was drinking with him. I said he was there." "Did you speak to him in the bar?" "Just to say hello." "And where did the three of you go after you left the bar?" "I went home. I've no idea where the others went." "Did you go to James Bell's flat that evening?" "No." "Have you ever been to James Bell's flat?" "No." Smith glanced at Christine Archer. She was watching Aves carefully, listening and making occasional notes on a pad in handwriting even smaller and more cryptic than Smith's own. When she became aware of Smith's glance, she returned it, her own eyes narrowing slightly, and her expression seemed to say, "Is that it? What have you really got? He doesn't need any help with this." "Apart from seeing Bell on the platform and in the Wherryman, have you ever had any other contact with him?" "Yes, once." "It was too easy, too straightforward. Would you tell us about that, please?" "I gave him a lift back into town from East Deans. That must have been after his first trip out. He didn't know that you need to book a taxi most times." Reeve said, "Was that in the vehicle that we have in the pound tonight?" "Yes." Smith felt Alison Reeve shift beside him as they heard that. He knew why she had asked it, and had the same sinking feeling. Unless there were pools of blood soaked into the upholstery, any trace of James Bell in the Nissan Patrol had just been accounted for. Smith said, "Were there any witnesses to Bell getting into the vehicle on that occasion?" "Probably scores of them at the airport and at the market square where he asked me to drop him off, but I can't name anyone. I mean, you don't think of it when you're just doing someone a favour, do you?" Smith looked directly at him with almost a smile, and Aves seemed to take it as a sign of grudging respect. Aves said then, "I realise I should have mentioned some of this, but I don't suppose it really changes anything, does it?" It was a little after 10 o'clock that same night. Smith and Alison Reeve sat in the incident room, facing up to the fact that they might as well go home now. Christine Archer had pushed hard for Aves's release once they had declined to disclose. When they refused for the third time, the solicitor had said that they were pushing at the boundaries of what was proper in these circumstances, and Smith had struggled with the impulse to tell her to write to her MP. They could hold on to Aves until tomorrow evening, but Reeve was certain that Allen would not grant another 12 hours based on what they had at the moment, which was only Wood's assertion that the two of them had left the Wherryman with James Bell, had travelled in Aves's four-wheel drive to the Towers, had gone into Bell's flat on the pretext of holding some sort of party because his wife was away, and then roughed him up a bit once he was sufficiently under the influence. Wood did not know why they were to do this, but he said it was premeditated. He was sure of that. Aves had said in the Wherryman, when they first saw Bell, that he had been told he would find him there. That story fitted the facts that they had so far, but Aves was of previous good character, and Wood, well, enough said. The answers that Aves had given them threw doubt not only onto Wood's claims, but onto their own ability to prove anything against Aves, and without some sort of proof, they would have to release him. Disclosing Wood's allegations was tempting. Smith would like to have watched the man's face as he heard all that, but the solicitor would quickly have seen the absence of evidence, and they would have played that card for nothing. As soon as he was released, Aves would be able to establish that Wood was in custody, but he would not know exactly what had been said. He would guess that Wood might have named him. Why else had he been arrested on suspicion? But he would know nothing for certain. Once released, of course, Aves would assume that the case against him was weak, that his carefully prepared answers had done their job. Smith had told him that his vehicle and home would be searched in the morning. Were they likely to find anything that Aves would do better to tell them about now? No, was the answer, given in the same understated but confident manner. Smith had looked at Christine Archer then. She could not have coached Wood to this extent in the 25 minutes before the start of the interview, but he doubted whether she had been involved at all. She was the bane of their lives at times, but his instincts told him that she was not one of Lake's little coterie of suspect lawyers. More than once during the interview he had seen the surprise on her own face as Aves accounted for his presence in the lives of James Bell and Philip Wood. When Smith had said that they would examine his phone to see if Philip Wood's number was present and whether there were recent calls between them, Aves had said that there would be. They had been arranging to go out in the boat after spring codling. Smith upended the mug and drank the last of the cold tea. It had been a frantic sort of day, so much so that he had only smoked one cigarette, and he could do with one now. Reeve said, "Okay, we'll do the searches anyway. Even if Sally is in early tomorrow, we'll know nothing before his time is up and he can walk. I'm not even going to bother asking Alan with what we've got at present." "Agreed. It might even be worth letting him go early with a little apology." "Why?" "If he thinks we're embarrassed because we were too hasty or whatever, he might not put his guard up any higher, even if he doesn't lower it. He'll certainly conclude that we don't have much evidence." "We don't?" She looked up at Smith. He didn't seem too concerned that they appeared to have lost this round. In fact, he looked pretty relaxed, considering that he had just spent an hour in Christine Archer's chilly company. She said, "We are struggling here. Aves has accounted for anything we find on the boat and in his car, unless, as you say, there are some convenient bloodstains belonging to Bell. He hasn't denied meeting Bell in the pub. He has explained away any contact that weekend with Wood. We can't tie any of the money to him unless some turns up tomorrow morning." "Which it won't." "Quite. We need to go back in with Wood, go over it all again and see if there is anything to corroborate what he's told us. I think he was genuine, but proving it's a different matter. This is not straightforward." After a pause, Smith said, "No, you're right. But we've focused so far on finding evidence of Bell in our suspects' lives. Maybe we'll find some of theirs in his life. I don't know. Something might turn up." "Something might turn up?" He shrugged and got to his feet. "To be honest, Alison, it was late and there was no one else around. I can't get too excited about it. I mean, it's not a proper murder, is it?" She couldn't hide her surprise as she said, "As opposed to an improper one?" "Ah, very good. What I mean is, they didn't intend to kill him. Somebody wanted James Bell to get a beating. That somebody is neither of the two men who actually did it. One of the two recruited the other one, and it's pretty clear which is which. They got him drunk, but not drunk enough. They didn't make allowance for the Tyneside alcohol tolerance or for the fact that Bell himself had thrown a few punches in his time. It turned a bit nasty. When you're re-interviewing Wood tomorrow, get him to describe exactly what happened in the bathroom in more detail. Now he's made his confession, you might get more out of him after a break. That often happens." "So I'm re-interviewing Wood tomorrow?" "Sorry, ma'am. And what are your plans?" Smith was putting on his coat, checking that there was still a cigarette packet in one pocket and a lighter in the other. These things had been known to disappear if Charlie Hills had been doing his rounds. "First thing, I'm going to ring McFarlane's PA. I should point out that this puts me at some personal risk. I think she's a woman who has needs. If he's not at home, I'm going to see Marion, again placing myself in danger. It's time I got another bravery gong, if you ask me." "Staffing tomorrow?" "Oh, I think that Serena has to come with me. The three of us have already established a meaningful relationship, but I'm not sure what she's going to think when she sees us standing on her doorstep. My mind can't take much more boggling. You ought to give Mike Dunn a go with wood. He's all right." "High praise. Thanks for sorting all that out, DC." "Like water off a duck's back," her father used to say. Smith was heading for the door, doing up the coat buttons. Without turning around, he said, "No problem, happy to help. Good night." It was 11:15 p.m. The small bowl of cereal would have earned him a scolding from Sheila. She viewed such as the height of laziness, even when Smith read out to her the list of essential vitamins from the back of the packet. The notes had been copied into the Alich, which he realized was almost full. There were several more on the shelf, pristine, individually wrapped in their cellophane covers, but he wondered then whether he would need them. Just a couple of days to go, and his knee had not fully recovered from its encounter with Phillips Wood's car door. There was a plan B, but he didn't want to think about it yet. Even so, he ought to check the medicine cupboard in the morning, just to be sure. Downstairs he had contemplated the unopened bottle of scotch for some 20 seconds. It was still down there and still unopened, but now, as his computer clicked and sighed back into life, he could see that he had an email from Jo Everson. It would be odd if she was asking whether her choice had met with his approval. It might be an excuse to go and open it after all. But no such luck. The email said, "I've booked a long weekend at your caravan, 15th to the 17th of May. Mrs. Salmon remembered me, which was nice. If I don't catch my breakfast on the first morning, I'll give you a call. J." A long weekend. A leisurely sort of phrase that he liked the sound of, and he thought about the two of them sitting on the harbour wall eating fish and chips. That, too, had been leisurely. They had not had enough long weekends in their lives before one of those lives had come to its end. And you cannot get anything back, that's the thing. But perhaps you can take out an indemnity against feeling that sense of loss in the future by doing it now, by listening to the heart instead of the head, by feeling instead of thinking. Stop doing and start being. She had become J now instead of Jo. When had that happened? And what did it mean? Had he become D? Would he feel more comfortable as S for a while? These were strange thoughts indeed, the result, no doubt, of a very long day. It was almost midnight before he clicked send, and the message itself seemed pathetically short after such contemplation. "Call me anyway. David." Chapter 23. There were only 5 houses on the Oaklands estate in the little village of Weston Lake, but Smith calculated as they pulled into the drive that each one of them was worth 20 times the value of his own house in Millfields. All were built with the same reddish bricks, but each was slightly different in terms of its frontage, the window and door arrangements deliberately uneven, architect designed to give the impression that the houses had grown here organically and over the years rather than as a 6-month project managed from a desk in Swindon. The McFarlanes' property was the last, on the left where Oaklands Drive came to an end. Beyond it and behind the house itself was woodland, mostly birches, the bare trunks showing like bleached bones in the weak sunlight. Smith got out and looked at the windows, wondering whether their approach had been seen or heard. Above, a fast-moving sky with ragged patches of blue, one of those windy days in late March when it is suddenly a little warmer than one expected, and you can almost believe that spring is about to arrive. He looked then into the borders beneath the windows at the front of the house, and sure enough, there were mauve and yellow crocuses ready to flare open as soon as the sunlight reached them. In his own back garden he would find the same, planted by Sheila's hands over the years, and he felt a pang of guilt that he had not yet been out to see them. There was a double garage with both doors closed, and Smith thought that it was 50-50 whether they would find her at home. She was, after all, a person with many outside interests. They crossed the gravel drive to the front door, which, if he was not mistaken, was made of oak, and he nodded for Serena Butler to push the bell. She said, "Nice house." "Yes, I looked it up, what a company man earns. It's all on the interweb." She opened her mouth to correct him, and then caught the gleam of amusement in his eye. He continued, 80 to 90,000 a year, and I reckon he'd need all of that to get a place like this. Weston is one of the most pricey villages around Lake. Big bucks in the oil and gas businesses, and I'm guessing they don't all go over the table. Hello, I can hear someone. Stand by your beds. Not that I mean... Well, anyway, someone's here. It could be one of the maids, or the au pair. But it was Marian McFarlane. He could see that through the narrow stained glass panel as her slender figure moved towards the door, first green, then blue, and finally red as she turned the lock and took off the safety chain. He prepared his most cheerful smile. Her confusion was momentary. She recognized them both immediately, glancing from Smith to Serena and back again in no more than a second or two. Then her eyes went out to the drive behind them, looking at the car, Smith's own old Peugeot, parked slightly at an angle, one wheel touching the lawn. Finally, she looked down the drive at the other houses, long enough for him to half-turn himself to see if anyone was watching, because that was what she was looking for. He said, "Good morning. It is Mrs. McFarlane, isn't it? Mrs. Marian McFarlane. What on earth are you doing here?" "Well, I'd like to say that it's just a social call, but unfortunately we are here on business." He reached inside his jacket and took out the card, noticing not for the first time that the picture was somewhat out of date. He'd wait until after Thursday before ordering a new one, though. Serena Butler was also showing her card. "I'm Detective Sergeant Smith, and this is Detective Constable Butler. We're from Kings Lake Central Police Station. We'd like a quick word. May we come in?" The hall was high-ceilinged and decorated with exquisite taste. Subtly varied shades of white had been used on different walls and at different heights to give great depth. A single large mirror at the far end magnified the effect, and here and there were items with an Eastern flavour, a large reed and paper fan, some small jade carvings grouped in a tiny alcove with their own hidden spotlight, a folding silken bamboo screen painted with images of Japanese cranes, and even the golden face mask of a Buddha on the wall behind Marian McFarlane looked down impassively upon the endless foolishness of man. "I can only repeat my question. What on earth are you doing here?" There is no such thing as a sixth sense. Smith knew perfectly well how it worked. Long experience, allied to the ability to learn and reflect, produce over time hidden neural pathways that operate so quickly and so far below consciousness that the conclusions they reach can seem supernatural, almost magical. Marian McFarlane was shocked just a little because these two people had seen her at the Velvet Club, and because she now knew that they were police officers. She was assuming, as Smith had known that she might, that they were here to question her about immoral behaviour that might in some way be perceived as criminal, and nothing more. There was nothing else on her mind at that moment, no greater guilt than that. Listening to her repeated question, to the tone of it, his instincts told him this, and told him, too, that he had the advantage of her. Serena Butler had expected more irony, more jokes even, but in that she had misjudged him. Smith seemed to be a number of different people, and she remembered something that John Murray had said to her a few days ago, that she should forget about how she came to be in King's Lake, and start looking forward, that she could learn a lot here. Now Smith was looking hard at Mrs. MacFarlane, waiting for something to change in her, for her to say something else. "For God's sake, will you tell me what you are doing here? It's a private members' club. You cannot come here making judgments." "Mrs. MacFarlane, it isn't really about the other evening." "Then what?" "I ought to ring my husband, I think." "Yes, you could do that, but we're here to ask you how well you know James Bell." The effect was as if she had been struck by a sniper's bullet. She didn't fall, but she took a half-step backwards, and Smith saw Serena Butler move a little, ready to catch her. Then they turned her around, left the hallway, and found themselves in a huge open-plan lounge. They sat her down in a white leather armchair and positioned themselves facing her on a matching four-seater sofa. Serena asked again if she was all right, whether she needed a glass of water, and Smith took out his notebook. She was not giving herself time to think, he was certain of it. After a couple of minutes she had recovered enough to ask if they would like tea or coffee, implying that she knew this would take a while now, and Smith thought, "I wonder if they have that Kenyan auction here as well as on the platform." But no, he didn't want her out of sight yet, sending a text or whispering something into a mobile phone in the kitchen. "Yes," she said, "I do know James Bell." Smith nodded once and said, "I'm glad that you've come straight out and said that, Mrs. MacFarlane." "Why, if you don't mind me asking?" "Because we have 2 records of him calling your mobile phone number, and if we go back further there are probably more." He knew perfectly well how disconcerting this is, to find that the police have been into your life, like burglars themselves, rooting through your private drawers and secret spaces. And he knew, too, that making people aware of it quickly encouraged them to think carefully about telling you lies. On this occasion he didn't want to waste time with any of that nonsense. She had met James Bell some 5 or 6 months previously at the Velvet Club. Someone else had given him a guest card, and once he had proved himself popular, Smith did not ask for the details, he was present a number of times, and not just at weekends. She did not know whether he had become a full member, but he did not seem to lack money. Smith asked why she had that impression, and she said he always had good clothes, and he drew attention to his iPhone more than once when she was around. Meanwhile, back in the towers, thought Smith. After a pause, and at just the right moment, Serena Butler said, "Did you have a personal relationship with James Bell, Mrs. MacFarlane?" "Do you mean, were we intimate? That's what the Daily Mail would say, isn't it?" Another side of her, he thought, a touch of arrogance, of snobbery, of how dare other people judge me. Serena said quietly, "All the words for it mean the same thing, don't they?" And Smith wondered again whether he had done the right thing in bringing this particular DC with him this morning. "Yes, we did have a personal relationship." Smith said, "Did that relationship continue away from the club?" She hesitated before she said that it did not. Marian MacFarlane saw the tightening of his lips, and she coloured a little before she continued. "It almost did. He phoned me and said that he was going to be away for another 2 weeks. Did I want to meet up? I said that I might." "When was this?" "The weekend before he was going back to the rig."
So that was the call he made to you on the Saturday afternoon, Saturday the 15th of March. She nodded. And what arrangements did you make? I said that I would pick him up from outside a pub near the docks at 9:15. A bit later he sent me a text explaining exactly where. I still have it. The ferryman? Yes, she had got over the surprise that the detective seemed to know things, and that he seemed to be able to make notes as he continued talking. The female detective was watching her closely and saying very little. Where were you planning to go after that? The club? No. He said on the phone that his partner was away. He wanted to go somewhere quieter, just the two of us. And then, for the first time, Smith realized that beneath the beautiful exterior, as pale and subtly coloured as those professionally decorated walls, she was in pain at the memory she was recounting. She had been in love with James Bell, or something close to it. But you didn't meet him, did you? What happened? My husband had a dinner that evening. He asked me to accompany him. What sort of dinner? It was the Rotary Club. The faintest hint of a smile appeared around his mouth, and she saw it. An intelligent woman. He wondered whether she would go on the attack then, and waited, but she did not do so. Did you let James Bell know that your plans had changed? Yes, I managed to phone him while I was getting ready to go out. How did he react? She paused there, remembering, and then... He said it was my loss, but he was always joking like that. He didn't mean it that way. I said I would text him before he came back on shore again. Smith said, "These formal Rotary Club dinners don't just crop up on the day, do they? You had arranged to meet James Bell because you thought your evening would be free, that your husband would be out, like Mrs. Bell. Then your husband asks you to go with him. What, late afternoon, early evening?" Yes. Serena said, "Why did you opt to go with your husband rather than make an excuse and see Mr. Bell?" "Because he is my husband." And James Bell was. It was a cold house. Smith had already thought that. The rooms too large ever to be properly heated and comfortably cosy. Now, in the silence that followed Serena Butler's last question, it seemed to grow even chillier. Smith said, "Can we assume, Mrs. McFarlane, that your husband is aware of your other relationships?" "We have an open marriage." He didn't think that he had heard that phrase since the 1980s, but he left it alone. They were getting closer to the crucial questions. "Does your husband know who it is that you see, Mrs. McFarlane?" "No, we respect each other's privacy in that way." "So, to be clear, you are telling me that your husband did not know that you were seeing James Bell?" "No, he did not." "Has he ever mentioned James Bell to you in any context? You must have realized that they recently worked on the same platform. Did he ever mention that?" "No. Why are you asking about Donald?" Smith decided to let that hang in the air, let her begin to wonder for herself. It was Serena Butler who ended that silence. "Marion, we aren't here to condemn other people's values or lives. As far as I'm concerned, we all live in glass houses. You know that James Bell has disappeared. We're speaking to everyone that knew him, but we need to ask you about your relationship with him. You agreed to see him privately, away from the club. Do you do that often with other people that you meet?" Smith admired the question even before the woman responded. It took off another layer as cleanly as a sharp knife peels a ripe apple. Marion McFarlane swallowed before she answered it. "No, I do not." "So why, in this case?" She half laughed because of the tension. "You don't look stupid. I thought he looked suspicious from the moment I saw him in the club," indicating Smith. "But you were completely convincing. You know perfectly well why I agreed to see him." Somehow Smith managed to put his hurt feelings aside and waited to see how his partner in detection would respond to that.
but it must have been the tie that was a sartorial step too far.
You had some strong feelings for him, said as a statement, and accepted in silence by Marian McFarlane. Smith decided to move things on.
Do you keep a diary, Mrs. McFarlane?
No, and if I did, I would hardly. And is your husband in the habit of checking through your phone? Under these sorts of circumstances, it's a possibility, isn't it? I have never known him to do that. I repeat, why are you asking about my husband?
Have you ever told anyone about James Bell? A girlfriend? Some other member of the club? Presumably people there would have known that the two of you were spending time together. Could someone from there have spoken to Mr. McFarlane about it? In fact, did your husband ever see James Bell at the club?
The questions were fired off quickly and deliberately. She was almost too composed again after the initial shock of seeing them and hearing Bell's name. Donald has been to the club with me, but that was months and months ago. He doesn't have any contact with anyone there,
as far as you know.
A jingle of bells came from Smith's jacket pocket. He took out the phone and read the message from Alison Reeve. Just released Aves as agreed. Nothing at his home this AM. Forensics will do vehicle this PM. About to re-interview Wood. A stupid or a frightened person might, in Aves's situation now, attempt to contact the third party involved, but Aves had appeared to be neither of those things in his last interview. However, Marian McFarlane would without a doubt now call her husband as soon as they left the house, if only to ask why the police were inquiring about him in their search for James Bell. That was why, despite her repeated question, he had given her no answer. She said to him then, "What has happened to James? Have you found out anything? The local paper said that it was a tragic accident, that he was swept off the platform by a freak wave. I can't believe it."
Me neither, thought Smith, and never could, right from the start. Tomorrow Philip Wood is likely to make a brief appearance at Kings Lake Magistrates, and then a whole lot more is going to be splashed across the front page of the Lake Evening News. Was there anything to be gained by telling her something of it now? Technically, as one of the last people to have contact with Bell, she was a witness, but she was also potentially useful as a lever against her husband. If he gave her something, even a tiny something, her curiosity would be aroused. She might begin to wonder for herself. She might know something more. He couldn't be absolutely certain, and in the end it could come down to just how strong her feelings were for James Bell. After all, an open door isn't as secure as a closed one, and the same problem applies to marriages. He stood up, saying, "We don't think that it was an accidental death, Mrs. McFarlane." She stood herself then, smoothing down the long green skirt that she was wearing above the brown suede calf-length boots. There was no shock on her face at what he had said, but he read nothing into that. In this brighter morning light, she looked older than when he had first met her. She had lived long enough to understand that things are often worse than we had hoped. She walked with them to the front door. As Smith turned there and thanked her for her help and her honesty, he thought that she might even hold out her hand to him. She did not do so, but then said, "May I ask, how did you find me?" He didn't answer immediately. She said, "How did you know?" "From a photograph on your husband's desk on the Elizabeth platform. I never forget a face." He looked at her for a moment longer and then turned away. Despite herself, despite the situation that she was in as a result of herself, she had smiled briefly at him and his answer, flattered that she had been remembered in that way. "Vanity thy name is—" But he never completed the thought. He had another jingle and another message from Reeve. "Sally's here early to do the 4x4. You need to see what she's brought with her. Get back ASAP." Chapter 24. Chris Waters was alone in the incident room when they arrived back. As far as he knew, D.I. Reeve and Mike Dunn were in the process of completing the second major interview with Philip Wood. Smith asked him first where Murray was, only to be told an antenatal class, their first one. Dear me couldn't quite cover that. Then he asked Waters to telephone Audrey Meacham for confirmation of where her boss would be today. It was all good practice for the young detective and meant that Smith would have time to recover from his encounter with one rapacious woman rather than having to encounter another. Perhaps it was his age. Perhaps they saw in him the sophistication, the savoir-faire that comes to some men in their later years. When Alison Reeve and Mike Dunn appeared a few minutes later, Smith could see on her face, set, intense, and businesslike, a look that he recognized. There had been developments. She was carrying folders and a notebook, and one of the folders was SOCO pink. She opened it and placed it on the desk for all of them to see. It was a printout of a set of results from the genetic fingerprinting process, with data presented diagrammatically in graphs as well as in words. Smith's eyes went to the date of sample collection, and it was the day on which he had visited the Bells flat with the one and only Sally Lonsdale. Then, nature of sample, human hair, finally, point of collection, bathroom wall sample 8. Waters said, "I thought we'd already drawn a blank on that one." Reeve answered him, "We did, but not any more." She turned over the sheet to reveal a similar one beneath it. This had yesterday's date and consisted of the results of a saliva sample for a suspect under arrest, Stuart Aves. Smith glanced at the scientific summary, the protocol that had been used, but it could only be short tandem repeats. Nothing else could have produced results so quickly. Low copy number testing still took weeks, but was more accurate, the chances of two people having the same result then being about 1 billion to 1. STR was not as precise, and he had known defense counsels create doubts in jurors' minds when the forensic evidence in a case was critical. He pointed to it, looked at Reeve, and said nothing. She said, "I double-checked with her. It's a strong match, in the millions to 1. I've asked for the additional analysis, but we've a good case for saying that this puts him in the bathroom of the flat he says he never visited." Smith thought it over before he spoke again. "It certainly won't make his day when we interview him again, but this, on its own, it might not be enough. He could argue that Bell had been in his vehicle recently and there might have been transfer, though quite how it could have got onto the bathroom wall would take some explaining. There might be more. Sally called me from the Nissan just now. She's only looking through a hand lens, but she thinks the same fibres are present in the back of it, lots of them, even though it has been recently hoovered out." "Any news on those?" "They're still narrowing it down, but probably from a carpet of some sort." He turned to the others. "I don't like cases built on one forensics result. In here, amongst ourselves, they look bomb-proof, but believe me, when you're standing in the witness box and a QC starts firing probabilities at you, you'll soon be wishing everyone had looked a bit harder for the smoking gun. I've seen officers quit after an experience like that. But if the fibres match as well, that's better. Much harder to argue both results away." Mike Dunn said, "So we bring him straight back in?" And Smith saw Waters make an involuntary movement towards the door. The boy seemed to have developed a thing about putting handcuffs on people. Reeve was looking at Smith as she spoke next, and he guessed that they would be thinking along the same lines. She said, "Let's think. We sort of apologized when we let him go. I said we had to complete our tests on the vehicle as a matter of routine, and we gave him a lift home. He imagines he's in the clear, or nearly so, because his solicitor will have told him that unless there is evidence, he won't be convicted on the say-so of someone like Philip Wood. But he's had a fright, and he might make contact with someone else who was involved, Am I right in thinking, DC, that you made progress this morning in the area of establishing a motive for what was done to James Bell?" They sat down and Smith summarized their interview with Marion McFarlane. Her husband had undoubtedly known whom she was currently seeing. The only interesting question was how he had known where to find James Bell that Saturday evening. Had he read the text on her phone? By whatever means he found it out, the information had been relayed to Aves. Wood had revealed as much when he said that Aves had made some remark about knowing he would find Bell at the Wherryman that night. Waters asked the question then. If his wife had not told him whom she was meeting, whom she was getting serious about, and meeting away from the club, who had? Smith said, "I think it was James Bell." Alison Reeve's face remained impassive, while the other three registered various degrees of surprise. "I might be wrong, but it's the only explanation I can think of for the money." Serena Butler said, "Blackmail?" Smith nodded. "Or something like it. It's my guess that when Bell first met McFarlane's wife, he had no idea who she was. But they must have talked in between times, and there won't be too many Donald McFarlanes in the drilling business. A few more questions, and he'll have been pretty certain this was someone he met years ago up in Aberdeen. Now he discovers this chap has lots of influence and lots of money, and a local reputation to protect. We know that Bell liked to spend, and that he hated the flat in the Towers. He was a wide boy with a conviction for fraud, remember, and a player, as some of the ladies involved in this investigation have been saying from the start. This was too good a chance to miss. They sat and thought about it before Mike Dunn said, "So if McFarlane paid him off, what went wrong?" "I think it was the job first. Nothing wrong with that, asking an old acquaintance to put in a word. It happens all the time in the force," with a glance at Reeve, "except that one is not usually bedding the requestee's wife when one asks for such a favour. Well, not in my limited experience. Anyway, we know that Bell mentioned McFarlane and gave his company phone number when he first went into Marinor, and then he gets a job pretty quickly. After that, it's just speculation. Did McFarlane attach a condition that Bell kept away from his wife, or was that what the money was for? Maybe Bell demanded the money to do that, and then got in touch with her anyway. We should go back and get Mrs. McFarlane to tell us about every time she met Bell. But anyway, if anything like this happened, that would be enough to annoy Mr. McFarlane, wouldn't it? The point is this: only two people ever knew all the answers to those questions, and one of them isn't coming in for questioning any time soon, is he? If I'm right about McFarlane's part in all this, he has played it very cunningly. No texts, no phone calls. He won't have appeared at any of the important places, so no forensics, no contact with Philip Wood, and the payoff for Stuart Aves was not financial, not directly, so no bank account activity. He will have to explain the 4,000, but what's the betting that he has a perfectly convincing story about that? If anyone has any devastating questions for him that I haven't thought of yet, please put them on the back of a postcard today. They talked it through, but Smith received no postcards. Then Alison Reeve took over and told them what Wood had revealed in the second long interview. There had been no great conspiracy. Aves had contacted him on the Saturday afternoon and said that a friend of his needed a favour. He wanted the frighteners put onto someone. It was a person known to Aves already, a worker on the gas platform. This someone needed a bit of a warning, and that was all, and there would be a good drink in it for Wood. Aves never told him who the friend was or why they were warning off this somebody, and Wood didn't ask. Going to and fro from the platforms, dealing with the containers that went back and forth, was a useful business for Wood, and Aves was a more than useful person to have owing him a favour or two. Wood had told them in the first interview how they had met Bell in the pub, had persuaded him to have a drink or three despite the fact that he seemed to have other plans. At about 10:30 the three of them left. The pub was packed and noisy, and Wood did not know whether anyone would be able to say that they were seen leaving together. Aves was driving his Jeep thing, as Wood called it, and they went back to the Towers. Bell had said that his wife was away and that they could get a drink there, and he would pick up some more cash if they were going on to do some more drinking or partying. Wood said that Bell was pretty far gone, and they stood outside the flat for a while as he tried to unlock the door, long enough for Esme Fairhead to have seen them there. Once inside, Bell went to a drawer and took out a handful of 20s. Aves looked at Wood as if to say, "Ready?" and then he said to Bell something like, "I've got a message for you from a friend of mine. He says, lay off. He says, you'll know what he means." Bell had just laughed, and when Aves had repeated it, moving closer and making it a threat, Bell had told him to F off and gone into the bathroom. Wood had said then in the interview, "The funny thing is, he was singing in there, drunk and singing away, but he had a great voice." Aves had said to Wood, "Come on," and followed Bell into the bathroom. Wood had hesitated for a moment, his eyes on the drawer that contained the cash, and by the time he went into the bathroom, Bell had Aves by the neck, banging his head against the bathroom wall. Wood had punched Bell in the back, low down, aiming for the kidney, and it had the desired effect. Bell had let go and turned around, in a lot of pain, but still swinging a punch at Wood. Then Aves had put his foot into the middle of Bell's back and pushed him as hard as he could forward onto the bathroom sink. The sink had stopped him, but his head kept going and smashed into the cabinet above the sink, shattering the mirror. Bell had stood back and then collapsed onto the floor. There was some blood on the broken mirror. They assumed he had been knocked out and went back into the flat. After 10 minutes they went back in, but Bell had not moved. Aves had kicked him to wake him up, and then bent over and lifted his arm. There was a large pool of blood. Aves felt for a pulse in the neck. Wood said that he seemed to know what he was doing, and then he pulled Bell's head around. A sliver of the mirror was poking out from the side of his throat. Wood had made to run for it then, but Aves stopped him. He said that they were both in it now, and that they had to get rid of the body and any sign that they had been there. Then he told him that he, Wood, would have to stay and keep watch, while he, Aves, went to fetch something to move the body with. "And then what?" Wood had said. At that point he didn't think that Aves knew what to do. He thought that Aves was just going to leave him there. Aves left the scene, and Wood watched from the walkway outside, hiding in the shadow of a doorway. Aves was gone for more than an hour. Wood decided to leave as well, but on the stairs he met Aves coming back with a roll of carpet and a bucket with cleaning things in it. It was almost 1 o'clock in the morning, but now Aves seemed to have a plan. They rolled the body onto the carpet after wrapping it in some plastic sheeting and taping that up. Then they dragged the body into the hall and began mopping up the blood with tissues and toilet paper, flushing these away. They used cloths and disinfectant until all the visible blood had been cleared, but they were hurrying and probably missed some. Then they went over the flat, checking for any other signs that they had been there. Wood saw Aves pick up something and pocket it, but he didn't know what it was. Finally, Aves went down to get a sack barrow from his jeep. Wood went to the drawer and took the rest of the money. Smith said, "What a charming story, a sort of morality tale, isn't it? Where did they take the body?" Reeve said, "Straight to the boat. They left it on there until the morning and then went fishing." "And the boat came back considerably lighter than when it went out. Security cameras at Scanlon's?" Mike Dunn said, "Yes, and working, but only on the main gate and buildings. Wood has a key to the side gate." "Whose idea was the phone?" Reeve said, "Aves. This all rings true. Wood could never have thought of what they did next." Smith said, And I'm not certain that Aves did either. Where did he go in that hour? His place is no more than 10 minutes' drive. Pick up the bit of carpet and a bucket, he'd be back well inside half an hour. I suppose he might have stopped for a kebab, but it's more likely he went and got some advice, and I don't mean from Mrs. Archer. Sorry for the interruption, ma'am. No, something Wood said confirms that. He said that Aves came back with a plan. He suddenly had it all worked out. He told Wood to buy the phone. Then on the Monday morning they drove out to East Deans, sat in the car park, and Aves told Wood what he was going to have to do if he didn't want to face a murder charge. Smith looked at Serena Butler and Waters. Well, Mike's heard it, and John guessed it days ago. What happened next? Waters answered first. They got someone to take the Samsung mobile and a couple of other things belonging to Bell onto the platform using Bell's security pass. Close. Serena Butler said, no, they didn't involve anyone else. There was no need. Wood took the pass and the phone, and Aves told him where to put it. Smith said bingo, but how did Wood get off the platform? She said that was easier for him than it would have been for anyone else. If he'd ever been on the boat supplying the rigs, and I expect that he was, he knew all about the containers. Can you get inside them? Waters said, some of the water ones are big enough, and they have a cleaning hatch. And there are other wooden crates and boxes as well. You could hide and get lifted off. But they inspect them and secure them when they get them back onto the boats. It's in the video clip. They would have seen something, surely. Smith nodded with a serious frown. Yes, and being fine, upstanding citizens to a man, the employees of Scanlon Offshore Services would have called Lake Central and reported a stowaway. Waters remembered the men in the engineering workshop. Smith said, for all we know, Wood set something up on the Monday, and they were expecting him. All sorts goes on out there, and it always has, right from the early days. Mike Dunn said, what about the CCTV of Bell walking about in the middle of the night? Smith said, all designed to make the gullible believe that he was back on the platform. Aves told Wood where to go, and for all we know, Aves doctored the tape or threw away anything that didn't fit their story. Perhaps that's why Aves came back onto the platform when he wasn't actually on the rotor. Reeve interrupted him. Aves actually gave him a piece of paper with a map. He drew arrows showing where to go and where Bell's cabin was. New men come and go regularly. As long as he wasn't found in Bell's room, no one would take a lot of notice of a strange face. Aves had given him a high-vis jacket with all the right logos. He also had one of the outdoor coats they wear. And that piece of paper is where now, ma'am? Somewhere off the coast of Norway, if it's still afloat. Bugger. Reeve opened her phone to check the time. DC is right. We need much more on this. We've only just started, in fact. The more we can heap up on Mr. Aves, the more likely he is to give us the name we want. Can we put his vehicle in the dockside area at any time from 1 a.m. on the Sunday? Wood says they went out to Peter Black Sand and dumped Bell's body weighted down with bricks from Scanlon's yard. Aves says he was at home doing his garden. I want every premises between Scanlon's and the turn-off North Road checked for its CCTV, both sides. Do any of them have cameras that look over the road? Chris, if Aves went out on that boat miles into the wash and he had his phone with him, can we track it from masts? I'd like to see him explain that if we can. What else? Smith said, find out from Wood exactly where they parked the Nissan. We've had some rain. If it was soft, there might be tracks. And while it's here, check the vehicle for anything that can tie it to the area around Scanlon's. Perhaps there'll be pollen from a rare orchid. Waters was writing it down. But there probably won't be. Aves says he was in his garden. Can the neighbours see it? We need to talk to Mr. Dowling again, and a few others.
Did anyone see Aves pricking out his petunias? Oh, yes. You may mock, but these fingers are greener than they look. More importantly, can anyone remember seeing Aves arriving back in the afternoon? We can get an approximate time from Wood. If Aves decides to fight it, this is what the defence will do. So, we need to have been there first. We really need to encourage Philip, ma'am. He needs to give us enough to prove that he was not acting alone and that he isn't making malicious allegations. Until we've nailed his partner, he's in a bit of danger. Agreed. I'll take this back to him. Any other ideas? Questions? Serena Butler said, "This is going to look bad for Scanlons. Why don't we lean on them? Interview whoever was on the boat that Wednesday morning and whoever unloaded it, and mention the serious nature of the charges, the publicity that's coming to the management." Reeve said, "Fair enough, but Wood has said that he hid in a water container and got out when no one was around on the Wednesday morning. Do we need any more? It's Aves that we want now, people." Mike Dunn said, "Back to my question then, what do we do with him now?" Smith answered for Reeve. "We dropped him at home, and he has no other vehicle that we're aware of. Let him sweat for an hour or two. He might make a silly phone call. I suppose he might even send for a taxi. I reckon you and Serena, who he hasn't seen yet, ought to go and plant yourselves along the road. If there's a development, you'll be able to nab him straight away then." He looked around at them. The meeting had gone on for too long, and they were all three of them waiting for the signal to go and do something. That was what he wanted to see. He nodded, and then he and Reeve were alone at the table. "McFarlane." "Yes." They sat in silence, both facing it in their different ways. And then they could hear footsteps, short, brisk footsteps, snapping their way towards them along the corridor. They both turned to face the door.
"Ah, the very people!"
Alan came in and sat at the table, taking the seat that had been Mike Dunn's. He seemed artificially bright this morning, like one of those lamps that are sold to certain sad individuals to compensate them for the loss of summer sunlight. Smith was certain that he knew at least one of the reasons why. A name had been inked in by a serious crime statistic.
"Good, quick work on this James Bell thing. Well done to both of you."
Reeve said, "It was very much a team effort, sir."
"Good again. That's what we're always saying, isn't it? Teamwork. It always achieves more in the end than the brilliant centre-forward going it alone."
The footballing metaphor was an intentional common touch. The fact that it was 30 years out of date hardly seemed worth mentioning. It might be personal as well, of course, Smith being the brilliant centre-forward, but soccer, that's what they called it at the grammar school, never had been his game. He hadn't put on a pair of boxing gloves until he was in the army. That he could do, but it wasn't much of a team sport. He had lost track of what Alan was saying. This seemed to happen quite a lot. He refocused and heard,
"And what about the other man involved?"
Alan leaned over the files and found the name that he was looking for.
"Aves. Where are we with him?"
They told him, repeating much of what had just been said to the others. This was a part of Alan's job, to oversee and guide investigations when necessary. But there was something lacking in the way that he did it, something that always ended up with him seeming a little smug, a little superior. Smith said, "You said the other person, sir, but obviously there has to be a third, otherwise we are somewhat lacking a motive."
"Oh, I don't know. What about the cash? They saw him flashing it around, perhaps in the bar, then again in the flat. Plenty of people have been attacked for less, and they'd all been drinking. I see this going to manslaughter. The injuries to Bell, as described by Wood, are consistent with that. You don't often see a bathroom cabinet used as a murder weapon, you know." Smith was grateful that Reeve took over then, pointing out to Alan that the money was indeed significant, especially as there was a high probability that it had been taken out of McFarlane's Building Society account. Then Alan wanted to explain to them that high was a subjective judgment, and that probability was exactly the kind of word that defence barristers loved to hear from detectives on the witness stand. Nevertheless, the superintendent could see that the two of them were united on the need to interview Donald McFarlane. He said, "Right, you two shoot off and get some coffee or something, and let me look over what you've managed to put together. Give me 20 minutes. Reeves's look to Smith was a warning, and he kept his silence until they were halfway back to her office. In fact, she spoke first. "Well?" "Patronising pillock springs to mind." Not bad. Why are insults more effective when they alliterate? I suppose Sheila could have told us. I never heard her say worse than fudge unless she was reading it aloud from a book. A lady to the end. In her office, Smith watched in some trepidation as she filled the kettle from the jug and took 2 tea bags out of a drawer. On the other hand, in sometimes avoiding the powdered milk that she would offer, he had here first discovered that tea is sometimes best drunk weak and black. One has to look on the bright side. She said, "Don't worry, he has to let us speak to McFarlane. Under certain conditions." Such as? He thought about it. "Here in the station, so that he can keep an eye on us." "Any other guesses? I've got one." "Go on." "We're not to go and fetch him. We invite him in." Smith would have said the same. He looked at his watch and thought, it will be tomorrow now. And this next interview might be the last one that I ever do as a policeman, not under notice to resign on the grounds of, what would it say, ill health, unfitness for duty, decrepitude. How long would it take for a career to die? 1 month or 3, hanging around, fending off the sympathetic looks and fake congratulations, or taking leave owed so that you are not an embarrassment as new investigations begin that they don't want you to be a part of any more. The internal phone on Reeves's desk bleeped. She picked it up, listened, and sent Smith a look that said, "It's him." "Yes, we would, sir. That's the possible motive, isn't it?" More indistinct, disembodied words for another minute or so before she said, "Yes, sir," and put down the phone. Smith sipped at the tea, which seemed to have an aftertaste faintly reminiscent of creosote or wood stain. Did she keep the tea bags loose in her drawer? Reeve said, "Would we be disclosing to McFarlane everything that his wife told you about her relationship with Belle?" "No, I thought we'd miss out the whole sex thing and just concentrate on their shared interest in the sociology of working men's drinking places." "And I'm to make the phone call now, inviting him in for an interview." "Well, do your best to sound seductive, or he might decline our invitation. He's a busy man." He thought some more about the tea, and then upended the mug anyway. It was warm and wet. Chapter 25. Smith had listened on an earpiece when Alison Reeve made the call to McFarlane. When the company man had asked with some amusement whether he needed to bring his solicitor, Reeve had made the proper non-committal response. It was a good thing, perhaps, that Smith had no means of answering the question himself, because he would have said, "Well, sir, that depends on how guilty you're feeling today." All 4 of the detective constables had been present in the office, and the mingled tension and excitement had led to lowered voices as Smith and Reeve sat and reviewed their notes. John Murray had found a moment to say to Smith, "A bit of a tricky one," and that pretty much summed it up. In reply, Smith had asked about the prenatal classes and whether Murray had been practising high-speed nappy changes. He hadn't, but mother and baby were doing well. "Good," said Smith. "That puts all this nonsense into perspective, doesn't it?"
But now, approaching the interview room door, it didn't feel like nonsense. They had the impression from the phone call that McFarlane would not bring a solicitor, but people in this situation often change their mind about that at the last moment. If he had done so, who would it be? Christine Archer was acting for Stuart Aves, and could not, therefore, do the same for McFarlane. Someone from Pearson's, or the new firm that had taken offices on the marketplace? And it still troubled him. How had someone like Aves found exactly the right solicitor so quickly? Looking in through the window in the door, Smith could see that McFarlane was alone at the desk, chatting to the uniformed officer. He looked at home, looked as if in the corner out of sight he had brought along Audrey Meacham and her desk, so that he could continue working whilst dealing with the minor interruption of a police interrogation. The dark blue suit was expensively cut around his bulk, and the matching tie had on it what looked like the symbol of the local Conservative Association. Smith had to smile at that. The man had come fully prepared after all. Reeve was checking the arrangements for the video link with a uniformed female officer, another new one that Smith only recognized in passing. The time had been when he could have named every officer in the building and most of their husbands and wives, never mind what they liked to drink in the Featherstone Arms after a shift. But the Arms had gone, estate agent and optician, and so had the culture of commiseration and mutual support. Now, if you had a problem, the force would provide you with a talking therapist. Are there some that don't talk, he wondered, and a booklet about how to reconcile professional and personal priorities. A pint of bitter and a chaser used to achieve similar results in the right company. There is something gladiatorial about major interviews. Along the corridor as they waited, Smith could see other officers, some uniformed, some not, some standing and holding apparently innocuous conversations, others putting their heads briefly out of doorways to see whether they had gone in or not. Well, as gladiators today, they didn't have much in the way of weaponry. They had no aces either, if it was a game of poker, nothing to disclose at the appropriate moment that would throw McFarlane off his guard. Choosing not to have that solicitor at this first interview told them something. He was confident that he could answer their questions. He was certain that they had no evidence against him. Therefore he felt he could take the risk and appear as an innocent man with nothing to fear. Choosing to have the solicitor, rightly or wrongly, always implies that a man sees his situation somewhat differently to that. Then Reeve turned to him, her back straight, taking a breath, not smiling. "Ready?" "In our last conversation, sir, which I have noted down here," waving the little black notebook that seemed out of place among the iPads, desktops, cameras, and recording devices on the table, "you said that you vaguely remembered the name James Bell from your times working up in the Scottish fields. Has your memory become any clearer since we had that conversation, Mr. McFarlane?" He had asked to be called Donald again. Reeve had done so, and so Smith decided that he would not. "I'm afraid that it hasn't. As I said before, there were many men coming and going all the time in those days. Bell is not an uncommon name, and neither is James. It was a long time ago." Smith looked into the notebook again as if he had already done the calculation. "About 15 or 16 years. "Yes." "Do you know why we have asked you to come and see us today?" "It can only be about Mr. Bell's disappearance, and I'm willing to help in any way that I can, though I don't see that there is anything to add. My company has put out a statement regretting the loss, and he was actually an employee of Marinor. If, just to be absolutely clear, you are saying that you have not recently met or spoken to anyone who you knew from those early days in Aberdeen?" "No, I haven't said that. I've said that I haven't met or spoken to anyone called James Bell from those early days." The correction brought Smith's eyes up onto Macfarlane's face for the first time, a look that lasted for 3 or 4 seconds. Macfarlane held his gaze steadily. Smith said, "Have you then been in touch with someone else from those days recently?" "No." "Then you could simply have answered my first question with no, couldn't you?" To some listening in and watching the video link, it would seem like a game of semantics. Others would realize that it was much more than that. Smith looked down and opened one of the folders. Then he said, as if only to himself, "Very odd." It was a cue for Alison Reeve. What's puzzling for us, Donald, is that although you are saying that you have not encountered James Bell here in King's Lake, he does seem to be in your life a number of times, if you'll pardon the expression. For example, you were, 3 weeks ago, working on the same gas platform for a fortnight. The platforms are not that large, are they? Yet you say you never met him there? That isn't surprising, Inspector. The men work shifts, and I do not. Neither do I spend all of the week on there. Sometimes I might go out for only a day in the week. There is no reason, when I am there, for me to have any contact with the roustabouts." She nodded as if she was accepting the answer at face value. Macfarlane looked away from her towards Smith, but it was Reeve who spoke again. "But that's just the start of it, Donald. Are you aware that when Mr. Bell first approached Marinor looking for work, he used your name? That he even gave the personnel officer your Nordco telephone number?" "No, I was not aware of that, and I don't know how it could have happened." "You did not at any point endorse his application to Marinor?" Macfarlane had small eyes in a broad, round face, but they were sharp eyes. They had narrowed a little when he spoke again. "Obviously not. I have already said that I have had no contact with him at all. It is possible that he had recognized me, of course, and tried to use that to his advantage, though I have no idea where he might have seen me before he went onto the platform." Smith said, "Yes, I'd thought of that, and I'd go along with it if it were not for all the other things." "Other things, Sergeant?" Smith shrugged and looked a little bemused. "To be honest, sir, it's difficult to know where to begin." He seemed to make up his mind, though, and leafed through the open folder until he had the right page. Macfarlane's eyes went there too, but Smith knew that the print was too small and dense for him to read upside down. "Do you recall making a visit to the Eastern Shires Building Society on Monday the 10th of March, sir?" Surprise for the first time, which Macfarlane then smoothed into an appropriately puzzled smile as he answered that he did. Smith confirmed with him the amount that had been taken out in cash, commenting that £4,000 was a sizable sum. "Well, Sergeant, 18th birthday presents do not come cheap. It's a while since I had to buy one. Please tell us what you did with the money. We have a very good reason for asking." "It was for Alicia, his niece, his brother's daughter. He and his brother had agreed to go halves to buy her a car for her 18th. Macfarlane had driven down to Northampton and given his brother the money the day after he had taken it out. When Smith asked why he had not simply carried out a bank transfer, the answer was ready. His brother had made an excellent deal, in a hurry and for cash. Macfarlane said that he hoped that that didn't mean anything illegal had been done." "What does your brother do, sir?" "He's a financial advisor." "I see. And naturally he will confirm everything you have just told us." There was no doubt of that. They all knew it. Macfarlane asked what any of that had to do with James Bell. Smith said, "That's a very good question. Just before he disappeared, Bell came into a sum of money. He gave some of it to his wife and some to his father, and some of it was stolen from him. We can account for most of it, though. We reckon it amounted to about £4,000. In the silence they could hear the faint humming of a fan in the recorder, and voices far off in the building. Reeve continued, "The really odd thing, Donald, is this. Because the money was in new notes, we were able to trace it. The cash that James Bell gave away and spent, and the cash that was stolen from him, passed over the counter of the same branch of the Eastern Shires Building Society that you visited on or about Monday the 10th of March. Now they were both looking at him intently. MacFarlane said, "I don't know what I can say to help you. It is odd, but there aren't that many banks and building societies in the town when you think about it. I didn't spend any of the money in Lake. It all went to Northampton." Smith said, "Don't worry, sir. We will follow that up, see if we can find any of it, just for your peace of mind." MacFarlane's lips tightened into a small smile. "And you say that some of this money was stolen from him? Was this before he disappeared from the platform?" "As it happens, we don't think so. We believe that it was taken after Mr. Bell was attacked in his flat. During this attack, he sustained injuries which led to his death shortly afterwards. The money was taken at that point." Smith's delivery of this had been matter-of-fact, as if he had been giving details of a minor traffic offence. MacFarlane looked at both of the detectives in front of him, frowning. "Attacked? I don't understand. How did he get onto the platform if—" "He didn't, sir. His ID tag did, and one or two small personal items. Someone went to a lot of trouble to make us believe that he was there, but he never left his flat alive." Another pause, one which had to be well judged. Too long, and the suspect appears to admit guilt by their inability or unwillingness to speak. Too short, and they seem to be giving prepared responses without really listening to what they have just been told. MacFarlane timed it to perfection. "Are you saying this isn't some kind of joke, Sergeant?" "We like to think we have a sense of humour, but it doesn't extend to making up stories about violent attacks that lead to death, depriving a woman of her husband and a daughter of her father, sir." "You say that you believe this is what happened. Based on what, if I may ask?" Reeve said, "Based on good forensic evidence and a full confession from one of the men involved." "You say that he died? What happened to— Where is he? The body, sir?" Smith was wearing his full and most helpful smile as he interrupted. Depending on one's point of view, the interviewee had just made his first tiny mistake. They had given no indication as to whether or not they now had the body of James Bell, but MacFarlane's question might imply that he knew they could not or should not have found it. "Yes. The men involved disposed of the body quite effectively. Lots of people are under the misapprehension that without a body there can be no trial, but that's a mistake. And now that one of them has admitted what they did, again supported by the forensic evidence, it's a formality, really." "An extraordinary story. And you say he was killed for the money in his flat?" "Oh, no, sir, we don't think that was the motive at all." Reeve turned another page in her folder before she spoke. "As I was saying earlier, Donald, James Bell seems to have links to you that you seem to have been quite unaware of. Let's move on to more of those. Can you tell me when you last visited the private members' club in Silver Street, Kings Lake, known as Velvet?" It was impossible to know exactly how much Marion MacFarlane had told her husband since the interview at their house. Smith had decided to work on the assumption that she would by now have told him everything. Even so, and though he must have been prepared for that question, it made him more uncomfortable than any they had asked before it. This was the most dangerous area for MacFarlane, and they all knew it. If he was going to win the Most Dissembling Suspect of the Year award, it would be in the next few minutes. "I do not see why you are asking questions about my private life." Smith said, "That's easy enough to explain, sir. James Bell was a member as well." "I am not a member." "And we haven't said that you are. Inspector Reeve asked when you last visited the club, that's all. But when you said 'as well' just now, you were implying that—" He stopped himself, aware that his own temper had caught him off guard. The detective sergeant was looking at him expectantly, and the eyes that did so were cold and acute, almost predatory. They were not at all the eyes of the bumbling, rather shabby policeman who had sat in his office less than a fortnight ago, asking irrelevant questions and more interested, it seemed, in a good cup of coffee than the disappearance of a roustabout. Smith saw him regrouping and frowned. "Mr. McFarlane, you are aware that we have already interviewed your wife?" "Yes, of course. Only she was very forthcoming, if you see what I mean. We believe that she told us everything that she knows about this matter, and I was just assuming that she had told you what she had told us, if that's not a bit too convoluted. So we'll go to the bottom line. When did you find out that your wife was having an affair with James Bell?" "About an hour after she told you that she was. She telephoned me and asked me to come home from the office. I did so, and she told me what had happened." Reeve said, "Did you know that she was having an affair with someone, Donald?" "Yes, but affair is the wrong word." Smith said, "Is it? We're not here to judge you, Mr. McFarlane. That'll be someone else's job. But I do like a bit of etymology. What's the right word for it?" There was something highly irritating about the sergeant now, something almost jaunty, and the questions felt more and more like left jabs flicked out into his face, landing on the same spot time after time and beginning to sting. They had a sexual relationship, that's all. Affair suggests something underhand and secretive. The whole point about an adult club is to make it not like that, but to be open about people's needs. Ah, yes, open. That's what Marion said about your marriage, an open marriage. Your wife is a regular visitor to the Velvet Club, isn't she? McFarlane was certain to see the question as a jibe, as mocking his masculinity in some way, and Smith left it hanging in the silence. How far should he go? He could wound the man on the other side of the desk time and again. He could do it easily, and he was aware that he wanted to do so, for at least 2 reasons. He didn't like the man very much, and the more he questioned him, the more he disliked him. But beyond that was his knowledge that McFarlane had only to keep his nerve and be a little lucky, and he would get away with what he had done to James Bell, to Lucy Bell, and to Leah Bell. Smith knew that this knowledge was making him angry enough to affect his own judgment, and that might ruin the small chance they had of charging McFarlane with what he had done, and so he drew back and looked at Alison Reeve. She said, "I hope that you can see why we had to speak to you, Donald. We have to look for motives in any crime, but especially so when someone is violently assaulted, as James Bell was. Your wife was in a relationship with him, and it's pointless bandying words about what sort of relationship that was. We're all adults here. But that does give you a motive, doesn't it? It gave you a reason to have Mr. Bell threatened and then attacked. It went too far. There was a freak injury, and he died as a result. I have to put these things to you. Is that what happened?" "Some of it might be, but how should I know? It was not until yesterday that I knew of their relationship, when my wife told me that she had met him. How could I have had him threatened and attacked when I didn't even know who he was, let alone where? I accept, Inspector, that you are only doing your job, but the idea is absurd." McFarlane paused and looked at them, and then he even glanced up at the camera. "And you say someone has confessed? You have him in custody, obviously. Ask this person if he has any connection to me. Perhaps you already have.
I can only assume that the answer was no, or I would have heard about it by now." Well, thought Smith, they don't pay you 90 grand a year for nothing. McFarlane had worked it all out some time ago, and he had rehearsed that little speech, or something like it, plenty of times. Smith said, "Oh, I'm sorry, sir. We should have made it clear. We have 2 people in custody now, but only one of them has owned up to it yet." McFarlane could not have known that Aves had been rearrested, but little could be read into the surprise that he showed. 2 of them? Well, ask them both the same question. Do either of them have any connection to me? Is anyone saying that I was in any way involved? Smith looked across to Alison Reeve, and she nodded. He said, "As it happens, the answers to your first question is yes. One of the people that we have in custody has a clear connection to you." Another silence as the company man went through the pantomimes of first surprise and then puzzlement. Who could it possibly be? In the end, he simply shook his head. Smith said, "Could you tell us about your relationship with Stuart Aves, sir?" "You are not suggesting—" "That is beyond absurd, Inspector." He had known, he said, Stuart Aves for a little over 2 years. Aves had taken over from the previous head of security about a year into the contract and had done a much better job. As he talked, McFarlane stopped periodically to tell them again that he did not believe for a moment that Aves had anything to do with all this. When asked whether they would find Aves's phone number on his mobile, McFarlane offered it up immediately, saying yes, of course they would, and when asked when was the last time that he called it, he said that he honestly had no idea, but it wasn't recently. Smith said, "The security contract is up for renewal, isn't it? How much say do you have in that?" "It isn't my decision, Sergeant." "With respect, sir, that isn't what I asked, is it?" It was fairly obvious to both of them by now that they had long passed the point of sending each other Christmas cards. McFarlane's sigh was an impatient rather than a wistful one. "Obviously I am consulted about how I see security in the day-to-day running of the platform." "And I imagine that your word would carry a lot of weight then, sir." "Imagine what you will, Sergeant. I would not know how to measure it." "Have you discussed the contract's renewal with Stuart Aves?" "No." "Has he tried to discuss it with you?" "No." The curt answers made it clear that the man in front of them now was not the smiling, slightly puzzled, but more than willing to help citizen of an hour ago. Reeve made a note of the time on her pad, and Smith knew that she was going to end this soon, and he knew how she was going to end it as well. He said to McFarlane, "One more thing, sir. On the evening of Saturday the 15th of March, you went to a Rotarians' dinner?" "Yes, good God, don't tell me you think they are involved as well." "Was it a long-standing engagement, sir?" "What do you mean?" "Well, I imagine these things are known about months in advance, aren't they?" "Yes, obviously." Smith looked into the notebook for one last time. "In that case, why did you only invite your wife to go with you on the Saturday afternoon, if you had known about the dinner for months? Why leave it so late?" "I honestly cannot remember. I expect that I thought she would prefer it to sitting at home in front of the television." Smith's smile was a sad one as he closed the Alich. "But that's not what she had planned for the evening. She told us that. She was going to meet James Bell before you, at the very last minute, asked her to accompany you to a Rotary Club dinner." McFarlane also knew that they were close to the end of the interview. He shifted his weight a little in the seat. "Obviously I could not have known that at the time, but I will say this, Sergeant. Despite your assumptions about people who lead lives different to your own, my wife is an excellent one. She is supportive and loyal. Without her,
I would not be where I am today." Smith looked around the interview room and then back at Macfarlane. "I don't doubt that for a moment, sir." Chapter 26. "And remember, 2 out of 3 isn't bad." That was the culmination of Superintendent Allen's congratulatory pep talk to the assembled team of detectives in the incident room at 9:30 the following morning. As ever, it was followed by a short and awkward silence before Alison Reeve thanked him, and he left the room. Half an hour earlier, Allen had quizzed the two of them about the strength of the case against Aves, who had continued to deny any involvement despite the disclosure of further forensic evidence and the likelihood of more to come. In a jury trial, one can never be certain of the outcome, and much depends on the quality of the defence team. Smith said then that he had suspicions that the defence team in this case would be a strong one. Allen had asked why. Smith had said that with a solicitor like Christine Archer, it was unlikely that they would get a soft barrister. He also then said openly to the two senior detectives what had been in his mind from the moment that he saw that solicitor through the interview room door, that there had been a promise made to Aves that if things went badly, he would be taken care of in return for his silence. Allen had said, "Really, Smith? You think that Donald Macfarlane has that sort of criminal mind? That he planned the whole thing as meticulously as that?" "Yes, I do, sir." Allen had considered it. "Well, I suppose it is not inconceivable, but there is no evidence at all. I know that you will check out all that he told you in the interview, but unless something concrete turns up, we cannot pursue Macfarlane. I want that fully understood. In the past, there have been occasions when you have used the tactic of, getting in people's faces, but there is no call for it here. Of course, if Aves does change his story, that's a different matter." "He won't, sir, if I'm right about a deal being made." Alison Reeve had said, "What makes you so certain, DC?" "If he sticks with his innocent plea, he cannot name anyone else. A good barrister might stay with that almost to the trial and then advise a late change of plea, but by that point Aves would not be able to do any sort of deal, not enough to affect a likely sentence if he's found guilty. My guess is that it will reduce to manslaughter, and a good QC will focus attention on Wood as the low-life career criminal. It will be one's word against the other as to what happened in the bathroom if Aves does plead in the end. Aves might do a few years. That's all." Allen had said, "For a policeman, you don't have much faith in our criminal justice system, do you, Smith?" "On the contrary, sir, I do. I think it's the best in the world, but I don't have much faith in the people involved in it today." "Well, I have to say I think that's a pretty fine distinction." "Thank you, sir." When Allen left the room, the tension disappeared. Smith found a £10 note in his pocket and sent Waters down to the canteen. John Murray went with him, saying that he wanted to take a picture of the tray of drinks for Maggie. There was no way she would believe him otherwise. When Waters returned, they all sat and talked for 20 minutes, half about the case and half not, relaxed, chatty, even Serena Butler, who now seemed to have a regular seat next to Mike Dunn. The sergeant in charge will need to keep a weather eye on that one, thought Smith, acknowledging again to himself that after this afternoon it might not be him. At the end of the 20 minutes, neither he nor Reeve had to get them back to work. They all knew that the investigation was not over, that days of paperwork lay ahead, and that there were still lines of inquiry to pursue. Waters asked first what he should do next. Smith said, "Find Macfarlane's brother. He gave us contact details. I'm surprised he didn't have it all printed out, ready, a sworn statement confirming that brother Donald gave him 4,000 quid for half a car. Contact the brother and arrange to interview him. See proof of the purchase and all the details."
You mean go down to Northampton?
Yes. Have you got your passport with you today? Waters smiled, no doubt thinking about which pool car he'd be able to take, and Smith nodded to Murray, which meant that he would be going along for the ride.
Reeve said, "Are you getting in McFarlane's face?"
"Not really, unless the two of them look very much alike. I wonder if they're twins. We should also do a check to see if Mr. Donald has another phone account hidden away, and a full check on the one he's been so open about. If you think we're going to annoy the super by doing this stuff, say so."
"And then what?"
"Then I won't keep bothering you by telling you what we're doing."
"You want to keep after him? For how long? If that's not an impudent question to ask my sergeant."
"Until I'm convinced that he's beaten us."
"How long does that usually take?"
"Years."
Serena Butler and Mike Dunn were listening to them.
Smith said, "And then he gets an entry in a very exclusive notebook which sits on my shelf at home."
Reeve was smiling at the other two. "And what happens to them after that?"
"Every now and then I take it down and look through it. I say to myself, has he really beaten us, or she? There are a couple of ladies in there. Has anything changed? Is there some new forensics miracle that would make it worth digging out the old evidence? Is someone who knew the truth now in prison or on their deathbed? If I dressed up as a Catholic priest, would they finally tell me what happened?"
Mike Dunn was laughing. Reeve said to them both, "You think he's joking, don't you?" And Mike Dunn answered that he hoped so. Serena Butler thought before she spoke, and then she said, "No." Reeve looked from her to Smith. Then she said, "OK, let's look at the money again. Does Donald McFarlane have other accounts? Does his wife have accounts? In between typing up your full evidence reports, you two can sort that out. Superintendent Allen has told me that Wood's charge will be in the evening news today. He'll want to handle that. Somehow I'm going to use Stuart Aves's rearrest as a reason for going back to Nordco and Marinor to ask about the security contract process. DC, you'd better do some deep breathing and stretching. 3 o'clock in the old gym. Alan reminded me again this morning." At lunchtime he took a walk around the station, heading for the reception desk and Charlie Hills, but taking the scenic route. There wasn't a room that he had not been in at some time during the past 20 years, and for every room he could have told you which cases had taken him there, which villain or victim had told him their story in that place. In 20 years he had been confronted here by every example of man's inhumanity to man and woman and child, it seemed, but also by acts of extraordinary bravery and kindness. He could remember the courageous individuals who had come into the building and given up the names of family members and friends before disaster could strike, and to him there was no greater act of unselfishness than that. Had human nature changed in those 20 years? Many people are a little more isolated, more inward-looking, somewhat lonelier than they used to be, perhaps, but they're still people, when all is said and done. Charlie was leaning over a table behind the counter when Smith came in through the side door. The detective filled the kettle from a jug on another table and switched it on. Charlie continued reading as he spoke. "All right, DC." "Yes, Charlie, just feeling a bit fin de siècle." "Really? My dad used to get that. The doc told him to chew licorice root. Apparently it's good for the digestion." "I'll bear it in mind." Smith moved closer and saw that the desk sergeant was reading the day's Lake Evening News. They ought to change the name of the paper if it was out by lunchtime. Charlie turned it back to the front page and pointed. "Congratulations are in order, I see. D.I. Reeve and her team strike again." The two right-hand columns were headed, "Missing rig worker, local man is charged."
Smith skimmed through it, checking only for the correctness of the details, of which there were few. The novelty of reading about cases in which he had played a part had long since vanished, and inaccurate publicity could sometimes do more harm than good to an investigation, but all seemed okay here. How the hell do they get it out so quickly? It was only in the magistrates 3 hours ago. Technology, DC. The reporter sits there typing it up on his doodah as it goes along. He clicks send and it's on a screen in the newspaper office. Someone else clicks print and it's on paper and in a van. The only delay is likely to be the never-ending roadworks in North Lane. If they've run out of fibre-optic cable again, the papers arrive on time. It's marvellous how it all fits together, really. The kettle boiled. Smith put 2 tea bags into 2 mugs and stared for a moment at the darkening liquid. How many times had he drunk from these mugs, or mugs very like them, over the years? He said, "Any sign of reception reconstruction?" "No, it might be just one of those things that you never hear about again. Or maybe after she saw us, she reported that they need to demolish the entire station and start over." The trick with tea made in the mug is to remove the tea bag quickly, more quickly than you imagine that you would need to, and that way you avoid the excessive aftertaste of tannin. Smith dropped them into the waste bin under the counter. Charlie had gone back to the paper, leafing through it, as only local newspapers can be leafed through. Smith felt in his trouser pocket for the twist of silver foil that he had prepared earlier, before he left home. The bottle had been at the back of the medicine cupboard for 3 years. There was no date on it, and no label detailing the contents. Only the consultant's own handwriting on a plain label, very legible handwriting for a change, because the man had clearly wanted no mistakes to be made with what he was giving to the patient's husband. The fellow was a senior policeman after all, and in discussions over several days, as they prepared to send her home to die in peace, the 2 men had come to an understanding. The label said, "1 only to be taken as required, no more than 3 in any 24 hours. Smith had said to the consultant that he presumed it was some form of morphine, and the consultant had not said that it was not. When they left the hospital that spring morning, the consultant himself had talked to the door with them, and Smith had taken his hand and thanked him for all that they had done, and that he personally had done. The consultant had said, as the nurses helped her into the taxi, "The final blessing is to be free of the pain. You might not need them all. If you do, if you need more, come and see me in person. Don't go through my secretary for that. Goodbye, Mr. Smith, and good luck." Sheila had gone almost a month before she took the first of them, and when she did so their effect was dramatic. She could sit up again and walk with a stick into the garden for a few minutes. Her appetite improved a little, and Smith had blessed the doctor again in his absence. How does one value those final weeks, days, hours, and minutes? For the first time in his life, Smith had forgotten about work. He could not have told anyone a detail of the case that he had been dealing with before he took compassionate leave, and the Alich notebook on his desk lay untouched for 6 weeks. The fall, as she came back into the house, had seemed innocuous, but he sent for the GP anyway. She felt the bones in the thin, pale arm, and said that she thought there was a hairline fracture, that Sheila really ought to go to accident and emergency. In the kitchen, Smith had said, "This is the cancer and the treatment weakening the bones, isn't it?" "Yes," the doctor had said. He had asked her, "So what can they do?" Then he had answered his own question. "There's nothing they can do, but they'll keep her in, and she wants it to end here, in her home."
The GP had said, "I can give her something for the pain." 72 hours later he called the same GP again, and she had said, "I'm on my way, Mr. Smith, but—" And then the pause, because she did not quite know how to say what she had to say. "You know, don't you," she had said, "that in these circumstances the police have to be there as well. Would you like me to call them for you?"
Charlie Hills said, "What have you got there?" Smith looked down at the tablets in the silver foil. "These are my antidepressants, Charlie. I've been on them for years. That's why I'm always so cheerful. Would you like one?" "No, thanks, DC. I'm happier being miserable." He had brought 2 of them. 3 years is a long time. Most tablets expire long before that, and his thought had been it would be a bugger to take one and find that it wasn't quite enough. Might as well be hung for a sheep as a lamb. If he collapsed with a heroin overdose in the middle of a police fitness test, well, that would be something, wouldn't it? That would be going out in some style. And it was a shot to nothing because, though a little better, his knee wasn't yet up to the beep test. It was either the tablets, and maybe he would still fail, or no tablets, and fail for certain. He sipped the tea. It could have done with 10 seconds less tea bag, and considered it again, one or both. Charlie Hills said, "I didn't realize that you could get better just by looking at them. Maybe I will have a go." Smith swallowed. One of the tablets caught in the back of his throat, and his mouth was quickly full of the acrid taste. He drank more tea to wash it down and looked at his watch. Half an hour to go. Time to put on the tracksuit. Might as well look the part. He turned to Charlie and said, "We who are about to die," followed by a salute, which Charlie returned. Then, as he walked along the corridor towards the locker room, he found that his mind was full of Ralph Greenwood, images of him sitting by Joan Riley as she quietly died, and of their final conversation in the snowy garden of Lily House. If Ralph could see him now. Sometimes life is just circles and ironies. The hand that he brought up to his face was shaking a little, as if he held in it a heavy iron bar instead of a cigarette. He steadied it between his lips, took a slow pull, and then watched again as the glowing tip danced before the back of Lakes Central Police Station. But the lights in the building were a little wavy too, and he could not be quite certain what was happening. If it had not been a cold and blustery spring dusk, he would have sworn the station was shimmering in a heat wave. He'd better get this all sorted out before he drove home. That much was definite. There had been 7 officers present at the assessment, all male and all likely suspects as fellow malingerers. Smith knew 2 of them, and the 3 stood together as the instructor-cum-assessor gave out the instructions and demonstrated how to use the dyno to show upper body strength. "This," said the instructor from behind his barrel of a chest, "will show whether you have sufficient power to subdue and apprehend a fighting or struggling suspect. Let's have a volunteer to demonstrate the technique." One of Smith's acquaintances stepped forward, and Smith said to the other, "And if you don't, you can always use parts of your vehicle. I find a car door highly effective." The instructor glared round, searching for whoever had spoken. "The only reason any of us are here today is because you all missed at least one previous assessment. Concentration, please." Smith watched and listened then, but the dyno held no fears for him. The free weights in his garage were still in regular use. With such a small group of reprobates, the instructor made it personal, and at the end he read out their dyno scores in reverse order. Smith came second, despite being, he was sure, the oldest man still standing in what must be the oldest police gym in England. And now that we are all nicely warmed up, it's the one you've all been looking forward to, gentlemen. Let's get beeping." There were more comments and mutterings as they went through the recommended stretches, but Smith had fallen silent. The exercise on the dyno had pushed up his heart rate and circulation, pumping whatever was in those tablets around his body. He bent the knee cautiously as he worked the hamstring. He could feel no pain at all. The problem was that he couldn't feel anything else either. He looked down at his arms and legs, and everything seemed to be working normally. No one was giving him odd looks, but he felt like a puppet whose strings were being snipped off one by one. And then they were lined up like schoolboys on sports day, and a loud, echoey voice was counting down. Smith ran hard, ran for all he was worth, and the air and the noise rushed past his face. Stop, turn, it doesn't matter which leg, turn and run again, beat the sound, don't, whatever you do, come last. The air wasn't air at all, but water sloshing around him as he pulled his way through it towards another turn, and another, and another. Everywhere was arms and legs and gasps, and the beeps were running into each other like a car alarm, or maybe it was a heart monitor and he had just died. A heavy hand, so heavy, slapped his shoulder, and the instructor was saying that Grandad had put them all to shame. But you've all got through it somehow, you idle bastards. Breathing deeply wasn't helping at all, and he realized that whatever was happening to him was going to continue for a long time. At least here, in his favourite smoking place next to the police mortuary, they wouldn't have far to carry him if he was still here in the morning. He looked up over the building and into the night sky. That orange glow, that city radiance, he thought, is especially bright tonight. Tonight of all nights. This is what he told them, of course, the sixth formers there to listen, lynx-eyed, to the old policeman lecturing them about drugs. He told them drugs make you feel wonderful. For a while. He always said that it was only for a little while, but actually this looked like it was going on for quite a long while. He might have to rewrite that bit, make a note of it tomorrow, if he ever got there. Not that he felt that wonderful. Something else had been apparent for some time now, and that was that he was eventually going to be sick. It was like a goods train a long way down the line, coming on slowly but unstoppably. Hopefully it would be properly dark by the time that it arrived, and no one else would see the state that he was in. They might assume he had been drinking, of course, and what an irony that would be, if his desperate efforts to remain in the force had given Alan a reason to dismiss him from it after all. He tried to smile, but could not be certain that he had succeeded, and it was all such a bother, to be honest, trying to work it all out, what he would say if anyone came along and asked if he was all right. After he was sick, he thought he might feel better, as one does after drinking too much, but he only felt different, colder, somehow thinner and still light-headed. He had lost track of the time, but it was properly dark now, and there were not so many lights on in the station. No one had walked by. He thought about where he could sleep this off in there, in the good old Kings Lake Central Station. He had slept in there more than once on camp beds, but that was years ago. Now it would be frowned upon, health and safety. He attempted another smile because he didn't feel very healthy or safe out here. He wanted to sleep, and decided to smoke another cigarette in order to keep awake a little longer. He didn't appear to be shaking as much, but the exhaustion was rising up through him like a tide, running into the harbour, lifting all the boats, making them swing about on their moorings, getting quite dizzy now. Someone had appeared in front of him, someone tall, someone with a voice that he recognized. A hand came out of the darkness and took hold of his arm,
and the dizziness became suddenly a flood of gratitude that some kind person was pulling him out of all this and onto the harbour wall. Harbour, a place of safety and sailing ships and fish and chips. Smith heard himself saying, "Must have overdone it in the fitness test. I've had a bit of a turn." And then he heard Waters saying, "Let's find Charlie, DC. We'll take you home." As they walked away, a voice was asking Waters why he isn't in Northampton. Chapter 27. Morpheus, king of dreams, is the favourite son of Somnus, the god of sleep, so named, perhaps, because as we think we rest, he reshapes our realities into things that we barely recognise. Smith rarely remembered dreams, and so had come to believe that he rarely had them. But now, as the chill March morning light forced its way through the bedroom curtains at 7:15, the dreams of last night returned to him. There had been people in his house. Listening hard now, he could hear nothing, but at some time there had been people in the house. He remembered searching for them, though whether he actually left his bed he could not be certain. He searched room by room and then realized that there was a girl buried in every bedroom, but if that was true, where was the fourth one? What had he missed? These girls were young and beautiful, but very cold and pale. Later, in another dream, they had left him, but now there was a voice. A woman's voice in the darkness, talking in secret, laughing at him. And again, when he searched, he could find nothing. But how can you find a sound? Someone played his guitar, and that silenced her. But this was cruel, because this time it was not the guitar gently weeping, but the woman. Getting upright was much easier than he expected. He sat on the edge of the bed, and there was none of the nausea that is always present after drunkenness, not even a bad taste in the mouth. He felt a little cold still, and the odd sensation of being thinner than he expected was still present. But his mind was clear, lucid even, and his mind was telling him this isn't right yet. That idea you just had about going into work as usual, you'd better forget it. He stood up gingerly and then sat down again, a safe enough manoeuvre, save for the fact that there seemed to be some sort of delay between one part of his physical body performing an action and the rest of him arriving at the new destination. It might be as much as 2 seconds. As he was sitting down again, he decided to take the opportunity to examine the knee that was the cause of all the trouble in the first place. It was somewhat swollen, but not tender. He flexed it, and there was still no pain, which he concluded was more evidence that the drug was still in his system. The delay thing meant that it would not be safe to drive, and then he remembered the lift home, Charlie driving his own car and Waters in the back, keeping him talking. That meant that he had no car this morning anyway, his own being still parked at the station. In the kitchen he found that he was hungry enough to eat. He made scrambled eggs, did it properly, the way they both liked it, with butter and milk and a grinding of black pepper, and he made 2 rounds of wholemeal toast to go with it. Everything tasted extraordinary, and he had to make a conscious effort to eat slowly, to chew the food rather than to swallow it in freshly bitten mouthfuls. What would coffee be like? Intrigued, he made some of that pricey Australian skyberry that had disappointed him a little a week ago, but this morning it seemed to be worth every penny. So then, food and drink were very interesting, but the sense of separation bothered him. Still sitting at the dining table, he moved his mind onto work, onto what needed to be done on the case before the end of the day, and it simply would not go there. His mind would not go to work, literally. He could recall the names, the interviews, the events, but had no sense of purpose, no means of arranging them into a logical sequence of things to be done. He moved to the sofa and took his phone out of his dressing-gown pocket. In his dressing-gown at, 10 minutes past 8? Is it any wonder that addicts can't work? All they want to do is sit around and wonder what poached eggs would have been like instead. He leaned back, closed his eyes, and fell asleep. 2 hours later he was woken by a pinging from his mobile on the arm of the sofa. He picked it up and noted that the delay seemed to have shortened considerably. There were 2 messages. He must have slept through the first one, which had arrived almost an hour ago. It was from Waters. "John and I just off to Northampton. Hope you're feeling better. Chris." Silly boy. No need for him to keep me updated like that, he thought. And then, quite unexpectedly, he had a lump in his throat, because the update had simply been an excuse to write the second part of the message. The second text was from Charlie Hills. "I was in 2 minds about whether to take you to A&E last night. You said something about painkillers on an empty stomach. Most people keep those in the packet, not in a bit of silver foil. I suppose you get your paracetamol loose at the Saturday market. Anyway, reply in 15 minutes or I'm coming round to give you mouth-to-mouth." Charlie's way of checking that he was conscious. He sent back, "Feeling better. Might be in later. Thanks for last night. P.S. If you do come round, can you make sure you've cleaned your teeth?" That should do the trick. Sleep seemed to be the thing. While he was wondering whether he should fall asleep again, he did so, but this time only 20 minutes had elapsed, and now the phone was ringing properly. It was Alison Reeve. "David, I just spoke to Charlie, and he told me that you're back in the land of the living. How are you? What happened?" Why weren't they getting on with some work instead of spending the entire morning talking about him, texting him and phoning him up? "Feeling a lot better, ma'am. I expect I just pushed myself too hard. You know, it's a weakness of mine. I've always had an overdeveloped sense of competition, and I didn't want to let Superintendent Allen down. He was in earlier. I told him that you'd got through it. He just said excellent and walked out. I haven't heard from him since." "You've had a whole morning off? You owe me, then." "Seriously? Are you okay?" "Yes, really. I told Charlie I took some painkillers on an empty stomach and felt a bit woozy. That's all. Nothing to worry about. I'll come in this afternoon." "You don't need to. Everyone is busy. They make a nice team for a bunch of misfits. How do you do that?" "Fear. It's the only way." "Rubbish." She laughed, but thought, that's true in a funny sort of way. They are afraid of letting you down. And how do you do that? She said, "Aves was remanded this morning, no problems, and we should have the next lot of results by Tuesday. I'm talking to CPS this afternoon. It looks good to me. I think we've got him, DC." "And 2 out of 3 isn't bad?" "Don't put McFarlane in your special book just yet. Take the rest of the day off, and I'll see you Monday." A few minutes later he received a text from her. "I forgot to say, DCI Cara Freeman is in the building. She came in looking for you earlier, has obviously heard something about the Bell case. I don't think she's given up on you yet. Just thought you ought to know." He sent back, "Thanks for that. Feeling worse again. Might need a week off." The thought of lunch was somehow less appealing than the thought of breakfast had been. That, combined with the ever-diminishing sense of delay between cause and effect, and the fact that his knee was beginning to ache, told Smith that normality was on the way back. He thought briefly about how pleasant it had been, how, with no pain, he had run up and down the gym faster than most of the younger men, and then he went into the bathroom, took the bottle out of the cabinet, and flushed the contents away. In the music room he picked up the Taylor acoustic, nothing needed amplification today, and played improvised ragtime and blues for half an hour. He even sang quietly on the last number, something that only Sheila and a few intimate friends from a long time ago had heard him do. It seemed appropriate, though he had no reason why. As the train pulled out of the station, those two lights on behind, the blue one was his baby, and the red one was his mind. Then he sat in the midday silence of the house, the guitar across his knees, staring a little until the mobile rang again. At this rate he'd get more peace if he did go to work.
DC, it's me, Anne. I rang the office and they said you were at home this morning. I'm sorry to bother you, but it won't wait until Monday.
Not a problem. What's up? Anne Crisp was the best family liaison officer they had had in a while, and there was only one case she could be calling him about.
You know I've been talking to Lucy Bell since you put me in touch with her about her missing husband. We've been getting on pretty well after a nervous start. Anyway, she called me this morning to let me know that she's leaving Lake. Was it okay? Could she leave an address with me? What about the investigation, that sort of thing?
Where's she going to?
Newcastle.
Blimey. No, that makes sense, though. When?
This afternoon, from what I can make out.
What did you tell her?
That as long as we can contact her, it's not a problem. It's not, is it? I just wanted to check.
No, if we've got a number, no problem at all. It was all over the papers yesterday, and it'll be on the local TV news next. She's best off out of it.
It was on the TV last night. Didn't you see it?
No. Anyway, thanks for letting me know. Can you leave the details with someone? Get them to put something on my desk? Thanks, Anne. It could only be James Bell's father. Smith sat and wondered about Lucy Bell's own family. Where were they? This was when a mother or sisters or brothers should step in, but she seemed to have no one. Had her marriage to Bell alienated them, or was there a longer and more complicated history? He had never spoken to Bell Sr., but remembered that Alison Reeve had called him a gentleman after her phone conversation with him. It was a thin enough thread for Lucy and Leah Bell to hold on to, but it seemed to be all that they had. He stood up, and it felt normal now. The blurred sense that he had moved during a photograph of himself had disappeared. From the window of the music room he looked down over the garden, and there were the things that he had thought about recently, but had had no time to see. The pink and red blossom on the viburnum in the far corner against the wooden fence, and in the borders a sprinkling of purple and gold all the way along, scores and scores of crocuses. These are the little things that we don't see unless we look for them, unless we remember them, unless we make the effort. The little things that grow and bloom and fade, the secret lives all around us. He would like to have seen the girl and her daughter before they left, not for any investigative reason, but simply because their lives had briefly become entwined with his own, and because he felt an odd sense that it was his duty to do so. He almost always did go back and see the families, but whether it was to bring them or himself a sense of closure he could not have said. Nevertheless, he had no car, and it was much too far to walk. A taxi, maybe? As he stepped off the last of the stairs, he saw a set of keys on the doormat, his own car keys, and, looking out through the side panel of the front door, there was the Peugeot, ready and waiting. Someone had brought it along after his journey home last night, or dropped it off this morning while he was still sleeping. Again he was taken unawares by the little act of kindness, feeling it in his throat and behind the eyes. And then he thought, morphine does funny things to you. Must remember that. The lift was out of order, but he was not surprised. In fact, he had bet himself £5 that it would be. Those two young ladies really would be better off out of this, if only for a while. Half a dozen steps up the first flight told him that he was soon going to pay the price for yesterday's foolishness, But instead of regret, he used the realization to come to a decision. Tonight he would make an appointment with the GP and get it sorted. He'd looked it up already. Laparoscopic surgery. Perhaps not even an overnight stay, and a few days' rest should take care of it. He might even rejoin the gym and enter the police service's charity half-marathon. The superintendent would be delighted to sponsor him. On the fourth and final landing he paused, lifted the foot from the ground, and flexed the knee. Then he limped forward and passed through the doors onto the walkway. 2 men were leaning against the handrail, a few yards from the bell's door. One had a camera, and the other a handheld voice recorder. They turned as he appeared, and Smith recognized the recorder man. The recognition was mutual, and as he approached them, the freelance journalist muttered something to the photographer, who went to lift his camera towards Smith. The journalist's hand came out and pushed the camera down. "Good afternoon, Sergeant." Smith looked up and down the angled walkways, making sure that there were no others hanging around. Then he looked hard at the pair of them before concentrating on the journalist that had addressed him. "Is it? Depends on where you're standing, I suppose. Spoken to anyone?" He indicated the Bell's flat with a nod of his head. "Not yet. But you've been trying. They're inside, but not answering the door. I cannot think why." The photographer was young, bearded, and trying to look as if he represented something important, such as the freedom of the press in a Western democracy. Smith regarded him again for a moment or two, and then decided that today life was too short. He turned back to the journalist. "Remember the drowned student, Wayne Fletcher?" "Yes, I appreciate. I was straight with you on that, wasn't I?" "Yes." "Well, I'm going to be straight with you on this. There's nothing here for you at the moment, and I'm not here on official business. I'd rather you leave these people alone, if it's all the same to you." He knew that the journalist had to weigh it up, losing a little face in front of his sidekick against the possibility of something juicier in the future. It's a strangely symbiotic relationship, and Smith had used the press for his own ends often enough not to feel morally superior to them, most of the time. "Okay, as it's you, Sergeant, but no buts, son. Leave now, and you might get lucky again." The journalist went first with just a shrug, but the photographer held on for a few seconds before mumbling an inaudible curse and twisting angrily away. Smith watched them until they reached the doors onto the landing, and then he called out, "By the way, did you know there's been a second arrest?" The journalist shouted back, "Who?" "Some bloke called Allen. That's who you need to talk to at Lake Central." And then they were gone. He hoped that no confusion could possibly arise from that. Smith had rapped on the door just twice before it flew open, and an ivory-handled cane was swinging dangerously close to his skull. He sidestepped and caught it with his right hand, twisting it down and away until his eyes were only a couple of feet from those of his would-be assailant. The eyes glaring back at him were large, dark, and angry, and despite the man's age, Smith sensed that he was only just managing to hold off the cane from another attack. He said, "I am Sergeant David Smith from Kings Lake Central Police. If you could just refrain from braining me for a couple more seconds, I'll show some ID, sir." "Aye, and my name's Donald Duck. I've heard all your stories, and your ID'll be fake, you parasitical piece of scum." The Geordie accent alone would have told Smith with whom he was dealing, but the looks of the man were those of James Bell in the Marinor personnel file, with perhaps 35 years added on. The hair was greying, but still thick and curly, and a cord stood out in his neck as he kept the pressure on his grip of the cane. His eyes had not left Smith's for a fraction of a second. It might have gone on for a good while longer had Lucy Bell not appeared in the entrance behind. She said, "Alec, it's all right. This is one of the policemen."
The two men straightened up cautiously, and Smith let go of the stick. He ventured a smile and said, "Good afternoon, Mrs. Bell, and Mr. Bell." Inside, the old man had studied him for another moment or two, and then held out a large, heavy hand. "Well, now I'll say that I'm sorry for that, but these low lives have been hammering on this door on and off since yesterday, frightening the bairn and upsetting the girl. I'm having no more of it. Is there nothing ye can do?" "If you take a look outside, sir, you'll see that I sent those two on their way, but I can't guarantee there won't be more. It's a public space, and they're not breaking any laws by being there." "Aye, well, maybe just a law of decency, eh?" "We often have trouble enforcing that one, I'll admit." The little girl was watching them from the kitchen doorway, where her mother had gone to make tea. Alec Bell waved to her, and she waved back, but she made no move to come any closer. Still with his eyes on her, her grandfather said, "Poor wee thing." Smith said, "I know it's not much of a comfort, but in a way it would have been worse if she had been a year or two older. That's been my experience, for what it's worth." Bell's handsome old face turned back to him. "I'd already thought the same. But are you here working? Do you have questions?" "No, I heard that Lucy was leaving the city, and I thought I'd see if there was anything I could do. Just keeping in touch as well. There'll be a trial now, and she might need to come back for that." In the kitchen he could hear their voices now, the girl saying something about the man in the room. Alec Bell was listening too, and a smile appeared briefly on his face before it faded. He said, "Well, I have a question for you. I doubt you'll be wanting to tell me much at this stage, but I'll ask it anyway." "Go ahead, Mr. Bell." "What was the boy involved in? What's going to come out? Is it bad? When he gave me that money, I started wondering." Smith did not answer immediately, and he felt the old man's gaze grow heavier upon him. "You are right about one thing, Mr. Bell." "Alec will do. I can see the girl thinks you're okay." "Thank you. We don't know exactly, not all the details, and it wouldn't be right for me to pass on speculation. But no, I don't think he was involved in anything really nasty. I'd say that James was just being James, sir. I can say that I don't think he deserved what happened to him." Alec Bell nodded, thinking it over. "Thank you for that anyway. James being James. That's no bad for someone that never met him. I take it you didn't?" "No, I never met him." Bell looked towards the kitchen and then lowered his voice. "And if it was James being James, I take it there was a woman involved?" Smith pursed his mouth and said nothing, but that was answer enough for Bell. In the kitchen there were sounds of crockery and pouring tea. Smith said, before she came back in, "It's a good idea to get her out of this for a week or two, until the fuss dies down." "Oh, it's more than that, though she doesn't know it yet. I'm rattling round in a great big house up there that's all paid for, and it's not a bad area compared to this," and an arm waved round encompassing the northeastern quarter of King's Lake. "I cannot believe this, but we were just phoning for a taxi to get us to the station, and 2 firms refused the job. One said they'd come if the driver could beep his horn and stay with the car, keeping the engine running. This is no place for my granddaughter, man." "What time is your train?" 16:27. "We need to sup this tea and be gone, my girl," to Lucy as she carried the tray into the lounge that was already no longer her home, though she didn't know it yet, and she smiled, a pretty, sad, Madonna sort of smile, thought Smith, and then he felt a sadness himself at the idea of James Bell just being James Bell, never really seeing it, never really grasping what he had, drifting with the tide, even before he lost his life.
The cane was not for decoration. As they made their way along the platform towards the front of the train, it tapped in a regular rhythm beside Alec Bell's right leg. His limp, unlike Smith's, was an old established one, a limp that had made itself a part of the man and his character. When Smith had offered to carry the heaviest case from the car, Bell had said that he could manage, and Smith had said that he did not doubt it, but the offer was still there. Lucy Bell climbed up the step and took Leah from her grandfather. She had said very little to Smith since he arrived at the flat, and he thought she doesn't want to know, doesn't want to hear it, and that's probably the best thing for her now. She looked down at him and said, "Thank you," and it might have only been for driving them to the station and bringing the case to the train. Then she was gone, with Leah, finding a seat where he could not see her. Smith lifted the case and pushed it into the doorway. Alec Bell said, "Kind of you. Are you sure you don't want something for your trouble? No? Well, you've got my number if there's anything. Best to speak to me first, if you see what I mean." Smith nodded, first in answer to the statement, and then down at the leg and the cane. "If you don't mind me asking, what happened there? Professional nosiness, for which I apologize." "Arden, 1966, grenade attack." "Yours?" He was looking down at Smith's injured knee, whose limp had not been as well concealed as its owner had imagined. "Close encounter with a car door about a week ago." "Who were you with?" "The 24th Infantry. I recovered at the time, being young and stupid, did another 7 years, but then the arthritis got into it. Still, I count myself one of the lucky ones." "Who were you with yourself?" It was the way in which he had asked the question, of course. Who were you with? But there is also something else, that recognition in another of service that is more than work or vocation. "I did a couple of spells in Belfast." "Infantry?" "No." Alec Bell watched, waited, and then accepted it. He held out his hand after passing the cane across to his left. "Thank you for your help, Sergeant. And I mean with this whole business, not just today. It was good of you to come and see how she was. I wish I could say it's over, but it isn't. I'm afraid I will be in touch." Bell had stepped back from the door, which was about to close. Framed by it and in the dimmer light of the corridor in the late afternoon, he looked taller and improbably like his lost son. He said, "No need to apologize. You do your job. It's what we do. What else is there?" Smith turned away then, but when the train began to move, he stopped and watched it go. All the windows were lighted, and he could see some of the people behind them, all heading north, some as far as the Highlands of Scotland. But of the Bell family he could see nothing. The little girl would fall asleep, and Lucy would at least close her eyes. Alec Bell would take the first and only watch, keeping guard like the old soldier that he was. Smith watched until the end of the last carriage appeared, as the train took the gradual left-hand bend away from King's Lake. But there was only a single green light on behind.